Chapter 1: The Longest Love and the Last Confession. Xinjiang University, downstairs of Teaching Building Number 1.
When the bell rang, after a brief silence, countless students suddenly poured out of the teaching building and rushed to the cafeteria and dormitories.
Go ahead, today's chicken legs are half price. Hurry back to the dormitory. I'm dying of suffocation during class. Let's just play a 5-person team to increase our ranking. Hee hee, Xiaoli, are you going to the bar with your boyfriend tonight?
College life is like this, extremely noisy and full of vitality, and everyone is working hard to release their youth and energy.
However, far away from the noisy teaching building, a man quietly walked out from the roadside, struggling to avoid the crowd and walk towards the teaching building.
He had been waiting here for a long time. It was winter now, and the man's hands had become red and hard from the cold, and his nose was also red. But even so, the man's temperament was still very outstanding, attracting the attention of countless girls. Some new girls even went against the flow of people and approached the man, wanting to pass by him.
There is no way around it, being handsome is hard currency wherever you go.
The knowledgeable sister stopped the schoolgirl and laughed.
Silly girls, don't be crazy about it. Suli is a famous person in our school. It's not your turn.
The girl retorted with a blushing face.
How do you know if you don't try? The senior student was obviously an old hand and did not refute.
She just raised her chin and motioned the girl to continue watching. And it wasn't just girls. Soon, many idle students gathered together and watched Suli, who was walking against the flow of people. At this time, Suli had already squeezed to the door of the teaching building. His eyes suddenly lit up. The man stared straight at the girl who had just walked out of the teaching building and shouted, "Yuching!" 4 girls were walking out of the stairs in the front hall at this time.
Although all 4 of them were charming, the girl in the middle stood out from the crowd.
She was not wearing any makeup, but she became the center of the 4 people. She was wearing a loose white trench coat, but when the wind blew occasionally, people could see the girl's long legs vaguely visible, which made people imagine more. After seeing Suli, the other 3 girls hadn't reacted yet, but the girl in the windbreaker lost all her smile and turned cold.
The girl deliberately took a detour and wanted to leave through the side door. Yuching, wait a moment.
Suli carefully took out a bright red rose from his arms and spoke softly with infinite affection, which made the hearts of the freshmen who were watching around him pause.
Is this a confession?
The girl named Yuching also paused slightly. The handsome man and the beautiful woman, the 2 of them just stood together, as if they had become the perfect couple in a beautiful photo. Even the freshmen who originally had some thoughts about Suli began to sigh slightly. The senior student smiled again. Don't give up so early, the fun has just begun. The freshman smiled bitterly.
Senior, don't comfort me. He's obviously going to confess his feelings.
They're such a perfect match.
I feel embarrassed to be obsessed with them. The senior student turned serious. It is true that I want to confess my feelings, but does it mean that I will succeed?
The freshman was stunned and looked at Suli, somewhat puzzled. Such a handsome senior, how can you not succeed in your confession? Yes, not only did it fail, but it failed dozens of times. Since last semester, Suli has confessed his love to Huayu once a day, rain or shine.
If you come at this time, you will definitely see it.
The freshman was shocked and exclaimed, "This is too infatuated, so romantic." She seemed to have thought of something, and then said, "But why does senior sister Yuching always refuse?
Is senior Suli a scumbag?" That's not the case.
Suli was so innocent when she first confessed her love to him.
She just gradually learned how to dress herself up.
The old man shook his head, with some reminiscence on his face.
You will only be surprised once or twice. From now on, you may see this kind of scene every day.
At first, the old students were just as shocked as the freshmen, but gradually they became numb. At the beginning, some people laughed at Suli for being ungrateful, but later on, they felt uncomfortable if they didn't look at it for a day. So much so that there were old students like her who had nothing to do and came just to watch.
And, quite a few.
Before I knew it, the area was already crowded with students, both new and old. Even some teachers and professors who had just finished their classes stretched their necks as they passed by, looking at these 2 legendary men and women on campus. There is no way, the man is too handsome and the woman is too pretty, it is impossible not to know it. In the center of everyone's sight, Suli did not show any stage fright at all. A gentle smile bloomed on his face and he spoke softly.
Yuching, long time no see.
Facing Suli's greeting, the girl named Yuching showed indifference, just like she had done dozens of times before. The indifference makes people feel chilling.
Seeing Suli gradually lowering his head, Yuching turned around and was about to leave.
At this time, Suli's voice suddenly came again from behind.
Yuching, please wait a moment. Suli gritted his teeth and said loudly. This is my 99th confession. Can you please listen to me finish my words? Upon hearing this number, everyone except Yuching was shocked.
The old man sighed and realized that so much time had passed without him noticing. The freshmen were so moved that they almost cried.
Insisting on confessing love 99 times, what a passionate story. Even an Iron Man would be soft-hearted.
But Yuching, who was in the center of everyone's attention, still had no expression on her face.
Are you done?
Her voice was pleasant, but also cold.
Suli shuddered and looked up suddenly. No, Yuching, this time, I just want you to listen to me, okay?
Seeing Yuching nod, Suli took a deep breath, then he spoke slowly in a gentle voice. Yuching, some people say that all love at first sight is just lust, but I still want to say that I fell in love with you at first sight. At first I thought it was just lust, but as time went by, I realized that my feelings for you were love.
Yuching, I love you. Not only do I love your beautiful face, I also love your gentle heart and pure kindness. Yuching, I have done many stupid things for you.
I have written poems, songs, set off fireworks, and was chased and beaten by security guards.
Hearing this, some people laughed.
However, Suli did not smile. He stared straight into Yuching's bright eyes, and light gradually flashed in his eyes.
I am willing to try everything I think is romantic for you, Yuching.
Whether you believe it or not, you are the first girl who makes my heart beat. I am willing to give you all the beauty in the world, I am willing to cater to all your preferences, pay attention to all your dynamics, I am willing to make you the happiest girl in the world, and you. Suli's lips trembled as he handed over the rose in his hand and said those words with almost all his strength.
Will you accept the roses I planted myself? Will you accept my confession?
Yes, I do.
Why are you so excited?
The senior student slapped the tearful junior student on the back of the head, and the latter raised her head in grievance.
Senior, who can resist this? These are roses that I planted with my own hands. I approve of this marriage.
You are definitely of some use, the senior student shook her head, it depends on the person involved. The freshman was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became anxious.
Why hesitate?
Senior sister Yuching, please agree to it.
Promise it.
At this moment, everyone in front of the teaching building, from the teenage freshman to the white-haired old professor who was about to go to the cafeteria to get food but was attracted, only had these 3 words in their hearts.
However, Yuching was the only one not included.
Withered. She took a look at the rose, said 2 words, and turned away. Withered. This was her response.
The people around looked at each other and forgot to speak.
Suli looked at the slender figure and pursed his lips. He held back the tears that were about to fall from the corners of his eyes and uttered 2 words.
Accept. Chapter 2, System Awakening, Free Rice for Free? Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the startup mission and confessing 99 times.
Do you accept the system binding? After binding, the novice gift package will be automatically distributed. Accept.
Suli uttered these 2 words softly, his eyes full of disappointment. A few months ago, Suli, who was dozing off in class, suddenly awakened the system. However, the condition for awakening the system was to complete 99 confessions. Suli didn't want to become a scumbag who harmed girls, so he chose Lin Yuching, the school beauty whom he fell in love with at first sight, as the person to confess his love to. He said in his heart that as long as Yuching accepted his confession, he would immediately stop the subsequent confession actions, so it would be better not to have this system. But who would have thought that there would be 99 confessions, love letters, singing, lighting candles, and all kinds of other methods? Suli was shy at first, and then disappointed and numb, but Lin Yuching never accepted it and was always lukewarm towards him.
And now, the system has awakened.
Then it's time to end my interruptions to Yuching. It suddenly started snowing in the sky. Suli exhaled a puff of white mist, brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders, and turned away. In a classroom in the teaching building.
Sister Yuching, Suli has gone back. A girl stood at the window, took a look, then turned around and greeted the 3 people.
The next moment, the 4 girls gathered in front of the window, watching the figure slowly walking away outside the window, laughing non-stop.
Wow, I'm so envious.
I also want someone to confess to me 99 times.
You don't deserve it. Don't you look at what you look like?
Only our sister Yuching is worthy of such a passionate and handsome man. The girl who stood in front of the window at the beginning did not smile, but said with some concern, Sister Yuching, you should agree to Su Li's confession tomorrow, right?
Before Yuching could say anything, the two girls started laughing.
It's been 99 times, just one more time won't make a difference. Only a love-struck man like this is worthy of our school beauty Yuching. Yuching, who was gathered in the middle by the three of them, nodded when she heard this. There was always a shy and happy smile on her beautiful face.
Women are not heartless.
They will be touched by anyone who is sincere to them, let alone a handsome guy like Su Li. After the first few times, Yuching already had feelings for Su Li, but she never revealed it. Instead, at the suggestion of her best friend, she put on a cold face and tested Su Li's sincerity. Now, the 99 confessions have ended, and Su Li's sincerity is beyond doubt. Yuching has already started thinking about which skirt to wear when she accepts Su Li's confession tomorrow.
By then, she must be the happiest girl.
Yuching spoke softly and smiled, tomorrow, when Su Li confesses his love to me, I will definitely agree to him. Both roommates clapped happily, but the girl who was looking out the window at the beginning had a worried look on her face.
I'll agree to it tomorrow. Yuching has actually said this many times.
But every time, he changed his mind at the last minute.
Su Li has confessed his feelings 99 times and has proven his sincerity, but can this sincerity withstand the test for the 100th time?
The girl looked worried and closed the classroom door.
Bang!
The door of the dormitory was opened heavily, and Su Li walked into the dormitory, flicking the snowflakes off his shoulders.
It's snowing heavily outside.
Su Li suddenly stopped and raised his head slowly. In the dormitory, two boys in shorts were stretching out their hands in an obscene manner, while another boy in shorts took out red bills from his wallet with a distressed look on his face. This scene froze the moment Su Li entered the dormitory. The three of them looked embarrassed at the same time.
Brother Li, what a coincidence, you are back to the dormitory too. Brother Li, good morning. Brother Li, things are not what you think.
Su Li's face darkened as he pulled out a snowball from the hood of his coat. What the hell, eat my snowball first. As they talked, the four of them started laughing and fighting. The three guys in shorts were Su Li's three roommates. One of the great pleasures of these three friends is to bet on whether Su Li can successfully express his feelings.
Every time, there is someone who is forced to voluntarily choose to confess successfully.
Of course, the two winners didn't win for nothing.
They were responsible for treating everyone in the dormitory in the evening. They would have a drink and some takeout.
Su Li, who always got it for free, of course knew that the three roommates were just looking for a reason to comfort themselves.
He didn't use any brutal force in this snowball fight.
When the three guys in shorts were shivering on the bed, Su Li decided to stop while he was ahead. Zhao Jiani, wearing sexy pink shorts, turned over and put his arms around Su Li's shoulders.
Brother Li, isn't it just a failed confession? That's a small problem. I'll treat you tonight. Whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it.
Li Jianhe, who was wearing blue shorts, pushed up his glasses and said, it is generally rational.
I am also a part of tonight's treat. Chen Zhou, who was pulling on his flowered shorts, couldn't help it. You two bastards, you're really good at selling yourself out. I'm clearly spending my money tonight. Su Li smiled slightly.
According to the rules of the three of them, when they drank at night, the person who lost the bet would pay first, and the remaining difference would be made up by the other two.
However, things are different now. As a way of saying goodbye to the past, Su Li wants to try a different way.
He thought about it and suddenly said, we always eat takeout in the dormitory, it's too monotonous, let's go out to eat tonight. Chen Zhou became excited when he heard it.
Okay, there's a new bar opening on South Street, and I heard the lead singer is awesome, let's go there. Then let's go there.
Su Li made the decision.
Chen Zhou exclaimed great, but Zhao Jian and Li Jianhe were not so happy.
Eating out costs much more than ordering takeout, not to mention that it's a place like a bar that burns money.
Not counting the card opening, after a few bottles of wine, the money is spent unknowingly. The difference was made up by the two people who won the bet.
This Chen Zhou is determined to end up in a situation where both sides suffer losses. Su Li saw the two people with ugly expressions and smiled. Before, he always got takeout for free from his roommates. Although they didn't say much, Su Li kept it in mind. This time when they went out to eat, Su Li said he would not let his roommates spend money no matter what. He patted his chest proudly. Don't worry, no one wants to compete with me tonight, let's go to the bar and get a booth, it's my treat. Zhao Jian was shocked by Su Li's generous attitude.
Brotherly, you've made a fortune.
One booth costs hundreds of dollars, and 4 booths cost thousands of dollars.
Suli did not answer in a hurry.
He looked at the virtual screen in front of him and smiled slightly.
It's just a few $1,000s, but he really has it now.
Suli muttered to himself.
System, use the novice gift pack. Ding.
The new gift package has been used, 100 soft rice points, and 500,000 yuan in assets have been transferred to the host account.
Chapter 3, The Four Beauties of Qingjiang, singer Qin Xuanqin.
At this moment, a virtual screen was floating in front of Su Li.
In addition to Su Li's handsome photo, there are also several other attributes. Name, Su Li. Physical fitness, 110. Intelligence, 105. Charisma, 150. The above attributes are standard for humans, 100.
The above two are basic attributes, which are within Su Li's expectations.
What really interests him are the remaining two attributes. Soft meal point, 100. Property, 501,264 yuan.
Soft rice points are the purchasing units that come with the system. According to the system description, the system is called the soft rice and hard eating system. As long as you make beautiful women like you more or complete tasks, you can get corresponding soft rice points and buy various props and skills to help pick up girls from the system mall. Su Li took a quick look and found that the skill categories were very broad.
Singing, dancing, rap, basketball were all basics.
Advanced mathematics and calculus were also available.
Su Li even saw a skill book called Unified Field Theory. Isn't this the ultimate in physics? System, is this also a skill related to picking up girls? Ding. This system is a free-for-all system, advocating conquering beauties through advantages in all aspects.
There is a saying that well-educated men are the most handsome.
All right.
Su Li swallowed his saliva, but looking at the price with a string of zeros behind the unified field theory, Su Li decided to conquer the girl from other aspects. As for assets, this is more tangible and more pleasing. 500,000 was not a small sum of money no matter where it was, yet the system gave it to me as a novice gift package. Without saying anything else, the system of living off others is hard to deal with.
Brotherly?
Zhao Jian saw that Su Li was in a daze, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Seeing Su Li come back to his senses, Zhao Jian smiled shyly.
Brotherly, we were just joking. If you want to go to the bar, we can just split the bill. You can't pay.
The other two also nodded. The four brothers all know each other well, and they all come from ordinary families.
They are unwilling to take advantage of Su Li.
Looking at the serious expressions of the three guys in pants, Su Li couldn't help but feel moved. Although Su Li's ability to express himself is not good, he has mastered the art of recognizing brothers. Su Li suddenly stretched out his hand and hit Zhao Jian on the shoulder.
What are you talking about?
I said it's my treat, come on, change your clothes now, we won't leave until we're drunk. Seeing Su Li so enthusiastic, the other three stopped refusing. The Pants brothers immediately stood up and the four of them rushed straight to South Street.
South Street is the most famous pedestrian street near Qingjiang University. It is a one-stop shop for food, drink, entertainment, and accommodation.
From young couples who come out to spend the weekend together to internet cafe buddies who stay up all night every night, everyone can find a satisfactory home here.
Jingxian is the newest bar on this block, but it is also the hottest one. Zhao Jian rubbed his hands excitedly and introduced Jingxian's fame. Let me tell you, Jingxian is not a tawdry bar. It's a quiet bar. People in it just drink and chat. There's no extravagant activities like disco. Don't embarrass me later. Chenzhou smiled. I'm still embarrassing you.
It was clearly Brotherly who treated us.
Zhao Jian, you are so arrogant.
Li Jianhe pushed his eyes. From a common-sense perspective, what Zhao Jian meant was that he should be afraid that you would make a scene in the bar and embarrass him in front of Qin Xuanqin.
Qin Xuanqin? Who is she? Some celebrity? Su Li also asked curiously. Zhao Jian chuckled.
Brotherly, your mind is full of Yuching, so it's normal that you don't know who Qin Xuanqin is. She is a great beauty in our school who is no less beautiful than Yuching.
She is one of the four beauties of Qingjiang. I am her fan. The four beauties of Qingjiang? What is this?
Su Li smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was really obsessed with confessing his feelings to Yuching and missed too many things.
Zhao Jian continued to explain science with trembling eyebrows. The four beauties of Xinjiang are the four most famous golden flowers of our Xinjiang University.
What's most interesting is that these four beauties are from freshman to senior year, and they have different nicknames and specialties. Qin Xuanqin's nickname is Diva, and she is the lead singer of this Jingxian bar.
It sounds like something.
Su Li made his comment.
Zhao Jian chuckled.
Brotherly, guess why a bar can become one of the most popular bars in Xinjiang?
Isn't it because of Qin Xuanqin's occasional appearances? Now you know the value of the four beauties of Xinjiang, right?
The value is so great.
By the way, Yuching's nickname is Jailing Flower.
Before Chen Zhou could finish his words, Li Jianhe suddenly poked him. Chen Zhou's face changed and he wanted to slap himself. The brothers went out tonight to change Su Li's mood, but he kept talking about things that were not relevant. He really deserves a beating.
But fortunately, Su Li just nodded casually and didn't say much.
After all, he had decided not to bother Yuching anymore, and had let it go, so naturally he didn't have too many feelings about it.
So who is prettier, Qin Xuanqin or Yuching?
Su Li thought about it and said honestly, then it's still Yuching. Although I have never met Qin Xuanqin, but since she was selected as one of the four beauties because of her musical talent, then it might still be Yuching. Su Li was suddenly speechless. Only then did he realize that the voice that had just spoken seemed to be a female voice. When he looked up, he saw his three roommates looking at his back with strange expressions. Su Li turned around and saw a girl with a large guitar bag and loose hair standing behind him. The girl held a lollipop in her mouth, put her hands coolly in her pockets, and looked at herself playfully.
Zhao Jian's mouth has grown into an O shape. Qin Xuanqin. Is this girl Qin Xuanqin? Su Li couldn't help but look at the girl again.
Just this one look made Su Li want to swallow back what he had just said. She took back what she said. Although Qin Xuanqin's singing voice might be more famous, there was no doubt that even in terms of beauty alone, she was as beautiful as Yuching. If Yuching is a flower on the high mountain, then Qin Xuanqin is a digital flower growing in the electronic world. Qin Xuanqin's eyebrows are a little narrow and long, and there is always a naughty smile on the corners of her mouth.
She doesn't wear makeup and doesn't tie her hair up, but she has a cool feeling, a bit like a cat.
Make way, my lover, I'm going to be late for the performance. Qin Xuanqin wrinkled her pretty nose and waved her hand to the side.
Su Li subconsciously moved aside before he reacted. Do you know me?
Qin Xuanqin, who had already walked past, stopped, looked back and smiled.
Of course, because you are famous, and you seem to be a good singer too?
Su Li smiled bitterly.
Needless to say, everyone knew what his reputation was.
As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Xuanqin left without looking back.
Chapter 4, There is nothing to say between humans and animals.
Only when her back disappeared around the corner of the store did Zhao Jian yell, "Oh! He knows my roommate, and she has me in her heart.
Fuck, what a crazy person.
It stinks, bury this pervert please." When the foursome entered the bar, Qin Xuanqin had already started singing on the stage. The bar has a small band. Qin Xuanqin is the guitarist and lead singer, and there are also several assistants including a bassist and drummer. But unfortunately, their level may be good, but unfortunately, both their appearance and level are overshadowed by Qin Xuanqin. It is no exaggeration to say that in this Jingxian bar, Qin Xuanqin is like a queen. The huge bar almost became a large-scale fan meeting.
Su Li even saw several weirdos holding LED fan signs.
Compared with them, Zhao Jian could be called a rational fan. After singing several songs in succession, Qin Xuanqin went backstage to rest. However, the one who replaced her was not the singer in the bar, but an audience member, a young man dressed in a flashy manner. He actually sang quite well, but there was no encouragement from the audience, only booing. After the young man finished singing, he went down with a red face.
Is bar singing so popular now? Su Li was stunned.
Zhao Jian chuckled. Brotherly, you don't know that the one who is involved is not the bar singer, but Qin Xuanqin's fans.
What's the meaning?
It's a rule of Dingxian bar. Zhao Jian took a sip of wine and showed an envious look. Whenever Qin Xuanqin is resting, the audience who come to drink can go up and sing.
As long as Qin Xuanqin thinks you are qualified, she will come up and sing with you, or even accompany you all night. All night? Chen Zhou and Li Jianhe widened their eyes. Qin Xuanqin didn't look like a casual woman. Get lost, put away your filthy thoughts. We are just drinking and chatting in this bar.
It will be useless outside the bar.
Su Li smiled silently, he actually had the wrong idea.
Zhao Jian suddenly came forward and put his arm around Su Li's shoulders. Brotherly, you practiced singing in the dormitory every day before, so your level must be pretty good.
How about it? Are you interested in giving it a try? Su Li smiled and didn't have that intention.
Although he had practiced guitar in the dormitory and even wrote his own songs, he had only learned them on the spot in order to confess his love to Yuching. In terms of real ability, he was not much better than the young man just now, and he probably wouldn't be able to survive a few rounds of booing. He was about to refuse, but his tone suddenly froze.
Bite. System task has been released. Mission, Diva Sonata First Sound.
He went on stage and sang to the point that it shocked Qin Xian.
Rewards will be issued based on the degree of completion. Damn it, isn't this forcing me? Su Li couldn't help but smile bitterly.
I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but the system just wouldn't allow it.
Su Li stood up. Zhao Jian looked surprised. Brotherly, do you want to go on stage? Why are you on stage? Go to the toilet.
Su Li laughed, turned and walked towards the bathroom. As he walked, he flipped through the pages of the system skill store. If Su Li went on stage according to his real ability, he would definitely be booed off.
But what can he do? He has a system.
Just now Su Li remembered that he had seen music-related skills for sale.
Got it. Su Li's eyes lit up.
Guitar skills, Master Performance, 30 soft rice points. Master of Playing and Singing, 30 soft rice points.
Note, the bundle is sold for 50 soft meal points. Wow, this system is pretty good at promotions.
However, for a girl like Qin Xuanqin who has arrogance written all over her face, you only know one thing, so it's really hard to subdue her. If you want to play, play the wildest one. If you want to learn the whole set.
The bundle, that's it. Su Li was happy and placed an order to buy it.
Anyway, I have 100 loyal customers, so even if I buy the bundle, I still have 50 left, right? Just when Su Li's finger was about to touch the purchase button, his face suddenly changed and he stepped back.
Bang!
The door of a cubicle in the toilet was suddenly pushed open, and if Su Li hadn't reacted quickly enough, it would have almost hit Su Li in the face. Then, a girl with loose hair suddenly rushed out, but only half of her body was stretched out, and she was dragged back roughly. Su Li was confused and quickly took a look at the toilet next to him to make sure he was not in the wrong place. This was indeed the men's restroom.
Dude, I'm playing with my girlfriend. Sorry to bother you.
A scoundrel-looking man in leather pants with a big flower tattoo on his arm was shirtless and apologizing to Su Li. However, although he was apologizing on the surface, the threat in his eyes was self-evident.
Su Li spread his hands innocently, indicating that he would leave immediately.
The man in leather pants nodded with satisfaction and closed the door of the partition room.
Su Li hummed a little tune, thinking about what song to sing later while continuing to browse the store page.
Some noises continued to come from the partition, but Su Li's expression remained normal.
Ah Ching, it's okay, didn't you promise me, it won't hurt.
Su Li clicked on the store page and scrolled down to browse.
Be obedient, I told you to be obedient.
As the sound of percussion played, Su Li pulled up his pants and recalled the songs he had heard. A strong girl like Qin Xuanqin definitely wouldn't like soft love songs.
How about some rock music? CNM, you bitch, are you shameless?
Su Li took a deep breath, picked up the hand sanitizer that had been mixed with water countless times on the sink, turned around, hummed a little tune, and knocked on the partition door. The sound inside suddenly stopped, and then the shirtless man in leather pants with several red marks on his chest opened the door and stuck his head out.
What? The smile on Su Li's face suddenly turned ferocious.
He swung the bottle of hand sanitizer in his hand and smashed it hard on the face of the man in leather pants. The foam was all over the man's face, making him unable to help but wipe his face with his hands.
I made the wine for you. Can't you tell I don't want to?
Then, Su Li kicked the man in leather pants again, causing him to fall onto the toilet.
The half-undressed girl next to him was completely frightened and screamed. Brother Wolf. What's going on?
There were several voices asking questions in the corridor outside, and Su Li's face changed.
You have to keep watch when doing something like this?
Without thinking, he grabbed the girl's hand with one hand and the leather pants man's jacket with the other and ran out. At this time, at the corner of the stairs, several hooligans who were dressed in the same shabby way and were the same type as the leather pants man had run out. They may not know Su Li, but as soon as they saw the girl, they already understood most of it.
The first person immediately cursed. What kind of dog is this? It's meddling in other people's business and is looking for death. Su Li rushed forward, using the jacket of the man in leather pants as a weapon and hitting the man in the face. The people who were hit by the sharp iron nails on their coats screamed and dodged. From beginning to end, Su Li didn't say a word to them. There is nothing to say between humans and animals. Chapter 5, For Roommates, Open Up the Country. The gangster called Brother Wolf walked out of the toilet, holding the wall and covering his stomach. He saw Su Li's back with hateful eyes. He roared, "Beat him to death for me." The few little followers nearby also reacted and rushed out one after another. After leaving the corridor, Su Li took the girl and wanted to run outside. This scene was seen by the sharp-eyed Zhao Jian, who shouted, "Holy crap, look, Brother Li went to the toilet and a little beauty came out. He's still disheveled, what a beast." Li Jianghe at the side pushed up his glasses and said indifferently, "Based on the established facts, Brother Li must have robbed the women of those gangsters, otherwise why was he chased and beaten?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jian and Chen Zhou turned their heads to look at Li Jianghe, who looked calm, with the corners of their mouths twitching. Chen Zhou shouted, "Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Go up and help." The three of them rushed out from their seats, holding bottles of wine in their hands. "Don't be afraid, Brother Li, your elder brother is here. Brother Li, if we are brothers, let's fight together. I am not afraid of anything." Even the usually gentle Li Jianghe stood up tremblingly, "Based on the established facts, even if you stole their girlfriends, we will still help you, Brother Li." When Su Li heard these words, he felt a little touched, but at the same time he laughed out of anger. What kind of stupid roommate is this? Is he so thick-skinned? The three of them stood beside Su Li. The gangsters and the leader, Brother Wolf, also rushed out and sneered, "So you have an accomplice? No wonder you dared to steal my woman. You are just a bunch of green students. I can beat 10 of you by myself. Are you looking for death?" Neither side was willing to give in, and they rushed forward. Everyone in the Jingxian bar gave up a large area of the venue. They were all Qin Xuanxin's fans and students of Qingjian University. The noisy noise in the hall also attracted Qin Xuanxin, who had returned to the backstage to rest. Her eyes were always on Su Li, and she saw that guy was actually pulling a disheveled girl. Qin Xuanxin's lips curled up slightly, a romantic, "This doesn't fit your personality." She took out the instrument that she had put back into her bag, and pleasant music flowed from her white fingertips. "I'll take a look today. You are the kind-hearted person who has been rejected for 99 times. Do you want to resist the beating?" She now believes that Su Li has been rejected too many times and has started to become casual. As a result, he hooked up with the woman of a gangster and got into trouble. In such an intense scene, Qin Xuanxin wanted to watch the fun and actually started singing. When the fans around saw this scene, their emotions were also aroused. They were all young and energetic college students, and they all waved flags and cheered. The fight has almost become a fan club now. But one side is a group of hooligans who often fight in groups, while the other side is a group of honest and decent college students. The situation in the bar was naturally one-sided. Relying on his excellent physique, Su Li easily beat up the gangsters in front of him, while the strong Zhao Jian and Chen Zhou over there were also able to protect themselves. Only the gentle and somewhat thin Li Jianghe was left, and he had been cornered by two thugs. They are not stupid. They can tell at a glance that this little guy is the easiest to bully. Of course, you should choose the softest persimmon. Bang! A wine bottle hit Li Jianghe's arm hard. Ah! Li Jianghe felt pain, his face instantly turned red, and he covered his arm and screamed. Old Li! Zhao Jian and Chen Zhou were both extremely anxious, but they were unable to take care of themselves and were unable to do anything else. It seemed that the next wine bottle was about to hit Li Jianghe on the head. Su Li was filled with anger. Damn it, I just awakened the cheat today, and you guys, a few punks, dare to come and cause trouble for me? He quickly opened the skill panel and found the Chinese martial arts column. The price is 50 soft girl points. But the situation was critical, Su Li couldn't care less and just started studying. In an instant, he felt that his mind had gained a lot of knowledge about human parts and acupuncture points. The body's strength and speed have also been enriched a lot. Ding! Chinese martial arts skills gain additional physical fitness bonus. Your physical fitness increases by 30 points. Stop it now! Su Li roared and kicked the gangster in front of him away in mid-air. He quickly rushed to Li Jianghe again. Throw a punch! Bang! The fist and the wine bottle collided violently in the air.
The wine bottle was broken, but Su Li's hand was only slightly red and swollen. It seems that my ability to withstand blows has also improved. Su Li looked at his hand in disbelief. He hardly felt any pain just now.
Next second,
Su Li punched the dazed gangster, who flew backwards again. Come on, who dares to touch my brother's hair? Su Li performed the standard Chinese martial arts starting posture, which matched his already extraordinary temperament. It was definitely the young martial arts master who got angry and repelled the villains. Brother Wolf looked at Su Li and raised his mouth with disdain. I've fought so many fights, it's not that I haven't fought against people who know martial arts, but they are just fancy tricks.
Go ahead. Break his leg.
A few gangsters got up and rushed towards Su Li together. But soon, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Su Li's movements were not wasted at all and were very decisive. Every punch and kick is like a spectacular martial arts performance.
And its power should not be underestimated.
The traditional and authentic Chinese martial arts style combines fists and feet, and emphasizes both offense and defense.
Punch and kick.
Every move can highlight the profoundness and magnanimity of Chinese martial arts. Su Li, who was calm and composed among the gangsters, seemed like a banished immortal from the mortal world. Within 2 minutes, all the thugs were knocked to the ground and could not stand up again.
Brother Wolf's expression changed completely. Are all college students nowadays so good at fighting? Right at this moment,
a group of managers in black suits came down from the second floor of the bar. They were the security of the bar. Even though the leading man was wearing a black suit, his muscles seemed to be about to explode. When the people around saw Jing Xian's security guards coming down, they subconsciously held their breath.
You know, South Street is an extremely prosperous neighborhood. The cakes here have almost been eaten up.
The fact that Jing Xian was able to suddenly appear in such a short period of time requires deep thought as to the power behind it. A large part of the credit also goes to Jing Xian's security guards.
Since the opening, no one has ever dared to cause trouble here. You guys, give me an explanation,
the fierce man in the lead said.
Inside the Jingxianking bar,
the corner of Brother Wolf's mouth twitched. He had already realized that his group of people could not handle this handsome boy. If we want to get this place back today, we must rely on Jing Xian's own security.
Chapter 6, Have you fallen in love with the mortal world? This fierce man is definitely not to be trifled with.
Thinking of this, Brother Wolf smiled and walked up to the fierce man in a flattering manner. Brother, I know the rules here, but I must get this place back today.
How do you think about this? I'll pay you 20,000 yuan, will you give me justice?
When these words came out, everyone present took a deep breath. Even Qin Xuanqin on the stage frowned slightly, hesitating whether to ask for help from Su Li. They were all students with little money. If this wolf brother was really willing to pay 20,000 yuan to deal with him, they would have suffered a loss today. Zhao Jian and the others' expressions also changed.
20,000 yuan was almost as much as their living expenses for a year. Brother Li, what should we do? How about we admit our mistakes? Su Li glared at him and said, You are useless. Leave it to your brother Li to deal with it.
Before the fierce man could speak, Su Li walked out and said calmly, In terms of logic, you were the one who forced the girl in the men's bathroom first.
The scars on her body are proof of that.
Su Li pulled the girl to his side, and the people around them looked at him. Take a breath of cold air. The girl's body was covered with bruises of varying sizes, and it seemed that she was often beaten by this wolf brother. The girl was almost frightened to death at this point, and didn't dare to look wolf brother in the eye.
Brother Wolf sneered, So what?
She's still my girlfriend.
We're in this together.
Poor student, money is everything in this society.
If you don't have money, you have to admit defeat today.
What a bullshit theory. Qin Xian rolled her eyes and prepared to go and speak in person.
What she hates most is scumbags like Wolf Brother who beat women and confuse right and wrong.
But at this moment,
Su Li sneered, Money talks?
Okay, this security guy, I'll give him 200,000, 10 times the price. I hope he can't leave this bar. As soon as these words came out, Su Li's roommates started to pull him away.
Are you crazy, Su Li? We don't have 200,000 yuan.
Zhao Jian's face turned pale. Based on the established facts, we are bound to suffer a loss today.
Brother Li is still impulsive. Li Jianhe's thin legs were still trembling.
Chen Zhou's face wasn't looking good either, and he was ready to call his home. The fierce man glanced at Su Li calmly and said, Words are not enough. Su Li smiled and said, "Take the payment code and I will transfer it to you directly."
Next, the waiter brought the payment code under my incredulous look. With a ding sound. 200,000 has been received. Crisp and loud. Everyone in the audience was deeply shocked. Is this the most romantic guy in our school? Oh my god, is he going to let anyone live?
He's handsome, knows martial arts, and he's also rich.
Some male audience members expressed their helplessness with a sour tone. So handsome, why isn't he the idol of our school? Those students in the student union only know how to judge the school beauties. I think the school beauties are not worthy of senior Su Li. More girls in the bar had their eyes shining, and they couldn't wait to pounce on Su Li and take a bite. After receiving 200,000, even the fierce man looked up to Su Li. This student is very skilled in martial arts and remains calm even when faced with a huge crisis. He also seems to come from a wealthy family. Great things will happen in the future. The fierce man glanced at Brother Wolf and the group of frightened thugs indifferently. The threat is obvious. This customer, I will give you an explanation. But killing is against the law. I can assure you that from now on, as long as you appear in this bar, these people will never exist. Okay, but they can't take this girl away. I want to hear her own wishes. Su Li nodded, still protecting the girl. There was not a single girl present who was not moved. Such a handsome, rich, martial arts savvy and protective male god, they couldn't wait to marry Su Li right there. The girl also reacted at this time, looked at Su Li gratefully, and said, "I don't want to go with him, he forced me to do everything." Brother Wolf turned pale when he heard this and glared at the girl fiercely. The fierce man saw everything. Since I have taken Su Li's 200,000 yuan, I can't just not help him out at all. The fierce man bulged his leg muscles and kicked Wolf Brother on the back. The latter fell directly to the ground with a loud bang. Ah! The force was so great that Brother Wolf screamed and then fainted. Why don't you get out of here? From today on, this girl is our Jingxian's waitress. Anyone who harasses her again will bear the consequences. The fierce man's heavy voice sounded. A few hooligans were so scared that they quickly carried the unconscious Wolf Brother out of Jingxian. Customer, are you satisfied with the result? The fierce man asked. Su Li nodded. Everyone around him looked at him with admiration, which made him a little uncomfortable. There were also a few girls who looked as if they wanted to eat him. Let us put the system's task at a temporary halt, since there is no set completion time anyway. I am satisfied, and we have had enough fun. Let's go, brothers. Su Li was the first to walk out of Jingxian. Zhao Jian and others hurriedly followed behind him, and even straightened their bodies. Hanging out with Brother Li means you have status. After the protagonists left, the students present also left one after another. The bar became quiet in an instant. Only then did Qin Xuanqin slowly walk down from the stage and come to the side of the fierce man. His eyes were still looking in the direction where Su Li left. Her red lips parted slightly. "Brother, please keep an eye on Su Li for me. I think he is quite interesting." The fierce man seemed to have heard something incredible and turned his head to look at his own sister in shock. Oh, what charm does this boy have that could attract my cynical sister? Qin Xian's secrets were exposed. She pursed her lips, and quickly left Jingxian with her guitar on her back. After Su Li and his group returned to school, life returned to normal for students. After class the next day, Zhao Jian and others started gambling in the dormitory again. Come on, come on. Today is the 100th time that Brother Li will confess his love to the school beauty. Do you think it will be successful? Zhao Jian was still wearing his sexy pink shorts. Li Jianhai had a bandage on his arm and pushed up his glasses. Based on the established facts, I feel that the school beauty is no longer worthy of my Brother Li, but it's hard to say whether it will be a success or a failure when confessing for the 100th time. Chen Zhou held a toothpick in his mouth and looked out the window. Place your bets quickly. Brother Li will be back in 10 minutes. Right at this moment. The dormitory door was pushed open. Su Li was standing at the door, seeing the three people with shocked faces. His head is full of black lines. Are you guys betting again? Zhao Jian's face was filled with shock. Wow, brother, why did you come back so early this time? Did you succeed in your confession? Chapter 7, Who Sent the Snacks? Su Li shook his head. I didn't go. Why? The three people in the dormitory said in unison.
They don't understand why they gave up on something they had persisted in 99 times the 100th time.
Could it be that Brotherly is also going to do that trick of taking 99 steps and then turning around and leaving on the last step? Oh my god, the most romantic person in our school didn't even confess his feelings? Is he discouraged? Chen Zhou guessed. Suli smiled slightly. Well, I don't plan to pursue her anymore. But in my heart I thought, I have already successfully activated the system, what is there to pursue? The three of them thought that Suli was upset and asked around. But Suli smiled and shook his head as if nothing had happened, and even prepared to go to bed. Right at this moment, the dormitory door opened again. This time it was the auntie in the dormitory who was standing at the door and shouting in her unique auntie voice. Is Suli here? A girl gave you something. A woman? Giving something to Brotherly? The three roommates' eyes suddenly widened. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that Brotherly didn't confess his love today because he had a new love? Suli, however, had a head full of question marks as he took the exquisite snack box from the dormitory manager. Who sent it, auntie? The dormitory manager muttered, it was sent by a pretty girl. You are such an innocent boy, don't delay other girls. Suli was afraid that the old lady would continue nagging, so he quickly closed the door and sent the guest away. But as soon as you open the snack box, you'll see all kinds of exquisite, steaming snacks inside. It's clearly handmade. Zhao Jian and the other two surrounded them. Brotherly, you are so lucky. This is clearly handmade. Even the dorm manager said that the girl is pretty. She must be a great beauty. Zhao Jian said enviously. Their dormitory manager is famous for her cold face and foul mouth. A girl who even she can't help but say is pretty must be a peerless beauty. That's right, no wonder you didn't confess to the school beauty. Tell me what's going on with this one? Chen Zhou was greedy and wanted to reach out to grab a snack, but was interrupted by Li Jianghe. Please keep your eyes peeled, there is a love letter in the box. A love confession letter? Zhao Jian and Chen Zhou both raised their voices and rushed to read it. I'm so jealous. Brotherly, is he going to let ordinary men like us survive? We are always surrounded by beautiful women. Zhao Jian scratched his crotch. The remaining two people looked at him in unison, not disguising their disdain. You loser, it's unlikely that you'll ever be single in your lifetime. Seeing how anxious the three men were, Suli could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He is still confused and has no idea who sent it. The pink letter paper contains clean and beautiful handwriting. Suli, I admire you very much. Can I be your friend? Just such a simple line of words. Tisk, so we're becoming friends? The three roommates dispersed after seeing the contents of the letter, losing interest amid boos. You guys. Suli laughed in silence, but at the same time he was also curious, considering it was now this day and age. Are there any girls who would make friends in such a unique way as writing letters? At this moment, the system in his body issued a prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 50 soft rice points. Suli was slightly surprised and then he started to laugh. He never thought that a letter he received by chance could actually allow him to get some money. It just so happens that my soft rice points have been used up. Only then did Suli remember that he still had a system task to sing in Jingxian to conquer Qin Xuanxin. It seems that I need to take some time to go to Jingxian. Suli has never been a procrastinating person. He did what he said. After packing up, he went to Jingxian alone. Most of the people in the room were still Qin Xuanxin's male fans, all of whom were fascinated by Qin Xuanxin singing on the stage. Suli arrived just as Qin Xuanxin had finished singing a song. The timing is just right, let's make it quick and decisive. Suli went on stage without hesitation and took Qin Xuanxin's guitar and microphone. A big lover? Shouldn't you be confessing your feelings to Yuching at school at this time? Qin Xuanxin was very surprised to see Suli. Suli smiled slightly, I won't confess my feelings today, and I won't confess my feelings in the future. I'll come over and sing a song. Qin Xuanxin rolled her eyes, why? How can a romantic man change his mind and fall in love with someone else? I heard the song you sang when you confessed your love in school. I advise you not to be embarrassed if you want to sing it here. What? Yuching failed to express her love, so you turned around and conquered me? Xin Xian kept this sentence in her heart and didn't say it. Suli began to play and sing amid the envious and jealous eyes of a group of male fans. There is systematic skill point help. The guitar and microphone seemed to be born on Su Li.
Instead of being nervous in the spotlight, he extremely enjoyed being the center of attention. Su Li sang the wild rock style that he had prepared long ago. During those few minutes, it seemed as if the whole world had quieted down, with only Su Li and his guitar playing madly. All the audience present were shocked at first, then intoxicated, and finally couldn't help but start to follow Su Li's rhythm and have fun. The beautiful Qin Xuanqing stood next to Su Li and became a foil.
Oh my god, are we going to die? He can actually sing.
I'm afraid even half of the rock world can't match his level.
Su Li is a perfect man. Did God forget to take a bite of him?
Many male fans were indignant, because this time, Qin Xuanqing might really have to accompany Su Li for a night. But Su Li's strength was too strong, and they didn't even have the mind to resist. Qin Xuanqing also looked at Su Li in amazement. His performance was really too amazing. Even when confessing his feelings at school, Su Li only sang soft love songs, and the effect was mediocre.
But this time, he seemed to be born for rock and roll.
In the end, even Qin Xuanqing was fascinated by it.
Until Su Li's performance ended, no one present could come back to their senses. The system voice sounded. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the singing achievement, commanding the whole audience, and being intoxicated. Exceed the task and perform perfectly to get extra rewards, 100 points.
Su Li was pleasantly surprised and nodded with satisfaction.
When Su Li put down the guitar and microphone, everyone was freed from their previous intoxication. Many male compatriots shed tears silently when they saw the look Qin Xuanqing showed towards Su Li. Changed, their goddess had never looked at a man like this before. Su Li and Qin Xuanqing are such a good match.
An audience member said sincerely.
Qin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I admit that your performance was amazing. I will accompany you here to drink and chat all day today.
Chapter 8. I will ask this scumbag about this matter.
Just when everyone thought that Su Li would take Qin Xuanqing out for a drink,
Su Li smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it's time, I have to go back to eat, let's talk later. After saying that, Su Li walked out of Jingxian without any reluctance.
The whole place was silent. Su Li, brotherly, I'm not jealous of him at all now.
This is what a man should be.
Too domineering, all the beauty is bullshit, nothing can stop me from eating. Many male compatriots had admiration in their eyes and had already regarded Su Li as their idol.
How could you reject a beauty like Qin Xuanqing just for the sake of having a meal? What a man!
There were also little girls who were in love and whispered to their companions, Su Li didn't accept Qin Xuanqing, he doesn't like Qin Xuanqing, I still have a chance. He rejected Qin Xuanqing because of me. The companion beside him was also infatuated. Get lost, anything else is fine, but if anyone tries to snatch Su Li from me, I will turn against her. Su Li was undoubtedly the focus of everyone at this moment. But Qin Xian felt a little embarrassed.
The white pearly teeth bit the red lips. Damn Su Li, are you kidding me? You can confess your love to Yuching 99 times, but you won't even drink with me once?
At this time, the woman's strange desire to win appears. Brother, next time Su Li comes, force him to stay in the store.
I will make him drink with me.
The fierce Qin Xuanhu, who was reminiscing about the song in a rock and roll manner, suddenly sneezed.
I think Su Li is a good guy. Why are you forcing him to do anything?
He turned his head and met Qin Xuanqing's murderous eyes, so he shut his mouth obediently. Outside, he is an extremely fierce security brother, but at home, he is actually a brother who dotes on his sister. Su Li returned to the dormitory as if nothing had happened. Little did he know that someone had already recorded a video of him singing in Jingxian and posted it on the school forum.
The post went viral instantly. Moreover, Su Li seemed to have forgotten one thing.
At the entrance of the cafeteria, Yuching was wearing a white long skirt. The wind blew gently, revealing her slender and white long legs from time to time, which made people imagine a lot.
Today she put on exquisite makeup, and she looked like a bride.
She had already made up her mind to agree to Su Li's confession today. But until now, Su Li, who was never late, has not shown up yet.
Time passes by little. People come and go.
Su Li did not show up until it was dark.
Yuching, he won't come, go back. My best friend Sun Nuan said with a frown. Yuching looked a little dazed, with sadness in her eyes, and asked slowly, Nuan, was it because I rejected him too coldly 99 times before, that Su Li is angry with me and doesn't want to be with me anymore?
In fact, she also liked Su Li, but her best friend Sun Wan persuaded her to be cautious when being with a man and to test the man's sincerity. With her looks and figure, only a man who sincerely confesses his love to her 100 times can be worthy of her.
Sun Nuan looked at Yuching's sad expression and felt a little embarrassed. Damn Su Li, he is such a scumbag. Fortunately, you didn't agree to him.
It seems that his sincerity is not that good either. He gave up after only 99 times. After she said this, several girls in the dormitory looked at her strangely.
That look seemed to be saying, this is the 99th time, what else do you want? You've gone too far this time. Sun Nuan was even more embarrassed and said quickly, don't worry, Yuching. Su Li must be playing a trick on you by not coming today. I will go find Su Li tomorrow and ask him face to face about this scumbag. They had no choice but to return to the dormitory in low spirits. It was not until the evening that Sun Nuan saw the video of Su Li singing on Jingxian. She suddenly sat up from the bed and yelled, Yuching, check the campus for him. That scumbag didn't come today. It turns out he went to Jingxian to sing and hook up with Qin Xuanqin.
I said he was a scumbag and fell in love with someone else.
Several roommates opened their phones to check.
They were all deeply shocked by Su Li's extraordinary singing skills and performance. Such a perfect man could have belonged to Yuching.
A roommate murmured.
Yuching's face turned pale as she looked at the handsome figure in the video. In the past 99 days, he came to confess his love to her every day. But I didn't cherish him, and now he has given up on me.
I regret it so much. Yuching, let me tell you, Su Li is a scumbag.
He is not worth your sadness at all.
Sun Nuan comforted Yuching.
Yuching shook her head sadly, don't say it, it's my fault. I didn't cherish him well enough.
Late at night. Su Li sneezed violently in his sleep and muttered, who was thinking about me in the middle of the night?
He didn't know that two beautiful girls couldn't sleep because of him tonight.
Early the next morning. Su Li and his roommates went to class as usual, and after class.
But I met two familiar faces at the door. It was Sun Nuan and Yuching's other roommate.
Su Li, you scumbag, why didn't you confess your love to Yuching yesterday? Do you know that we have been waiting for you for a long time?
That's right. You even went to Jingxian to sing and seduce Qin Xuanqin.
You are not even a man. You don't have any willpower at all. The arrogant tone of the two made the students around them look sideways. The expressions of Su Li's three roommates changed. When did this guy go to Jingxian to sing without their knowledge? And he also hooked up with Qin Xuanqin? Su Li looked at the two ordinary girls and sneered, some people, I bought breakfast for them for many days in a row out of kindness, and they accepted it with peace of mind. One day, I suddenly stopped buying breakfast for them, but they suddenly thought it was my fault. It's ridiculous. You two ordinary women, why don't you look in the mirror? Do I need to report to you about what I do? Who do you think you are? Such explicit words left Sun Nuan and the other man speechless. Su Li shook his head and left with Zhao Jian and others. Su Nuan and her roommate were left alone, being watched by the students like clowns. She was so angry that her face turned red, and she ran back to the dormitory with her roommate. Back to the dormitory. Sun Nuan was shaking with anger and cried to Yuching, that Su Li is a scumbag, no doubt about it. And the crooked idea of sending breakfast really pissed me off. Yuching asked doubtfully, send breakfast? Another roommate repeated Su Li's words to Yuching in full. She was completely stunned. He murmured, Su Li is right. This is all my fault. Sun Nuan was still persuading, Yuching, don't even think about it. This scumbag is not worth it at all. No, don't say anything more. I've thought it through. Su Li has confessed to me 99 times. What's the problem if I take the initiative this time? Yuching put down the book and rushed out of the dormitory. Chapter 9, this time it's my turn to confess my feelings to you. At this time, Su Li was eating with his roommates in the cafeteria. Zhao Jian came over with a sly look on his face, brotherly, you did a great job today. The brothers have disliked them for a long time, but they didn't dare to tell you because they were afraid that you would be sad. Su Li smiled and said, it's nothing. I've already gotten over it. Li Jianhe pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on the established facts, you have indeed come out of it, but why are you stabbing me in the back? Backstab you? Su Li asked doubtfully. Chen Zhou took a big bite of the bun and said depressedly, why did you secretly go to sing for Qin Xuanqin, and finally refused her offer to drink with you? That's something that makes me laugh even in my dreams. Should I confess my feelings to Qin Xuanqin for the 99th time? Sure, brotherly, do you know how to play hard to get this time? Zhao Jian chuckled. Don't touch Qin Xuanqin, she is my goddess.
A grown man from Qinzhou pretended to sound aggrieved.
Su Li and others around him felt a chill in their throats. Get lost. Even if brotherly doesn't pursue Qin Xuanqin, she still doesn't like you.
Su Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he just wanted to complete the system task. But if I tell my roommates about this, they will probably think I'm crazy.
Just when a few people were chatting and joking, Yuching walked over.
A white t-shirt, denim shorts, and clean natural makeup can hardly conceal her beauty.
Student Su Li, I want to ask you, can you please not go looking for Qin Xuanqin? As long as you confess to me once more, I will definitely agree to you.
She still had the reserve of a girl and wanted Su Li to confess his feelings to her actively. As long as you confess your feelings, she will agree instantly. Su Li and the others turned their heads, all quite surprised. This was the nicest tone Yuching had ever used when speaking to Su Li.
Damn, is this the school beauty that came to our doorstep? What will brotherly choose? Let's make a bet, brothers. Zhao Jian instantly turned into a small banker and started muttering.
Su Li looked at the girl in front of him speechlessly.
Who would come up and ask someone to confess their love to her? I'm sorry, I don't want to confess to you.
Su Li decisively refused. The three roommates who were just watching the show were greatly shocked.
Damn, brotherly is such a man. He said no and he said no. He said he was walking out and he walked out. That's awesome. I won't be a celebrity chaser anymore in my life. I'll be a celebrity chaser for brotherly. When can I learn a few tricks from brotherly? I won't be afraid of not having girls chasing me.
Such a straightforward and sharp rejection made Yuching stand there in a daze. She is the school belle and has always been held in high esteem, but today was the first time she was rejected. Only then did she realize how Su Li felt when she rejected him. Yuching's eyes were slightly red and she felt extremely guilty. Su Li's rejection also made her see her own heart clearly. In fact, after these 99 confessions, she had already fallen in love with Su Li.
Since you like her, what is wrong with confessing it yourself?
Yuching plucked up her courage and ran directly to the flower shop in front of the cafeteria to buy a bouquet of flowers. Then he brought it back to Su Li.
Sincerely said, Su Li, actually I have liked you for a long time.
I know these 99 rejections are particularly hurtful, but I really like you.
Please give me a chance. Can you be my boyfriend? It's dinner time now.
There was a constant stream of students in the cafeteria, all of them were stunned by the scene before them. They knew that Yuching was the school belle, and they knew even more about Su Li, who was very popular on the campus forum yesterday. Both of them are at the level of male god and goddess, and Su Li has expressed his deep love to Yuching 99 times before.
Is it finally the end? Will the lovers finally get married?
Everyone was very shocked. They didn't expect that in the end it was the school beauty Yuching who put aside her girlish reserve and confessed her love to Su Li. Many girls cried, thinking they had no chance. But just when everyone thought Su Li would agree, he just stood up calmly, put the plate in the recycling area, and gently helped Yuching up.
The flowers haven't withered, but I've moved on. Sorry. Rejected again.
The three roommates behind Su Li were so shocked that they were beyond words.
Rejected the school beauty twice. This man is a bit ungrateful, but if it was brotherly, then it would be normal.
Su Li walked out of the cafeteria but suddenly discovered. My soft rice point has improved. After being rejected, Yuching bit her lips tightly and shed tears. Before Su Li, she had never been in a relationship. It can be said that Su Li was the first boy she fell in love with. Yuching had a wish since she was a child, which was to save money so that she could give all her 20 years of savings to the man she loved in the future. Now he already has 1 million in his own piggy bank, but Su Li refused him. I won't give up, Su Li. Looking at the figure gradually disappearing into the distance, Yuching clenched her fists.
Let's go, Yuching, this guy is going too far. Scumbag.
Sun Nuan stood beside Yuching and started to fan the flames again.
Just stop talking. How did this happen? Don't you know?
Another roommate couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out to stop it.
Which side are you guys on? Why are you still speaking for that Su Li?
Look at how Su Li bullied our Yuching.
How can a girl confess in person and still be rejected? Sun Nuan didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said. Otherwise, how could the 3 words Paksinu be given to her? Not only that, Suli confessed to Yuching so many times, and Sun Nuan, who was watching coldly from the side, even felt that she had to find someone like Suli in the future. It doesn't matter. He has already taken 99 steps ahead. It won't matter if I take a few more steps towards her. Yuching on the side didn't think so. She smiled at the people around her and left from the school cafeteria door. Oh my goodness, this is the drama of the year. Suli is so handsome for doing this. I still have a chance, Suli is mine. So many students watched such a good show, and the scene was even filmed by a curious person and posted on the school forum. This matter was discussed in the school for the whole day. Even on the way back, Suli was like a giant panda, with people pointing and talking about him wherever he went. Brother Li's realm is beyond the imagination of these ordinary people. When Shinjo saw these people pointing and talking, he gave Suli a thumbs up. Okay, let's go back first. After giving Shinjo a blank look, Suli walked towards the dormitory in silence. In fact, Suli himself was a little hesitant when he rejected Yuching today. Chapter 10, The Strongest King Takes You Flying. After all, I have done so much for Yuching. To say that you don't like it is a lie. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, Suli's consciousness gradually became blurred as he thought about it. Fuck. Are you going to argue with me again? Suli, whose consciousness was already blurred, was suddenly awakened by a roar. From a moral point of view, Zhao Jian's words are the essence. That person must have made Zhao Jian very angry. Li Jianhe raised his middle finger and pushed it on the frame of his glasses, looking like he was enjoying the fun. Oh, you still dare to scold me? Today I will let you know what a canyon pianist is. Today I will consider you awesome. Zhao Jian was so angry that he threw away the mouse in his hand and started typing on the keyboard. As a rule of thumb, Zhao Jian must be swearing on the screen right now. With this typing speed, Zhao Jian has not disgraced himself as a single woman since birth. Li Jianhe is like a translator. Live commentary of the current situation. Brother Li. Come on, help me. Accompanied by the big word failure on the computer screen. Zhao Jianhe pushed the keyboard away, turned around, and ran to Suli's bed. Suli, who had just woken up, was still a little fuzzy and looked at Zhao Jian's face with confusion. Just now, a guy was arguing with me during the game, but he didn't curse me. This guy wants to solo with me, brother, aren't you the strongest king? Come and help me operate it a few times, so that this guy knows what it means to be powerful. Zhao Jian grabbed Suli's arm with an anxious look on his face. I say, Zhao Jian, you are a coward, right? Is it because someone else's technology is better than yours and you are cheating them? Shenzhou, who was standing by, came over with a sly smile on his face. Can I be afraid of him? I just want brotherly to crush him and give him a double blow mentally. After saying something boastful, Zhao Jian looked at Suli for help again. Suli used to be the king of this game and the best gamer in the whole dormitory. But during this long period of time, Suli put all his energy into how to conquer Yuching. He had never even touched the game, and Zhao Jian's gaming rank was not too low. I haven't played for such a long time, and 9 times out of 10 I'm no match for others, and it would be embarrassing to go up. Just as he was about to explain to Zhao Jian, Suli's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the system is so versatile, I might as well take a look to see if there is any talent in gaming. After opening the panel and searching, I found an option called Game. Game Tongxi Andai. 20 for the soft rice. Suli was a little confused when he found this option. Why is this gaming talent so cheap? Thinking of the talents that had one followed by many zeros, Suli was a little confused. Why were the talents in this game so cheap? After carefully reading the introduction below, Suli finally understood. Gaming talent is considered an unpopular talent among the required courses for male gods. So it's cheaper. I bought it. Without blinking, Suli directly purchased this talent. Come on, let me do it. Jumping off the bed, Suli sat in front of the computer. Just after leaving the checkout interface, an invitation came. After Suli entered, he was immediately greeted in a friendly manner. Everyone can talk big, but the truth is revealed in deeds. This is a father-son game. If you lose, remember to call me Dad. Suli used to be the strongest king, and was also a well-known big troll in the canyon. When it comes to insulting people, Suli usually hits the nail on the head. After seeing the response from the other side, Suli smiled lightly.
After entering the game, Suli felt that his thoughts became unusually clear at this time.
My hand speed is also much faster than before.
If Suli was the strongest king before, then Suli could only be the strongest king. Now Suli is the strongest king, just because the highest rank in this game is the strongest king. With the overtime of the system skills, Suli can simply bully the weak ones in various ways. The game had just been going on for a minute or two when Suli showed off under the tower on the opponent's side. Suli won the first game with a unilateral crushing victory, but the opponent sent another game request. The second game, crushing victory. In the third game, a direct crushing victory.
Until the fourth game, Zhao Jian on the side still felt unsatisfied.
Brother, choose a support.
Can you beat him?
Zhao Jian placed his hand on Suli's top position and stared at Suli seriously.
It's not a big problem. With a slight smile, Suli directly chose a support. The fourth game, a humiliating crushing victory.
Suli took his hands off the keyboard and stretched.
It's too easy.
Suli, with a casual look on his face, was just about to leave Zhao Jian's seat when another invitation popped up on the screen.
No way, is this head made of stainless steel? You've been tortured like this, and you're still not convinced?
Suli really didn't want to bully this opponent, and looked at the invitation on the screen with a helpless look on his face. From a psychological point of view, this person must be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Li Jianhe, standing aside, looked like a charlatan and uttered a term while shaking his head. Although Suli looked helpless, he still clicked the mouse to confirm.
Are you a man? You are so good, why didn't you bully the opponent in the last game? How can you bully others like this?
Not only do you scold others, but you also deliberately disgust them. A cute girl's voice suddenly came from the microphone, making the four rough guys in the dormitory stunned at the same time.
Wow, the one calling me wow is actually a girl?
Chen Zhou's eyes lit up and he pointed at the computer screen and shouted. No, there are so many voice changers now, but they can't stop the guy on the other side from picking his feet. Zhao Jianke standing aside showed a look of disgust.
You are the one who picks your toes.
Your whole family is a group of people who pick their toes. Who knew that Suli had already tapped the microphone at this time, and the girl opposite heard everything Zhao Jian said. However, Suli heard the voice coming from the microphone, and he was actually choked up at this time.
Did you cry? Don't cry, how about I help you win a few games?
When Suli heard that the girl seemed to be crying, he was a little at a loss. Suli is most afraid of girls crying.
When a girl cries, Suli becomes timid.
5. You bullied me 4 times, you must compensate me. What Suli never expected was that the girl opposite him was actually a share slave. As soon as he heard about the points, he burst into laughter and agreed without hesitation.
Come, let the strongest king take you flying.
After Suli said this to the girl in the microphone, he led the girl to kill people indiscriminately. The 5 promised games were quickly concluded, and all 5 were won with exceptional ease.
Chapter 11, A man who eats people as food is soft-hearted. Okay, the game I promised you is over. I'm leaving now. Putting down the mouse, Suli stretched and prepared to get up. Come on, can you play a few more games with me? Just a few games, okay? Who knew that this time the one who was anxious turned out to be the girl opposite? When the girl heard that Suli was leaving, she hurried to try to keep him. I don't have a computer. This belongs to my roommate. I'm going to give it back. Maybe next time. Suli really didn't want to continue.
This game was meaningless, so he politely declined the girl.
This is easy. This is my friend. Add me.
The girl on the other end answered casually, as if she wanted to solve this problem for Suli.
Good.
With a simple answer, Suli left the game room. However, Suli still used his mobile phone to add the girl in this game.
Look at the photo album, brother.
3 heads came over from behind Suli, urging him to check out the photo of this girl. Slurp. When Suli clicked on the album and the photo appeared, a sound of slurping saliva was suddenly heard behind him.
I think Zhao Jian wouldn't do that, right?
Suli hid to the side with a look of disgust, fearing that Zhao Jian's saliva would drip on his back.
Black stockings. Long legs. Brother, you can't see it, can you?
Pointing at the phone screen, Zhao Jian's expression became somewhat resentful. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let you fight for me, and I wouldn't have scolded her.
I have been single for more than 20 years. It is rare for such an opportunity to fall on you.
Zhao Jian's helpless voice reached Su Li's ears, and Su Li immediately handed his mobile phone to Zhao Jian. You can add her there, but remember to delete her from my account.
No one is competing with you.
Su Li acted very casually. Who knew that Zhao Jian's face would turn serious?
Su Li, who do you think I, Zhao Jian, am? We are brothers.
As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be bullied. She is yours and I will not snatch her from you.
I was just joking.
After saying this, Zhao Jian grinned evilly and directly rejected Su Li.
Zhao Jian, are you possessed by Li Jianghe? Why do you talk in such a confusing way?
Chen Zhou on the side also patted Zhao Jian with a smile.
As a general rule, possession is unlikely as long as I'm alive.
Li Jianghe put down the book in his hand and expressed his opinion seriously.
Okay, I, Zhao Jian, only have Qin Xuanqin in my heart.
Brothers, let's go to the bar to find Qin Xuanqin. Zhao Jian waved his hand and completely forgot about the game he had just played.
Come on, brotherly, you have to call Qin Xuanqin over for a drink today.
Maybe I can create some sparks with Qin Xuanqin today. Chen Zhou put his hand on Su Li's shoulder with a smug look on his face.
You guys go ahead, I won't go.
Unexpectedly, Su Li shook his head slightly and refused to go to the bar.
Don't worry, brotherly, what will we do if you don't go?
We are counting on you to make an appointment with Qin Xuanqin for us today.
When Zhao Jian heard that Su Li was not going, he became anxious and hurried to Su Li's side.
That's right, brotherly, you are so powerful in the bar.
You will definitely be a hot figure if you go there today. Just let us take advantage of it.
Chen Zhou put his hand on Su Li's shoulder, massaged Su Li's shoulders and persuaded Su Li. According to the feasibility theory, you should come with us.
I think they have a point.
Li Jianghe adjusted his glasses and looked serious. The reason why Su Li didn't want to go to the bar today was because he went to the bar before just to vent his emotions. Now that he has completely recovered, there is no need to go to the bar again. In addition, the System S task has been completed, and now Su Li just wants to study hard.
I plan to study hard. I fell behind in my studies because of Yuching's matter. I will make up for it during this period of time.
With a slight smile, Su Li still shook his head and rejected the three people.
Well, since you're not going today, I will be forced to take your place and become the focus of this whole event.
Be careful, I'm coming. She lifted her hair in a very cocky way, looked like a crazy fan, and walked out with her hips twisted.
Don't dream, Qin Xian's heart is mine.
Generally speaking, Qin Xuanqin and I also have a chance.
All three roommates left the dormitory during the fight.
Looking at the dormitory that had suddenly become quiet, Su Li took a book from his bookshelf, sat on a chair and began to read it carefully.
The sun is setting.
The light in the dormitory dimmed, and Su Li put down the book in his hand. Touching his stomach, which was already protesting, Su Li stood up and prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat. However, as soon as Su Li came out of the stairs, he saw a familiar figure. However, Su Li didn't remember who the owner of the back was for a moment.
After thinking it over again and again, Su Li was about to catch up with the figure, but was grabbed by a hand. You kid, you didn't even tell me that you were in love.
Here. This is yours. As soon as Su Li turned his head, he saw a delicate little package in front of his eyes. The dormitory manager at the back had a playful expression on her face and slapped the small package into Su Li's hand. Su Li lowered his head and took a look at the small package in his hand. He knew that this was another gift from the girl who had sent him snacks last time. After unwrapping the small package, there was a delicious pork trotter rice inside. But the appearance and smell are enough to whet your appetite.
I feel jealous. The world is so unfair.
Yuching pursued me and ignored Qin Xuanqin.
Now there are beautiful women delivering meals to me. How can I live? Brotherly is simply my idol. When can I enjoy this honor? Take my knee and teach me a move.
Downstairs in the dormitory, Su Li was a big celebrity in the school, so naturally some people noticed what happened here. After hearing what the dormitory manager said, these people started beating their chests and wailing. Many people also looked at Su Li's face with burning gazes.
I've accepted the things.
If this girl comes again next time, please let me know in advance.
As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you will be soft-hearted. It's not good to accept things from someone else when I don't even know who she is.
Su Li walked up to the dormitory manager and begged her to help him meet this girl next time.
You are such a playboy, how come you eat other people's food without even knowing who the girl is? Just do your thing, little brat. I'll give you advance notice next time.
When the dormitory manager heard this, she stared at Su Li's face and looked him up and down, then took a deep breath and turned to walk towards her own small room.
Chapter 12, Showdown, I am a martial arts master.
Su Li, who was already starving, returned to the dormitory and finished a bowl of pork trotter rice in no time. Apart from anything else, this pork trotter rice is definitely many times better than the one made by those trembling aunties in the school cafeteria. It's those three guys. It was that guy in front of those three guys that was causing trouble for me that day.
Come on.
Zhao Jian and his three companions had just come out of the shock. The three of them were already staggering from drinking, and didn't notice at all that in the darkness outside, a dangling cigarette butt was thrown fiercely to the ground.
Ouch, what are you doing?
After being hit hard in the face, Zhao Jian staggered and fell to the ground, covering his face and yelling.
What are you doing?
If I don't beat you up so hard that peach blossoms bloom all over your face today, you won't know why peach blossoms are so red. With a roar, a large group of people dragged Zhao Jian and the other two to a small alley nearby. As soon as he entered the alley, Brother Wolf rushed up and started punching and kicking Zhao Jian.
Brother Wolf has made full preparations today.
He was followed by more than a dozen younger brothers. Not only that, there are two more famous thugs among the dozen or so younger brothers. After a severe beating, Zhao Jian and the other two were left without any chance to fight back.
Do you three still know me?
He grabbed Zhao Jian by the collar and lifted him up from the ground.
Brother Wolf looked very ferocious. It was the guy that my brother dealt with that day. What's the point of beating me? Zhao Jianrun is a timid person who speaks timidly but not shy.
Seeing the appearance of Wolf Brother in front of him and the disdainful expression on his face, Zhao Jian rolled his eyes. But this action was met with a loud slap in the face.
If you don't mention this guy, I won't continue to beat you. Once you mention this guy, I want to kill you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, call him.
Brother Wolf took out a cell phone from Zhao Jian's pocket, put the phone in front of Zhao Jian, and asked Zhao Jian to call Su Li. Don't dream, I won't betray my brothers. After staring at the phone in front of him for a few seconds, Zhao Jian raised his hand and put his phone aside.
You are shameless. Beat me.
He loosened Zhao Jian's collar and pushed him to the ground.
Brother Wolf pointed at Zhao Jian and gave an order.
He turned his head and looked in the direction of Li Jianghe and Chen Zhou beside him.
Are you two also a tough nut to crack? Sneered. Brother Wolf took the stick from a younger brother, put it on Li Jianghe's shoulder, and spat to the side. From a moral point of view, I have to be a tough guy. From a human nature perspective, I don't have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm.
From the perspective of rules, it's wrong for you to hit me. Li Jianghe pushed his glasses and a set of flowery words came out of his mouth.
Don't bother showing off to me. I haven't even graduated from junior high school. Do you think I can understand you? I'm just asking you, are you going to scream or not? During the call, Brother Wolf seemed confused.
Shaking his head, Brother Wolf had an ugly expression on his face and questioned Li Jianghe in front of him.
Don't scream. This time the answer was decisive. Okay, kid, if you have the guts, you still have this to hit me. Li Jianghe's reaction obviously made Wolf Brother, who was already furious, even angrier.
Raising his hand, he hit Li Jianghe with the stick.
Brother Wolf gave an order and looked in the direction of Chinzhou. Don't hit him. It's no use beating him up. He's just a weak scholar. If you have anything to say, come to me.
When Chinzhou saw several people holding sticks and about to beat up Li Jianghe, he immediately shouted. Li Jianghe has always played the role of a weak scholar among his brothers, so naturally he can't stand a beating.
Moreover, Li Jianghe has always been well protected by several people. Oh, you are all more loyal than the other. Not bad, not bad. Since you made this request, I can only satisfy you. Brother Wolf raised the stick in his hand and smashed it directly on Chinzhou's head. If this stick hit Chinzhou's head hard, I guess Chinzhou will have to go to the hospital.
Just when the stick was 0.01 centimeter away from Chinzhou's head, a hand appeared and steadily caught the stick in Wolf Brother's hand.
Su Li? Brotherly. Oh my God. The moment the figure appeared, Zhao Jian and the other two exclaimed at the same time. The person who came was naturally Su Li. After Su Li finished his pork trotter rice in the dormitory, he lay there flipping through a book for a while and then found that Zhao Jian and the other two had not returned yet. Su Li, feeling inexplicably worried, took his coat and left the dormitory to look for the three people. Outside the Jingxian gate,
Su Li was about to enter when he heard Zhao Jian's screams coming from the alley next to him.
This is how this scene happened. Good boy, you finally came. I thought today would be a waste before these three guys could contact you. After seeing Su Li's figure clearly, Brother Wolf showed an extremely cold expression on his face. If you have any problems, come to me. It's nothing to do it alone and bully a few students. When Su Li said this, he seemed to have forgotten that he was also a student. Ha ha ha. Brothers, did you hear that? The students in this school now really think they are some powerful people. I have made full preparations to deal with you today.
He raised his hand and waved it gently, and two muscular men in vests came out from behind a group of younger brothers.
Let me introduce you to Zhang Long and Li Hu,
the two most powerful thugs in the Red Pavilion bar.
Aren't you good at fighting? Don't you have Qin Xuan Hu backing you up?
Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save you today. As soon as Brother Wolf finished speaking, he took out 2 stacks of banknotes from his pocket. He handed the money to Zhang Long and Li Hu, one on the left and one on the right. The two put the money into their trouser pockets and walked towards Su Li with big strides. I thought you had developed some new abilities after not seeing you for a few days, but your relationship is still the same old cliché.
Richer than you? I have more money than you do.
Seeing this, Su Li naturally understood that Zhang Long and Li Hu were the people that Brother Wolf had paid to find. He took out his cell phone directly.
Boy, do you think I'll fall in the same place twice?
But Brother Wolf's mouth curled up with a hint of disdain. Not only did I pay for these two, but they are also my eldest brother's men.
My eldest brother is the owner of the Red Pavilion bar. Even if you have a lot of money today, these two won't listen to you.
Brother Wolf gave a thumbs up, his expression very arrogant. Seeing this, Su Li sighed and put the phone back into his pocket.
I wanted to have a good conversation with you, but you insisted on taking action. In that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'm telling you, I'm a martial arts master. Chapter 13, Seeking External Assistance.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li immediately assumed the starting posture of Tai Chi.
Court death.
The moment Brother Wolf finished speaking, Zhang Long and Li Hu rushed towards Su Li.
The two of them were indeed completely different from Wolf Brothers' younger brothers.
One person attacked Su Li's lower 3 routes, and the other attacked Su Li's upper 3 routes. Facing the straight punch coming towards his face, Su Li first raised his hand and grabbed Li Hu's wrist. Before Su Li could react, Zhang Long attacked with a sweeping kick. Li Hu raised his leg to block the attack and punched Su Li again. A little effort can achieve a great result. He took a step back, twisted his waist and suddenly felt a force in his palm, which pushed the two men back several steps in succession.
Still a tough one.
Li Hu shook his wrist, licked the corner of his mouth, and looked very excited.
Zhang Long next to him always had a calm expression.
Looking at the two people in front of him who were eyeing him covetously, Su Li knew that these two people would be difficult to deal with today. Brother Li, don't worry about us, just run first. Zhao Jian had been beaten black and blue, and his speech was slurred, but he still shouted in the direction of Su Li.
Run? No one of you can run away today. Brother Wolf kicked Zhao Jian. Is there no invincible skill?
Although everyone has not fought for the time being, Su Li is not idle either. His eyes quickly scanned his skill panel.
Fighting skills popped up one by one. Golden bell cover, 500 soft rice points.
Iron shirt, 500 soft hotel. Brother, no one can afford this. After a quick glance, Su Li found that none of the skills that could allow him to quickly deal with the two people in front of him were affordable for him. The most exaggerated thing was that Su Li saw 72 transformations in the system. But this costs an astonishing 10,000 yuan. Call for help? Just when he was at a loss, suddenly a skill caught Su Li's attention. The truth is that this skill has the least number of zeros among all the skills. 50 soft rice points, gather all the people who can help within a 5-kilometer radius. Note, if the target is not found, the soft rice point will not be withdrawn. Looking at these things that seem like unfair terms, we can only try our best to save the situation.
That's it.
After paying 50 soft meal points, Su Li found that nothing happened. Don't waste time, hurry up and take care of this kid. Today I want him to know how powerful my wolf brother is. My mother called me back to eat. When Brother Wolf saw the stalemate, he urged Li Hu and Zhang Long.
And these three, keep hitting me. Don't stop.
Brother Wolf knew that he and the ordinary brothers around him could not deal with Su Li. He didn't even think about leaving the younger brothers around him idle, and directly pointed in the direction of Zhao Jian and the other two. As soon as Li Hu and Zhang Long finished speaking, they attacked the three people in front of Su Li again, and a battle broke out in an instant. Collapse. In shock, the strings in Qin Xuanxin's hands suddenly broke while she was standing on the stage singing. A scene inexplicably appeared before my eyes. Su Li? Qin Shen looked carefully and found that this was not the alley next to Jingxian. The scene happening in the alley at this moment was clearly displayed in front of her. Elder brother. Putting down the guitar in his hand, Qin Xuanxin rushed directly towards Qin Xuanhu not far away. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Xuanhu also heard the voice of Qin Xuanxin rushing down from the stage. He looked towards Qin Xuanxin with doubt. Brother, Su Li and the others are in trouble in the alley next to us. Hurry up and take your brothers over to help them. For some reason, Qin Xuanxin always felt that the things that just appeared in front of her eyes should be real. Qin Xuanxin pulled Qin Xuanhu by his clothes and rushed out of Jingxian. Come with me. Qin Xuanhu, who didn't know the truth, was completely confused. He still called on his brothers to follow Qin Xuanxin and rush outside. A large group of people arrived at the entrance of the alley and immediately saw Wolf Brother and his group. Come on. Qin Xuanhu looked carefully and found that it was indeed Su Li and others. With a wave of his hand, a large group of younger brothers rushed forward. As for Qin Xuanhu himself, he rushed towards Zhang Long and Li Hu. Qin Xuanhu was naturally not an ordinary person since he can hold the position of the security boss of Dingxian Bar. With his joining the battle, Zhang Long was immediately held back. Su Li felt a lot more relaxed immediately when dealing with Li Hu alone. After just 3 or 2 moves, Li Hu was subdued by Su Li. When Su Li turned his head to look in the direction of Qin Xuanhu next to him, Zhang Long was also hit in the face by 2 hook punches from Qin Xuanhu. Qin Xuanhu's arm, which was as thick as his calf, punched him in the face, which was something that ordinary people could not withstand. After these 2 punches, Zhang Long was defeated immediately. As for Brother Wolf's group, who were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were all knocked to the ground in a few moves. Little Wolf, did I warn you? Didn't I already tell you not to come here and cause trouble for Su Li again? As long as he is in this area, I will protect him. You are so brave. Qin Xuanhu stepped on Wolf Brother's chest and questioned him in a cold tone. You said you would protect this guy inside the bar, but you didn't tell me you would control him outside the bar. Brother Wolf was obviously not convinced. He was clearly about to succeed today, but Qin Xuanhu suddenly showed up. Not convinced, huh? Don't you see where this is? This is the alley of the bar. This is also the area of the bar. As long as the bar covers the area, I will protect this guy. Qin Xuanhu's words were very domineering, and with a wave of his hand he invisibly expanded Jingxian's range a lot. Qin Xuanhu, you have to think it over carefully. My elder brother is the owner of the Hongguan bar. Today it's my eldest brother who asked me to bring people to cause trouble for this kid. I gave you enough face by not fighting in the bar. You are not giving face to my big brother by acting like this now. Brother Wolf knew that he could not deal with Qin Xuanhu, so he brought up the so-called big brother behind him. The owner of the Red Pavilion bar, you are talking about Fang Zhongzheng, right? If he were standing here today, I would naturally consider it. You are just his little brother. Why does Fang Zhongzheng want to fight with me because of you, his little brother? Qin Xuanhu seemed to have also heard what Brother Wolf said about the owner of the Red House bar. But it is obvious that Qin Xuanhu was not afraid of the bar owner named Fang Zhongzheng. Instead, he said to Brother Wolf with a contemptuous expression. If that's the case, just let him come. After saying this, Qin Xuanhu kicked Brother Wolf in the waist. Hurry up, get out of here and don't let me see you again. Chapter 14, Strike First to gain the upper hand. He was beaten for no apparent reason and was disrupted by Qin Xuanhu, which made Brother Wolf very unhappy. Picking himself up from the ground, Wolf Brother looked at Qin Xuanhu's face twice with resentment, and raised his finger as he walked. He pointed at Qin Xuanhu, then pointed in the direction of Su Li. It was not until they retreated to the entrance of the alley that Brother Wolf said, "Just wait for me. This matter won't be let go so easily. Qin Xuanhu, do you think you are powerful just because you have a few people under you? When my eldest brother comes over, you will know what will happen if you offend me." After saying this harsh word, Brother Wolf was afraid that Qin Xuanhu would beat him again, so he ran away. What is that? How dare you speak harshly to me?
If you hadn't run so fast, you would have been crippled to the second degree today.
Qin Xuanhu obviously didn't expect that Brother Wolf would dare to speak harshly to him. By the time he came to his senses, Brother Wolf had already disappeared.
Thanks for your help, Tiger.
After helping Zhao Jian and the other two up from the ground, Su Li knew that he was able to get away so easily today thanks to Qin Xuanhu's help.
No need to be so polite. If you really want to thank someone, don't thank me. Just thank my sister. She was the one who told me about the danger you were in here and asked me to come and help.
Qin Xuanhu had a meaningful expression on his face at this moment.
Younger sister?
These words made Su Li stunned.
Obviously, he had no idea who Qin Xuanhu's sister was. Isn't this that?
Qin Xuanhu saw Su Li stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and pointed directly at the entrance of the alley. Looking in the direction Qin Xuanhu's finger pointed, at the entrance of the alley, Qin Xuanqin clenched his fists and looked inside the alley nervously.
The scene that suddenly appeared in Qin Xian's mind just now, and the sight of Su Li, who looked a little embarrassed after fighting with others.
Qin Xian had an inexplicable feeling in her heart, as if there was an invisible connection between her and Su Li.
It was as if there was a special thread pulling her and Su Li closer.
Ding, get 50 soft rice points. A voice sounded in Su Li's ears. All these gigolo points came from Qin Xuanqin in front of him.
Su Li, are you okay?
After walking over with a concerned expression on her face, Qin Xuanqin asked Su Li about his situation. But when Qin Xuanqin saw Su Li's deep eyes, her face turned red and she buried her head in her chest.
I'm fine. Thank you very much, Qin.
Su Li shook his head slightly and thanked Qin Xuanqin in front of him.
Alright, I have things to do so I won't bother you guys anymore, you guys can chat slowly.
On the side, Qin Xuanhu showed an intriguing smile on his face and waved his hand. After saying this, he left the alley with a group of his younger brothers and returned to Jingxian.
Student Qin, my roommates are injured. I'll take them back first. Thank you for your help today. Tomorrow night, I wonder if you would be so kind as to invite me to dinner.
Only then did Su Li realize that the person who had been found for help by the gigolo was Qin Xuanqin in front of her. In this area, Su Li only knew someone who was willing to help. Only Qin Xuanqin was left.
It's okay, we're all classmates, I didn't help much.
At this moment, Qin Xuanqin felt as if her head was in chaos.
Subconsciously rejected Su Li's invitation.
But after saying this, Qin Xian felt a little regretful.
Fortunately, Su Li said in time. Student Qin should thank you. Today's incident is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we would have been in trouble tonight. Let's make it a point about dinner. I'll contact you tomorrow and we'll meet at the bar.
After saying this, Su Li, Zhao Jian and the other two supported each other and walked towards the school. Looking at Su Li's leaving back, Qin Xian felt a little lost. I don't know how I ended up back in the bar until I heard Qin Xuanhu's voice.
Sister, you don't like this Su Li, do you?
The sudden voice made Qin Xian's heart shudder.
Who likes him?
He's the most popular guy in our school. Others have their own crushes.
I don't want to interfere.
When Qin Xuanqin met Qin Xuanhu's eyes that said, I understand everything, she immediately explained to Qin Xuanhu in a panic.
You are my sister. I know what you are thinking better than anyone else. But I also think this kid is pretty good. He's quite skilled and generous with his money. He should come from a good family. She's a good candidate for a sister-in-law.
Qin Xuanhu nodded with satisfaction, as if he had already regarded Su Li as his brother-in-law.
Brother, please don't say anything nonsense. It would be so embarrassing if this matter got out.
Qin Xuanqin rarely behaves like a little girl. At this moment, she raised her hand shyly and patted Qin Xuanhu.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. But sister, if you really like this Su Li, you'd better be mentally prepared. I think he should be very popular in school. You will have many competitors by then. As your brother, I would like to give you a piece of advice. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer.
Qin Xuanhu left these words and retreated towards the security lounge with his brothers.
The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer.
Standing there and repeating what Qin Xuanhu had said, Qin Xuanqin's eyes became a little conflicted.
Hiss, my goodness, my old waist is broken.
After sending the three people back to the dormitory, Zhao Jian gasped as soon as his butt touched the bed, and then he held his waist and wailed. From a health perspective, I should go to the hospital now.
Li Jianhe also collapsed on the bed.
Although he was beaten less, his face and nose were also swollen. I saw my 3 roommates being beaten like this because of me. Su felt very uncomfortable. Although several people did not blame Su felt very guilty. My brothers took the beating for the trouble I caused.
This is all my fault.
Su bowed slightly to the 3 people in front of him, and there was indeed a response mixed with screams.
Brother, if you say that, you really don't take us seriously. As far as friendship is concerned, you're being a little awkward.
Brotherly, I didn't feel anything when I got beaten, but your words made my heart go cold. Zhao Jian and the other 2 were talking to each other, blaming Su. But Su felt warm inside when he heard it. After warming up, Su saw that the 3 people had difficulty even turning over in bed. Su opened the skill panel subconsciously.
Treatment. Chapter 15, Massage Therapy. Got it. One thing I have to say is that this system is indeed very comprehensive. As long as it can be used to pick up girls, even if it is just a little bit related, the system has everything. Among the treatment options, there are medical compendiums to massage. As long as there is enough food to eat, the living dead and the bones are not a problem. Su picked out a lot and checked the remaining soft food he had. 130 soft rice points. If you don't manage a household, you won't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. With a sigh, Su exchanged 50 soft rice points for massage treatment.
Massage therapy can greatly relieve pain, but it cannot eliminate external injuries like the ones Zhao Jian and others suffered. Su originally thought that he could use another method to cure them. But now it seems that it can only temporarily relieve their pain. After paying for his own meal, Su rubbed his hands and walked to Zhao Jianshan. He just put his hand on Zhao Jian's face. Zhao Jian, who was playing with his mobile phone with his eyes narrowed on the bed, felt as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly curled up and hid on the edge of the bed.
Brotherly? What do you want to do?
Zhao Jian, with his face beaten like a pig, looked at Su in front of him with a vigilant look.
I just want to give you a massage because you're in pain. Su was stunned at first, then said what he was going to do. Don't. Brother, I just took a beating for you today, it's nothing. You don't have to pledge yourself to me. I can't accept your sudden action.
When Zhao Jian heard that Su wanted to give him a massage, the expression on his face became even more panicked, and he quickly waved his hands at Su.
Oh my god, what's wrong with you two? When will you two be able to knock each other out? The movements of the 2 people immediately attracted the attention of Li Jianhe and Chen Zhou.
Chen Zhou raised his head from the bed and sat there cross-legged with an excited look on his face.
I picked up a bag of melon seeds and waited to eat them.
From the perspective of interpersonal relationships, when one person gives to another, it is very easy to gain that person's favor.
But from a moral point of view, it's probably inappropriate for men to be with each other.
Li Jianhe also covered his eyes and locked his gaze on Su and Zhao Jian.
What are you guys thinking? I just learned some massage therapy techniques before. I'm worried that you guys might be injured, so I came to help you relieve the pain. Don't even think about running away, either of you. After saying this, Su immediately understood what these 3 people were thinking about. He rolled his eyes at the 3 of them, raised his hand and pressed Zhao Jian onto the bed. Brotherly. I was wrong, please, let me go, I don't want to. Ah.
Before Zhao Jian could finish his words, Suli's fingers pressed on his back.
Suli's hands flew and pressed twice on several acupoints.
What came out of Zhao Jian's mouth was not a scream, but a comfortable sound.
I'll go. It's exciting. Is Zhao Jian feeling great?
Chen Zhou still had a playful expression on his face and shouted in the direction of Zhao Jian.
I should say it or not, I didn't expect Su to have such a method.
After more than 10 minutes of massage treatment, Zhao Jian sat up from the bed and felt relaxed all over.
The pain from being beaten up has completely disappeared.
Of course, there was no way to massage the face, and Zhao Jian's face was still bruised and swollen.
It's your turn. Zhang He, don't resist. Look at your thin arms and legs. Just obey me obediently.
Su rubbed his palms, with a sly smile on his face, and moved closer to Li Jianhe.
Ah, don't come over here, you bad guy, don't come over here.
With an expression of pretending to be scared on his face, Li Jianhe put his hands on his shoulders and huddled back into a ball.
No one would pay attention to you even if you screamed your throat out today.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su had already pushed Li Jianhe down on the bed, and then gave Li Jianhe some treatment. When they finally got to Chinzhou, he was already lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. As the saying goes, since you can't resist, you might as well just enjoy it.
Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower.
Chinzhou shouted at Su Li, and the next second he made a sound almost identical to Zhao Jian's.
After the treatment, all 3 people in the dormitory were able to move freely. Su Li, go down and move your things quickly.
Early the next morning, before Su Li went to bed, there was a knock on the door. Su Li sat up suddenly and recognized that the knock on the door came from the dormitory manager.
He jumped down and opened the dormitory door.
The dormitory aunt looked Su Li up and down, then pointed downstairs and said to Su Li, "Stinky boy, some delivery guys came this morning and said you ordered a computer, so hurry over and pick it up."
After saying this, the dormitory manager turned around and left. The computer I ordered?
Su Li obviously didn't react to this incident, but when he walked downstairs, Su Li suddenly raised his hand and patted his forehead. Only then did he remember that after playing the game that day, the girl didn't even tell him her name.
I just asked his name, school, and dormitory building.
Originally, Su Li thought that there was no need to say all this to someone they had just met while playing games online.
But he couldn't resist the girl, who kept pestering him. Su Li finally told the girl his information. Who knew that this girl actually gave him a computer?
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, and the goodwill from game friends.
Get 100 soft rice points.
I didn't expect to get a computer and 100 rice points at the same time. Su Li, who was not very sober, returned to the dormitory in a daze holding his computer. When the computer was placed on his desk, the other 3 people in the dormitory had all woken up.
Brother Li, are you adding a device to yourself?
He moved closer to Su Li and Zhao Jian smoothed down her messy hair. He looked at Su Li's unopened computer.
This is the computer that the girl who played games with me that night gave me. So that I can take her to play games.
Su Li explained to Zhao Jian beside him with a helpless look on his face.
Is there any justice in this world? This was supposed to be my chance.
Zhao Jian pounded his chest twice with a look of grief on his face. I don't know if I used too much force or what, but after taking a deep breath, I held onto the table next to me and couldn't utter a word for a long time.
I mean, have you had any romantic luck recently? Chinzhou also heard the conversation between the two.
Chinzhou walked to the computer, fiddled with it with his hands, and looked at Su Li's face with curiosity.
You must have met a rich woman. She can easily give you a computer. I'll go.
Chapter 16, 9 out of 10 stay-at-home girls are rich. It turned out that while talking, Chinzhou opened the computer packaging. When a white alien head appeared in front of Chinzhou, Chinzhou exclaimed,
"Why do you feel like your tail has been stepped on? Is there something wrong?"
Zhao Jian also came to his senses at this time. Seeing Chinzhou's shocking reaction, he also looked at the computer.
Good fellow, I just call him good fellow. This is not just meeting a rich woman, this is simply meeting a big partner. When Zhao Jian's eyes stopped on the brand new laptop, he couldn't move his eyes away. The ancients never deceived me.
9 out of 10 nerdy girls are rich, and the other one is a super rich man. Li Jianhe obviously recognized the computer in front of him, but Su Li, who knew little about computers, was a little confused.
Why do you all react like this? Is this computer expensive?
Su Li looked around at the 3 people in confusion, then picked up the laptop and looked it up and down.
Brother, don't you recognize this notebook? This computer is from an alien. The fighter plane in the notebook.
Chinzhou is usually more interested in computer-related things. At this moment, he came close to Su Li, gave Su Li a thumbs up, and told him the brand of the laptop.
Alien?
Su Li vaguely felt that he seemed to have heard of this name before.
This computer should be good for playing games, right?
Su Li didn't say anything for a long time, but when he opened his mouth, he almost made Chinzhou vomit blood in anger.
Brother has a computer like this. Not to mention playing games, it can do anything that a computer can do.
Chinzhou, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, explained to Su Li.
While lamenting the gap between people, he returned to his seat.
At this moment, Su Li's cell phone suddenly rang.
Female warrior of the canyon, Su Li, did you receive the computer?
I picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from that girl. After Su Li was stunned for a moment, he began to reply to the girl with his fingers flying. Su Li, there's no need to give me such an expensive gift. I can use my roommate's computer to help you.
Canyon goddess, didn't you say you don't have your own computer? Besides, it's not very convenient to always use someone else's. The goddess of the canyon, I'll send one to you now. When it's time to play the game, don't refuse me. Suli, I haven't even asked your name yet. Suli, are you a student? Are you in the same city as me? The female war goddess of the canyon, it's the same city, and it's still the same school. Okay, I have something else to do, remember to play games tonight. After leaving this last message, the girl's profile picture turned gray. From the same school? Suli never thought that sometimes fate could be so ingenious. This girl went to the same school as him. With a sigh and a quick wash, Suli and his group of 4 walked towards the teaching building. Before I even reached the front of the teaching building, I saw crowds of people in the distance. Many people gathered right in front of the teaching building. What's going on? Did something happen? Could it be that someone is confessing their love? Zhao Jian, who always loves to watch the fun, saw so many people gathered in front of the teaching building. An expression of excitement immediately appeared on his face. As Suli and the other 3 approached the crowd, they suddenly separated. And the person standing behind the crowd was Yuching. Suli. The moment she saw Suli, Yuching showed a happy expression on her face and quickly moved towards Suli. But the smile on Suli's face gradually disappeared at this time. Instead, there is an appearance that keeps people at a distance. Why are you here? What's wrong? I still have to go to class. With just this simple sentence, Yuching was blocked from saying anything else. Suli. I really like you. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be with me. You've already taken 99 steps towards me. Let me take this last step. Yuching's eyes gradually became moist at this moment, and she raised her head stubbornly and stared into Suli's eyes. Even if you have decided to retreat now, it doesn't matter. If you take 1 step back, I will take 1 step after you. I can also take 99 steps or even 100 steps towards you. I'll wait for the day when you accept me. Yuching stuffed the thing in her hand into Suli's arms, put her hands on her face, turned around and ran away. Suli lowered his head to take a look at the thing in his hand and found that it was an exquisite iron box. Gently open the box and there is a breakfast inside. Although it is not very pretty. But the fragrant aroma also shows that the person who made this breakfast put a lot of effort into it. It's all over, it's all gone, it's just a routine operation with nothing exciting to watch. If any female classmate wants to pursue our Suli, you can add my WeChat. Or if you want to pursue Suli's roommate, you can come to me. Zhao Jian, who was standing by, took out the QR code business card on his mobile phone and walked around while dispersing the people who were watching the fun. But I have to say that Suli's appeal is indeed very strong. There were actually a few freshman girls who shyly scanned Zhao Jian's QR code business card and turned away. A major discovery. I discovered a major business opportunity. Suli's appeal and influence in the school are absolutely unique. According to this opportunity, some girls want to get close to Suli, and we can help them. Maybe I, Zhao Jian, can take this opportunity to end my celibacy. Zhao Jian held his chin, stood there with his eyes narrowed and grinned foolishly, but he was hit hard on the back of his head. Don't dream here. Can anyone who likes Suli like you? Go to class quickly. Suli is gone. Chen Zhou left these words and followed closely after Suli. Li Jianhao on the side looked at Zhao Jian helplessly and walked forward quickly. Wait for me. Putting aside his fantasies, Zhao Jian hurriedly chased after him. However, no one saw what happened just now. A figure not far away was staring at Suli and biting his lips slightly. Jeaner, what are you looking at? Class is about to start, let's go. A girl nearby called out to this girl, and the girl came to her senses and left with this girl. Suli had just sat down in the classroom. A male classmate walked up to Suli mysteriously and threw an envelope in front of Suli. What is this? Seeing the envelope in front of him, Suli looked towards the classmate in confusion. Just now someone came outside and asked me to give it to you. I don't know what it is. After saying this, the boy hurried back to his seat. Chapter 17, Weird Threatening Letter. No way, I just came to the classroom and I received another love letter. I feel like we can all develop an industry and package Suli into a star in our school. Then we can get all the autographs and fan club stuff done. Zhao Jian looked at the white envelope in Suli's hand and expressed his suggestion for packaging Suli. However, Suli did not take it seriously. After opening the envelope, Suli saw the expressions written inside and became amused and helpless.
The envelope contained a threatening letter. But the funniest thing about this threatening letter is that it is neither typed nor handwritten. It turned out that someone cut out the words from the newspaper one by one and pasted them crookedly on it. If it were placed somewhere else with a different content, it might be quite scary. But facing this threat, Suli really wanted to laugh. Stay away from Qin Xuanxin, or I'll break your legs. After reading the contents of the letter word by word, Zhao Jian withdrew his gaze.
Where did this idiot come from? There is actually such a person, what a joke. Qin Xian's heart is mine.
Zhao Jian curled his lips and didn't take it seriously at all. Suli didn't take it seriously either.
I threw the letter into the trash can.
Suli lowered his head and saw the problem in front of him, the breakfast that Yuching brought over. After hesitating for a long time, Suli decided to eat this breakfast. Not for any other reason, just because he had sent so many breakfasts to Yuching before.
Having a meal can be considered as a way to make back the money.
When Suli started to eat breakfast, the classmate who had just delivered the letter to Suli appeared in a hidden location in the teaching building.
Not long after, a student with a slicked back hair and a very arrogant manner appeared in front of the boy. Did you bring the letter I asked you to bring?
The man with slicked back hair put his hand on Suli's shoulder and asked directly about delivering the letter. It turned out that the letter was given to Suli by the man with the slicked back hair.
I've already delivered it. The classmate nodded cautiously to the man with the slicked back hair, as if afraid of making him unhappy.
That guy is so scared, isn't he?
Is he scared just by the sight of me?
Unexpectedly, the expression on the man's face suddenly became complacent. He glanced in the direction of a few classmates who looked like younger brothers coming over from behind.
The whole person is very cocky. Suli threw the letter into the trash can. Where is he having breakfast now?
After honestly telling the man with the slick back hair in front of him about Suli's situation, Suli shrank back.
He is really going to the toilet with a lantern. He is looking for death. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Upon hearing this, the man with the slicked back hair clenched his fists tightly.
Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first.
I asked the student with the slicked back hair tentatively, and he acted very timidly.
Go away.
The man with the slicked back hair waved his hand and chased the classmate away. He passed by Suli's classroom door with a group of people and gave Suli a vicious look through the window. When Suli turned his head to look out the window, the man with the slicked back hair had already left. I was wondering why Xiaolang got into such a mess again.
Didn't we send 2 people over to you? Is it possible that you can't even handle a few students now?
Inside a bar called the Red Pavilion. A big bald head with a gold chain as thick as a thumb hanging around his neck, was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. In front of him, Brother Wolf, who had a conflict with Suli, stood in front of him with his head lowered, his face bruised and swollen.
Boss, it's not that I can't deal with that kid, it's that I can't deal with Qin Xuanhu.
That Qin Xuanhu always comes out to cause trouble for me. Last time I said I would give him money to settle the matter, but who knew that guy was actually a rich guy and he directly gave Qin Xuanhu 200,000 yuan.
Qin Xuanhu chased me away.
What Brother Wolf couldn't understand the most was why a student would just take out 200,000 yuan so casually.
What about this time? You brought so many people with you this time, and I even asked you to bring Li Hu and Zhang Long with you. Didn't you not fight in the bar? Could it be that Qin Xuanhu came out to cause trouble?
The owner of the Red Pavilion bar has a big gold chain.
Fang Zhongjing raised his hand and slapped the sofa, pointing at Brother Wolf and asked back.
I don't know how Qin Xuanhu knew I was there to take care of those guys. I told you last time that Suli knows Kung Fu. Zhang Long and Li Hu had him pinned down, and just when they were about to capture him, Qin Xuanhu and his men rushed in. He beat us up without saying a word. Brother Wolf covered his face, feeling very aggrieved. He glanced at Fang Zhongjing's face out of the corner of his eyes, and a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed across his face. Brother, not only that, Qin Xuanhu also said.
Brother Wolf also began to hesitate at this moment. What else did you say? Stop hemming and hawing. If you have something to say, fart now. Fang Zhongjing obviously had a bad temper, and he kicked Brother Wolf when he heard this.
That Qin Xuanhu also said that the area around the Jingxian bar is his, Qin Xuanhu's, territory.
Don't mention me.
Even if you want to touch that student named Suli there, it's impossible.
He even said. Brother Wolf paused again at this point. Can you fucking finish your words in one go? I'll beat you to death if you stop.
I had roughly guessed what Brother Wolf was going to say next, but Fang Zhongjing still urged him. He also said that you are just like that, big brother, and there is nothing you can do to him. I mentioned your name, big brother, but it didn't work at all. With an aggrieved expression on his face, Brother Wolf said this without daring to look directly at Fang Zhongjing. Qin Xuanhu is becoming more and more powerful now. He really thinks he is a security guard for that shabby bar. Just because there's a little power behind the bar, can you really go to heaven? I, Fang Zhongjing, would like to see who can bully my little brother. The person I want to deal with cannot be protected by Qin Xuanhu. As bar owners, what they value most is their own face. Fang Zhongjing was naturally no exception. At this moment, Fang Zhongjing only felt that his face was somewhat damaged. So he decided to deal with Su Li himself and meet Qin Xuanhu. Brother Wolf, who was standing by, saw that his plan had succeeded and his face looked very proud. Damn Su Li, damn Qin Xuanhu, let me see what you can use to fight me this time. After muttering something under his breath, Brother Wolf raised his head again, still with that fawning look on his face, and moved closer to Fang Zhongjing. Su Li. After class, Su Li was waiting for the next class in the classroom. Suddenly, a clear and familiar voice came from outside the door. Look! Qin Xuanxin. Chapter 18, Invitation to Form a Team. Someone in the class exclaimed. Everyone's eyes turned towards the classroom door. After seeing Qin Xian's intention clearly, Su Li also stood up from his seat. Look, here I come to find Su Li. I said that the relationship between the two of them must be special. After all, Su Li is the first person to be recognized by Qin Xuanxin for singing on stage. But isn't Yuching also pursuing Su Li? When Su Li stood up and walked towards Qin Xuanxin, the people around him whispered to each other, discussing the relationship between Su Li and Qin Xuanxin. Are you looking for me? At the classroom door, Su Li stood in front of Qin Xuanxin and asked her purpose. Just the two people standing at the door are definitely a beautiful scenery. Yes, I have something to ask you. I signed up for a singing competition in 2 days. This competition requires a group to participate. I would like to invite you to join the team. Qin Xuanxin stood in front of Su Li, looking a little different from the carefree look she had when she first met Su Li. This time, he seemed a little shy and reserved. I heard that the prize money this time is 100,000 yuan. If we can win, we can split it equally between the two of us. Seeing that Su Li didn't react, Qin Xuanxin quickly told the rewards for winning this competition. 100,000 yuan is indeed a lot. For a college student, this 100,000 yuan is enough to cover a student's living expenses and tuition fees for 4 years at school. Even life can be very comfortable. Let me think about it. But Su Li acted very calm and just nodded slightly. Well, if you hurry up and sign up, it will close tomorrow. Seeing Su Li's uninterested look, Qin Xian was dejected and turned around to leave. But at this moment, a long voice came from behind Qin Xuanxin. The owner of the voice was Su Li. Miss Qin, if you agree to attend the thank you dinner that our dormitory has prepared for you in the evening, I can just agree to it. Su Li had never intended to reject Qin Xuanxin. This time, Qin Xuanxin brought Qin Xuanhu to rescue everyone in their dormitory. Su Li's original intention was to invite Qin Xuanxin to dinner to express his gratitude. But Qin Xuanxin refused Su Li's invitation. Now that there was such an opportunity, Su Li naturally made this request again. Okay, then we have a deal. Qin Xuanxin turned around gracefully and gave Su Li a thumbs up. Then Qin Xuanxin put a piece of paper with a phone number on it into Su Li's hand. Now I'm going to prepare some things for the competition. The phone number is my contact information. Send me some of your basic information, and then we'll contact each other by phone in the evening. Qin Xuanxin made a phone call gesture to Su Li and left Su Li's classroom. When Su Li walked back to the classroom, a resentful gaze was fixed on Su Li not far behind him. Damn, this guy is really having an affair with my goddess. Qin Xian's heart is mine, no one of you can get it. The figure that appeared here naturally had a slicked back hair. Soon the second class began. Su Li and his classmates have fewer courses in this major. There are only 2 classes in the morning today. After class, Su Li and 3 others walked back to the dormitory together. Su Li and his 3 companions never ate at mealtimes on weekdays, in Zhao Jian's words. Only a fool would try to snatch it from others. As soon as he walked downstairs to the dormitory building, Su Li saw the aunt downstairs holding a special package in her hand and standing there looking around.
This package looked very familiar. Su Li frowned and just walked over when he saw the ant downstairs waving at him. You are living a very comfortable life, with someone bringing you food every day. You said you were a grown man. You have arms and legs, but you have a little girl bring you food every day. The way the ant looked at Su Li was as if she was looking at a gigolo. Taking the package from the ant downstairs, Su Li sighed helplessly. Brother Li, who brings you meals every day? If I'm not mistaken, these cookies were made by the same person as the other day. After touching the package in Su Li's arms twice, Zhao Jian leaned over and asked Su Li. I don't even know who sent this thing. Please keep an eye out for me in the next 2 days. Su Li looked around but did not find any familiar figures. He sighed, turned around and followed the 3 people back to the dormitory. The package delivered today contained a delicious beef rice. As soon as they opened it, the smell made the 3 wolves in the dormitory's eyes light up. Brother Li, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll pay for your lunch. I will gladly accept this beef rice. Zhao Jian looked righteous and reached out to take the beef rice from Su Li's hand. Want to eat? Go buy it yourself. Su Li dodged the palm that Zhao Jian extended with a slight move. Don't be so stingy. We agreed at the beginning that we would share the good times and the bad times together. While speaking, Zhao Jian's eyes remained on the beef rice. Zhao Jian, I have to say a few words now. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be cheated, let alone a meal sent by someone else. Chen Zhou, who was standing by, came out and put his hand on Zhao Jian's shoulder with a serious look on his face. So what do you think we should do? Zhao Jian turned his head and asked Chen Zhou next to him. I have decided today not to be friends with Su Li, so let me bear this matter for you. Chen Zhou's true colors were immediately revealed in his next sentence. What are you guys still arguing about? I've already started. Su Li picked up the chopsticks and took 2 bites of food before giving the 2 of them a reminder. Su Li. When the 2 saw Su Li eating with relish, their faces changed at the same time and they were about to pounce on Su Li. Brother Hui, don't worry. I will definitely do what you arrange. In a corner of Qingjiang campus, a man with a slicked back hair put a stack of red banknotes in the hands of a student. The student had an excited expression on his face. He counted the banknotes in his hand and nodded to the man with the slicked back hair. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. After leaving these words, the man with slicked back hair turned around and walked away. The man with the slicked back hair who gave the money was the monitor of Su Li's class. As for what the 2 people discussed specifically, no one knows. In the dormitory, Su Li finished his meal and was about to take a nap. The phone next to my ear suddenly vibrated. The goddess of the canyon, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and log in. Su Li, miss, it's lunchtime, aren't you going to let me take a break? Canyon goddess, aren't games played during rest time? Playing games is also a way to rest. Su Li, there is something I want to ask you before playing the game. Chapter 19, House Goddess. Someone gave him a computer, but Su Li didn't even know the girl's name. Female warrior of the canyon, great god, you decide. Su Li, I don't even know your name, your major, or your class. Su Li, how much is your computer? I'll give you the money tomorrow. As the saying goes, a man who eats someone's food will be soft-hearted, and a man who receives someone's gifts will be obliged to give back. Besides, Su Li is not short of money now, so he doesn't want to take advantage of this. Female warrior of the canyon, I can tell you the name, but you don't have to be polite to me because the computer is a gift from me. The female warrior of the canyon, I want to tell you my major or class. This sentence appeared on the mobile phone screen. The girl on the other end paused and then sent her name. Xiao Yubing? Su Li walked towards the computer with his cell phone in hand, repeating the girl's name in a low voice. Su Li, what did you say? Chen Zhou, who was playing games nearby, suddenly started and looked in the direction of Su Li. Xiao Yubing, she's the girl who came to play games with me and gave me a computer that day. Seeing that Chen Zhou seemed to know this girl, Su Li repeated her name. My goodness, this is totally unjust and it's simply not going to let people survive. But when Su Li repeated the name, Chen Zhou actually wailed to the sky. What happened? Looks like there's more to eat. Zhao Jian, who was standing by, suddenly jumped up from the bed. You guy, do you know who gave Su Li the computer? Do you know who the person was who played games with you that day? Chen Zhou asked 2 questions in a row, leaving Zhao Jian stunned. Why don't you just speak frankly? I can't guess what you are saying if you play dumb with me.
Zhao Jian didn't hear the name Suli said just now. Qiu Yubing. One of the four beauties of Qingzhong, the goddess of otakus, Qiu Yubing. As soon as Chen Zhou said this introduction, the whole dormitory became quiet.
Fuck. I'll go. Two excited voices came from the mouths of Zhao Jian and Li Jianghe. Suli. You have to treat me to a meal. She is one of the four beauties of Qingzhong and the goddess of many otakus.
I didn't even know her face wasn't in the photo that day.
I'm in big trouble now.
Zhao Jian grabbed Suli's arm, with an extremely sad expression on his face, and asked Suli to treat him to a meal.
Please, no problem, but who is this Qiu Yubing? Why is it the same as Qin Xuanqin back then, as if you all know her?
Suli was a little puzzled why these people seemed to know every girl they mentioned. It's not that we all know them, it's just that they are too famous. Now 3 of the 4 beauties of Qingzhong are related to you. If the last one also has something to do with you, I will kill myself. Zhao Jian sat there inside, while saying this in the direction of Suli. I'll do my best to save your life.
Suli left this sentence and sat down next to the computer.
Fortunately, when Suli left today, he had already downloaded the game. I logged in quickly, put on my headphones, and the game started soon after. Victory after victory made Suli feel that playing games was boring. Qiu Yubing on the other side was indeed very excited. Just when Suli was fighting fiercely in the dormitory, Brother Wolf and Fang Zhongjing had already arrived outside Suli's school.
Brother, I don't know anyone in this school, and we can't get into the school.
But recently that boy and his friends come out often.
We'll just stay here and we'll definitely be able to catch him.
Brother Wolf touched his chin twice and pointed to the Qingjian gate in the distance through the car window. At this moment, outside the gate, there were 3 vans behind a black BMW.
These are all people brought here by Fang Zhongjing. Today I'm not only looking for Suli, I'm also looking for Qin Xuanhu.
It would be best if he could call Qin Xuanhu to me.
Since Brother Wolf exaggerated things, Fang Zhongjing came here today to have a good talk with Qin Xuanhu.
The person standing behind this guy is Qin Xuanhu. I don't believe Qin Xuanhu will stay out of this. I asked someone to find out, and it seems that this guy has some relationship with Qin Xuanhu's sister.
Brother Wolf also did some preparation to deal with Suli. In that case, then wait. Fang Zhongjing laid down his seat and lay directly in the car. Time quickly came to the afternoon. Suli took his hands off the keyboard and took out his cell phone.
Suli, big sister, you've been winning all afternoon and you're almost the king.
Take a rest. I have some things to do in the afternoon. Qiu Yubing, okay then, if you come back early at night, remember to send me a message. I think we can fight again in the evening.
At the other end, in a girls' dormitory. Qiu Yubing took her hands off the keyboard with a look of regret and replied to Suli's message on her mobile phone.
Xiaobing, you just stay in the dormitory playing games every day. Don't you want to have a boyfriend with me?
When Qiu Yubing's roommate saw that Qiu Yubing had finished the game, he came over and asked Qiu Yubing curiously.
What's the point of that? Can it be as interesting as playing games?
Besides, I just met a very powerful master in the past 2 days, and he is from our school. When I play games with him, my little stars keep rising one by one. Qiu Yubing had a disinterested look on her face as she asked her roommate about this matter.
This answer left Qiu Yubing's roommate speechless. Who is the person from our school who plays games with you? It's okay to play games together. It would be nice if we could develop some relationship by playing games together.
Seeing this, another roommate began to give Qiu Yubing some advice.
I only found out he was from our school after looking at his profile.
I don't know if it's true or not, but it seems her name is Su Li. Qiu Yubing took a look at her phone and told her 2 roommates Su Li's name. When Su Li's name was mentioned, the reactions of the girls in this dormitory and Su Li's dormitory were basically the same when they heard Qiu Yubing's name.
Is this Su Li famous? Why do you all react like this?
As a veteran homegirl, Qiu Yubing had no idea how famous she was in school.
I don't even know what happened between Su Li and the heroine.
At that time, she just felt that the name Su Li sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard her roommate mention it.
Su Li. He is a famous romantic in our school.
The girl who pursued the sophomore named heroine confessed her love to him 99 times.
The most important thing is that he is very handsome.
Qiu Yubing's roommate held her face and introduced Su Li to Qiu Yubing with an infatuated look.
Oh. Chapter 20, Fighting Against the Tiger. These have nothing to do with me. He just needs to take me to play games. But Xiao Yubing's reaction was so indifferent.
She only cared about whether Su Li could take her to play games. This reaction left her roommate at a loss as to what to do next.
Su Li walked out of the school with his 3 roommates.
Just now, Su Li and Qin Xuanqin made an appointment over the phone to meet at the door of Jingxian.
Let us go eat together then. Qin Xuanqin will talk to Su Li about the singing competition during the meal. The big brother is coming out.
He is the 4 guys over there. After waiting for several hours, Fang Zhongjing had already fallen asleep. Brother Wolf was also confused there, but suddenly he saw a familiar figure. He suddenly woke up with a start, and after confirming something in the distance, Brother Wolf shook Fang Zhongjing excitedly.
Bang!
Fang Zhongjing slapped Brother Wolf in the face without saying a word.
Damn, don't you know I'm sleeping?
The expression on Fang Zhongjing's face was very ferocious, which scared Brother Wolf so much that he immediately became obedient.
Brother, that kid is out. Am I not afraid that he will run away? Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please calm down.
After honestly admitting his mistake to Zhongjing in front of him, Brother Wolf carefully pointed his finger in the distance, in the direction of Su Li and the other 3.
Follow him. Fang Zhongjing knew that they must not take action at the school gate.
If the fight happens at the school gate, the nature of the situation will change.
With a wave of his hand, the black BMW followed Su Li and the others.
3 vans followed closely behind, chasing Su Li and the others.
Shockstring?
It's just right to meet Qin Xuanhu at the same time. Su Li and his 4 companions had just stopped at the door of the bar when Fang Zhongjing's 3 cars followed closely behind. When he saw the name of the bar, Fang Zhongjing showed a sneer on his face.
Bite. System task has been released. Mission, Lihu Zhanfang. Protect the singer.
Work together with Qin Xuanhu to deal with Fang Zhongjing and protect Qin Xuanqin.
Rewards will be given based on the degree of task completion.
Su Li had just arrived at the bar when he suddenly heard a system notification sound outside.
Fang Zhongjian?
The sudden mention of this name made Su Li a little confused, as the name sounded familiar.
I thought about it carefully. Su Li suddenly remembered, isn't this the name of the big brother behind him that Brother Lang mentioned that day, the owner of the Hongguan bar? Su Li, let's go.
Just when Su Li was confused, Qin Xuanqin walked out of the bar. Although he didn't know why the system suddenly issued this task, Su Li did not see any sign of Fang Zhongjing.
Let's go.
Thinking that this mission did not need to be carried out for the time being, Su Li nodded and was about to leave with a few people around him. But just as Su Li took a step to the side, there was a roar of a car coming straight towards Su Li and his group.
Get out of the way.
Seeing this, Su Li pushed the people around him hard.
I myself am rolling over.
There was a sudden sound of brakes, and a black BMW appeared directly at the place where Su Li and the others were just now.
What's wrong with you? Can you drive? Didn't you see that you almost hit me?
Zhao Jian was pushed by Su Li and sat down on the ground. Seeing that he had embarrassed himself in front of Qin Xuanqin, Zhao Jian stood up and cursed at the BMW with a very ugly look on his face. But when the 3 vans behind this car stopped, after a large group of people who looked difficult to deal with got off the car, Zhao Jian became a little scared.
Boy, it looks like your skin is still a little loose. Do you need your wolf brother to help you again?
Brother Wolf opened the car door with an arrogant look on his face and walked out, pointing in Zhao Jian's direction and hooking his finger.
I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be you, a lapdog. Why do you want to touch me again? Don't you see where we are? Have you forgotten what Brother Tiger told you the other day?
After seeing Brother Wolf's figure clearly, Zhao Jiqing immediately felt confident again.
Because he still remembered what Qin Xuanhu said that day.
Qin Xuanhu had already told Brother Wolf in front of him that Brother Wolf was not allowed to appear in the area near the bar.
They also don't allow Brother Wolf to do anything to them. Brother who? Are you talking about Qin Xuanhu? It's not his turn to be arrogant today. If you don't agree, you can just call him out.
With a disdainful expression on his face, Brother Wolf opened the car door next to him and Fang Zhongjing walked out.
This is my eldest brother, the owner of the Hongguan bar. Boy, aren't you awesome? Show me how awesome you can be today. Brother Wolf became very arrogant after Fang Zhongjing came out. Not only that, the van at the back opened.
A leader came down from each of the 3 vans, 2 of whom Su Li had already seen before.
These 2 people are Zhang Long and Li Hu.
When Su Li's gaze turned to the third person, the third person's gaze also turned to Su Li's direction. The third man was much more muscular than Zhan Long and Li Hu, and he gave people a very solid feeling just standing there.
Wait a moment, I'll go in and call my brother.
On the side, Qin Xuanqin also realized that this matter was not good. After giving Su Li and the others some instructions, he turned around and ran into the bar.
Boy, you beat my little brother, didn't you?
After Fang Zhongjing opened his mouth, he asked in the direction of Zhao Jian. When he saw Zhao Jian's arrogant look, he thought that Zhao Jian had dealt with Brother Wolf.
No, bro. He's the guy next to him. The guy you just asked about has been beaten up by me. Does he think he is worthy of being my opponent?
These words are not very hurtful, but they are extremely insulting. Brother Wolf didn't take Zhao Jian seriously at all, which made Zhao Jian a little angry.
So it's you, kid.
I heard you're very skilled.
But it doesn't matter. I brought someone even more skilled today.
Before you touch my little brother, you should first find out who is protecting him.
You'd better give me an explanation for what happened today.
If you don't explain, don't blame me for being rude to you. Fang Zhongjing had a cold expression on his face and narrowed his eyes as he looked in Su Li's direction.
Is a bar owner so powerful? You want an explanation. I'll buy you a roll of tape later.
I'm giving you this roll of tape so you can go back and seal your little brother's mouth shut and stop them from causing any trouble outside.
Su Li glanced at Brother Wolf and reminded Fang Zhongjing. Okay, let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut.
Seeing Su Li's reaction, Fang Zhongjing pointed at Su Li's nose and threatened him, then said nothing more. Brother, something terrible has happened.
Someone is coming to cause trouble again. Chapter 21, Rage Potion. Qin Xuanqin ran into the bar and found Qin Xuanhu.
After taking 2 deep breaths, he raised his finger towards Qin Xuanhu and pointed outside.
Someone is causing trouble again? Looking for trouble with you? Qin Xuanhu was stunned for a moment and didn't react.
It was Fang Zhongjing who came to him.
It's that wolf brother. Bring his boss, Fang something, over here.
Pulling Qin Xuanhu's arm, Qin Xuanqin walked outside. Brothers, it's time to work. Qin Xuanhu yelled at the top of his lungs and followed Qin Xuanqin out of the bar. As soon as he went out, he saw Fang Zhongjing looking at him.
What brought Boss Fang to our side today?
Qin Xuanhu sneered, walked to Su Li's side, and looked at Fang Zhongjing's face.
Brother who is so powerful. He can deal with anyone he wants here.
Fang Zhongjing met Qin Xuanhu's gaze, and his words were obviously intended to cause trouble for Qin Xuanhu.
Boss Fang, if you have anything to say, just tell me. We are all busy people and don't have time to talk about these useless things here.
What do you want to do by bringing Fang Zhongjing and Wolf Brother here?
Everyone knows it. Qin Xuanhu, did you think it was 2 days ago? What do you say about you beating me up?
And this kid, he's a poor student from Xinjiang next to you.
Why are you protecting him like this? Why do you have to interfere in my affairs with him? Fang Zhongjing winked at Wolf Brother next to him.
Wolf Brother was the one who used the gun that Fang Zhongjing used to cause trouble for Qin Xuanhu today. He jumped out and pointed at Qin Xuanhu and started shouting.
Brother Tiger, if you find today's incident troublesome, I can handle it myself. Su Li didn't want to trouble Qin Xuanhu.
In the current situation, Su Li believed that all that was needed was for Qin Xuanhu to protect Zhao Jian and the others and leave. He can handle this matter by himself.
Can I run away if I can't win? Fine.
Qin Xuanhu patted Su Li on the shoulder and said with a smile.
There are 2 reasons why I'm punishing you for this matter.
First, you were causing trouble in my bar, and the boss asked me to come here to maintain the peace in his bar.
Second, I've already told you what I, Qin Xuanhu, said. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense?
Qin Xuanhu narrowed his eyes, put away the smile on his face, and his tone became fierce at this moment. I told you not to cause trouble for this kid in this area. You refused to listen. You come to trouble him just to show disrespect to me.
You can do whatever you want to him in other places. But you just had to step on my face.
Qin Xuanhu turned his gaze in the direction of Fang Zhongjing.
Boss Fang, do you think Qin Xuanhu, should I have this face or not?
After saying this, Fang Zhongjing's expression turned a little ugly.
For people like them, what matters most is the face. Fang Zhongjing came to cause trouble for Qin Xuanhu today just for his face. Don't talk nonsense.
You beat my brother and you are just denying face to me, Fang Zhong. He has clearly already reported my name, and you still want to deal with him.
Where can I put my face?
Knowing that there was nothing to talk about with Qin Xuanhu at this point, Fang Zhang took a step towards Qin Xuanhu.
What do you want? Just do it.
After Qin Xuanhu said this, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense.
Good.
There was no unnecessary nonsense, just one simple word, and Fang Zhongjing raised his hand. A large group of younger brothers behind him also took a step forward at the same time.
You must take good care of Boss Fang today. Don't let him think that we look down on him.
As soon as Qin Xuanhu finished speaking, someone on either side shouted first, and the two brothers rushed towards each other.
However, although the number of people is basically the same,
but Qin Xuanhu's side was clearly at a disadvantage. It was simply because besides Zhang Long and Li Hu, Fang Zhongjing also had another person who was also very skilled.
Su Li looked at Zhao Jian and the other two beside him. After hesitating for a while, he said to the three people,
"You three stay here to protect Qin Xuanqin, I'll go and lend a hand to Brother Hu. After all, this matter was caused by me."
Su Li was not willing to stand idly by.
After saying that, Su Li rolled up his sleeves and walked directly into the crowd. Chen Qin Xuanhu also saw that the people in front of him were at a disadvantage. He threw away his coat and walked towards the crowd with Su Li on the left and right.
Su Li and Qin Xuanhu's targets are very clear. Su Li's target is Zhang Long and Li Hu.
And Qin Xuanhu is the last one.
We didn't have enough fun fighting each other, let's do it again this time.
With a smile on his face, Su Li greeted Zhang Long and Li Hu in the distance, jumped high and punched directly at Zhang Long. However, it was obvious from the last fight that these two people could not do anything to Su Li, and Su Li could not do anything to these two people either. The three of them fought in a group, and the situation was very stalemate for a while.
But Su Li didn't want to be stuck like this.
After all, Qin Xuanhu didn't gain any advantage over there. If this continues, they will definitely be dealt with by Fang Zhongjing today.
But now Su Li can only use his own system.
After opening the system, Su Li fought with the two men while glancing back and forth at the system with the corner of his eyes.
Rage Potion.
When Su Li's eyes passed over the reinforcement column, he suddenly found something called Berserk Agent, which was worth 80 soft rice points. After blocking Li Hu's punch, Su Li quickly glanced at the introduction of the item. The Berserker can double Su Li's physical indicators within 30 minutes.
Name, Su Li. Constitution, 140. Intelligence, 105. Charisma, 150. He glanced at his information panel.
Su Li gritted his teeth and directly chose to buy the Berserk Agent.
Pay 80 soft rice points, the violent drug has been received, do you want to use it immediately?
The system screen bar flashed and an option appeared.
Use immediately.
Su Li said these 4 words out of the blue, which made Zhang Long and Li Hu stunned for a moment. The two did not understand what Su Li meant. But the next second Su Li used practical actions to tell the two of them what the result was after he said this. Su Li only felt a sudden cold feeling in his mouth, and the next second his body became extremely hot.
Su Li felt as if he had endless energy. Name, Su Li. Constitution, 280. Intelligence, 210. Charisma, 300.
The most exaggerated effect of this Berserker is that it can even enhance one's own charm. The fight here naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Su Li's skills were as smooth as flowing water. In a flash he began to suppress Li Hu and Zhang Long. At that moment, there was a burst of cheers from the side.
Chapter 22, Big Brother Fang Zhang. Did you see that? That's Su Li from our school. He's my idol, so handsome.
A girl covered her face and introduced Su Li to another girl next to her with shining eyes.
It's so cool, is this the legendary martial arts? It turns out that someone is secretly practicing martial arts behind our backs.
He can handle 2 strong men so easily by himself.
I want to give him a baby.
The other girl's eyes also became a little blurry at this time, and she even seemed to have fallen into fantasy.
He seems to be even more powerful than last time.
In the distance, Qin Xuanqin's eyelashes twitched slightly when Su Li kicked Li Hu in the face with a whip kick.
Brother Li, well done. Yo Hu. This whip kick is so handsome. The ancients were not deceiving me. A gentleman takes action instead of talking.
In the distance, Zhao Jian and the other two were gesticulating and shouting excitedly. Su Li didn't notice that there was also a beautiful figure on the street at this moment, and her eyes were also fixed on Su Li.
Jeaner, this Su Li is so handsome.
Next to the girl, another woman said something to her like a crazy fan.
I know. I've always known.
The woman smiled gently and her eyes never left Su Li. A high side kick hit Li Hu's head, and Li Hu was obviously dizzy from Su Li's kick. He shook his head and took 2 steps back. At this moment, Zhang Long saw this and rushed towards Su Li with his fist. But this time Su Li raised his hand and grasped his fist in his palm. Before Zhang Long could react, Su Li exerted force with his palm. With a scream, Zhang Long twisted his palm and knelt on the ground. Su Li's strength had already been enhanced, and now he possessed nearly 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. How could Zhang Long and Li Hu in front of him stop Su Li? After dealing with these 2 people, the remaining people, as long as they appeared in front of Su Li, would be knocked to the ground by Su Li in just a few moves. As for Qin Xuanhu, it is no exaggeration to say that he can be the big brother. He is different from Fang Zhongjing. Fang Zhongjing is rich, but Qin Xuanhu has real strength. Qin Xuanhu's opponent was also dealt with by Qin Xuanhu, but Qin Xuanhu looked a little miserable at this time. Su Li and Qin Xuanhu's goals at this time were surprisingly similar. They were Fang Zhongjing and Brother Lang, who were standing at the back of the crowd. "Brother, these 2 guys are too fierce, let's run." With a fearful expression on his face, Brother Wolf made a suggestion to Qin Xuanhu. "What are you afraid of? If I leave today, where will I put my face in the future? Don't worry, I don't believe that Qin Xuanhu really dares to touch me." Although his younger brothers had been dealt with, Fang Zhongjing was not afraid at all, but still stood firmly in place. "What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't come over here." Although Fang Zhongjing is confident, Brother Wolf is not. When Brother Wolf saw Qin Xuanhu and Su Li appear in front of him, he hid behind Fang Zhongjing in fear and shouted at them. "Brother Wolf, aren't you here to punish me today? How can you punish me if you hide behind your big brother?" Qin Xuanhu had a playful smile on his face and hooked his finger in the direction of Wolf Brother in front of him. "Qin Zuanhu, you are indeed powerful. I was defeated by you today. But our relationship is not over so easily. We have already formed a feud today." Fang Zhongjing raised his fleshy face and looked at Qin Xuanhu in front of him. At this time, he did not forget to say something harsh to Qin Xuanhu. "I know Boss Fang is conceited, but do you think you can leave here so easily today? Are you still planning to go back and gather some people and pick a good day to come and deal with me?" Fang Zhongjing's reaction did not surprise Qin Xuanhu. Qin Xuanhu lowered his head and touched his fist twice. When he raised his head, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Boss Fang, Qin Xuanhu, usually do things by cutting the grass and eradicating it completely. Today I will let Boss Fang know how powerful I, Qin Xuanhu, am. This way, when Boss Fang wants revenge in the future, he will know the consequences of offending me." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xuanhu was ready to attack Fang Zhongjing in front of him. "Qin Xuanhu, you can touch me, but you have to think it through. I, Fang Zhongjing, will not be bullied so easily. If you had touched me today, have you ever thought about how you would cope if my eldest brother knew about it?" Fang Zhongjing was not afraid at all when Qin Xuanhu lifted him up by the collar. Instead, he mentioned his elder brother to Qin Xuanhu in front of him with a look of disdain. Su Li, who was standing aside, originally thought that if Qin Xuanhu took his status into consideration and attacked Fang Zhongjing in front of him, then he would do it himself. Now the big brother that Fang Zhongjing was talking about made Qin Xuanhu frown. This made Su Li realize that there must be some powerful person behind Fang Zhongjing. "Do you mean Fang Zheng?" Although Qin Xuanhu did not loosen his hand, his tone was not as fierce as before. "Yes, my eldest brother is Fang Zheng. If you dare to touch me today, you should think about how you are going to explain this matter if my eldest brother comes to find you." Fang Zhongjing's greatest confidence comes from his elder brother. The Fang Zhang that Fang Zhongjing is talking about is a very famous nightclub owner in this area. This man named Fang Zhang is cruel and ruthless. Anyone who offends him will basically have no good ending. In addition, Fang Zhang is a very rich guy, and it is rumored that he has more than 100 bodyguards under him. The name Fang Zhang does have an effect on Qin Xuanhu. Qin Xuanhu himself is not afraid of Fang Zhang, but Fang Zhang is a person who does things to the end. Qin Xuanhu was worried that Fang Zhang would hurt his sister and family. "Brother Qin, I know it's not convenient for you to take action on this matter, leave it to me." Just when Qin Xuanhu was thinking about how to solve this matter, Su Li placed his hand on Qin Xuanhu's wrist. Subconsciously loosened his hand. Qin Xuanhu saw Su Li grab the collar of Fang Zhongjing in front of him. "I don't care who your elder brother is, and I don't want to know who your elder brother is, but you brought trouble to me. It was your own little brother who committed the crime, and now you are still acting so confidently.
This incident today has nothing to do with Brother Hu, or anyone else. This is a conflict between you and me. If you want to cause trouble, just come to me directly. Su Li said this and raised his fist. Before Feng Zhongjing could say anything, he punched Feng Zhongjing in the face. Along with Su Li's punch, several teeth left Feng Zhongjing's mouth forever. Chapter 23, Elbow Turned Outward. As for Brother Wolf next to him, Su Li did not let him go either. He grabbed the collar of Brother Wolf who was about to escape and pulled him back. Su Li also made close contact with Wolf Brother's face with his fist. After beating up the two men, Su Li stopped with satisfaction. Get out of my sight now, or I don't mind sending you two to lie in the hospital for a few days. After saying this in an impolite tone, Su Li turned around and nodded in the direction of Qin Xuanhu. As for Feng Zhongjing, Brother Wolf and his subordinates, they fled into the car in panic and left the place without looking back. You were a little impulsive today. Feng Zhang is not someone to be trifled with. This person has some means, and he has some spare money. He is ruthless and unscrupulous in doing things. If you treat Feng Zhongjing like this today, Feng Zhongjing will definitely seek revenge on you from his elder brother in the future. Qin Xuanhu looked at Su Li who was walking in front of him with a very serious expression at this moment, and spoke to Su Li about Feng Zhang. I'm worried that you may not be able to handle this matter. If I were you, I would hide for a while. Don't show up outside the school for the next 2 days. No matter how powerful these guys are, they can't get into the school. They can only block you outside. Hide for a while and come out after the storm has passed. Qin Xuanhu admired Su Li in front of him very much, so he reminded Su Li about Feng Zhang. Don't worry, Brother Hu, I have my own considerations for this matter. I'm really sorry to have caused you so much trouble. You originally had nothing to do with Feng Zhongjing, but I dragged you into this. Su Li naturally knew that Qin Xuanhu would not lie to him about this matter. But Su Li is not really afraid of Feng Zhang. After all, Su Li is a man with a system behind him. But Su Li felt a little sorry. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Qin Xuanhu. Qin Xuanhu had been helping him from the beginning to the end. I'm not helping you, I'm just helping my sister. Besides, I am protecting my own face. You don't have to be polite to me about this matter, kid. After saying this, Brother Hu smiled and patted Su Li on the shoulder twice, then turned around and prepared to leave. Brother, today's incident was all thanks to Su Li. Did you see how powerful he is? Qin Xuanqing completely ignored Qin Xuanhu's contribution, walked to Qin Xuanhu's side, and demonstrated to Qin Xuanhu twice the powerful methods that Su Li had used today. Okay, he's awesome, he's the best, but I'm the only one who's not awesome, okay? Now that this little sister has grown up, her elbows are bent outwards. Qin Xuanhu looked at Qin Xuanqing in front of him with helplessness. How could I be so tactful? I just say what I think. Brother, remember to tell Mom when you go back. I'll be back late tonight, and I'll go out for dinner with Su Li and the others. When Qin Xuanqing saw Su Li making a gesture for eating to him from a distance, he nodded to Su Li and then greeted Qin Xuanhu. Alas, it looks like this little sister is about to become someone else's. Okay, go ahead. Be careful outside. Call me if anything happens. I'll wait for you in the bar. I'll be back later tonight. He waved to Qin Xuanqing in front of him. Qin Xuanhu sighed as he led his men back to the bar. All of his brothers were injured today, so he had to take them back for treatment. Let's go. He walked to Su Li, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and made a handsome gesture towards Su Li. Su Li took Qin Xuanqing, Zhao Jian, and others and walked towards a place. Let's go eat too. The figure who had been paying attention to Su Li in the distance greeted his companion beside him. Then he followed not far behind Su Li. After some discussion, a few people decided to go eat hot pot. We are going to have some fun today. I have some spare money. Today we will not go to the best place but the most expensive one. Su Li waved his hand and led a few people towards the most expensive hot pot restaurant near Xinjiang. The average consumption per person in this store is around 700 to 800 yuan on weekdays, which is definitely a considerable expense for students in the school. Some students don't even dare to think about this place. However, this store is expensive for a reason. As soon as he entered, he saw the luxurious chandelier which almost made Zhao Jian shed tears on the ground. Then someone from the store took Su Li and the others to a place that looked relatively quiet. A few people quickly ordered their dishes and then quietly waited for them to be served. At this moment, Li Jianhe pushed his glasses and poked Su Li's waist with his finger. Suli, do you think that person looks like our music elective teacher? Following the direction of Li Jung's finger, everyone looked over and saw a man and a woman sitting in a seat not far away. The woman has bright eyebrows, white teeth, big wavy hair that falls to her shoulders, and a hip skirt that shows off her proud figure. This person is Suli and his classmate's music elective class teacher, Yuching. Who is that guy? I didn't expect he could hook up with our teacher one. Zhao Jian moved closer to Suli, glanced twice in the direction of Wen in the distance, and an unhappy expression appeared on his face. It was as if something of his own had been taken away. It must be his boyfriend. Teacher Wen just came back from studying abroad and he's not much older than us. Why do you have to take care of this matter? Chen Shou, who was standing by, raised his hand and patted Zhao Jian on the back of his head, pulling Zhao Jian back to his seat. Suli, what do you think about my request to see you? It's not about the singing competition, can you tell me when we have dinner? Just when they finished discussing this topic, Qin Xuanxin raised her hand and slapped the table. I asked Suli about participating in a singing competition together. Of course it's no problem. Didn't we already agree on this? You can arrange the whole thing. I'll do whatever you say. I am just one of our bricks, I will be moved wherever I am needed. Suli raised his hand and patted his chest, assuring Qin Xuanxin in front of him about this matter. I know you agreed to this, and I've already registered your name. It's too late for you to regret now. But I can't handle this by myself. We haven't even decided on a name for our group yet. Qin Xuanxin rolled her eyes at Suli and gave him an example. Wait a minute, Zhao Jian, Suli, wait a moment, look over there. Damn! What the hell is this kid doing? Chapter 24, Stealing Wine. Chen Zhou suddenly slammed his hands on the table. The sudden voice startled Suli and the others. When Suli turned his head to look in the direction Chen Zhou was looking, I saw that teacher Yuching had disappeared. But the man who came with Yuching picked up Yuching's cup. Holding a small transparent bag in his hand, he added something unknown into the cup. I bet this guy is up to no good. After seeing this scene, Zhao Jian couldn't help but say something. As Mr. Wen's students, we should stand up. Li Jianghe took off his glasses and wiped them twice, then rolled up his sleeves. Walk. The first one to stand up was not Suli and the other three, but Qin Xuanxin. Led by Qin Xuanxin, Suli and the other three walked to Yuching's table. Who are you? As everyone approached, the man sitting at the same table with Yuching also noticed them. He suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Suli and the others, asking about their identities. Suli looked the man up and down. The man's appearance can only be described in two words, compact. On the face, the facial features are almost gathered together. We are Mr. Wen's students. What did you put into Teacher Wen's cup just now? I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you. Zhao Jian was unable to help in today's battle, but under such circumstances, Zhao Jian decided to step forward. What's your business, little brat? Get out of here. After hearing what Zhao Jian said, the man's face instantly turned ugly. I don't know if he was angry or what, but he waved his hand at Zhao Jian rudely. I mean, what can you say to this kind of trash? I told you to get out of this place right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending the executors to arrest you later. Qin Xuanxin put her hands on her waist, frowned, and started scolding. What do you know, little brats? What kind of executors can you be? I wonder if you are going to arrest me or you when you call the executor over to carry out the execution. Faced with Qin Xuanxin's threat, the man sneered. Get out of the way now, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Pointing casually at a place not far away, the man's tone became very impolite at this time. The man's performance made Suli and the others look a little ugly. They were having a meal right in front of them, and they couldn't attack the man directly. But if nothing is done, when Yuching comes back and drinks what this man gave her, something bad will inevitably happen. What's going on? Just when everyone was in a stalemate, a woman's voice was heard from behind. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Yuching, whose hands were still wet, appeared in front of them with a puzzled expression on her face. A few little brats came over here for no reason and said you were their teacher and bothered me here. Hurry up and ask them to leave. The man obviously didn't want Suli and the others to ruin his business, so he waved his hand and asked Yuching to let them leave. Are you guys my students? He looks a little familiar, but the teacher has something to do right now. You guys go over there first. If you have any questions, come back to school and find me in my office.
Wenqing smiled and spoke to Suli and the others in a very gentle tone, then lifted her skirt and prepared to sit down.
Teacher, Wen put something in your cup. I suspect he has bad intentions.
Suli pointed at Wenqing's water cup on the table and told Wenqing directly what they had just seen. As expected, after Suli said this, the man opposite Wenqing's face instantly became extremely ugly.
He slapped the table, stood up and said to Suli, "What are you talking about here, you little brat?
If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for asking the security guards to kick you out of here." Seeing the man's reaction, Wenqing looked at Suli's face again.
He sighed and said to Suli, "This has nothing to do with you. This is my friend. I think you must have misunderstood." Wenqing obviously didn't believe Suli and the others.
Instead, he believed the man in front of him who looked extremely wretched. Seeing Wenqing's reaction, the man showed a smug smile on his face.
"Teacher, I..."
Suli was about to explain further, but Wenqing raised her hand to stop him.
"Okay, I still have some things to do next, you guys go back and eat." Wenqing obviously didn't want Suli and the others to continue to bother her.
He smiled at Suli, but the rejection in his eyes was very obvious.
Bite. System task has been released. Task: help the teacher.
Stop the teacher in front of you from drinking the contents of the cup.
Task: reward 100 soft rice points.
Just when Suli was about to turn around and leave without getting entangled here any longer, a system task suddenly came into Suli's ears. The reward for helping Qin Xuanhu defeat Fang Zhongjing during the day just arrived.
Another task came immediately.
This task made Suli pause for a moment.
After thinking quickly in his mind, Suli immediately came up with an idea. Suli suddenly turned around.
Under the gazes of Qin Xuanqing and the other three, he ran back to Wenqing's table. He snatched the wineglass that Wenqing was already holding in her palm. He tilted his neck back and drank it in one gulp.
"I'm sorry, teacher. I'm so thirsty.
I'll drink a glass of wine from you and I'll pay you back later." After leaving these words, Suli turned around and left in a leisurely manner. He completely ignored Wenqing, who was standing there in a daze, and the man who looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Looking at the wineglass left by Suli on the table, there was still some undissolved liquid in the glass. Wenqing suddenly frowned and glanced at the man opposite her. The man forced a smile from his face and asked Wenqing with a little doubt,
"What's wrong? Is there anything?"
After the man asked this question, he glanced at the backs of Suli and the others.
"Nothing. Let's eat. I have to go back after dinner. I have classes early tomorrow morning."
Wenqing shook her head slightly, then picked up the chopsticks on the table.
"Suli, your actions just now were so cool. But what did that guy put in the cup? Are you feeling unwell? Why don't we go to the hospital?"
After returning to their seats, Qin Xuanqing first gave Suli a thumbs up.
With a concerned expression on his face, he asked Suli, "What can I do?
I don't know what that guy just put out, but judging from his appearance, he definitely has bad intentions."
Chapter 25, Venus Hotel.
Suli raised his hand and looked at his palm for a few seconds.
After finding that there was no unusual change in himself, he shook his head.
The food ordered by Suli and his friends was soon delivered to the table. After experiencing this incident, the few of them would always look towards Wenqing's table from time to time while eating. However, none of them noticed that after Suli took a few bites, his face instantly turned red.
"It's hot."
Putting his coat aside, Suli picked up the tissue on the table and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
"Of course hot pot is hot. This is how hot pot should be eaten." Everyone just thought that Suli couldn't eat spicy food, so they didn't think much about it.
However, at this time, Suli felt that his eyes were gradually becoming blurred. The voice of Qin Xuanqing speaking next to him seemed to be in an empty valley, echoing in his ears. Soon Suli felt his mouth was dry and his tongue was parched. When he looked at Qin Xuanqing beside him, he found that there was an indescribable feeling in his heart.
Only at this moment did Suli realize that something was wrong.
"I also know what that guy put in Wenqing's cup just now.
You guys eat first, I'll leave first, I have something else to do."
Knowing that staying here was definitely not a good idea, Suli stood up and rushed to the bathroom.
A few people were left confused.
I washed my face, but found that my condition had not improved. Suli didn't even have time to say hello to the others before he hurriedly left the place.
What's going on? What happened to Suli? I don't know either. I guess that girl asked him out. I think it's unlikely, it could be something else.
After Zhao Jian and a few others discussed it, they didn't come up with anything meaningful. Why don't I go take a look? Qin Xian was a little worried about Su Li and prepared to go check it out. But he was stopped by Zhao Jian and his gang. Zhao Jian and the others just thought that Su Li was being looked for by someone else, so he left quickly. Several people decided to act as Su Li's wingmen. After being persuaded by Zhao Jian and others, Qin Xuanqin finally sat down in her previous seat and continued eating. Su Li left the hot pot restaurant, holding his forehead, and quickly rushed towards the school. However, Su Li only felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. The hot feeling all over the body did not improve, but became more intense. He staggered out, but within 200 meters, Su Li's legs suddenly went weak and he fainted. After Su Li fainted, he immediately attracted onlookers, and at this moment, a woman walked up to Su Li. "I'm so sorry, everyone, this is my friend, he drank a little too much." The woman greeted everyone around her and then looked behind her. "Please help get him into my car." There were two other girls following behind the woman. After hearing what the woman said, the two men came over and helped her, and carried Su Li to a pink Maserati on the side of the road. "I'm not going back tonight. If the dorm manager asks, just say I went home. You two must keep this matter a secret for me." The woman had a serious expression on her face as she reminded the two people beside her about this matter. "Don't worry, Jeaner, but what is your relationship with Su Li? Why are you helping him like this?" With puzzled expressions on their faces, the two women were a little confused about this matter. "We have actually known each other for a long time, but now is not the time to talk about this. I will leave first, and you should go back early." The girl named Jeaner greeted the two people beside her and got into the car. The pink Maserati roared loudly on the spot and then drove away into the distance. Venus Hotel is one of the most famous and expensive hotels in Qingjian City, Mississippi. Outside the hotel, the hotel lobby manager and several waiters were standing in front of a pink Maserati with respectful looks on their faces. "My friend drank a little too much. Please help take him to the presidential suite." Opening the back door of the car, the woman pointed at Su Li in the car and gave orders to the people in front of her. The lobby manager was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he hurriedly called these people and carried Su Li into the hotel. The woman followed a few people and soon arrived at the presidential suite of the Venus Hotel. "You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. If you dare to tell this matter, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." When the lobby manager and several waiters were about to leave, the woman said this directly to them. "Don't worry, Mississippi. My mouth has a zipper. I will definitely not let them tell anyone about this." The lobby manager showed an awkward smile on his face. He put his hands in front of his face, nodded and bowed, and slowly backed out. After seeing the few people leave, the woman walked towards Su Li. Sitting next to Su Li, gently stroking Su Li's cheek with her fingers, the expression on the woman's face was very gentle. It's like a wife taking care of her husband who comes home drunk. But at this moment, something strange happened. Su Li grabbed the woman's arm and put his other hand on her waist. "Su Li, let me go." The woman seemed a little flustered when Su Li held her in his arms. However, Su Li had lost consciousness at this time, and all his actions were subconscious. No matter how the woman resisted, she couldn't stop Su Li from approaching. "This guy Su Li is going too far. You didn't come back? It's a pity that we were his wingmen, but he didn't even come back to thank us." Zhao Jian and his companions returned to the dormitory. Seeing that Su Li was not in the dormitory, Zhao Jian complained and lay down on the bed. "Do you think Su Li will come back to the dormitory tonight?" Chen Zhou sat in his seat. With a meaningful smile on his face, he asked the two people next to him. "As a general rule, I think Su Li will come back tonight." Li Jianghai held his chin and thought for a while before expressing his thoughts. "I don't think so." Zhao Jian smiled mysteriously. Hiss. Su Li sat up with his hand on his forehead, feeling as if his head was about to split apart. The reason why Su Li woke up was because he was woken up by a rapid ring from his cell phone. Su Li, in a daze, picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Su Li, where have you been? Are you planning to skip class?" Zhao Jian's voice on the phone was very urgent, and Su Li was startled and looked at the time on his phone, and found that it was time for class. Chapter 26, Come to my office. "What class is this?" Realizing that he might have to skip class, Su Li immediately came to his senses. "This is Mr. Wen's class, come quickly."
Coincidentally, Suli and his classmates' class was the same class taught by the music teacher Yuching whom they met last night.
After hearing this, Suli breathed a sigh of relief.
It was no big deal to skip an elective course like this. Okay, wait a minute, I'll be back soon.
After saying this, Suli hung up the phone. Suli, who was about to get up, found that he was not in the dormitory. Looking around, Suli unexpectedly found himself in a hotel. His clothes were neatly folded and placed aside. Raising his hands and patting his head twice, Suli began to try hard to recall what happened last night. Suli vaguely remembered that he seemed to be sent to this hotel by someone. The person who brought him here was a girl.
Suli couldn't remember clearly what happened afterwards.
But Suli only felt that there was an indescribable meaning in his heart. After taking a look at the clothes next to him, Suli felt empty in his heart, as if he had missed something.
A bad premonition loomed in Suli's mind.
Without hesitation, Suli stood up, put on his clothes, left the hotel and took a taxi. The roll call has already started in this classroom. After discovering that Suli had not arrived, Zhao Jian and others told Yuching that Suli was feeling unwell today and would be back soon after going to the hospital. Yuching heard what Zhao Jian and the others said but didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and ignored the matter. When Suli returned to school, more than half of the course had passed. Soon after Suli entered the classroom and sat next to Zhao Jian and the others, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Suli, come to my office. After Yuching announced the end of get out of class, she only called Suli.
I don't think they'll deduct credits from me, right? This is the first time I've skipped class.
Suli stood up and asked the people around him with some concern.
I don't think so. I wish you the best.
Zhao Jian originally wanted to say that it definitely wouldn't happen, but after thinking about it, he felt that this might not be the case.
Forget it. It's like talking to a cow when I tell you. After complaining quietly, Suli quickly followed Yuching out of the classroom.
Yuching didn't say a word to Suli along the way. It was not until she brought Suli into her office that a smile appeared on Yuching's face. In Yuching's office, no other teachers were there, only Yuching and Suli.
Suli, please sit down.
Pointing to a stool beside her, Yuching nodded at Suli. Although Suli was a little hesitant, he sat on the stool obediently.
Teacher, I didn't come to class today for some special reasons.
I thought Yuching asked me to come because she wanted to tell me that I skipped class. Suli quickly explained to Yuching.
I didn't call you here today for this. I wanted to talk about what happened last night. Thank you for what happened last night.
After Suli left, Yuching realized that what Suli and the others said was probably not false. After all, she also saw the residue in the cup.
Teacher 1, was that man yesterday really your friend?
When Suli heard Yuching mention what happened yesterday, he curiously asked Yuching about the identity of the man yesterday.
Are you talking about Zhao Jie?
He was the blind date my family arranged for me, but I didn't expect he would be that kind of person.
I asked you to come here today because I wanted to ask you how you felt yesterday. Are you feeling unwell?
Yuching asked Suli to come over, firstly because she wanted to show concern for Suli's health. The second was to find out what Zhao Jie had put in her cup yesterday. This question made Suli not know how to answer for a moment. He always felt that a direct answer was inappropriate, and Suli couldn't say it out loud. After hesitating for a while, Suli told Yuching his answer. Teacher, the guy you called Zhao Jie put a powerful sleeping powder in your cup last night. Suli changed the name of the contents of the cup and told Yuching in front of him. This.
Suli, are you okay?
When Yuching heard what Suli said, she subconsciously covered her mouth.
Teacher, I didn't have anything to do so I slept yesterday. I went to the hospital for a checkup this morning and that's why I'm late. With an embarrassed expression on his face, Suli scratched the back of his head and explained to Yuching in front of him why he was late. However, what Suli said was true. Except for the powerful sleeping powder and the hospital, everything else was consistent with the actual situation. I'm glad you're okay.
I didn't expect this guy would do such a thing. Yuching clenched her fists, her face showing obvious anger.
Thank you, Suli, for what you did yesterday. I misunderstood you last night. I'm really sorry.
After taking a deep breath, Yuching thanked Suli with an apologetic expression.
It's okay, teacher.
The only thing on Suli's mind now was who took him away last night. Suli remembered that he was on the road when he lost consciousness for the last time. Suli really couldn't remember how he got to the hotel and what happened.
After a moment of silence between the two, Su Li stood up first. If there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. With a polite expression on his face, Su Li said goodbye to Yuching in front of him. If there's anything I can help with, just come to me. Yuching also nodded at Su Li, took out a business card of her own from the table and handed it to Su Li. After Su Li put away the business card and said goodbye, he left Yuching's office. When he took out his cell phone, he found that he was in such a hurry that he didn't even notice the dozens of messages on it. Xiao Yubing, let us play games, boss. Xiao Yubing, where are the people? Xiao Yubing, ran away? Dozens of messages came from the same person, Xiao Yubing. At the beginning, Xiao Yubing asked Su Li where he was, and then she condemned Su Li. The general content was that Su Li took his computer and disappeared. Looking at so much information, Su Li sighed and then put his hands on the keyboard. After sending the reason why he drank too much last night, Su Li put away his phone and rushed towards the classroom. However, when Su Li returned to the classroom, he found that except for him, all other students were sitting there. The monitor of their class was standing on the podium. Su Li, go back to your seat. I have something to say. Chapter 27, Party. Su Li didn't think much about it when he saw this scene. He walked straight back to his position. Everyone, please pay attention. Some bad things have happened in our school recently. Some students are colluding with some idle people outside. This incident has caused extremely bad consequences. When the monitor saw Su Li return to his seat, a sneer appeared on his face. However, Su Li, who had his back to the monitor, did not notice the smile, otherwise he would know that these words were directed at him. However, Su Li was also alert. After sitting down, he frowned and his eyes stopped on the squad leader. I have reported this matter to the instructor. The instructor has also given a solution. The students involved will be given a serious warning. With a cold expression on his face, the squad leader stopped his gaze on Su Li after saying this. Su Li, this matter is about you. The instructor already knew about this matter, and it caused a very bad impact. From now on, all your scholarship rights will be revoked, and you will be given a serious warning. If this happens again in the future, you will be fired. The squad leader said these words to Su Li with a smug look on his face. The instigator of all this was the squad leader. The monitor was the student in Su Li's class who had communicated with the guy with the slicked back hair that day. And everything that happened to Su Li in recent period was shown to the squad leader. Even the fight between Su Li and Fang Zhongjing outside the school was captured by the class monitor with his cell phone. This is also the reason why the counselor knew about this matter. The squad leader's father is a manager in the company of the man with the slicked back hair's father. It is precisely because of this reason that the guy with the slicked back hair can easily control the squad leader. How could this happen? How could the instructor know about this? Besides, this happened outside the school, right? Why would the instructor care about this? According to common sense, this incident must have been reported by someone. After Zhao Jian and the other two heard how Su Li was treated, they showed ugly expressions on their faces. I think this squad leader is the one who informed on me. He has a shifty look. I don't like him. Su Li always felt that the squad leader in front of him had a lot to do with the way he was treated, and then he said this lightly. After hearing what Su Li said, Zhao Jian and the other two showed expressions of deep agreement on their faces. I totally agree with what Su Li said. In addition to what I just said, there is one more thing. Everyone has a time to come to school, and we will organize a class party next. All students are required to participate voluntarily. Each student who wants to participate will pay a participation fee of 200 yuan. The monitor in front of the podium said this lightly. Why don't you go and rob? $200. You must be joking. $200 is my living expenses for a week. I gave it to you. What should I eat? Zhao Jian, who already disliked the squad leader, stood up. He asked in the direction of the squad leader. If you don't have money, don't participate. Didn't I tell you that? You don't have to participate. Only those who want to participate need to pay, and those who don't want to participate can just keep their money and don't have to pay. The squad leader just rolled his eyes at Zhao Jian, who was standing next to him. There was a look of disdain on his face, as if he looked down on Zhao Jian. I gave the money to the three of them. With this sudden incident, Su Li's face naturally didn't look very good. However, faced with this situation, Su Li naturally would not let Zhao Jian suffer any loss.
He is so rich and powerful, no wonder he dares to cause trouble with those idle people outside. After seeing this scene, the squad leader said something in Su Li's direction in a sarcastic tone.
I really want to beat this guy up.
If we weren't in school, I would have let him know how powerful his brother Jin is today. Zhao Jian slammed his fist on the desk with a look of discontent on his face.
Ignore him.
After Su Li said this, he stood up. I will inform the class group about the next time, and I will also inform everyone of the specific location. Just as Su Li got up to leave, squad leader Su Li reminded Su Li with a cold smile. Su Li and the others returned to the classroom only after the second class started.
After class, Su Li actually left directly from this place.
As for Su Li's class monitor, he quickly left the classroom and walked towards an empty place in the teaching building.
How's it going?
The man with the slicked back hair appeared in front of squad leader Su Li. Brother Hui, I showed the teacher the video of Su Li fighting outside, and the teacher gave him a serious warning.
Then I followed your arrangement and scheduled the class reunion in your party hall.
When the time comes, Brother Hui, just deal with this guy however you want. With a smug expression on his face, squad leader Su Li took credit for the achievement towards the man with the slicked back hair in front of him.
You did a great job on this. Don't worry, I will ask your father to promote him when I return.
The man with the slicked back hair patted squad leader Su Li on the shoulder twice, then turned around and left with satisfaction.
Su Li, why do all the good things happen to you? Now I want to see how you can show off in class from now on.
A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. After the man with the slicked back hair left, squad leader Su Li also turned around and left. It seems like this squad leader has some malicious intent in his actions.
Su Li, why are you suddenly at odds with this guy? I've never heard of any signs of conflict between you two before.
A few people returned to the dormitory and sat there, and Su Li heard Zhao Jian asking him.
You ask me, who should I ask? Su Li answered Zhao Jian with some displeasure.
Su Li was indeed in a bad mood. Regardless of what happened last night, Su Li always felt a little uncomfortable.
Even though Su Li was suddenly targeted by someone today, he couldn't be happy.
At this moment, Su Li's cell phone vibrated.
Shou Yubing, hey, where did you go? Did you run away with your computer? After seeing the message, Su Li frowned and started typing on his phone. Su Li, I had some problems today. I'm not in a good mood and don't have the mood to play games. I'm really sorry. Su Li initiated a transfer. Su Li, this is the money for your computer, you can take it.
Su Li knew that he was grateful for the favor and was soft-hearted.
He immediately decided to transfer the computer to the girl named Shou Yubing. Shou Yubing, boss, that's not what I meant.
Just go and do whatever you have to do, don't worry about me.
Chapter 28, let us go.
Party hall. Seeing that Su Li transferred the money directly to her, Shou Yubing panicked. She was still counting on Su Li to help him gain points. It would be bad if Su Li ignored her because I urged her too anxiously. After all, as a veteran homebody, games are everything to her.
Su Li, take it. If I'm free tomorrow, I'll help you gain points.
After leaving these words, Su Li's profile picture turned gray. Seeing this, Shou Yubing looked at the transfer on the screen with an embarrassed expression.
How could this happen? I really pissed off the boss. It's really a headache.
He raised his hand and patted his forehead. Shou Yubing looked innocent.
Yuching, are you going to attend Su Li's class party? Why do you have to do this? Su Li is not worthy of you doing this.
A few days ago, the president of our school's student union asked me to give him your contact information. Sun Nuan held up her phone and showed Yuching the message the student union president had sent her.
Nuan, I've said it before, I only like Su Li. It's my fault that things have come to this point. I will definitely pursue Su Li next, so I don't care what other people think. Don't bring those messy people to me anymore.
Yuching was too embarrassed to directly rebuke Sun Nuan, so she could only express her thoughts to Sun Nan with a slightly aggrieved expression.
I'm doing this for your own good.
Su Li has treated you like this, and you're still defending her.
I really feel sorry for you.
Sun Nuan grinned, looking like she was wholeheartedly devoted to Yuching. This caused some changes in the way Sun Nuan and Yuching's roommates looked at Sun Nuan.
These people have already seen through what kind of person Sun Nuan is.
Only Yuching is kind-hearted and is willing to continue associating with her.
After Sun Nuan left the dormitory, Yuching's roommate looked in Yuching's direction and said to her,
Yuching, this Sun Nuan obviously can't stand seeing others do better than he should, and he always gives bad advice.
Why do you always listen to him?
One of them had a puzzled expression on his face and asked Yuching about this matter.
I think Nguyen is doing this for my own good. I know she is not a bad person.
Yuching blinked, not quite understanding why her roommate said that.
When the roommate saw Yuching's reaction, he sighed and said nothing more. Going out all night tonight? Party hall? What kind of place is this?
In the afternoon, the cell phones of 4 people in the dormitory rang at the same time. Zhao Jian picked up the phone, took a look, and asked the people next to him in confusion.
I know a thing or two about this.
Chen Zhou also had a puzzled expression on his face. Li Jianhan next to him pushed his eyes. A party hall is a collection of various entertainment facilities such as KTV and internet cafes in one place.
Some are big, some are small.
But with so many people in our class, we should at least have a villa. With a serious expression on his face, Li Jianhai explained the place they were going to this time.
That's right, but I don't know if I can bring other people with me. I want to bring some friends over.
Chen Zhou nodded and said this.
Stop fantasizing. Look at the monitor's state today. Is it possible that he will let you bring other people with him?
As soon as Chen Zhou finished speaking, Suli placed his hand on his shoulder.
Chen Zhou also sighed after hearing this.
While everyone was waiting for the departure time, Suli casually opened his system. Suddenly, a number appeared clearly in front of Suli.
1,000?
Suli suddenly sat up and widened his eyes. He didn't expect that his income would suddenly increase so much.
Suli now has more than 1,000 yuan in living expenses.
Come to think of it, he shouldn't have received so much reward for helping his teacher and working with Qin Xuanhu to deal with Fang Zhongzheng. Host completes the achievement of a beautiful woman.
Get 1,000 soft rice points.
A prompt from the system answered Suli's question. But Suli thought about it over and over again, but couldn't understand how this achievement was achieved. At this time, a girl was sitting in a car outside the school, looking at the scenery outside her panoramic sunroof.
Suli, don't worry, I won't bother you.
After the girl said this, she slowly closed her eyes. When Suli took action, the 4 of them set out from the school and headed towards the class reunion. The man with the slicked back hair also left the school with a few of his loyal followers. Driving a Mercedes, he rushed towards the direction where Suli and the others were heading.
Remember today, what I want is to embarrass Suli, humiliate him, and anger him.
If he dares to make a move, you will beat him up severely. You guys are all from the National Martial Arts Club. I don't think you guys are afraid of him. The man with the slicked back hair said this seriously to the people next to him, and these people also made an okay gesture to him. The fact that Suli knew Chinese martial arts was no longer a secret in the school. The man with the slicked back hair naturally knew how powerful Suli was, so he called on the people around him.
Wow, what a big villa.
I didn't expect the monitor could find such a place. Looking at the villa in front of her eyes, a girl in Suli's class couldn't help but exclaimed.
I found this place through my friends.
This place should cost at least 10,000 yuan a night, and that's just the venue fee, not including food and other things.
But he gave us a discount.
Each of us only had to pay 200 yuan, and all the food, drinks and entertainment were included in it. Squad leader Suli had a smug expression on his face, showing off to the people in front of him.
The squad leader is awesome.
At this moment, several people came up to flatter the squad leader.
It's just a small matter.
But at this time, the squad leader turned his gaze towards Suli's direction. Seeing that Suli ignored him, the squad leader's expression became a little ugly. Then the squad leader led everyone into the villa.
However, just after they entered, the door of the villa at the back opened again and another group of people came in. Brother Hui is here.
After seeing the person coming, the squad leader quickly approached with a servile look on his face, then took a microphone and said to everyone present.
Let me introduce you to everyone.
This is Zhou Guangwei.
He is the owner of this villa and also the boss of this party hall.
He is also a classmate of ours.
I was able to get this discount this time because I found him. I specially invited him to come here today to get to know everyone. Chapter 29, Kiss.
The squad leader had a smug look on his face as he introduced the man with the slicked back hair who had just arrived to the people in front of him.
Shinbo, you don't have to be so polite. We are all classmates. I just come here to get close to my classmates. I just like the hustle and bustle.
The man with the slicked back hair had a polite expression on his face and said these words to everyone present. I see that I get along well with everyone today, so all the food and drinks tonight are on me.
Everyone can eat all the food here.
The man with slicked back hair waved his hand and announced the news to everyone present, and immediately won the hearts of Suli. When the man with the slicked back hair passed by Suli, he looked at Suli with a provocative look on his face.
I suggest that we play a game together.
When class monitor Chen Bo saw the man with slicked back hair walking over, he said this directly to the dozens of students present.
Squad leader, what are you going to play? As soon as Chen Bo finished speaking, someone below started to make a fuss.
After hearing this, Chen Bo showed a more satisfied expression on his face.
Truth or dare, everyone vote, one person at a time.
Chen Bo had already thought of this game and made all the arrangements.
Several people would come out to trick Suli.
Suli himself had no interest in such activities, but since everyone was in the same class, Suli thought about joining in. Suli had already agreed with the 3 people in the dormitory to show up here for a while, and the 4 of them left this place. When they heard that they were going to play games, Zhao Jian and his friends became interested.
Suli, is there anyone next to you?
Just as Suli was sitting there watching everything coldly, a girl suddenly walked up to Suli.
This person is the beauty in Suli's class, Su Chanshan.
Although there were many people in the class who were willing to work for him, Suli had no good impression of Su Chanshan from the bottom of his heart. The reason is simple: this person often does things that are disgusting.
Su Chanshan is a typical fence sitter.
She will stick to whoever is powerful and popular.
As far as Suli knew, Su Chanshan had had at least a dozen boyfriends since she came to this school. Not only that, each of them is a rich second generation, and each one is only richer than the previous one.
I heard that Su Chanshan just broke up recently. I didn't expect that Su Chanshan would come close to me. Logically speaking, someone like Suli, who only has good looks, would not be able to catch the eye of Su Chanshan at all.
Why did Su Chanshan suddenly come close to Suli?
There are people here. Suli had a vigilant expression on his face as he said this rudely to Su Chanshan beside him. After these words were spoken, Su Chanshan, who was originally full of confidence, was stunned for a moment.
Student Su, isn't there anyone sitting next to you now?
After hearing this, Su Chanshan was still a little unwilling and asked Suli another question.
Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one later. Suli glanced at Su Chanshan's face calmly and said this to her. Student Su, do you have any misunderstandings about me? If you have any misunderstandings about me, I think we can have a good chat. Nothing will happen if we talk it out. Su Chanshan stood aside and asked Suli in front of her in a very aggrieved tone. There's no misunderstanding. I just don't want anyone else to sit next to me.
Really not wanting to get entangled with it, Suli stood up, left this sentence, then turned around and walked towards the other empty seat next to him. And at this moment, Suli suddenly heard someone calling his name.
First, second, and soon almost everyone was calling Suli's name.
Suli turned his head puzzledly and looked in the direction of the crowd, only to see that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Suli, everyone has chosen you to be the first to participate in the game.
Choose one of the truth or dare games.
Chen Bo held the microphone and said this to Suli in front of him. Hearing this, Suli frowned slightly and wanted to refuse, but Zhao Jian and the other 2 came up to Suli.
Suli, come here quickly. If you choose me later, remember to help me.
Zhao Jian moved closer to Suli and whispered something to him. When Zhao Jian said this, he glanced in the direction of a girl in the class.
Seeing this scene, Suli sighed. Big adventure.
Suli didn't want to participate, but he didn't want to spoil the fun of the people in the dormitory, so he said this.
That's a great adventure.
I wonder which classmate is willing to come and ask our classmate Su to take this great adventure. After hearing this, Uncle Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression became a little strange, and he glanced in the direction of the people below. Chen Bo had already arranged people to play a trick on Suli. After he said this, someone immediately jumped out from below.
Suli and Su Chanshan are a perfect match. I've always thought they're a good match. How about letting one of them kiss?
I don't know who shouted this, but the next second the field suddenly became boiling.
Give me a kiss, give me a kiss.
When Suli heard this teasing, his brows instantly frowned. But when Zhao Jian and the others nearby heard these words, they all showed surprised expressions on their faces.
Good boy, there is such a good thing.
If I had known, I would have chosen myself first.
Don't even think about it. Do you think Su Chanshan will agree?
Suli still has a chance. As the saying goes, everyone is equal.
I think each of us has a chance.
Over there, the trio from Suli's dormitory had already arranged a full-length crosstalk performance.
That's not a good idea.
Su Chanshan stood there, covering her face with her hands and looking shy, and said this.
Su Li just chose the big dare, and he actually chose it.
All he needs is a kiss on the face. Chen Bo, who was standing by, was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so he said this directly.
I think this is a bit too much. Even if I am willing, Mr. Su may not agree.
It doesn't matter if I'm a man, but she's a girl. Su Li had a helpless expression on his face and said this to everyone present. The subtext of this sentence is to stop making fun of this matter. But the next second, Su Li himself was stunned.
I do.
Su Chanshan, who was standing next to him, suddenly raised her head and said this out of the blue. As soon as Su Chanshan said this, the atmosphere on the field instantly became boiling.
Chapter 30, Learning Chinese Martial Arts. It's better not to joke about this. Facing the beauty.
Su Li, on the contrary, said it with a calm expression as if he didn't take it seriously.
The rejection stunned everyone present. Among those present today, 3 of Su Li's roommates are expected to have such an opportunity. How could they let go? What's more, Su Chanshan agreed.
Even though Su Chanshan was not very good, she was still the most beautiful girl in their class.
A beautiful girl who was well known in the school.
After being rejected by Su Li, Su Chanshan's face instantly turned a little ugly. However, after a strange light flashed in her eyes, she actually walked to Su Li's side. Actually, classmate Su Li doesn't want to kiss me, but I am willing to kiss classmate Su Li. Help him complete this great adventure. After all, we are all classmates here to play, so we should have some fun and there is no need to be restrained. With a shy smile on her face, Su Chanshan stood on tiptoe and was about to get close to Su Li's face.
Su Li was originally preparing to dodge. But at this moment, an angry voice reached everyone's ears. Wait! When the voice came out, everyone looked in the direction of the voice.
I saw a man with a slicked back hair, who had gone somewhere just now, walking towards the crowd with a bottle of champagne in his hand.
His face looked unusually gloomy. What are you doing? Don't you know Su Chanshan is my girlfriend?
When Zhou Guangwei with a slick back hair appeared here, Su Chanshan seemed to be in a panic and hurried to Zhou Guangwei's side.
He took Zhou Guangwei's arm. Baby, I didn't do this willingly.
It was that Su Li who insisted on choosing this one, and then everyone started to make a fuss.
I don't want to spoil everyone's fun. With an aggrieved expression on her face, Su Chanshan dressed herself up as a victim.
Only after the scene happened did Su Li understand the whole situation.
It feels like all of this has been a trap.
When he showed up at this class reunion, they were planning to deliberately trick him. At this moment, Su Li also saw a hint of subtle gloom on Chen Bo's face.
Good boy. I treated you so generously, and you're just trying to cheat me? You want to kiss my girlfriend? Who do you think you are?
What Zhou Guangwei wanted was to take advantage of the situation. After hearing these words, he walked straight to Su Li.
He opened his pea-sized eyes wide. It was clearly she who wanted to kiss me.
I never said from the beginning that I wanted to participate in this adventure. She came out to attract attention on her own.
It has nothing to do with me. If you can't take care of her, I can help you. Su Li had a disdainful expression on his face.
Thinking that Zhou Guangwei had left this sentence, he turned around and prepared to leave.
Baby, look at the way he talks about me. He is slandering my innocence. If I am slandered by him like this, how can I go out and meet people in the future? Su Chanshan's face looked very ugly after hearing what Su Li said.
But in a flash she was in Zhou Guangwei's arms. Using a delicate tone, like Zhou Guangwei, she acted coquettishly and complained at the same time. Damn it, you let my girlfriend take advantage of you, and now you're slandering her here. If we just let this matter go today, how will I, Zhou Guangwei, survive in school in the future? After Zhou Guangwei said this with clenched teeth, several classmates who came over from behind him instantly surrounded Su Li.
Are you preparing to attack me?
You better think carefully about the consequences of attacking me.
He looked around at the people around him.
Su Li knew that these people must have been sent by Zhou Guangwei to deal with him.
I heard that you also know some Chinese martial arts?
We are from the school's martial arts club, and we just wanted to come and spar with you. The leader flexed his wrist, threw away his coat with an arrogant expression on his face, and made a starting gesture towards Su Li. The current Su Li is no better than those real masters of traditional Chinese martial arts. He could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was just to show off with nothing in appearance.
Fists and feet have no eyes. If we fight, I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt.
At this time, he stretched out his palms, clasped them together and moved his wrists.
Don't worry, we know about this.
I dare to come to you to spar, so I am naturally mentally prepared. If you had injured a few of us today, you would have forgiven us and would not have made a big deal out of it.
This is what we said and everyone present can testify to it. The leader had a very proud expression on his face. He looked as if he had Su Li in his grasp. It was as if Su Li would definitely lose to him today. Hit me. Zhou Guangwei, who recognized Su Li, couldn't wait to deal with him.
He had been planning this matter for several days, just to make Su Li lose face in front of his classmates today. Then he beat Su Li severely and threatened Su Li in the end, so that Su Li would stay away from Qin Xian.
I'm sorry. A shout came down.
Several people from the martial arts club rushed towards Su Li.
12 Wei Tan leg?
Su Li raised his hand and clasped one of the men's ankles. After taking a look at his feet, he smiled slightly. The next second, Su Li kicked the man in the chest with lightning speed. He was kicked directly and flew out, sliding 2 or 3 meters on the ground. You are still far from mastering the 12-move tan leg technique.
You haven't even reached the basic level of entry. Su Li is now proficient in all kinds of Chinese martial arts and recognized this man's moves at a glance.
Then try my tiger and crane dual form. After seeing this scene, another person pounced towards Su Li with a tiger claw in one hand and a crane hand in the other.
Tiger and crane dual form? I think you are trying to catch a sparrow. Su Li couldn't help but comment when he saw this. Court death.
When Su Li mocked him, this person felt like his tail was stepped on. He roared and attacked Su Li fiercely. However, facing this man's attack, Su Li just used one hand to take it all.
That's all.
Let me show you my white crane spreading its wings. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li formed a crane's beak with one hand and hit the person in front of him twice.
Su Li's 2 powerful moves broke the man's attack in an instant.
As soon as the other 2 came over, Su Li grabbed their hands. Then Su Li used Tai Chi to throw the 2 men out to the left and right.
You guys are so capable and you still want to deal with me. Why don't you all become my disciples? I can consider teaching you some of my methods. He quickly dealt with the people Zhou Guangwei had brought over.
Su Li's mouth curled up in disdain.
Don't go. Stop right there. Chapter 31, Nightclub. Just when Su Li turned around and was about to leave, Zhou Guangwei's roar came from behind.
After hearing the roar, Su Li frowned and turned to look in the direction of Zhou Guangwei.
Su Li, right? Do you know who I am? I am the son of the president of the Qinjiang City Chamber of Commerce. You have offended me, and you still want to leave like this? Today you either come over here and kowtow to me and admit your mistake, or you wait for me to punish you. Zhou Guangwei's greatest asset is his identity. After he revealed his identity, the way everyone present looked at Zhou Guangwei changed. It's more of an attempt to curry favor. At this moment, Su Li instantly became the target of public criticism. However, Zhao Jian and the other 2 stood firmly beside Su Li at this time. It turns out it's a game that relies on one's father. I thought you were very capable. Come anytime if you want to deal with me, I'll take over. After saying this, Su Li turned around and left the place with the 3 of them. I'm so pissed off. He originally wanted to use Su Li to establish his authority, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to do so, but Su Li also slapped him hard in the face in front of everyone. Zhou Guangwei clenched his fists and looked at Su Li's back fiercely. Where are we going now? We can't go back to the dormitory now. With a questioning expression on his face, Zhao Jian looked at Su Li's face. How about going to a nightclub?
Shen Shou, who was standing by, jumped out and put forward his proposal. I've never been to a nightclub before, and I've always wanted to go there to broaden my horizons.
I think this is a good suggestion.
When Shen Shou said this, Zhao Jian's eyes immediately lit up.
Let's go.
Su Li glanced at the faces of the 3 people in the dormitory, and nodded after seeing that they were looking at him expectantly. After all, it was because of him that these 3 people were unable to participate in the class activities today. Su Li decided to treat them all and took the 3 of them to hang out in the nightclub. Su Li hailed a car and the other 2 rushed to the most famous nightclub in Xinjiang. I've heard of this palace for a long time, but I didn't expect to have the honor of visiting this place today. He got out of the taxi with an excited expression on his face. Zhao Jian pointed to the nightclub in front of him that looked somewhat antique. The decoration style of this nightclub is surprisingly ancient,
but inside it is a real nightclub.
Rumor has it that the reason why this nightclub has such good business is that it can be opened in the most prosperous area of Xinjiang.
The boss behind this nightclub has amazing energy.
Several people arrived at the door of the nightclub and were immediately stopped by several bodyguards in black.
Have you made any reservations?
The bodyguard raised his hand to stop Su Li and the other three, and with a cold expression on his face, he asked them if they had any reservations. It was the first time for Su Li and his friends to come to such a place, so how could they know that they had to make reservations in advance? Then Su Li shook his head slightly.
Several people stared at each other. It doesn't matter if you don't have a reservation. We have a rule here.
If you don't have a reservation, there is a minimum consumption. If you can reach the minimum consumption level, we can arrange it for you directly. The bodyguard in black saw the confused looks on Su Li and the others' faces, and told them the news in a mechanical yet calm voice.
How much does this minimum cost?
After hearing this, Su Li asked the bodyguard in black. Anyway, he is a wealthy man now, with more than 300,000 yuan in his pocket, so he naturally straightened his back when he spoke.
The minimum consumption is 2,000 yuan.
But don't worry, if you can meet this standard, you won't bump into ordinary people after you go in.
Of course the booth is arranged for you.
After saying this, Su Li waved his hand and took out his cell phone.
We've decided.
Just when the three people nearby were about to persuade Su Li to leave, Su Li prepared to go in without saying a word. The bodyguard had not originally thought that Su Li and his three companions could spend money here.
After all, they looked like students.
But Su Li's reaction made them stunned for a moment, and then a bodyguard smiled and handed their drink list to Su Li.
And it comes with a QR code for payment. Since we're out here, we have to have fun. Let's have an order of the Royal Salute set meal.
With a calm expression on his face, Su Li lightly pointed at the bill and then paid directly. After the 20,000 yuan was paid, Zhao Jian at the back looked a little embarrassed.
Come in, please.
Su Li's clothes looked so good that the two bodyguards became more gentle towards him. He even skipped the body search and simply made a gesture of invitation to Su Li.
As soon as Su Li and his companions entered, someone came to greet them and led them away. As soon as he entered, the noisy music made Su Li's eardrums begin to bulge.
Su Li frowned slightly. This environment made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, the three people next to him looked around like curious babies. After Su Li and the other two were taken to a relatively wide sofa and sat down, a number of people holding light signs circled around them.
Finally, it swayed back and forth in front of Su Li and the others. It feels good to have money.
Zhao Jian looked around and saw that there were many people sitting and chatting on the small seats in the back. But there was no such treatment. And the four of them were sitting in such a spacious place. When the pear blossoms began to spew flames in front of Su Li and the others, Zhao Jian and the other two all showed a smug smile on their faces. However, the people in front of them quickly retreated, and dozens of bottles of wine were placed in front of Su Li and the others. In the center is the bottle of Royal Salute that Su Li ordered.
Drink wine.
After picking up the bottle and looking at it, Chen Zhou opened the bottle and poured a glass for Su Li in front of him and each of them. They say there are a lot of girls in nightclubs, and there really are a lot of them. It makes me feel like a tiger trying to eat the sky but having no way to put its claws down. Zhao Jian, who was standing aside, looked back and forth among the crowd, rubbing his hands constantly. Not long after they sat down, someone suddenly came up to them.
Handsome guys, are you the only ones here? I have some sisters who want to meet you.
In front of Su Li and the others was a heavily made-up woman. After the woman came in front of Su Li and the others, her eyes looked back and forth at Su Li.
So handsome.
Before the woman could say anything, a few more young ladies appeared from behind. When they saw Su Li, they couldn't help but praise him.
Chapter 32, Drink this bottle of wine.
It's just us, a few beauties, sit wherever you want. After Zhao Jian stood up, he made a gesture of invitation, looking very casual. The woman did not hesitate to sit down next to Su Li and his group of friends in groups of 3 or 4. Regardless of the heavily made-up woman in the lead and the two pretty-looking companions beside her, they all gathered around Su Li. Su Li indeed moved to the side with some disgust. Handsome guys, this must be your first time in a nightclub. Why are you so reserved? Everyone comes to this place to relax, there's no need to be so restrained. Seeing this, the woman picked up the wine glass on the table and gently clinked it with the glass in Su Li's hand. He said this to Su Li with a smile.
I don't really like people sitting next to me.
Who knew that Su Li actually put the wine glass on the table and didn't give the woman any face at all?
Handsome guy, it's better for everyone to relax a little. I know what the men in the nightclub are thinking. We're all just here for fun, why are you pretending to be so cool? Suli's action obviously made these women unhappy. However, Suli seemed not to have heard it. He just leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. You don't know how to appreciate it. The leading woman slammed the wineglass in her hand heavily on the table and stood up to leave. Zhao Jian and Chen Zhou, who were playing finger-guessing games with the woman's other companions, were stunned.
Don't get me wrong, ladies. My friend has a girlfriend, so he is more restrained.
Just sit down if you want, don't be angry.
Seeing this, Zhao Jian quickly stood up and came over to smooth things over. The leading woman snorted coldly and actually sat next to Zhao Jian. Seeing this scene, Suli frowned slightly.
Bite. System task has been released. Mission, drunk teacher. Help the teacher get out of trouble and gain the teacher's favor. Task reward, 200 soft meal points. When Suli was sitting there alone and feeling bored, suddenly a task was issued by the system. Teacher? When Suli heard the word teacher, he was stunned at first, and the next second, Wenqing's appearance appeared in his mind. Glancing around, Suli saw Wenqing drinking at a booth some distance away from them. Next to Wenqing was the man named Zhao Jie who was with him that day. At this moment, Zhao Jie's hands were a little dishonest. He kept putting his hands on Wenqing's shoulders, but all of them were slapped away by Wenqing. Drink! Zhao Jie handed the rescuer in his hand to Wenqing and said this to her. Zhao Jie, I can't drink anymore. I'll get drunk if I drink anymore, and I have classes tomorrow. Why don't we go? Wenqing really didn't want to get in touch with Zhao Jie, but due to pressure from her family, she had to keep in touch with him. Zhao Jie brought him to this occasion today, which made Wenqing feel uncomfortable all over. Moreover, after drinking glass after glass of wine, Wenqing, who was already not very alcoholic, had flushed cheeks. Qingqing, look at all my friends here. If you don't drink, I'll lose face. As the people around him pointed their fingers in a circle, the expression on Zhao Jie's face became a little unhappy, and even a little threatening. You have to know that if your company wants to get this deal, it has to rely on my help. After whispering these words into Wenqing's ear, Zhao Jie handed the wineglass to Wenqing. After taking the wineglass, the expression on Wenqing's face became very ugly. It would be wrong for her not to drink the wine, and it would be wrong for her to drink it. If she drinks this glass of wine, there will be a second and a third. Then Zhao Jie would get her drunk one drink after another. Everyone knows what Zhao Jie is thinking. But if Wenqing doesn't want to drink it? There were some crises in their company and they needed Zhao Jie's help. This is also the reason why her parents tried their best to bring her and Zhao Jie together. Drink! 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 At this time, the people around also started to make a fuss. After hesitating for a while, Wenqing drank the wine in the glass. After finishing the glass of wine, Wenqing put the glass on the table, with an embarrassed expression on her face, she looked at Zhao Jie next to her and said, I've already drunk, I really can't drink anymore, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Wenqing was about to stand up, but Zhao Jie grabbed her wrist. Did I let you go? As the saying goes, a good drink lasts for more than 30 minutes. You're planning to leave after just a short drink. Isn't that inappropriate? Zhao Jie pulled Wenqing into his arms. Then he put his mouth close to Wenqing's face. Fortunately, Wenqing broke free in time. Wenqing broke free from Zhao Jie's arms and was just about to speak. He was met with Zhao Jie's threatening gaze. I said sit down, did you hear me? Zhao Jie raised his voice several tones when he said this, and the threat was too obvious. Boss Zhao, I'm afraid you picked up your girlfriend, right? Haha, I used to think Boss Zhao was an old hand in the love field, but it looks like he made a mistake this time. Don't laugh at Boss Zhao. Everyone has times when they are in trouble. Boss Zhao, do you think I am right? A group of people nearby started to make a fuss, making Zhao Jie's face instantly turn very ugly. Sit down, you hear me? Otherwise, your company will go bankrupt. After threatening Wenqing in front of him, Zhao Jie patted the seat next to him. But Wenqing still had a conflicted expression and did not sit down. You want to leave, right? You can go if you want. Drink this bottle of wine and I'll let you go. Seeing that Wenqing was unmoved, Zhao Jie suddenly grabbed a bottle of wine on the table, opened the lid, and handed it to Wenqing. You can leave after drinking this bottle of wine, and I promise not to fail to help your family because of what happened today. But if you don't want to drink, you'll just stay here. When I leave, you leave too.
Zhao Jie is a very face-conscious person and he absolutely cannot lose face in front of his friends. So I did this to Wenqing. Looking at the bottle of wine handed over by Zhao Jie, Wenqing gritted her teeth and took the bottle directly. Then he started to pour it into his mouth. Good. I didn't expect this girl to be so generous with her holding it.
This is so exciting. I say that this girl, Boss Xiao, would rather drink a bottle of wine than accompany you.
Boss Zhao's skills still need to be improved. When Zhao Jie's friends saw Wenqing's actions, some of them applauded, while others were sarcastic to Zhao Jie. After all, the identities of these people are basically the same as Zhao Jie.
Chapter 33, Fortune Tellers Must Pay.
These words really made Zhao Jie feel a little embarrassed.
Zhao Jie, I can go now.
After drinking a bottle of foreign liquor, a strong feeling of dizziness rushed straight to my forehead. Wenqing just felt that her feet were no longer stable.
Can.
After all, it was said in public. Zhao Jie wanted to go back on his word, but when he saw the teasing expressions on the faces of his friends, he swallowed his words. When Wenqing heard that she could leave, she picked up her bag and turned around to leave. But before she could take 2 steps, her feet suddenly went weak. Zhao Jie on the side was waiting for this opportunity and wanted this effect. He stretched out his hand and held Wenqing in his arms.
The obscene smile on Zhao Jie's lips could no longer be suppressed.
But at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and snatched Wenqing from Zhao Jie's hand. This sudden move caught Zhao Jie off guard.
Who?
When he looked back at his arms, Wenqing was gone. Zhao Jie looked up suddenly with an angry expression on his face.
It's me.
Su Li had appeared here at some point. He held Wenqing to his side and responded to Zhao Jie coldly.
It's you again, kid? You ruined my good deeds last time, and you dare to come over here again this time.
Seeing Su Li's face, Zhao Jie clenched his fists tightly. The last time Su Li ruined his plan, Zhao Jie wanted to pull out Su Li's tendons and bones. If Wenqing hadn't stopped him, Zhao Jie would have already rushed to the school to cause trouble for Su Li.
Unexpectedly, Su Li appeared in front of him again this time. Teacher 1, are you okay?
Ignoring Zhao Jie beside him, Su Li focused his attention on Wenqing. Even if there was no system task this time, Su Li would definitely come to help as long as he saw Wenqing.
You can't hear me when I'm talking to you, right?
Seeing that Su Li completely ignored him, Zhao Jie raised his fist and hit Su Li in the face. However, the fist stopped when it was an inch away from Su Li's face. All this happened just because Su Li grabbed Zhao Jie's wrist. You! Just as Zhao Jie was about to speak, Su Li increased the strength of his palm. The pain made Zhao Jie unable to help but put his other hand on his wrist, trying to pry Su Li's palm open. I'm telling you, don't put your dirty hands on Teacher 1 again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you next time. With a threatening expression on his face, Su Li pushed Zhao Jie away after saying this, turned around and prepared to leave. But before Su Li could take 2 steps, a large group of people suddenly surrounded Su Li.
These people are all Zhao Jie's friends. And none of them are easy to mess with.
After all, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After all, Zhao Jie is a person with some background, so it is normal for him to make friends with people with backgrounds.
Sometimes, kid, don't mind your own business. Minding other people's business is the easiest way to get yourself into trouble. How dare you meddle in my friend's business? If you're smart, leave this woman here and get out of here.
I'll let her go today. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to leave this nightclub. One of the men seemed to have a better relationship with Zhao Jie. He took off the hat on his head and threw it aside, threatening Su Li in front of him with a fierce expression on his face.
Boy, you ruined my good deed once, and you want to ruin it again?
I'm telling you, even if I can't get Wenqing today, she will still be mine in the future.
You are just a poor student in school, how dare you meddle in other people's business?
Zhao Jie walked out from the back of the crowd, his expression not only fierce but also somewhat smug. Especially when talking about Wenqing, it was as if he was talking about his own personal belongings.
Kneel down now and kowtow to me and admit your mistake. I can still forgive you. Otherwise, I will be crippled today. I will cripple you even if it means that you are wrong. Standing in front of Su Li, seeing that Su Li still had a disdainful expression on his face, Zhao Jie pointed directly at the ground in front of him and asked Su Li to kneel in front of him. A real man should kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to his parents, but I have never heard of kneeling to a dog. A hapless person like you is worthy of me kneeling down for you? And you are still threatening me here? I'm in a good mood today and I don't want to argue with you.
If you dare to talk nonsense here again, I guarantee that your face will come into close contact with the ground in a while. Suli had a playful expression on his face. He looked at Zhao Jia in front of him, and then imitated Zhao Jia and pointed to the ground in front of him. How dare you scold me? When Zhao Jia heard what Suli said to him, his eyes widened. Brothers, go ahead. Zhao Jia shouted and rushed towards Suli, and his friends beside him were not idle either, they all greeted Suli. Suli was worried that Wenchang would be accidentally injured by these people, so he protected Wenqing behind him. He raised his hands and blocked the attacks of these people with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Not only that, Suli also grabbed Zhao Jia's wrist and kicked him on the knee. Zhao Jia felt pain in his knees and his legs went limp and he knelt in front of Suli. At this moment, someone kicked towards Suli, and Suli hit Zhao Jia's head with his knee. Zhao Jia used his head to block the kick for Suli. After being kicked, Zhao Jia fell to the ground uncontrollably. I've already told you that if you don't listen to me, you'll have a close contact with the ground in a while. What do you think? If I use my ability to tell fortunes, the fortune teller will have to pay me. Zhao Jia was stepped on by Suli, and his friends beside him also stopped. Boy, I advise you to let me go. If you let me go now, I will break your arms and legs and still keep your life. If you don't let go, you won't be able to leave this nightclub today. The reason why Zhao Jia is so confident is that the security captain of this nightclub has some relationship with Zhao Jia. I have to walk out of this place today. If you don't believe me, you can try it. After Suli said this, he kicked Zhao Jia away and helped Wenqing walk back to where they were. If you dare to hit me, I will never let you go. Zhao Jia had a ferocious expression on his face. He left these words, turned around and walked away. This kid is finished. When Zhao Jia's friends saw this, they all knew how much trouble Suli had gotten into today. After being beaten like that, Zhao Jia definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. Zhao Jian, who was covered in dust and dirt, walked around the nightclub and soon came to the side of a burly man. Chapter 34, The Art of Splitting Muscles and Distorting Bones. Brother Tiger. Zhao Jia greeted the man next to him. When the man turned around and saw Zhao Jia, an expression of surprise appeared on his face, and then he smiled gently. Isn't this young Master Zhao? What's wrong? The man called Brother Hu by Zhao Jia was named Wang Hu, and he was the security captain of this nightclub. He is also a notorious figure. Brother Hu, I was beaten up just now, right here in your nightclub. That guy not only stole my girlfriend, but also stepped on me in front of a group of people. Pointing to his face, which was stained with some stains, Zhao Jia's tone became extremely angry at this time. Is there such a thing? How dare you bully young Master Zhao in the nightclub I manage? I have to stand up for you, Master Zhao, in this matter. Wang Hu originally thought that Zhao Jia wanted him to go over for a drink, but he didn't expect that Zhao Jia was beaten up by someone. He immediately decided to help Zhao Jia. The reason for this decision is entirely because Zhao Jia is Wang Hu's ATM god of wealth. On weekdays, there are some things that Zhao Jia is not convenient to do, and Zhao Jia is always causing trouble outside. And his father doesn't really like to clean up his mess. Zhao Jia naturally had to find a strong helper, and this strong helper was none other than Wang Hu in front of him. Under the leadership of Zhao Jia, Wang Hu and a group of people searched for Suli in this nightclub. At this moment, Suli had already helped Wenqing back to their seat. No wonder this handsome boy ignored us. It seems that he already has a crush on someone. Looking at this figure and appearance, I can't help but feel moved. It's only natural that you look down on us, the vulgar ladies. The woman who had just greeted Suli showed a playful smile on her face when she saw Suli helping Wenqing come back. No, sister, things are different now. These handsome boys are really good now. A woman nearby was also looking towards Suli without concealing her gaze while laughing. Suli did not pay attention to the tone of their voices. Instead, he supported Wenqing on the seat where she was lying and covered her with his coat. Just after Suli sat up, several figures appeared beside their seats. Brother Tiger is this kid. It was this kid who beat me up just now. The moment he saw Suli, Zhao Jia's voice immediately rose several degrees, and the sharp voice directly covered the noisy music in the nightclub. Why is it this guy? Zhao Jian, Shinzhou, and the other two frowned when they saw Zhao Jia. Because several people all recognized this Zhao Jia. When Suli helped Wenqing back just now, several people were a little surprised. But before he had time to ask Suli, Zhao Jia had already appeared here. Until the moment they saw Zhao Jia, everyone instantly understood what Suli had just done. I also know why Suli brought Wenqing back. I thought they were some kind of people, but it turns out they are just a bunch of little brats who haven't even grown all their hair yet.
Boy, are you brave enough? Dare you touch my people in the place I'm in charge of?
Wang Hu weighed the wine bottle in his hand, with an arrogant tone on his face, and cast a provocative look at Suli.
You three take good care of Teacher 1.
I'll take care of things here. Seeing this, Suli stood up and walked towards Wang Hu.
Good boy, you have the guts to come to me after hearing my name. It's quite troublesome.
Seeing this, Wang Hu showed an expression of surprise on his face. However, Wang Hu had no idea that the reason Suli came to cause trouble for him was not because he was Zhao Jie's backer. The reason why Suli wanted to deal with him was because the system's reward had not been distributed yet.
That means Suli failed to complete his mission this time.
Judging from the current situation, if we want to complete this mission, we must deal with Wang Hu in front of us.
This is the main reason why Suli wants to deal with Wang Hu. One person does the work, one person takes the responsibility? I did this alone.
It has nothing to do with them.
If you want to cause trouble, come after me. I'm standing right here, and you can use whatever means you want.
In Suli's eyes, there is no difference between Wang Hu and Zhao Jie and his group. Ever since Su left Chinese martial arts, his skills have become unmatched by ordinary people.
Then I want to see what you are capable of.
After he finished speaking, Wang Hu raised his hand and several of his younger brothers behind him attacked Suli. The bone-splitting hand. The moment Suli raised his hand, a few words came out of Suli's mouth. And when these people heard the sound, they had already announced their results. A few seconds later, all the people Wang Hu brought with him lay on the ground and began to wailing. I didn't expect this handsome boy to have such a skill.
It's really interesting.
After licking the corner of her mouth, the woman sitting not far from Zhao Jian and the others looked at Suli in front of her with an interested expression on her face.
You dare to hit our people? Boy, do you know what happens to those who hit us?
When Wang Hu saw that the security guards he brought with him were all knocked to the ground, the expression on his face became a little embarrassed at this moment. He had already promised Zhao Jie that he would deal with Suli in front of him, but now Suli was not dealt with. Instead, his men were pinned to the ground by Suli.
I have already started, what next? I have to leave this place now. If you want to do the same as them, feel free to stop me.
After finishing speaking, Suli turned around and went to help Yuching up. However, Wang Hu took out the walkie-talkie and shouted,
Everyone, come in.
Not long after Wang Hu shouted this, security guards appeared beside him one after another.
You are good, kid, but how many can you beat? Even if you can beat 10. I want to see if these guys next to you have the same ability. If I catch you, you will have to surrender.
Wang Hu knew that he could no longer deal with Suli head-on. To deal with Suli, he could only use underhanded tactics, so Wang Hu set his sights on Zhao Jian and the others not far away.
This time it was Suli who frowned.
It was indeed a bit difficult for Suli to deal with so many people, but it was not completely impossible. But these people have set their sights on Zhao Jian and his group, so he can't protect them. Just when Wang Hu raised his hand and was about to let his security guards take action, Suli did not see a figure walking up behind him.
Stop!
The voice came from beside Suli, which surprised Suli a little.
Chapter 35, The Favor of the Female Boss.
Suli glanced to his side and found that it was the woman who appeared beside him when he came here. The woman held the wineglass, smiled gently in Suli's direction, then turned to look at Wang Hu.
Everyone in the bar is a customer.
I asked you to watch the bar here, so you watch the bar for me like this.
You are so brave that you dare to attack the customers in the bar.
As soon as the woman opened her mouth, Wang Hu's face immediately turned ugly, and Suli even saw a hint of panic on Wang Hu's face.
Sister Hong, why are you here?
After stammering out these words, Wang Hu immediately lost his arrogance and became as obedient as a little white rabbit.
Why am I here? I'm in a good mood today, so I came here to have a couple of drinks.
I just happened to think this handsome guy was a good match, so I sat next to him and talked to him for a few words, and then I saw you in the bar dealing with the customers in my bar.
Why do you think I'm here?
While speaking, the woman put her hand on Suli's shoulder, but this time Suli did not refuse.
Wang Hu, I think you are getting bolder and bolder. You actually dare to do this kind of thing without my permission.
After Wang Hu said this, his body began to tremble unconsciously. Even Zhao Jie next to him lowered his head and slowly shrank back at this time. Others don't know the identity of the woman in front of them, but Zhao Jie and Wang Hu both know it very well. The woman in front of me is named Li Hongxiu, the owner of this bar. In the small place of Xinjiang, this name is known to everyone. Everyone who knew her respectfully called her Sister Hong, even though the woman was not very old. But few people know that she is the owner of this bar.
Sister Hong, it's all a misunderstanding.
This little brother just had a conflict with my friend. There was a conflict in the bar. My friend said that this guy stole his girlfriend, so I came to intervene. I'm so sorry I didn't see you here, Sister Hong. Wang Hu apologized to Li Hongxiu in front of him with a fearful expression. I don't care what the specific reason is. As for the customers' problems, I have already set a rule that they should not fight in my bar.
You can solve it however you want outside. You are actually taking the lead in violating the rules of the bar. Why don't you arrest this Wang Hu for me?
Before Li Hongxiu finished her words, the security guards that Wang Hu had called over directly arrested Wang Hu. Li Hongxiu is also a legendary figure in Xinjiang City. She has no background and no backing, but she has relied on her own ruthlessness to get to where she is today as a woman. Wang Hu, you should know clearly what will happen if you break my rules.
Go and take him down to me.
After leaving these words, Wang Hu was dragged away. Even though Wang Hu kept begging for mercy and shouting. But Li Hongxiu didn't even raise her eyebrows, as if dealing with Wang Hu was just like killing an ant for her.
Little brother, today's incident was my bar's fault. I will waive the bill for your table today. If you come to visit us again, feel free to say hello to me. This is my business card. If you need anything, just come to me.
Li Hongxiu took out a business card from her bag and said this to Su Li beside her with a smile. Who would have thought that a woman who looked a little strange just beside him would become such a powerful person in the blink of an eye? Moreover, Li Hongxiu's temperament was very different from before, and no one could tell that this was a single person.
All this is because Li Hongxiu has this kind of personality.
Sometimes she will suddenly change her face and image. As for the women following her, each of them was not an ordinary person, and if they were singled out, they would be more or less scary.
Thanks for helping me out today. If you need me in the future, just give me a shout.
Su Li didn't like owing others anything, so he responded to Li Hongxiu with a smile.
Exceed the task, unlock hidden achievements, and win the favor of the female boss.
Reward 500 soft rice points. Su Li never expected that he would get such an amazing reward just by drinking and eating.
Okay, if there's anything I can do for you, I'll be happy to help you.
After saying these words to Su Li in a very casual manner, Li Hongxiu returned to her seat and continued drinking. Su Li and the others naturally had no intention of staying here. After leaving the bar, the few people who were still a little tipsy immediately sobered up when the cold wind blew.
Let's find a place to deal with it. It's not convenient for us to ask the teacher what to do next. Several people helped Yuching out.
Yuching, who was already unconscious at the moment, naturally had no way of following Su Li and the others anywhere. Su Li found a hotel nearby that looked relatively clean. After booking a few rooms for the group, he sent Yuching to a room to rest.
Where am I?
Yuching finally woke up after holding her forehead and sitting up. Yuching picked up the cup of water beside the bed and took a sip of water. She looked around and found herself in a hotel. This frightened Yuching so much that she sat up suddenly, lifted the quilt and took a look at Yuching, then she felt relieved.
Why am I here? Why was I sent to the hotel?
Yuching clenched her fist and hit her forehead a few times, forcing herself to recall everything that happened in the bar. Suddenly she remembered that when she was a little confused, she seemed to hear Su Li's voice.
It seemed as if I could hear the sound of Su Li and Zhao Jie clashing. Is it Su Li again?
Yuching murmured a few words in confusion, opened the curtains and looked outside, and found that it was still dark, then returned to bed. She sat down and when she took out her cell phone, she saw threatening messages from Zhao Jie one after another. From these words, Yuching also figured out what happened today. It turned out that it was Su Li who took her away after she got drunk.
Not only that, Su Li also beat up Zhao Jie. This is really troublesome.
I didn't expect Zhao Jie to use such disgusting means again. Not only have I offended Zhao Jie, but Su Li might also be unsafe.
What should I do?
Yuching finished reading the text message, held the phone in her palm, and a worried look appeared on her face.
Chapter 36, Fame Brings Trouble.
When Yuching left the hotel, Su Li and the other three had already returned to school.
Today is the weekend, and I wanted to have a good rest in the dormitory.
But I had just returned to the dormitory and before I could even get comfortable, a phone call came in.
Big sister, it's so early in the morning, can't you let me rest?
The call was from Qin Xuanxin. Suli put the phone to his ear and complained to Qin Xuanqin helplessly. Hey Suli, where did you learn the knowledge in this book? A day's plan begins in the morning, a year's plan begins in spring.
Haven't you heard of this?
Don't forget that we too still have to participate in the competition, and you haven't made any moves yet. Qin Xuanqin on the phone was not someone to be trifled with, and she retorted immediately. Qin Xuanqin's words reminded Suli that he had promised Qin Xuanqin to participate in the competition. So far, the two have not started practicing.
Come to the piano room at school quickly. I'll be waiting for you here.
After I left these words, there was a beep and then a hang-up sound came from the other end of the phone.
Fame brings trouble. After stretching, Suli stood up and prepared to leave the dormitory. Brother, you just came back, are you ready to leave after a while?
Suli's actions attracted Shinzhou's attention, and Shinzhou asked Suli in confusion. I'm going out for a while, I have some things to do. Suli smiled mysteriously, and prepared to leave after speaking.
Hey man, another girl is here to meet you, tell the truth.
Shinzhou sat up from the bed and moved towards Suli.
However, Suli acted quickly and left the dormitory. Remember to bring some food when you come back.
After shouting at the top of his voice in the corridor, Shinzhou retracted his head. Suli walked around the school and soon arrived outside the piano room. At this moment, a melodious singing voice could be heard from the piano room. You don't have to guess from the voice to know that it is Qin Xuanqin.
Suli, you're here. Come in quickly.
You didn't know that the prize money for the singing competition has been increased again this time. When Suli pushed the door open and walked in, Qin Xuanqin came up to Suli with an excited expression on her face.
Has it increased again? Suli was a little curious about what this singing competition was all about. Why was the prize money increased? Could it be that no one signed up? That's right.
Since there are too many applicants, the program team decided to increase the prize money this time.
Qin Xuanqin's answer was completely opposite to Suli's guess.
This time, if you can win the championship, you will get a prize of 100,000 yuan.
Even the second and third place winners will get prize money. What are you waiting for? Come here quickly. Suli was dragged into the piano room and a piece of paper was stuffed into Suli's arms. This is the repertoire for our preliminary round.
Here's what I thought. In this preliminaries, the two of us will just play and sing. Bending down, she picked up a guitar from the side and put it in Suli's arms.
Qin Xuanqin told Suli about her plan.
Suli looked at the paper in his hand and flipped through it carefully. He found that the paper contained the lyrics and music score of a song. With the singing and playing master skills given by the system, Suli is now very familiar with this kind of thing. Suli gently plucked the strings with his fingers, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a magnetic bass voice echoed in the piano room. Even Qin Xuanqin, who was standing by, fell into silence at this time. When the song ended, Suli turned around to look at Qin Xuanqin, only to find that Qin Xuanqin seemed a little absent-minded at the moment.
Hey!
Raising his hand and waving it in front of Qin Xuanqin's eyes, Suli moved in front of Qin Xuanqin and looked her over.
Oh, sorry, I was distracted.
Qin Xuanqin came back to her senses and apologized to Suli.
A blush appeared on her face. It's okay, then let's practice quickly.
As soon as Suli finished speaking, the two of them began the practice.
Waves of pleasant sounds emanated from the piano room, attracting many students passing by. Wow, isn't this Suli and Qin Xuanqin? It sounds great.
I didn't expect Suli to be such a great singer. There's something wrong between these two people, but I heard that Yuching has been pursuing Suli recently. It seems that Suli has now changed his target. The people watching outside were looking at the people practicing singing in the piano room, and the two of them made bold guesses one by one. The two of them practiced for the entire morning, and only came out of the piano room in the afternoon.
Would you like to have dinner together?
Pointing in the direction of the school cafeteria, Qin Xuanqin asked Suli.
No, I can't go. I have several sons in the dormitory waiting for me to go back and feed them.
When Suli thought that if he came out of the dormitory, the three people in the dormitory would definitely not come out to buy food, he sighed helplessly.
Son? Qin Xuanqin didn't react to what son Suli was talking about. However, after knowing that Suli had left, Qin Xuanqin finally reacted.
A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She sighed and turned to leave.
What's going on?
When Suli returned to the dormitory building with the 4 meals, he saw a lot of people watching something there. With a puzzled expression on his face, Suli joined the crowd. At this time, in the center of the crowd, a girl wearing a Lolita skirt was standing there, and next to her was a huge sign with 3 big words written on it in cartoon fonts.
Sorry.
Suli read out these 3 words subconsciously and moved closer to someone.
Brother, what happened? Where did this girl come from?
Suli looked to the side in confusion, and his roommate from the same dormitory answered him. You may not know this yet, but this girl is Cho Yubing, the otaku goddess and one of the 4 beauties of Xinjiang. I don't know why he came here when I was having lunch just now.
He took the big sign and stayed downstairs of the dormitory, saying that he was looking for Suli. This classmate had an expression of watching the fun on his face.
He did not turn around, but kept his gaze on Cho Yubing and answered the question to Suli next to him.
Looking for me?
After a moment of hesitation, Suli finally realized that Cho Yubing was looking for him.
When Suli said this, the classmate next to Suli immediately showed a puzzled expression on his face.
When he turned around and saw Suli's handsome face clearly, he quickly took a step back.
Suli is here.
It was this shout that completely exposed Suli, and everyone's eyes were focused on Suli at this moment. At the same time, Cho Yubing, who was holding an apology sign, also saw Suli at a glance.
Suli! I finally found you. Please don't abandon me. I know I was wrong. I'm here to apologize to you.
Suli was about to run away when Cho Yubing's voice reached his ears.
Chapter 37, still a bit kawaii. Did I hear it? Did I hear it? Did you all hear it? Shocking news.
Suli actually abandoned our otaku goddess after having sex with her, and the otaku girls came to his house to apologize and admit their mistakes. Oh my god, he is truly a role model for our generation, a fighter among men. Some nosy guy in the crowd shouted this, and instantly everyone looked at Suli with envy, jealousy, and hatred on their faces. As soon as these words came out, Suli knew that today's incident would be difficult to explain.
However, Cho Yubing didn't care about all this.
Cho Yubing ran to Suli, put the big sign he brought next to him, and bowed to Suli seriously.
Suli, I know I was wrong.
It was my fault that day. I shouldn't have rushed you. Please, considering how badly you bullied me that day, please forgive me. It would have been better if Cho Yubing hadn't said this. Once she said it, the misunderstanding only deepened.
That day, I was bullied.
At this moment, everything that happened downstairs of Suli's dormitory was filmed, and even if Suli had 8 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself clearly.
Can we talk about this on the phone? It's bound to cause misunderstandings here.
Cho Yubing acted as if nothing had happened, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. However, Suli felt the murderous looks from the group of masters around him and knew that if he stayed here any longer, it might arouse public anger.
This is downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Cho Yubing's nickname of the otaku goddess is not for nothing.
Most of the people who can stay in the dormitory at this time are otakus.
How many people regard Cho Yubing as their goddess?
After doing this, Suli suspected that he would not dare to walk around in the dormitory building easily in the future, for fear that a slipper would suddenly fly out of a dormitory and fall on his face.
If you don't forgive me, I won't leave. I will stay downstairs of your dormitory today. I will leave when you forgive me.
Cho Yubing put her hands on her waist, puffed her cheeks and looked at Suli in front of her with a proud look, which made Suli even more helpless.
I'm saying, please, I forgive you. I promised you, isn't that enough? Can you leave first? My roommates are still waiting for me to bring them food.
If I don't go back, they will starve to death. Shaking the 4 portions of rice in his hand, Suli clasped his hands together and bowed to Cho Yubing in front of him.
That's good enough. I'll go back first. Remember to play games with me today. Waving at Suli, Cho Yubing happily walked on tiptoe downstairs of Suli's dormitory with her hands behind her back. Your brand.
Looking at the apology sign still standing next to him, Suli shouted in the direction of Cho Yubing.
I'm giving it to you. After leaving these 3 words, Cho Yubing disappeared from Suli's sight. What do I need this for?
Suli, who wanted to cry but had no tears, could only hold the apology card in one hand and rushed towards the dormitory building with his head lowered.
Oh, my goodness, Suli, what have you been doing? Who are you apologizing to and why do you make such a big sign? But it looks kind of kawaii.
When Suli pushed open the door, Zhao Jian had already come up and took their food from Suli's hands.
However, just as he put the food on the table, he turned around and saw Suli planted the apology sign next to the bed.
He approached Suli with a gossipy expression on his face, raised his hand and touched the apology board twice, then looked at Suli's face with curiosity.
This matter has nothing to do with me. I just suffered an unexpected disaster. Do you believe it?
Spreading his hands, Suli looked at the three people in the dormitory in front of him with helpless and innocent eyes. The book says that when an avalanche falls, no snowflake is clean.
Suli, do you think we believe it?
He grabbed his glasses and put them on his face, and Li Jianhe also ran over to join in the fun. The three grown men seemed to have never seen the world before, fluttering back and forth on the apology plate. At this moment, there was a noisy sound outside Suli's dormitory door.
Curious Zhao Jian opened the door and a large group of heads rushed in. What are you doing?
Zhao Jian was a little confused when he saw a group of boys on the same floor looking at the dormitory as if they were aliens.
We are all here to pay homage to the great god.
Someone shouted, and Suli got up and went into the bathroom and never came out again.
Tell me what's going on.
If Zhao Jian still couldn't figure out the situation, then he would be unworthy of his gossipy spirit. After learning what had happened from this group of people, Zhao Jian drove them away, and then ghosts and wolves howled in the dormitory.
It's so unfair. God is unfair. Why is this happening? I don't accept it. Zhao Jian's wails drove Suli out of the bathroom. What's so good about that in broad daylight? I thought a ghost had come in.
Suli slapped Zhao Jian on the back of his head and glanced at him unhappily.
Suli, we have 4 beauties from Qinjiang. It looks like you are planning to capture them all in one fell swoop?
Covering the back of his head, Zhao Jian looked at Suli's face.
I don't have that idea. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This is all a misunderstanding today.
Suli had a helpless expression on his face as he explained to the three people in front of him.
Seeing the expressions of disbelief on the three people's faces, Suli had no choice but to repeat the whole story.
Xiao Yubing came to see Suli today simply because Suli didn't reply to her message again after he replied to her message that day. In addition, after they went to the nightclub last night, Suli didn't look at his phone much, which led Xiao Yubing to think that Suli was angry. The simple-minded girl thought about it all night and came up with this way of apologizing. He didn't care too much about it and ran to apologize to Suli with an apology sign he made himself, which caused such a misunderstanding.
But this doesn't mean that Xiao Yubing doesn't have a good impression of you. This girl is so innocent, yet you have the guts to do that to her. I really can't stand it. I want to punish you in the name of justice.
Chen Zhou made a cross with his hands in front of him and pointed at Suli. At this moment, a few silent crows flew over Suli's head, carrying a row of black dots with them. The matter died down in the dormitory, but it was widely spread in the school. However, Suli could never have imagined that this incident would keep so many girls awake at night. In Yuching's dormitory, Sun Nuan couldn't wait to hand Yuching the video that had just been circulated in the school today.
Look! This is Suli. I've already said it, this guy isn't worth it. Chapter 38, Torn Leaves.
Yuching took the phone from Sun Nuan and frowned slightly when she saw what was happening in the video.
There must be some misunderstanding here.
I believe Suli is not the kind of person who will abandon someone after having sex with them.
The two of them are not what everyone thinks they are.
Yuching bit her lip and said this to both defend Suli and comfort herself.
Hey Yuching, at this time, you are still speaking for that Suli? Look at the video. He finally ran away in disgrace. If he really has a clear conscience, why would he run away? Haven't you heard the saying that if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night?
Sun Nuan now feels very disgusted when she sees Suli. All this is because Suli didn't give her a good look that day.
Okay, don't talk about this anymore, I already know it.
Yuching lay down on the bed and covered herself with the bedding. After saying this, she said nothing more. In another dormitory, a girl called Jiner was watching the video of Suli on her mobile phone. She unconsciously exerted force with her palms, and even her nails dug into her flesh, but it didn't make her stop. Even Qin Xuanxin, who had just returned to the dormitory, had already seen the video about Suli. For some reason, Qin Xuanxin felt a little unhappy when she saw what Suli did. There was even a strange feeling rising.
Qin Xuanxin, what's wrong with you? This matter is Suli's business. It has nothing to do with you. He can do whatever he wants now. It's none of your business.
Qin Xuanxin raised her hand and patted herself on the face gently, then continued to choose songs. After all, there are only a few days left before the singing competition officially begins.
Suli! You deserve to die. Zhou Guangwei was pissed off by Suli that day, and now when he saw that Suli was having something to do with the otaku goddess Zhou Yubing again. He also saw someone in the comments saying that Suli and Qin Xuanqin practiced singing together this morning, which made him even more crazy. I, Zhou Guangwei, will never coexist with you. Having failed to deal with Suli at the class party, Zhou Guangwei has already started thinking of other ways. Now there are more people who want to deal with Suli than just Zhou Guangwei, wolf brother Feng Zhongzhen, and another person, Zhao Jia. All these people were planning to deal with Suli, and for a while Suli became the target of public criticism. At this moment, Zhao Jia had already appeared outside a door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door twice. Not long after, a middle-aged woman opened the door. This person is Wenqing's mother. Zhao Jia, why are you here? Please come in quickly. Seeing Zhao Jia appear here, Wen's mother smiled and invited Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia now has an extremely high status in Wenqing's family. The reason for all this was just because of Wenqing. There were some problems with the family business and they urgently needed a sum of money to transition. But now Wenqing's family can't afford the money, and can't even borrow it. This is also the reason why Wenqing's parents want Wenqing and Zhao Jia to be together. As long as Wenqing and Zhao Jian were together, Zhao Jia agreed to lend some money to help Wenqing's family get through the crisis. And introduce some customers to Wenqing Jia. Old man, Zhao Jia is here. Wen's mother invited Zhao Jia to sit down at home and also called Wenqing's father out. Auntie, why haven't you seen Wenqing? After looking around Wenqing's house, Zhao Jia asked Wen's mother where Wenqing was. Zhao Jia, didn't you contact Qingqing when you came again? She didn't come back today and stayed in school. She said there were some things in school that needed her attention. Mother Wen placed the tea she had prepared for Zhao Jia on the table and sat down beside Zhao Jia with a kind look on her face. You haven't come back from school yet? I guess you don't dare to come back? Zhao Jia said this out of the blue, and the expressions on Wenqing's parents' faces changed at the same time. Zhao Jia, what happened? It was Wen's father who spoke. After looking at Wen's mother, Father Wen frowned and asked Zhao Jia directly. Zhao Jia exaggerated and told Wenqing's parents what happened the previous 2 times. It would have been better if they hadn't said this. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on Wenqing's parents' faces turned extremely angry. Nonsense. It's just nonsense. Instead of spending time with Xia Jia, she actually went off to have an affair with her student. Call her. Call her back to me. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, and the expression on Wen's father's face became extremely ugly. Seeing this, Wen's mother could only pick up her phone and walk into the room to call Wenqing. At this moment, Wenqing was still staying in the hotel, neither going to school nor going home. When Wenqing saw her mother making a phone call, she knew what had happened. I took a deep breath, put the phone to my ear, and heard my mother's voice. Qingqing, where are you? Your father asked you to come back quickly. You've got into big trouble now. Your father is very angry. Wenqing was also very embarrassed by her mother's cautious voice on the phone. She even heard Zhao Jia's voice on the phone. If she went back like this now, her parents would definitely force her to be with Zhao Jia. But if I don't go back now, I won't be able to resolve the crisis at home. Wenqing felt very helpless for a moment. But somehow, Suli's figure would appear in Wenqing's mind from time to time. What's going on? He's just my student, why would I think of him? Shaking her head, Wenqing took a deep breath and began to organize her clothes. Wenqing, who was preparing to go back and face the reality, unexpectedly appeared outside the gate of Qingjian University. Suli. After thinking for a while holding the phone, Wenqing raised her head and walked into the school. Suli was playing games with Zhou Yubing in the dormitory when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Suli, teacher Wen wants to see you. She's downstairs in the dormitory. After leaving these words, the classmate who came to inform them walked out of Suli's dormitory. Teacher Wen? Suli obviously didn't expect Wenqing to come to see him. His fingers flew as he typed a string of words on the keyboard. After telling Zhou Yubing that he was leaving, Suli turned off the computer, stood up and walked outside. Teacher Wen? When Suli walked out of the dormitory building, he saw Wenqing with a sad face standing next to the flower bed outside the dormitory in the distance. Throwing away the leaves that she had unconsciously torn into pieces, Wenqing turned around and saw Suli walking towards her. Teacher Wen, what do you want to talk to me about? In Suli's opinion, Wenqing came to see him today probably to thank him. Chapter 39, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. Suli.
After Wenxing saw Suli, her face turned ugly. After hesitating for a while, she said to Suli, "I have a request for your help." After Wenxing finished speaking, she didn't dare to look at Suli's face.
Teacher Wen, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. As long as I can help, I will not refuse.
Seeing Wenxing's hesitation, he also felt puzzled.
I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and go back with me, okay?
After hesitating for a long time, Wenxing finally expressed her thoughts. This made Suli completely stunned. He never expected that Wenxing would actually make such a request to him.
Is it not possible? If not, forget it.
Seeing Suli standing there in a daze, Wenxing thought that Suli was somewhat reluctant, so she sighed and prepared to leave. After all, having made such a request, Wenxing felt embarrassed to continue staying in front of Suli.
Teacher Wen, wait a minute, did the teacher encounter something? I can help with this.
I have helped Wenxing several times, although the first time was an act of bravery and the second time was a system task. However, Suli was still willing to help Wenxing. Wenxing had already turned around and walked a few steps when she heard Suli's voice coming from behind her. She stopped and was stunned for a few seconds before turning around.
Would you like to help me?
After receiving Suli's affirmative look, Wenxing walked back.
Student Su, come this way, let's talk while we walk.
Making a gesture to Suli to come in, Wenxing took Suli and walked out of the school.
There was a pink BMW Mini parked outside the school.
This was Wenxing's car. After getting into the car, Wenxing took a deep breath, then looked seriously in the direction of Suli next to her.
Suli, I'm sure you also know Zhao Jie. He is at my house right now.
Now that things have come to this, I am not afraid to tell you that Zhao Jie is my blind date. After Wenxing said this, Suli was not surprised at all. After all, I already knew the answer from Zhao Jie when we were eating hot pot that day.
So what happened to Teacher Wen now? Why did you think of asking me to pretend to be your boyfriend? This is what Suli cares about.
If nothing had happened to Wenxing, she wouldn't have suddenly come to him and pretended to be her boyfriend. There were some problems in our company, which caused the capital chain to break. Now we urgently need some funds to solve this matter. If the company's problems cannot be resolved, our company will go bankrupt and my father may end up in jail.
And now the only one who can help us is Zhao Jie.
When she said this, Wenxing's face turned very ugly and she bit her lips tightly.
Suli didn't expect that Wenxing would encounter such a problem now. But he couldn't help in this matter. Because a company's capital chain was broken, the 200,000 yuan left in his bank card could definitely not solve the problem. Raising her hand and patting the steering wheel of the car, Wenxing turned to look at Suli with a worried look on her face. I don't think I need to say much about what happened last night. Zhao Jie is at my home now. He must have exaggerated what happened last night and told my parents about it.
Now my mother called me to go back, probably to resolve this matter. After saying this, Suli finally understood why Wenxing had such a sad face.
Then Mr. Wen, what do you think about this matter between you and Zhao Jie? You're not really going to be with this Zhao Jie to resolve the crisis in your family, are you?
Suli couldn't help but ask Wenxing beside him about what happened with Zhao Jie. After all, Suli had seen Zhao Jie before, and his character was definitely problematic.
I've thought about this matter carefully today.
I shouldn't be with Zhao Jie just because my family is in such a crisis.
This is not a fair thing for anyone.
Besides, Zhao Jie is not a good match in any aspect of character, you can see that. Wenxing shook her head, indicating that she would not be with Zhao Jie. I will find a way to solve this crisis in our family. Even if I declare bankruptcy, I will find a way to pay off these debts. When the time comes, I will ask my father to transfer the company to my name, and I will go to jail for him. Wenxing seemed to have made up her mind, and her eyes gradually became firm.
Then what do you need me to do for you next, Mr. Wen? Now comes the point.
What does Suli need to do to pretend to be Wenxing's boyfriend this time?
I need you to help me get rid of Zhao Jie. All you need to do is show up at my house.
Wenxing shook her head, indicating that Suli didn't need to do too much.
Then Teacher Wen, let's go.
After understanding his mission, Suli began to think about this matter in his mind. Then I will see if my system can help Wenxing through this difficult time. Now he still has 800 soft rice points that have not been used, so he can do a lot of things.
Wenxing took a deep breath, started the car and headed forward.
Soon the two of them arrived at Wenxing's door. Wenxing raised her hand and hesitated for a while, then finally put her hand on the doorbell. Accompanied by a crisp sound, there was movement from the door.
Ching, you are finally back, come in.
The door opened, and a middle-aged woman saw Wen Chang with an excited expression on her face. She reached out to grab Wen Chang's arm. But when she stretched her body out of the door, she saw a young and handsome man standing next to Wen Chang.
Who is this?
Mother Wen looked at Wen Chang with a puzzled expression on her face. Seeing that time had not left many traces on Mother Wen's face, Su Li smiled.
Hello, Auntie.
I'm Wen Qing's boyfriend, Su Li. I'm really sorry that I didn't bring anything with me when I came home for the first time. Su Li bowed slightly and introduced himself directly.
This self-introduction made Wen's mother stunned. What's going on? Is Wen Qing back? Why don't you let him in quickly?
With an ugly expression on his face, Father Wen yelled towards Mother Wen in the living room.
Oh, I'll let her in right away.
Father Wen shouted, pulling Mother Wen back from her daze. After answering twice, he dragged Wen Qing into the room. And Su Li also walked in with Wen Qing. At this time, there were two people sitting in the living room of Wen Qing's house. One was Wen Qing's father, and the other was Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, with a smug look on his face, wanted to show off to Wen Qing, but when he turned around, he saw Su Li following behind Wen Qing, squinting and smiling at him.
You little brat. Is that you? Chapter 40, Falling Out.
Zhao Jie stood up from his spot and his face became very ugly.
What happened to Xia Jie? Who is this Wen Qing?
Father Wen, who was sitting on the sofa, also saw Su Li. With an ugly expression on his face, he asked Wen Qing about Su Li's identity.
Hello uncle, I'm Wen Qing's boyfriend.
Su Li knew that he came here today to help Wen Qing overcome the difficulties, so Su Li introduced himself to Wen's father without waiting for Wen Qing to speak. Uncle Wen, this guy was the one who attacked me last night. Zhao Jie was very excited and pointed at Su Li and complained to Wen Qing's father.
Wen Qing, what do you mean by bringing him here? Father Wen asked Wen Qing directly in a bad tone. Uncle Wen, let me answer this question.
Wen Qing doesn't like Zhao Jie at all, and Uncle Wen, I know the difficulties your family is facing now. But you can't force Wen Qing to be with the person she likes just because of this difficulty. What's more, this Zhao Jie is not a good person at all. After Su Li finished speaking, Wen Qing's face was full of surprise, her mother's face was full of worry, and the expressions on the faces of Wen's father and Zhao Jie turned livid in an instant.
Boy, don't you see where you are? How dare you slander me in this place?
It's because of you that Wen Qing and I are in this situation now.
Of course, Zhao Jie couldn't admit this.
Now he wanted to put all the blame on Su Li, otherwise his true face would be exposed. Young man, get out of my house before I lose my temper.
You are not welcome in my Wen family. Wen Qing's father even pointed directly in the direction of the door and ordered Su Li to leave. Don't leave. Just at this moment Wen Qing finally exploded. Father, I know our family is in trouble right now.
I don't want my family to be torn apart in the end, so I am willing to accept your arrangement and try to contact this Zhao Jie. Two lines of clear tears slid down from the corners of Wen Qing's eyes. Wen Chang choked up as she explained to her father in front of her. But this Zhao Jie is simply a scoundrel. From the first day we met, he put something bad in my cup. Last night he was even trying to get me drunk and then force himself on me. When Wen Qing said this, her mother grabbed her hand. Child, is what you said true? When Wen Qing nodded, the look in Wen's mother's eyes when she looked at Zhao Jie immediately became very angry.
Zhao Jie. Is this what you are telling me?
With an ugly expression on her face, Wen's mother questioned Zhao Jie in front of her. At this moment, the expression on Wen's father's face also became a little ugly.
Uncle Wen, do you believe Wen Qing or me? Zhao Jie was not panicked at all.
Instead, he asked Wen Qing's father for his opinion. Wen Qing's father, who had just seemed to support Zhao Jie, was now really hesitant. Because the expression on Wen Qing's face and her words told everyone present that Wen Qing was not lying. Besides, he is his own child.
As Wen Qing's father for so many years, how could he not know whether what Wen Qing said was true or false?
Zhao Jie, of course I believe my daughter.
I didn't expect you to be such a beast in human form.
You and Xingqing are together, and sooner or later she will be yours.
Why do you have to resort to such means?
Taking a step back, Wen Qing's father's eyes turned cold when he looked at Zhao Jie.
Ha, I didn't expect your family isn't fun at all.
Yes, what she said is true, I did it. Seeing this situation, Zhao Jie knew that he could no longer act and decided to break off relations.
How do you think this mess in your family came about? It's because my Zhao family deliberately suppressed your Wen group that this problem occurred. Otherwise, think about it, your Wen's group has not had any problems for so many years, how could the capital chain suddenly break? Why did your partners suddenly withdraw their investment? After Zhao Jie said these words, the expression on Wen Qing's father's face became shocked and ugly. Yes, I arranged all this, and I was the one who was causing all the trouble. Why am I doing all this? It's all for Wen Cheng. Everyone knows that the daughter of the chairman of Wen's group has a good figure and good looks. Naturally, I, Zhao Jie, must experience it as well. Zhao Jie showed a wicked smile on his face and directly stated his purpose. It's you, why are you doing this? Upon hearing these words, Wen Qing's father's chest rose and fell noticeably, and the expression on his face was even more unbelievable. I've already explained the reasons. Don't think you'll be fine just because this guy is around. I can't deal with this guy. He's just too lucky. But I tell you, either let your daughter obey me or you'll go bankrupt. Zhao Jie always felt that Su Li was a little weird. When it came to dealing with Su Li was really lucky. After leaving these harsh words, Zhao Jie turned around and walked outside. Su Li wanted to stop him but was stopped by Wen Qing. Old man. Just as she watched Zhao Jie leave, Wen Qing's mother suddenly shouted. When Wen Cheng and Su Li turned around to look at Wen Qing's mother was dragging Wen's father up from the ground. Father Wen's face was filled with pain at this moment. He was lying on the ground with his hands covering his chest and his eyes closed. Dad. Seeing this scene, Wen Qing also hurried over. This. Su Li showed a very surprised expression on his face. Wen Qing's father was obviously so angry with Zhao Jie that he fell ill. Call an ambulance. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. After Su Li shouted, he quickly took out his cell phone and called the hospital. However, it would take more than 10 minutes for the ambulance to arrive, and at this moment, Wen Qing's father's condition looked very bad. The pain made Wen Qing's father's lips turn blue, and even his breathing began to weaken. System. Su Li knew that he could only put his hope on the system at this time, so he quickly opened the system and searched through the menu. Focus your attention on the column of medical skills. The last time Su Li checked, he found that all the medical skills were not enough for him to learn. Now that he had 800 yuan in soft rice, Su Li finally felt at ease to look for it. After a long search, Su Li indeed discovered a set of treatment methods called Taoist 13 needles. The 13 needles of Taoism, a comprehensive collection of acupuncture and moxibustion methods. After reading an introduction first, Su Li did not read any further and immediately decided to buy this set of Taoist 13 needles. Purchasing this set of 13 needles cost Su Li 600 soft rice points. Chapter 41, Enthusiastic Old Doctor. The moment the payment was successful, Su Li felt a lot of things flooding into his head. Countless images began to flash in front of Su Li, one acupuncture scene after another. Su Li felt as if he had experienced these things thousands of times before. When Su Li came to his senses, he immediately mastered the Taoist 13 needles. Auntie, Teacher 1, please help me find 13 silver needles. I have a way to temporarily relieve Uncle Wen's condition until the ambulance arrives. Su Li had an anxious expression on his face and shouted in the direction of the mother and daughter in front of him. The two were stunned after hearing what Su Li said, but seeing the serious expression on Su Li's face, Wen Qing got up first and started searching the house. In this situation, Wen Qing has no other choice but to trust Su Li. Soon, 13 silver needles were handed to Su Li. Without any hesitation, Su Li tore open the clothes on Wen's father's back. At this moment, countless small red dots appeared in front of Su Li's eyes, and these red dots were the acupuncture points on Wen's father's body. After picking up a silver needle and disinfecting it with a lighter, Su Li directly pierced it into one of the acupuncture points. Without stopping, the second needle, the third needle, a total of 13 silver needles were inserted into the 13 acupuncture points of Wen's father. After the 13 silver needles were inserted into the acupuncture points, although Father Wen did not wake up, his frown gradually relaxed. The dark blue lips began to show blood color again and their breathing became even. It really works? Seeing this scene, Wen Qing couldn't help but exclaimed. Su Li let out a long sigh. Now we just need to wait for the ambulance to arrive and take Uncle Wen to the hospital. Su Li leaned back and sat casually on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Although he had directly obtained this ability of the system, Su Li was still a little worried. After all, this was related to the life safety of Wen Qing's father. But Qingqing, our family can no longer afford a penny. What shall we do?
Mother One, who was wiping her tears, now revealed another difficulty their family was facing. These words made Wen Qing's face turn a little ugly. Recently, she gave all her money to her family, hoping to help them get through this crisis.
Now that this emergency has occurred, she can't come up with a penny.
I'll have money if I sell the car. Biting her lip, Wen Qing made a decision.
Teacher Wen, don't worry, Auntie. I have money here. I still have 200,000 yuan. You can use it first.
Suli took out his bank card from his pocket and placed it in front of Wen Qing, smiling gently.
I think 200,000 should be enough to treat Uncle Wen.
As soon as Suli said this, Wen Qing and her mother looked at Suli with only gratitude in their eyes. More than 10 minutes later, the ambulance took Wen Qing's father to the hospital, and Suli and Wen Qing rushed to the hospital together.
Auntie, Teacher Wen, don't worry, everything will be fine. Outside the operating room, Suli was comforting Wen Qing and Wen's mother while looking in the direction of the operating room. Soon the lights in the operating room went out and a doctor walked out of the operating room. The doctor's hurried look made Suli and the other two feel a little nervous. Who are the patient's family members? The doctor was elderly, looking to be in his 60s. After coming out, he looked in the direction of Suli and the other two. I am.
Hearing the sound, Wen Qing hurriedly took a step forward.
How is my father doing?
With an anxious expression on her face, Wen Qing asked about her father's condition.
Your father is fine. He is out of danger now and will be out soon. Let me ask you, who did the acupuncture on your father's body?
The doctor's focus was not on Wen Qing's father at all, but on the silver needle. When Wen Qing and her mother heard what the doctor said, they both looked at Suli's face.
It's me. Suli took a step forward and admitted that he was the one who did it. Good boy, let me ask you, are those the long-lost Taoist 13 needles you are using?
Grabbing Suli's arm, the doctor seemed very excited.
Yes, it's the Taoist 13 needles.
Suli didn't expect that the old doctor in front of him could actually recognize the methods he used. The legend of the 13 towns of Taoism is that acupuncture is the culmination of many chronic diseases that require this method to be treated.
I thought there was no hope in my life, but I never expected that I would see it in the hands of a young man like you today. Young man, can you teach me this?
The old doctor asked Suli in front of him with an excited expression.
Suli was a little overwhelmed by this enthusiastic reaction. Don't worry, young man, I won't take your trick for nothing. How much do you want to pay? Are you willing to give me 1 million? Is 1 million enough?
When the old doctor saw Suli's hesitation, he thought that Suli was unwilling to teach him for no reason.
Just raise your hand and it's 1 million. Old man, this.
Suli was not concerned about the money, but he didn't know whether he should hand over this method to the old doctor in front of him. After all, this incident happened a little suddenly.
Professor Chen, the dean, wants you to come over. They said that a very special patient has come and only you, Professor Chen, can treat him. Just then a young doctor walked up to the old doctor and said this to him. Can you wait a moment?
After hearing this, the old doctor showed an impatient expression on his face and asked the young doctor next to him.
The patient's condition is a bit urgent. Professor Chen, you should go and take a look.
Next to him, the young doctor also looked embarrassed.
Okay, I understand.
The old doctor withdrew his gaze and when he looked at Suli's face, he once again revealed that eager look in his eyes.
Young man, I have something to do right now. Here is my business card. Keep it for yourself. We can discuss this matter slowly. Please think about it carefully first. Once you have made up your mind, call me immediately. We can discuss the money issue later.
After leaving these words, the old doctor hurried away. Suli looked down and found that the old doctor's name was Chen Disheng.
Chen Desheng?
On the side, Wen Qing also saw the business card in Suli's hand and a look of shock appeared on her face.
Teacher Wen, do you know this old doctor?
Seeing Wen Qing's reaction, Suli knew that Wen Qing must know something.
Chen Desheng, Professor Chen, a leader in the medical field.
I didn't expect that the one who performed surgery on my father today would be Elder Chen.
As soon as Wen Cheng opened her mouth, she revealed Chen Disheng's identity. Chapter 42, Handsome Zhao.
Wen Qing was obviously a little surprised that Chen Disheng could appear in the hospital and personally perform the surgery to treat his father. I didn't expect this old gentleman to have such an identity.
Suli also glanced in the direction where Chen Disheng left. Unlock the achievement of the female teacher's favor. Reward, 200 free lunch points. Suli didn't expect that he would get 200 free meal points for treating Yuching's father today. And from the system's reminder, Suli could tell that Yuching actually had a good impression of him at this moment. Suli, how much did the medical expenses cost today? While Suli was in a daze, Yuching asked Suli about today's medical expenses. Not much. Suli smiled lightly and shook his head at Yuching, without telling Yuching the amount he had spent today. Anyway, all this money is given by the system, and I guess the system will give more money when you complete some tasks later. Suli didn't want to tell Yuching about spending 100,000 yuan today, which would put any pressure on her. Besides, Yuching's family is now in this situation. If Suli tells Yuching about this, once Yuching has to repay the 100,000 yuan, it will add new pressure to her family. Anyway, Suli still has more than 70,000 yuan left on him, which is enough for him to squander. Suli, I don't know exactly how much money I spent today. Tell me the amount of money, and I will repay you all of it today. Hearing Suli say this, Yuching asked about the specific expenses for today with a determined expression on her face. It's really not much money, teacher, please don't ask, let's wait for uncle to come out and see his condition. Suli shook his head slightly, still unwilling to tell. Give me the bill. Yuching was also determined to find Suli to find out the truth. He simply stretched out his hand in front of Suli and asked Suli for the payment bill. Just when Suli didn't know how to answer, the door of the operating room opened again. Make way, make way. Several nurses pushed Father Wen out. Old man. Seeing this, Wen's mother hurriedly chased after him. Let's go over there too. Seeing this opportunity, Suli naturally would not miss it. He said hello and hurriedly chased after him. Yuching stood there in a daze for a moment before following him. It was almost afternoon when Suli returned from the hospital. When Suli returned to the dormitory, before he pushed the door open, he heard three people in the dormitory discussing Suli and Xiao Yubing. Brotherly is really awesome. This matter has spread all over the school. This sentence came from Chun Zhou's voice. Suli had his hand on the door, but in the end he did not push it. Who says it's not? Brotherly is the role model of our generation. It really proves the saying that drought kills those who are thirsty, and flood kills those who are flooded. I really don't know when such a good thing will happen to me. This voice was naturally Zhao Jian's. Hearing Zhao Jian's sad voice, Suli couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Given the universality of things, the chance of this happening to you is almost zero. Li Jianghai is definitely very good at sabotaging others. As soon as Zhao Jian's voice came out, Li Jianghai's somewhat dull voice came over. Li Jianghai. Can't you hope for something good from me? What's wrong with me, Zhao Jian? I have this handsome face. Every time I dream about it, I wake up because of how handsome I am. Zhao Jian's narcissistic words made Suli outside the door laugh out loud. Who is it? This sound immediately made the three people inside alert. Damn, there are actually people who dare to eavesdrop on our dormitory door. Zhao Jian rolled up his sleeves and strode to the dormitory door. He pulled the door open and saw Suli. Our handsome man Zhao is here to open the door for me. Suli walked into the dormitory while Zhao Jian was looking embarrassed, and patted Zhao Jian on the shoulder lightly. Ha ha ha. This made Qinzhou almost die of laughter. At this time, the only laughter in the dormitory was Qinzhou's. Stop laughing. There's nothing so funny. Isn't what I said the truth? Although I can't compare to Suli in terms of appearance, I'm not better than you, Qinzhou. Zhao Jian shook his hair, looking narcissistic. Ugh. I'm about to throw up the buns I ate this morning. Covering his stomach, Qinzhou made a nauseous gesture. What about the buns? They have already been reincarnated in the toilet. After patting Qinzhou on the back of his head, Zhao Jian complained in annoyance. Okay, you're right. Qinzhou laughed so hard that he fell forward and gave Zhao Jian a thumbs up. By the way, Suli, where were you today? It's been another day since we last met. Did you go out on a date with someone secretly again? Tell us who else you don't know, so we won't be surprised again. Zhao Jian ignored Qinzhou and instead focused his attention on Suli. At this moment, Suli had just sat on the bed when Zhao Jian came over. I went out to help Teacher Wen today. Teacher Wen's father was sick, so I helped send him to the hospital. That's all. After saying this, Suli received 3 distrustful looks. Suli didn't want to hide it from the people in front of him.
Apart from the matter of pretending to be her boyfriend, Suli told the three people in front of him about the rest of what happened.
It's this guy Zhao Jia again. He's just a dog skin plaster, sticking to teacher one every day.
If I see him again next time, I'll make him taste my 3 farmers' punches. When Zhao Jian heard that Zhao Jia went to Wen Qing's house to cause trouble again, he waved his fist angrily. Normally speaking, Teacher Wen would ask you for help with this kind of thing.
Suli, I think Teacher Wen is interested in you.
Li Jianhe never stops talking until he shocks people, and he goes straight to the point as soon as he opens his mouth. As expected, after Li Jianhe finished speaking, Chen Zhou and Zhao Jian both showed expressions of sudden enlightenment on their faces.
Yes, Teacher Wen has so many students, why did you choose to look for someone else? Why did you happen to be so lucky? Suli, our dormitory is quite democratic. We promote leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. Will you tell the truth or will we torture you?
Flexing their wrists, the 3 men forced Suli into a corner, each with an evil smile on their face.
Brothers, please let me go. Suli pretended to be scared and said this in a low voice. The next second, sounds of fighting and screaming were heard in the dormitory.
Early the next morning, Suli received another call from Qin Xuanqin. At noon, there was news from Qiu Yubing. In the afternoon, Wen Qing invited me. It was a great weekend, and Suli surrounded these 3 people. Qin Xuanqin went to Suli to practice singing, Qiu Yubing went to Suli to play games, and Wen Qing went to Suli to discuss Zhao Jia's affairs. At this time, Suli was with Wen Qing.
Teacher Wen, what are you going to do next? Chapter 43, Boss as Friends.
Based on the current situation, Zhao Jia will definitely seek revenge. After suffering a loss this time, he will definitely use those despicable means to force your family to submit in the future.
Suli also realized that this Zhao Jia must be no good person.
It would be strange if there is no revenge later.
I don't know what to do. I know nothing about the company. Only my father knows what's wrong with the company now. If I could understand a little bit about how a company operates, maybe I could be of some help.
Wen Cheng lowered her head and eyes, and spoke to Suli beside her with some self-blame.
Know something about company operations? Hearing this, Suli's eyes lit up.
Because Wen Cheng doesn't understand, but someone else does.
This person is Suli.
Although Suli doesn't understand now, he has a system.
The system includes unified field theory and even theory of relativity. Wealth.
While Wen Cheng was silent, Suli opened the system and started searching in the wealth column. This was also the first time that Suli looked at the wealth column, and Suli discovered that some free lunch could actually be exchanged for money. 100,000 sold for 500 soft rice points. After seeing the conversion between soft rice points and money, Suli felt that it was not a loss to exchange 500 soft rice points for the 100,000 yuan. But 100,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Wen Qing's family right now. If you want to help Wen Qing's family get through this difficult time, you'll need at least 1 million to start. Yesterday in the hospital, if I had sold my Taoist 13 needles to the old doctor and received his 1 million, maybe I could have been of help. Thinking of this, Suli suddenly remembered that he had not called the old doctor yet. But at this moment, Suli saw several options in the wealth column. Chairman of the Money Empire, 10,000 yuan for a living.
A domineering CEO worth over 100 million, 5,000 yuan for a living. The invincible king of grabbing orders, 1,000 soft rice points. These Sulis didn't know what they were here for. But after searching carefully, Suli found one that he could afford. Boss friend?
This ability is the cheapest one, costing only 200 soft rice points.
What kind of ability does the boss's friend have?
But it sounds like this can really pick up girls. I just don't know if it can have any effect on Teacher Wen's family. After some hesitation, Suli still bought this ability. After purchasing this ability, Suli waited quietly, thinking that this ability would be like the Taoist 13 needles, and those patterns would appear in front of him. But after waiting for a long time, nothing seemed to happen.
What's going on? Why is there no effect at all? With an unpleasant expression on his face, Suli looked at his palm. What a bummer. My 200 yuan worth of soft rice is gone just like that? Nothing at all? Suli, who was confused, couldn't help but complain in his mind.
He believed that the system should be able to hear him, but there was no response at all.
Suli?
Seeing Suli's ugly expression beside her, Wen Qing looked at him in confusion.
It's all right.
Coming back to his senses, Suli waved to Wen Qing beside him. The biggest problem our family is facing right now is that all shareholders have withdrawn their capital and all partners have refused to cooperate. If there was a way to deal with these shareholders and partners, the company would not have fallen to this point. Yuching thought for a long time and came up with this solution.
Teacher 1, do you have any way to contact these people? Let's go meet them. If they can change their minds, I think we should be able to get through this difficult time.
Since these people were once shareholders or partners of the company, they would not stand by and watch them die.
They were just threatened by Zhao Jian. We can appeal to their emotions and reason with them.
After Suli glanced at Yuching next to him, he told Yuching his proposal.
Is this really okay?
After hearing what Suli said, Yuching also showed a worried expression on her face.
Teacher 1, this is the only way we have now. Let's give it a try tomorrow.
Suli said this while clenching his fists to cheer Yuching up. After hearing what Suli said, Yuching could only decide to give it a try first. After parting with Yuching, Suli did not return to the dormitory, but wandered around the school leisurely. However, when Suli walked to a place, he saw a familiar figure in front of him. In an instant, several images flashed through Suli's mind. This figure resembled the one who brought him snacks and food, and also resembled the figure he vaguely saw after leaving the hot pot restaurant that night. Without any hesitation, Suli quickly chased after him.
Classmate. Walking up to the girl, Suli called out.
When the girl turned her head, Suli saw a pair of eyes that looked like a brilliant galaxy. In addition to this pair of eyes, Suli felt that this girl looked very familiar.
I always feel like I have seen it somewhere, but no matter how hard I try, I can't remember where.
When the girl saw Suli, her eyes flickered and an extremely complicated look appeared in front of Suli.
Classmate, do we know each other? I feel like I've seen us somewhere.
Although he knew that what he said was a bit abrupt, Suli still scratched the back of his head awkwardly and asked the girl in front of him.
Are the conversation techniques for chatting up people so casual now?
The girl lowered her head and hid her complicated look. When she looked up, she asked Suli with a cold gaze.
No, I just think you look very familiar, classmate.
Upon hearing this, Suli waved his hands repeatedly to explain to the girl in front of him. I'm so sorry, classmate, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. When the girl saw Suli's embarrassed look, she smiled lightly, said these words to Suli, and then walked quickly away from Suli. Looking at the girl's back, Suli always felt empty in his heart, as if something important had left. But Suli didn't know that the girl raised her head when she was some distance away from him. 2 lines of tears had already slid down from the corners of her eyes.
Suli, it doesn't matter if you don't remember me. One day I will make you remember me.
After saying this, the girl raised her head, wiped the tears from her face, and walked back towards the dormitory. The next morning, as soon as Suli entered the classroom, Chenbo came up to Suli with a sly smile on his face and said to Suli,
Suli, the dean just asked me to tell you to go to his office. You should go quickly. I will tell the teacher to ask for your leave during this class.
Chapter 44, Fired. These words made Suli frown. This Chenbo in front of him must have been up to something again, otherwise the dean wouldn't have suddenly come to find him. Moreover, Suli seriously suspected that this guy was the one who caused the last video of him being taken. However, despite his doubts, Suli still walked towards the dean's office. After all, the dean of studies is looking for him, and it would not be a good thing if he doesn't go.
Soon, Suli appeared outside the dean's office. After raising my hand and knocking gently on the office door, a voice came from inside. Come in.
The voice was very flat, and no emotion could be heard. Suli saw a woman in her early 30s sitting behind a desk. The woman was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and she gave people a sense of majesty even while sitting there. After Suli came in, the woman didn't even raise her head. Walking up to the woman, Suli asked her with a polite expression.
Director Li, you're looking for me?
After hearing what Suli said, the woman did not raise her head, but just asked Suli in a calm tone.
You are Suli, right?
You are quite courageous.
You just got a serious warning and got into a fight outside. Notify your parents to come to the school to pick you up. After discussion with the school, you have been expelled.
After hearing what Director Li said, Suli just froze where he was. Director Li, there must be evidence for everything. Last time someone wanted to bully me outside the school, I was just defending myself. Director Li said I was fighting, and I admitted it.
When did you, Director Li, find out about the fight again?
Suli really didn't understand where Director Li got the evidence to prove that he had fought.
Evidence?
Su Li's words finally made Director Li raise his head.
Director Li glanced at Su Li's face, sneered, and then said to Su Li, "You still want evidence of what you have done?
You don't even know what you have done, and yet you dare to argue with me here.
In that case, I will make you get out of this school clearly. Look for yourself. I don't want to waste time talking to you."
He opened the drawer, pulled out a tablet computer, and threw it in front of Su Li. After Su Li picked up the tablet from the table in confusion, he found a video of the assassin on the tablet. Su Li clicked play and saw the video of himself fighting with those people from the school's martial arts club. When Su Li saw this, he knew without even thinking that all of this was done by Qinbo.
Su Li placed the tablet on the table with a cold expression. "Director Li, you want to fire me based on just one person's words and these videos that were taken out of context? Could it be that the school has made any decision without any investigation or questioning of the person involved?"
Su Li, whose chest was already burning with anger, became indifferent when speaking to Director Li in front of him.
"Why do you think we wronged you? Is it possible that you have never done this?" Director Li had a cold expression on his face. He raised his head and stared into Su Li's eyes. "I have already asked your classmates to investigate this matter. Fighting outside the school many times has caused a very bad influence on the school. If we don't expel you, how will the school recruit students in the future?" Director Li raised his hand and slapped the table, seeming to be very angry. "Is this what our school teachers are like? They jump to conclusions without investigating anything and only believe one side of the story. How dare a teacher like this deserve the title of teaching and educating people?"
After Su Li said this, Director Li's expression became very ugly.
"Students like you who have no respect for elders should be kicked out of school long ago. Call your parents now, immediately. Don't wait until the school notifies you as a parent directly."
After saying this to Su Li in front of him, Director Li began to rummage through his desk.
"Then I'd like to trouble Director Li to notify them."
Su Li had absolutely no interest in communicating with Director Li in front of him.
He left the office after saying this.
No matter how Director Li scolded him, Su Li didn't even look back. After Su Li left Director Li's office, he went straight upstairs, which was the office of the dean of their school.
Su Li knew that there was no room for communication with Director Li.
If he wants to solve this problem now, he can only find someone who can really make the decision for him.
Outside the office, Su Li took a deep breath and knocked on the door gently.
Not long after, the office door opened, and a kind-looking man looked at Su Li with confusion.
"Is there anything wrong with this classmate?"
The middle-aged man in front of Su Li at this moment is Su Li's dean, Li Pengfei.
"Dean, I came to you because I need your help with something."
Su Li had a serious expression on his face and told Li Pengfei in front of him the purpose of his visit.
"What do you want?" Puzzled, Li Pengfei stepped aside and let Su Li enter his office. "If you have anything to say, just tell me."
After hearing this, Li Pengfei made a gesture to Su Li to invite him in. After Su Li sat down, Li Pengfei retreated behind his desk.
"Dean, my name is Su Li. I believe you have heard of my name a few days ago."
Su Li introduced himself as soon as he opened his mouth, and Li Pengfei had obviously heard of the name Su Li. After all, the incident of Su Li fighting in the branch a few days ago was widely spread among the teachers.
"This is the video of me defending myself 2 days ago.
This incident was just because I helped a little girl escape the threat of those idle people, and I was retaliated by them.
This was just self-defense. I was misunderstood about this matter." "It doesn't matter.
I have never refuted this matter to the branch." Su Li had a serious expression on his face as he explained to the dean in front of him the conflict he had with Brother Wolf and the others 2 days ago.
"And this is the video I asked my roommate to take this Friday night. I feel like someone has been trying to frame me, so I'm keeping an eye on it."
The dean can take a look at the cause and process of this incident.
Su Li slid the screen of his mobile phone and a second video appeared.
This video was quite long. While Li Pengfei was watching it, Su Li just sat quietly by the side without saying a word. When Li Pengfei raised his head again, Su Li said again,
"Dean, I'm sure you've seen it too. This matter has nothing to do with me."
It's obvious that someone wants to frame us, and that person is Zhou Guangwei and our class monitor Qinbo in the video.
Chapter 45, Justice.
After placing the evidence in his hand here, Su Li had no intention of letting Qinbo and Zhou Guangwei go.
Pointed out that the two had framed him. There is such a thing? Li Pengfei obviously didn't expect this to happen. "Dean, I have one more thing to report." "That's our dean.
He only believes Chenbo's one-sided statement. They didn't even give me a chance to defend myself, they just gave me a notice of expulsion. Suli was most angry about this incident, so he directly informed the dean about it. He didn't care whether the dean and the principal were in cahoots with each other. If the dean is like this, Suli naturally has other ways. There are many things that Suli cannot do, but that does not mean the system cannot do them. The system is like an encyclopedia of skills, and there is always one that suits Suli's current situation. He may not be able to redeem this skill now, but there will always be a way later and he will always have enough money.
Didn't the dean ever ask you why you fought, or what led to it?
Li Pengfei was obviously a little surprised when he heard Suli say this. But when he saw the serious expression on Suli's face, he knew that Suli was not joking with him.
This matter shouldn't be investigated first before reaching a conclusion.
It's not our school's style to expel a student at random.
Li Pengfei shook his head, as if he couldn't understand such behavior.
Dean, please decide how this matter should be resolved.
If you don't do justice, I will be expelled from the school.
Suli's words hit the nail on the head. He came here today just to ask Li Pengfei to help him get justice. Don't worry, the dean can't just expel a student.
I'll need to sign and stamp the name of the student. Leave this matter to me, I will give you justice.
Li Pengfei frowned and agreed to this matter to Suli. With this guarantee, Suli finally felt relieved.
Dean, I'll take my leave now. Suli walked out of the dean's office and went straight to the classroom.
The class was halfway through. When Suli pushed the door open, the teacher glanced at Suli's face and didn't say much. But when they saw Suli appear, the expressions on Su Chanshan and Chen Bo's faces were not very good.
Why is this guy back? Didn't the dean expel him?
Lowering her head, a message was sent to Chen Bo, and Su Chanshan frowned. Su Chanshan also liked Suli a little, but her liking was different from that of others. She liked Suli purely because of Suli's appearance, and it made her feel very proud to take him out. And now he is with Zhou Guangwei because he is attracted by Zhou Guangwei's strength and money.
But Su Chanshan didn't know that she was an insignificant person in Zhou Guangwei's eyes. Still helping Zhou Guangwei to deal with Suli.
I don't know what's going on, but I've already sent a message to the dean, and he'll be here soon. When Chen Bo met Suli, he had already sent a message to the dean.
Suli, where have you been? You just came back halfway through the class. What happened?
As soon as Suli came back, 3 people from the dormitory came over immediately to ask about Suli's condition.
Something happened.
This Chen Bo filmed the last time we fought with Brother Wolf, as well as the fight between Zhou Guangwei's men. He even sent the video to the dean to report me. Suli glanced in the direction of Chen Bo, their eyes met, and they quickly lowered their heads. This was a sign of a guilty conscience. Suli sneered and continued to explain to the 3 people next to him. The dean of studies wanted to expel me because I was affecting the school's morale and reputation.
I just went to see the dean of studies.
As soon as Suli said this, Zhao Jian and the other 2 showed surprised expressions on their faces. This kid still does this kind of thing.
What do these 2 things have to do with you? Not to mention that they happened outside of school, and it's not your fault. Have you explained to the dean?
Zhao Jian gritted his teeth, glanced in the direction of Chen Bo, and then asked Suli. If the dean had listened to my explanation, it wouldn't have taken me so long to come back.
I don't know what the dean is thinking. He didn't even listen to my explanation.
It was as if I had been brainwashed by Chen Bo. I only listened to what Chen Bo said and only believed the videos Chen Bo gave her. When Suli thought of the dean's face, his expression turned a little ugly. It stands to reason that since Chen Bo has the video of the last fight, he must have been targeting us for a while. I just don't know what Zhou Guangwei gave Chen Bo to make him do this. Li Jianhe shook his head and expressed his speculation.
Suli, someone is coming. Chen Zhou was listening to the 3 people talking.
Suddenly, he looked up towards the classroom door, nudged Suli with his elbow, and the next second the dean appeared among the teachers.
Suli, who told you to go back to the classroom? Wasn't what I told you clear enough? You have been expelled from school.
You can either pack up and leave, or the school will notify your parents to come here. The dean frowned and scolded Suli, who was sitting in his seat. In an instant, the classroom became extremely quiet, and the assassin could hear the sound even if a needle dropped on the ground. Even the teacher at the podium had a strange look in his eyes when he looked at Suli. Director Li, I want to ask whether the expulsion of a student requires the signature and seal of the dean.
I just don't know if the dean knows that you want to expel me this time. Can the dean sign and stamp it?
Su Li had already met Li Pengfei, so he naturally knew the process.
So after Su Li asked this question, the dean's face flickered noticeably.
If so, please show me the dismissal document. If not, Director Li, I hope you will wait until the dean signs and stamps it before bothering me. Su Li's rebuttal changed the way all the students looked at him.
Of course, there are two exceptions, Chenbo and Su Chanqian.
Seeing Su Li's rebuttal, Chenbo slammed his hands on the table. His chest was heaving with anger. A student dares to speak to me like this. How disrespectful.
Do you think I can't expel you without the dean's seal and signature? I'm going to kick you out of here right now. Chapter 46, Watch a Good Show.
Director Li knew that if she didn't kick Su Li out of the classroom today, she would never be able to establish her authority in front of her students in the future.
Then I'll have to trouble Director Li to personally ask me out.
Su Li sat there and left these words, not even paying attention to Director Li.
Su Li, what's wrong with you? How dare you disobey Director Li's words?
Then you will stay in this school for another 2 years.
Will the dean and the principal be unable to control you?
Chenbo also took this opportunity to stand up and began to blame Su Li.
I didn't break any school rules.
Besides, the dean and the principal just asked me to come here to help me study.
As long as I don't break the school rules, I'm not afraid of them both looking after me. Su Li was even more rude to Chenbo.
Su Li, listen to me. I'm going to find the dean right now and I'm going to kick you out of the school. Director Li left these words, turned around and walked outside.
It looks like Su Li must be expelled.
This old witch is really scary to death. You are unreasonable, but you think others are as unreasonable as you. I think the dean is so wise that he will definitely not fire you.
The dean of studies came back to life only after he left Xinzhou. We'll just have to wait and see.
Su Li did not tell the 3 people beside him that he had seen him before. Instead, the dean smiled mysteriously.
After class, Chenbo went straight towards Su Li. Su Li, let me tell you, you'd better stop showing off.
Brother Hui has already arranged for someone to deal with you. As for the teacher, the dean is here.
Even if I can't expel you this time, I want to see how you live in the future.
At this moment, Su Li has become a thorn in Chenbo's side.
What do you want again? It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Su Li himself is not in a hurry. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?
Zhao Jian rolled his eyes at Chenbo and retorted.
Zhao Jian, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you will have a good ending?
When the time comes, I will deal with Su Li first and you second. After saying something harsh to Zhao Jian, Chenbo snorted coldly, turned around and walked away.
Why are you so arrogant?
You're just a squad leader.
Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
If I wasn't in a good mood today, I would have let you have a taste of my 3 farmers' punches. Zhao Jian waved his fists twice at Chenbo's back, his face full of indignation.
Okay, why bother with a guy like this?
I'll take you guys to see a good show.
Su Li had a mysterious smile on his face. He waved at a few people and walked towards the dean's office. Shoo! Outside the dean's office, Su Li made a silencing gesture to the 3 people.
At this moment, a voice came from the dean's office.
Dean, Su Li's behavior is too bad. He must be expelled.
If he is not expelled, it will be difficult to correct the school's atmosphere. The person who said this was obviously Director Li.
Why did I hear that Su Li was wrongly accused, and some teachers wanted to expel him without listening to his explanation?
Dean Li Pengfei's voice was very calm, but it made Zhao Jian and the other 2 stunned for a moment.
Don't worry. Su Li smiled gently and pointed inside the door. Who would wrongly accuse him? I have solid evidence. A classmate reported me by real name and I have video evidence here.
Director Li seemed to take out his mobile phone to show the evidence to the dean inside.
Director Li, didn't I tell you that you must have complete evidence when doing anything?
You are clearly taking things out of context, and the video is incomplete.
Take a look at mine.
At the door, Pengfei took out the video evidence that Su Li gave him. After Director Li read it, his face turned very ugly.
That's only part of it. There's another thing you mentioned.
That was because Su Li helped others outside and acted bravely, which offended those idle people outside, and that's why the conflict occurred.
I think he did the right thing.
Accompanied by the sound of fingers tapping on the table, Li Pengfei's words came out from inside the door. Schools like ours should cultivate such talents, and being brave and righteous is the energy we convey. When this sentence was said, Director Lee had no way to refute it any further.
Okay, go back. I want you to give me a handwritten reflection on your work. I'll give it to you and stamp it for you personally.
As for your dismissal of Suli, I will neither sign nor approve it. If I find out that you are causing trouble for this child again, Director Lee, you will have to think twice. After Li Pengfei finished saying this, footsteps were heard from inside the door.
Suli and the other three hurriedly left the office. Shan Bo,
come to my office. Director Lee, with a gloomy face and a look of blood dripping from his eyes, just came out of the dean's office and called Shin Bo directly.
I told him to be arrogant. Now I want to see how arrogant he can be. Complain. Ha, now Director Lee has been scolded. I want to see how he ends up.
Shin Zhou sneered, as if he had already seen the scene of Shin Bo being beaten up.
Okay, this matter has come to an end now, let's withdraw. Suli waved his hand and several people walked outside. Halfway back to the dormitory, Suli received a call. Teacher Wen, are we leaving now?
Suli also has a difficult task to complete today, which is to accompany Wen Qing to meet the company's shareholders and partners.
Okay, Mr. Wen. I'll wait for you outside the school.
After a conversation, Suli was greeted with three strange looks as he hung up the phone.
It's Teacher Wen again. Why does Teacher Wen look for you every day?
Suli, I know you are leaving now, but if you still don't tell the truth when you come back this time, then I will punish you severely.
Zhao Jian waved his orange-sized fist at Suli and pretended to be fierce. I will definitely treat you leniently if you confess and severely if you resist when I come back, okay? You guys go eat first and we'll talk when I come back. After leaving these words, Suli turned around and walked away.
Wen Qing was already waiting for Suli outside the school. Because of her father's accident, Wen Qing took 2 days off from school. She had just come out of the hospital. In addition to needing Suli to accompany her to visit the shareholders and partners today, she also brought a mission. That was the big doctor in the hospital, Mr. Chindishing, who asked Wen Qing to ask for Suli's contact information when she came.
Get in the car.
Seeing Suli walking towards her car, Wen Qing opened the door and waved to Suli.
Have you eaten yet? Let's go eat first.
Chapter 47, I am not a vegetarian either. Turning her head to glance at Suli's face, Wen Qing knew that Suli should have just finished class and definitely hadn't eaten.
Teacher Wen, please take care of your things first. We don't have classes in the afternoon to eat. I will eat when I come back.
Suli shook his head and decided to solve the problem for Wen Qing.
Man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry.
Besides, you won't go to the battlefield without filling your stomach first. I'll be waiting for you to debate with the heroes later. Without giving Suli a chance to refute, Wen Qing took Suli to a restaurant. It was not until Suli finished his meal and got into the car again that Wen Qing said to Suli awkwardly,
Suli, I came here today to tell you something else.
I'll tell you this while we're on our way to meet the shareholders. Wen Qing said this out of the blue, and Suli was still a little confused. But this doubt was answered immediately.
Mr. Chendishing from the hospital asked me to find out your contact information. He really wants to see you.
Today I promised Mr. Chen that I would get your contact information for him after he came over.
What do you think of this matter?
Wen Qing felt a little embarrassed. Suli had helped him so much, but now she was helping Chendishing to ask for Suli's contact information.
Mr. Chen is a nice guy. Just give him my contact information.
I wanted to help you, Mr. Wen, solve the problem here, so I'll contact him. Suli nodded slightly, which was considered as his agreement to the matter.
Then let's go.
Wen Qing drove the car with a smile on her face, heading in one direction. This is the company of the first shareholder. Appearing in a company called Hongyun Business, the smile on Wen Qing's face had disappeared. After all, this shareholder left suddenly under the coercion of Zhao Jie. It is normal if this shareholder is unwilling to help. After all, helping her would offend Zhao Jie.
Let's go. Although I am a little worried, I still have to give it a try.
Taking Suli into Hongyun Business, Wen Qing revealed her identity to the front desk. The front desk clerk promised Wen Qing that she would notify their boss, but Suli and Wen Qing waited downstairs for nearly an hour and there was no news from the boss.
Teacher Wen, you can't see the boss like this, come with me. Suli knew that the boss of Hongyun Business must not want to see Wen Qing.
The corner of his mouth curled up, he stood up, and under Wen Qing's puzzled gaze, he took advantage of the front desk's unpreparedness to walk towards the elevator.
Suli, what are you going to do?
Even after getting into the elevator, Yuching still didn't quite understand Suli's behavior and looked at him puzzledly.
Teacher Wen, can't you see it now? The boss of this company doesn't want to see you at all. Waiting here is just a waste of time. If you really want to meet this shareholder, you have to go find him. After saying that, Suli pressed the button for the highest floor. If I'm not mistaken, the boss's office should be on the top floor. We will go directly to the office in a moment.
Teacher Wen, please state your purpose directly and explain what needs to be said. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the elevator door opened and Suli walked out first.
Sure enough, after walking a few steps, I saw the office with the chairman's nameplate on it.
Putting his hand on the door handle, Suli opened the door and walked in.
Who are you? What do you want?
In this office, a middle-aged man in his 50s frowned when he saw Suli, and his tone sounded a little angry.
Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to barge into your office without your permission.
I asked the front desk to notify you just now, but they promised me to do so, but nothing happened for a long time, so I took the liberty to come into your office.
I'm so sorry.
Yuching walked out from behind Suli with an apologetic look on her face.
Who let you into my office?
You two, get out of my office right now, before I call the security guards to blast you away. Mr. Wang obviously didn't want to communicate with Suli and Yuching, and pointed in the direction of the office door and ordered them to leave.
Mr. Wang, we've finally come here, and you're just telling us to leave. I'm afraid that's a bit inappropriate. At least listen to what we have to say before you kick us out.
Seeing this, Suli frowned and refuted Mr. Wang directly and bluntly. At this moment, President Wang stopped his gaze on Suli. Under Suli's gaze, a strange thing happened. Mr. Wang's expression was originally cold, but after looking at Suli for a second, his eyes gradually softened, and even the corners of his eyes curved slightly. He even stood up and moved towards Suli and Yuching.
This little brother looks familiar, what should I call him?
Stretching out his hand and hovering it in front of Suli, Mr. Wang asked his name.
Suli.
Suli was totally confused and stunned for a moment, but he still told his name to Mr. Wang in front of him.
It's Brother Su, you look very much like an old friend of mine. I feel like we've known each other for a long time.
You said that this matter is not impossible to discuss.
Come on, sit down, let's sit down and talk slowly.
President Wang, whose attitude towards Suli and Yuching had undergone a 180-degree change, clapped his hands. Soon a woman who looked like a secretary came in.
Go and serve tea to Brother Su and Miss One.
After finishing speaking, Mr. Wang's eyes never left Suli's face. And he always had a smile on his face, as if he and Suli were friends who hadn't seen each other for many years.
Boss Wang, I came here today mainly to ask you not to withdraw your shares.
You also know that all shareholders of our company are withdrawing their investment now.
All our partners stopped working with us. If this continues, Wen's enterprise will soon go bankrupt.
Yuching knew that this was a good opportunity, so she had to strike while the iron was hot, and hurriedly told Mr. Wang in front of her about her request. It's not that I don't want to help, nor that I have to withdraw my investment, but there are some special reasons.
There are people I can't afford to offend, and they want me to withdraw my investment. If I insist on continuing to help you, I will definitely be implicated.
Mr. Wang answered Yuching's request with an embarrassed expression.
Boss Wang, is there really no room for maneuver in this matter? I know the person threatening you is Zhao Jia, but no matter how powerful the Zhao family is, do they dare to deal with so many of your companies at the same time? Upon seeing this, Suli asked in confusion.
After Suli said this, Mr. Wang's expression, which was originally full of embarrassment, changed again. This matter is not without room for maneuver.
I can completely ignore Zhao Jia.
Although he has power behind him, I am not a pushover.
Chapter 48, Abnormally Smooth. I think what I did before was wrong.
I should help the Wen family get through this difficult time.
Brother Su is right. As long as we unite and resist the price increase, this price increase will not be able to destroy all of us.
This sudden change directly saw Yuching. At this moment, Suli showed a strange smile on his face. Suli finally knew what the ability he bought with his free lunch that day was used for.
Boss Wang, words are not enough.
If that's the case, then please sign our previous contract. Suli took a step forward and spoke directly to Mr. Wang in front of him. When Mr. Wang heard this, he immediately rummaged through his drawer. He placed a contract on the table and signed his name on it without any hesitation. As if he was worried that this was not sincere enough, he took out his ink pad, pressed a fingerprint on it and handed it to Wencheng. Wencheng was still in a daze until she walked out of Hongyun business. Things seemed to be going smoothly for some unknown reason. Although Wencheng always felt that this matter was related to Su Li. But think about it. It seemed like Su Li didn't do anything, but it was done inexplicably. Teacher Wen has already done one here, we will go to other places. Su Li gave Wencheng a smile and got into Wencheng's car. It only took the two of them one afternoon to visit all of Wencheng's shareholders and partner companies. The whole process went extremely smoothly. It went so smoothly that it was a little weird. If there was any setback, it would be that there were some difficulties in meeting these bosses. But as long as he met these bosses, no matter how bad their attitude was at first, when Su Li appeared in front of them and started talking, these bosses will readily agree to this matter. In the afternoon, at the school gate, looking at the thick stack of contracts in her hand, Wencheng glanced at Su Li, who looked casual next to her. Su Li, thank you for running with me all day today. Now that we have these contracts, the Wen family crisis has been overcome. I just don't know what Zhao Jia will do next. Wencheng now only had one thing to worry about, and that was Zhao Jia. All other worries have been resolved. Teacher, don't worry. As the saying goes, if an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will build a wall of earth. If Zhao Jia causes trouble again, we will definitely be able to come up with a solution. Wencheng had no idea what Su Li was planning at the moment. At this moment, Su Li had only one thing in his mind, whether Zhao Jia's father was also considered the boss. Can he also use this ability on Zhao Jia's father? If this ability could be used on Zhao Jia's father, wouldn't he then become Zhao Jia's uncle? Teacher 1, I'll go back to school first. Coming back to his senses, Su Li said to Wencheng beside him, don't, and left the car. Su Li had an extremely fulfilling weekend. After running all day, Su Li, exhausted as a dog, returned to the dormitory and lay down on the bed. All three people in the dormitory ran out to enjoy the weekend, and no one knew what they did. When Su Li was lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling quietly, suddenly a strange memory emerged in front of him. This was the girl who looked very familiar to him when he ran into her on the street that day. And this girl appeared in front of Su Li's eyes along with a series of fragmented images and memories. Su Li subconsciously held his forehead with his hand. Thinking of that girl and seeing his resentful eyes at that time, Su Li knew that there must be some misunderstanding between him and this girl. In particular, Su Li felt that this girl was a bit like the day when he first met Wencheng and Zhao Jian. He saw the girl in a daze after he passed out after drinking Wencheng's drink. I fell asleep in a daze while thinking about this matter, and when I woke up it was early the next morning. After taking a quick look around and finding that the other three people in the dormitory had returned, Su Li jumped off his bed. When a group of 4 people appeared outside the teaching building, Su Li was frightened by the scene outside the teaching building. I don't know when the outside of the teaching building was filled with flowers, and these flowers formed a heart shape. As soon as Su Li appeared here, he subconsciously prepared to go around it. But he found that the crowd was actually looking at him. The people watching around quickly surrounded Su Li and the other 3. Yuching came from the other end of the crowd, holding a bouquet of roses, and walked towards Su Li step by step. Su Li could clearly tell from Yuching's face that she must have just cried. The eye sockets were still slightly red. But at this moment Yuching walked with an unusually firm pace. Su Li, I know you might not like my presence here today. But I really can't go against my own heart. As Yuching's steps got closer, her voice also sounded in Su Li's ears. Get the favor of the goddess, add 100 points for soft rice. Unlock achievements, the goddess's perseverance. Reward 200 soft rice points. Unlock achievement, goddess's confession. Reward 200 soft rice points. Mixed with Yuching's voice, the system prompt sound kept ringing in Su Li's ears. In just the time it took to say this, Su Li unexpectedly gained another 500 soft rice points out of thin air. However, at this moment, Su Li's brows were full of indifference, giving people the look of someone keeping people at a distance. I pursued Yuching in the beginning because I liked her and also because of the system task. But 99 times, Yuching did not accept me, but instead tested me. Although I still have a little bit of affection for Yuching in my heart, that's all. Su Li, can you listen to me for a few words? When she walked in front of Su Li, Yuching did not give the flowers in her hand to Su Li. Instead, she lowered her head and bit her lips. He asked Su Li cautiously. No, I still have to go to class, please move aside. But as soon as she finished speaking, she got a cold response from Su Li.
Isn't this Suli too much?
The other girl came to him in a humble manner, but he still refused her. A boy next to him saw this, frowned, and couldn't help but complain about Suli.
What do you know? Suli is now the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Except Yuching.
In addition to the four beauties of Xinjiang, the two otaku goddess Zhou Yubing and the singing girl Qin Xuanxin both have unclear relationships with him.
A boy next to him looked in Su Li's direction with an envious expression and explained to his companions.
Good fellow, I call him good fellow, one of the three beauties of Xinjiang pursued him. The other two are having an affair with him.
How can they let people live?
After his companion finished explaining, the boy who had just complained about Suli looked at Suli, and his eyes immediately changed. It is respect, envy and jealousy.
Chapter 49, starting from friends.
After Suli finished speaking, he waved to the three people behind him.
What are you still standing there for? Let's go.
After saying this, Suli walked around Yuching and prepared to enter the teaching building. However, just as Suli took a step, he heard a cry from behind.
Suli! Stop!
Yuching shouted towards Suli with red eyes, and Suli stopped.
Brother, why don't you two have a good chat and I'll ask for leave from the teacher for you?
Zhao Jian glanced at Suli's face beside him, then quietly glanced at Yuching behind him, and said something to Suli.
Brother, you paid a lot in the beginning.
As for Yuching, if she was just unwilling the first time, she would come to you again in the past few days.
He's obviously interested in you. I think there's something going on between you two. Why don't you think about it carefully again?
Chen Zhou was also persuading Suli.
That's it, let's go.
After Suli finished speaking, he continued to walk inside, but Yuching's voice came from behind. Suli, when you first confessed your love to me, I thought you were just attracted by my beauty and didn't really mean it, so I rejected you.
Yuching's crying voice sounded again from behind Suli.
Beside Suli, Zhao Jian and the other two were very conscious and retreated to the side.
The second time, I never expected you to come again. This time I just think that you are unwilling to give up. So I said no again.
At this moment, Yuching walked towards Suli step by step with tears in her eyes. The expression on her face was as if she was reminiscing, with a hint of a smile on the corner of her mouth.
It was as if I was thinking of something sweet.
But when you appeared in front of me for the third time, I admit that my heart was moved. That day I observed you carefully and found that you were very handsome, my type. But you showed up so suddenly, so I decided to test you. That's why there was the fourth time, and countless times afterwards. Having said this, Yuching had already walked in front of Suli. I rejected you 99 times, but actually I liked you when you came the fourth time.
But I have to do it myself. I have to continue testing you. I'm here to apologize to you.
Having said this, Wenqing suddenly bent down and bowed directly to Suli.
Sorry. Yuching's actions moved Suli. I already said it last time. I don't ask you to forgive me so quickly. Suli, this is my second time here. There will be a third, fourth, and even 99th time. I will give you back every time you pursued me.
Yuching raised her head in front of Suli, her eyes full of stubbornness. Suli never thought that this seemingly weak girl in front of him would be like this.
You know what?
I saw that there seemed to be something going on between you and someone else over the weekend, and my heart ached.
I felt so painful that I couldn't breathe. Today I tell you, I will always chase you.
Not just 99 times, but 9,999 times, I will pursue you until you change your mind. After saying this, tears flowed out of Yuching's eyes like a spring.
At this moment, Suli's heartstrings were plucked. The people watching around remained silent at this moment. At this moment, even if a silver needle fell on the ground, it would make a sound. Just as Yuching covered her face and cried, a hand hit her wrist. As soon as Yuching moved her hand away, she placed a tissue under her eyes and wiped it gently. Looking up, Yuching saw a gentle gaze in front of her. There seemed to be a sea of stars in those bright eyes. Don't cry. Although I can't promise you now, I think it was a bit abrupt for me to do that at the time. We two can start as friends.
After Su left his mouth, Yuching's eyes lit up at this moment. In fact, Suli only said half of his words and swallowed the other half back. He really didn't want to hurt Yuching in front of so many people again. Suli also knew that this girl was not a bad person. The reason why there were so many difficulties was that my roommate Sun Yuan made a lot of contributions.
Really?
Yuching asked Suli cautiously, and in return Suli nodded slightly in affirmation.
Wow, Are these the prince and princess? Lovers will eventually marry.
But I remember that Suli seemed to have something going on with Xiao Yubing when he was not around on Saturday. Xiao Yubing, go to Suli's house to apologize. The internet has memory, and someone around mentioned the awkward misunderstanding between Suli and Xiao Yubing over the weekend. However, these voices were quickly drowned out by other voices of blessings. Under Yuching's gaze, Suli added Yuching's contact information. The two then went back to their classrooms for class. However, when Suli walked out of the classroom after class, he found Yuching waiting for him outside the classroom. But Suli has other things to do today. All this happened just because Suli received a message during class.
This message was sent by Mr. Chen Dishing in the hospital. Mr. Chen asked Suli to meet him today.
And Suli also replied to the old man. He told Mr. Chen that he would go to the hospital to look for him after class.
But he didn't expect Yuching to appear in front of him after class.
Otherwise, I will continue to refuse, but there is nothing I can do. Suli said to Yuching in front of him.
I have to go out for some business.
As soon as Suli said this, Zhao Jian and the other two were dumbfounded. After looking at Suli, they didn't expect that Suli was still avoiding Yuching. Who knew that Yuching actually showed a gentle smile?
It's okay. I'll go with you.
After saying this, Suli no longer had any reason to reject Yuching.
After thinking about it, he nodded.
Anyway, Mr. Chen came to him probably to learn the Taoist 13 needles that he used that day.
It doesn't matter even if Yuching is brought along.
After Suli gave a look to the three people around him, he walked out of the school with Yuching.
What do you think? Will Suli end up having such a relationship with the four beauties of Xinjiang?
And now Yuching doesn't seem to care about Suli and Xiao Yubing at all. Zhao Jian looked at Suli's back and suddenly thought of a possibility that he himself could not believe. Normally speaking, this is impossible, but I find that Suli is a bit out of the ordinary.
Li Jianhe on the side and said this.
The three of them didn't notice that there was a resentful gaze looking at Suli not far behind them.
Suli, right? Just wait for me. If I can't kill you, then I can't kill these three guys beside you either. Chapter 50, I have a granddaughter. The owner of the gaze is Zhou Guangwei.
Zhou Guangwei discovered that in the city of Xinjiang, Suli's home did not seem to be here.
Even if he wanted to use his family connections, he couldn't deal with Suli. If he wanted to continue to deal with Suli, he had no other choice but to find someone to deal with Suli. However, before Zhou Guangwei found someone to deal with Suli, he was prepared to disgust him. His primary target was Suli and his three roommates. Among the three people in the dormitory, Zhao Jian and Li Jianhe are both from Xinjiang. Zhou Guangwei planned to use his family connections to deal with Zhao Jian and Li Jianhe first. Suli, why are you in the hospital? Are you sick?
When Yuching and Suli got out of the car, they looked at the hospital in front of them. With an expression of surprise on her face, she asked Suli beside her.
Who says that you have to see a doctor when you come to the hospital?
I came here today because an old senior asked me to come here for something. After untying the knot in his heart, Suli smiled gently, and his tone became much gentler when he spoke to Yuching. At this moment, Yuching was following Suli and was being unusually well behaved.
The two of them soon arrived outside Chen Dishing's office. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the door.
An old voice came from inside. When Suli pushed the door open, Chen Dishing was looking through something with his reading glasses.
He glanced at the person out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was Suli, and he quickly stood up.
You are such a hard-to-please young man.
It's not easy to meet you. If your friend's family hadn't had a patient in the hospital, I really wouldn't have been able to contact you.
With a smile on his face, Chen Dishing walked towards Suli and grabbed Suli's hand. Mr. Chen is a leading figure in the Xinjiang medical field, and I am just an ordinary student who has not even graduated from school yet.
How can I bear the fact that Mr. Chen cares about me so much? Mr. Chen, I am really flattered by your doing this. Suli smiled and gently patted Chen Dishing's hand twice. What nonsense is this?
As the old saying goes, there is no limit to learning, and the one who is more accomplished is the teacher. You have the 13 needles of Taoism that have been lost for 100 years.
This really makes me, an old man, jealous. Come on, let's talk inside.
Chen Dishing made a gesture of invitation to Suli and stepped aside. Behind Suli, Yuching looked at Chen Dishing and also showed an expression of surprise.
Chen Dishing and Yuching have met.
She had met him at a cocktail party with her family elders. When the elders in Yuching's family mention Chen Dishing, they are respectful and full of praise. And the fact that Chen Dishing was so polite to Su Li made Yuching curious about Su Li's identity.
Young man, didn't you say last time that you could teach me your 13 needles? I wonder how much you're willing to give up. Is 1 million enough? If 1 million isn't enough, 2 million.
As soon as Chen Dishing opened his mouth, he was ready to use money as a stepping stone. But when Chen Dishing saw that Su Li's face was calm, he felt really good. I can also arrange an honorary vice president for you directly in the hospital.
What do you think?
Chen Dishing thought that Su Li was not very satisfied with the conditions he offered, so he put forward an additional condition to Su Li. It's not that he is unwilling to raise the salary, but Chen Dishing makes a lot of money as a doctor. But over the years he has donated most of the money he received to medical causes. This meant that he had to borrow some money from others to make up the 2 million. Yuching was even more surprised when he saw the scene. He didn't expect that Chen Dishing in front of him actually wanted something from Su Li. He even offered to give Su Li 2 million yuan, plus the title of honorary vice president. The position of the honorary vice president of this hospital is not an ordinary position in Xinjiang. Not everyone can become the honorary vice president. Who knew that Su Li's words would surprise Yuching even more? Of course I will lend you this 13 needles of the sect. As for the money, please don't mention it again. If I was doing this for money, I wouldn't have delayed it until today. I just think that you are a senior in the medical field and a role model, so I want to get closer to you. The reason why Su Li did not give the Taoist 13 needles directly to Chen Dishing that day was because something urgent happened that day. In addition, Su Li really wanted to make friends with Chen Dishing. After all, Mr. Chen did not have a bad reputation outside. Yuching never thought that Su Li would actually refuse the things given to him by Chen Dishing. Logically speaking, being able to do these things would mean a bright future for him as a student. But Su Li rejected it without any hesitation. At this moment, Su Li's image in Yuching's heart became even more glorious and majestic. At the same time, in Yuching's eyes, Su Li was shrouded in a veil of mystery.
No, you can't just give me the things. I have one condition. Chen Dishing's face turned serious and he shook his head, rejecting Su Li's statement. Then he glanced at Su Li, and Yuching beside him asked Su Li, "Little brother, is this girl your girlfriend?" Dishing asked this out of the blue, and Yuching and Su Li were both stunned. Yuching took a look and saw Su Li next to her making a decision that made her regret. "We are friends." The reason why Yuching said this was because she remembered what Su Li said to her this morning. She was afraid that if she admitted the matter directly, Su Li would be unhappy. "It's good to be friends, young man. Do you have a girlfriend?" Who would have thought that when Chen Dishing heard Yuching's answer, he was actually very happy, and then asked Su Li the same question. Hearing this, Su Li looked at Yuching's face, finally sighed and shook his head gently. "It just so happens that I, old man, have a granddaughter who will be returning to Xinjiang in the next few days. I will arrange a meeting between you two at that time. If you think it's suitable, I will arrange a marriage for you. How about that?" Chen Dishing never stops talking until he stuns the dead. As soon as he said it, he said something that made Yuching's face change drastically and Su Li was very surprised. "Grandpa, let's forget about this matter. I am really here today to teach you the 13 needles method of this sect. I don't mean anything else, and I don't want to get anything from you, old man." Su Li quickly waved at Chen Dishing in front of him. "Does our young man think that my granddaughter might not be good looking? Don't worry, kid. My granddaughter is famous for her beauty. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Wait until the two of you meet and then make a decision." Chen Dishing seemed to be very satisfied with his idea and decided the matter in just a few words. Chapter 51, Zhao Jigang. Su Li felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Yuching beside her felt even more nervous. If she had known that Mr. Chen Dishing was going to say this, she would have told him directly that she was Su Li's girlfriend. "Old man, this is the method of using the 13 needles of that door. I have sorted it out for you. As for your granddaughter, we will talk about it later. I will take my leave now." Su Li knew that if he continued to stay here, old man Chen Dishing might arrange some kind of marriage for him. He took out a notebook from his pocket. This is the note about the Taoist 13 needles that Su Li compiled for Mr. Chen. After putting this thing on the table, Su Li quickly stood up and said goodbye to Chen Dishing. Now this young man is irritable. But this boy looks pretty good, and he's a good match for my granddaughter. Chen Dishing looked at Su Li's fleeing back, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Brother, it's been so many days. Can't I go and deal with Qin Xuanhu and that brat named Su Li from Qinjiang University? Fang Zhongjing was sitting on the sofa in a nightclub.
The person he was talking to, who was sitting next to him, looked 70% similar to Fang Zhongjing.
This person is Fang Zhongjing's elder brother, Fang Zhang, the owner of this nightclub.
As for Brother Wolf, he could only lower his head and stand obediently at the back. There was no place for him to sit in such a situation.
That's about it. We've had some business problems lately, so I asked you to stay put. I have solved the problem here.
Putting the wine glass on the table, Fang Zhang leaned back and kept turning the pair of walnuts in his hands.
You dare to touch my brother? Do you really think you are a big shot? I know Qin Xuanhu.
I'll bring some people to you later to take care of Qin Xuanhu for me.
Fang Zhang raised his hand and hooked his fingers, and another person appeared beside him. When the time comes, you will do whatever my brother arranges for you. I, Fang Zhang, haven't been out for so long, people really don't take me seriously anymore.
After saying this, Fang Zhang closed his eyes.
Fang Zhongjing's eyes gradually became more sinister. The people in my father's small company are becoming more and more arrogant.
I told them not to cooperate with the Wen family, but now they are so bold and reckless. Zhao Jia originally wanted to control Wen Qing through the company. But this time, he found that those small companies had already stopped cooperating with the Wen family. The shareholders in the Wen family company have also withdrawn their shares. But inexplicably, these people established cooperation with the Wen family again, and the Wen family's business even became bigger.
Zhao Jia went to warn the bosses of these small companies.
But he didn't expect that the bosses of these small companies would react so violently and didn't take him seriously at all.
Some people even directly scolded Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia, who was so angry, could only pin his hopes on his father. You little brat, if you can't even do this, what's the point of having you? Zhao Jia's father, Zhao Jigang, is no ordinary person.
After hearing these words, he frowned.
He already knew everything that happened to Zhao Jia. I'll solve this matter for you. A small Wen family has made you so anxious.
In the future, my Zhao family's assets will be handed over to you. You'll be lucky if you can survive for 3 days. Zhao Jigang glanced at Zhao Jia next to him and said this in a tone that showed anger at his lack of fighting spirit and pity for his misfortune. This time it's all because of a kid who goes to school in Xinjiang and keeps causing trouble.
This guy knows a lot of people.
If it weren't for him, I would have gotten that warmth a long time ago. When Zhao Jia thought about warmth, Su Li's appearance unconsciously appeared in his mind. At this time, Zhao Jia hated Su Li to the core, and he became so angry that his teeth itched whenever he thought of Su Li.
You can't even handle a little kid who goes to school in Xinjiang, and you still have the nerve to talk to me here? Get out of here.
Seeing Zhao Jia's cowardly look, Zhao Jigang kicked him on the butt and drove him out of his office.
Old Lu.
After driving Zhao Jia away, Zhao Jigang waved to a middle-aged man next to him.
This middle-aged man is Zhao Jigang's deputy Lu Zhenkuan, who has followed Zhao Jigang for many years. Boss. Lu Zhenkuan stood beside Zhao Jigang, with his head lowered and a respectful look on his face. Go and help me with something. Xiao Jia is still young and he can't handle these things well. I think the people in those companies will understand if you come forward. Of course, if they don't appreciate it, I don't need to teach you how to put pressure on them.
After leaving these words, Zhao Jigang turned and walked towards the window.
Lu Zhenkuan left Zhao Jigang's office.
Why haven't I seen that kid Su Li these past 2 days?
Aren't you two planning to participate in a singing competition these days? What are you doing hanging out in the bar?
I heard that Su Li has some unclear relationship with several girls in your school who are as famous as you. Qin Xuanhu saw Qin Xuanqin sitting there holding a wine glass, looking listless.
He came forward and asked with a grin.
Qin Xuanqin was a little distracted when she heard the word Su Li.
She naturally knew about Yuching's confession to Su Li, and it was precisely because of this that Qin Xuanqin did not go with Su Li to practice singing today.
She just felt that her heart seemed empty as if something was missing, but she couldn't explain the feeling clearly.
Sister, do you want me to tell Su Li to behave himself?
Seeing that Qin Xuanqin didn't respond, Qin Xuanhu asked Qin Xuanqin again.
No. There's nothing between Su Li and me. We're just friends.
Brother, don't worry about my affairs. Qin Xuanqin had a shy expression on her face, and she lowered her head and shook her head at Qin Xuanhu.
My sister is fearless and has never been shy.
Why do you get shy when talking about Su Li?
No, sister.
I am the one who told you that if you like someone, you should pursue him boldly. No one in our Qin family is timid.
Qin Xuanqin's reaction made Qin Xuanhu laugh out loud. Brother, stop teasing me. I know how to handle my own affairs.
Qin Xuanqin was furious and hit Qin Xuanhu on the shoulder with her pink fist. While the two were playing around, more than a dozen vans appeared outside the Jingxian bar.
Qin Xuanhu, I lost face last time, this time I want to get it back bit by bit.
I will deal with you, Qin Xuanhu, first today.
As for that kid, I can do whatever I want with him.
The person who got off the leading Mercedes-Benz was Fang Zhongjing.
Chapter 52, Qin Xuanhu is defeated.
Fang Zhongjing stood in front of the sign and looked up. It was the sign of the thrilling bar. The expression on his face gradually turned cold. After raising their hands, more than 100 people rushed directly into the Jingxian bar.
Everyone get out of here.
The two leaders had dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies and looked extremely ferocious.
One of them even had a hideous scar on his face.
After more than 100 people rushed into the bar and shouted, everyone in the bar showed panic expressions. Most of the people in this bar are Xinjiang students, and there are also some young couples living nearby.
Where had they ever seen such a scene? I'll count to dozens of you, and if you don't get out, I'll take care of you too. Now I start counting. 10.
Seeing that no one reacted, the scarred man picked up a wine bottle and smashed it to the ground. Then he started counting. As soon as he said the first number, the guests inside immediately panicked and fled outside. Qin Xuanhu was playing with Qin Xuanqin. When he heard the noise outside the door, he stood up immediately. As soon as I gathered my men together, I saw that these people had driven away all the guests in the bar.
Fuck, where did this idiot come from?
How dare you chase the guests out of the bar? When Qin Xuanhu saw this scene, he became furious. He prepared to go there with his men. However, Qin Xuanqin clearly noticed that there were many more people here than Qin Xuanhu's people, so she tugged at Qin Xuanhu's sleeve.
Don't worry, it's nothing.
After patting Qin Xuanqin's hand, Qin Xuanhu walked straight forward.
Qin Xian was worried about Qin Xuanhu's safety.
After hesitating for a while, he stood up from his seat and sneaked out of the bar.
Suli, where are you now? Can you come to the bar?
My brother seems to be in some trouble.
More than 100 people came today, and I don't know who these people are.
However, I seem to see that Wolf Brother among these people, and behind Wolf Brother is the owner of the Red Pavilion Bar, Fang Zhongjing. Qin Xuanqin called Suli directly. After hearing this, Suli put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and rushed outside.
What happened? Suli, what are you going to do?
After seeing this scene, Zhao Jian hurriedly asked Suli behind his back. Brother Qin has something to say to Jingxian.
Suli left the sentence and disappeared from everyone's sight. We're leaving too. Suli will suffer if he goes alone.
When Zhao Jian heard this, he stood up immediately and rushed out of the school with several people in the dormitory.
Fang Zhongjin let you go last time, and you came back so soon. You found quite a few people today? But do you think so many people can deal with me?
Qin Xuanhu stood in front of Fang Zhongjing and glanced behind him, his face full of disdain.
It would be fine if you hit me outside, but do you know what will happen if you dare to hit me in this bar?
Others don't know what is going on with this bar owner, but Qin Xuanhu knows.
This bar owner is no ordinary person.
Being able to open a bar outside the school so comfortably and make a lot of money every day. Together with Qin Xuanhu, a group of them were stationed in this place, and the money they received every night was not a small amount.
How could this bar owner be an ordinary person? Today I am going to take care of you. Don't talk to me about those useless things.
I've already informed my brother, and he's the one who got me all these people today.
Qin Xuanhu, if you are not afraid of being blamed by your boss, we can do it here. If you are afraid, go outside.
Now that Fang Zhongjing has the support of his brother Fang Zhang, he is fearless. He pointed outside the bar very arrogantly, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Qin Xuanhu in front of him provocatively.
Fang Zhongjing, I have to tell you something ugly in advance. I'm not afraid of you today.
I just don't want the things in my boss bar to be destroyed. Qin Xuanhu would rather the Fang Zhongjing in front of him, or even the Fang Zhang behind him, not offend the bar owner. Let's go outside and show me how capable you, Fang Zhongjing, are this time.
I've heard that your elder brother Fang Zhang is quite powerful. I'd like to learn from him.
After leaving these words, Qin Xuanhu walked out. At the back, Fang Zhongjing sneered and waved to the people around him.
Let's go. Since he wants to die outside, let him do it. When the two groups appeared outside the bar, Fang Zhongjing's side was obviously more powerful.
Qin Xuanhuan himself only had about 20 people, while Fang Zhongjing had more than 100 people standing there, forming a huge crowd.
Qin Xuanhu, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yilong. The Zhang Long you fought with some time ago is my younger brother. I've heard that you, Qin Xuanhu, are very powerful, and I've always wanted to spar with you. Let's see whether I, the dragon, or you, the tiger, is more powerful. Among the two people that Fang Zhongjing brought this time, the one with the scarred face came out. He moved his wrist and hooked his finger in the direction of Qin Xuanhu. Qin Xuanhu could clearly see that this person was extraordinary. Since you want to learn from me, I'll let you taste my fist. In this situation, Qin Xuanhu couldn't even admit defeat.
If he gives in, none of the people under his command today will have a good ending. Besides, Fang Zhongjing is not as rule-abiding as Qin Xuanhu. He is going to take care of Qin Xuanhu today. It is absolutely impossible to let Qin Xuanhu walk out of this place safely.
Here it comes.
Zhang Yilong shouted and rushed towards Qin Xuanhu. Qin Xuanhu was also very alert, but Zhang Yilong was not an ordinary person and his punches and kicks were extremely fierce.
It can even be described as vicious.
Every move was fatal, and Qin Xuanhu was obviously at a loss when facing this man. When Su Li arrived at this place, Qin Xuanhu had been completely suppressed by Zhang Yilong. Just when Qin Xuanhu wanted to fight back in his punch mist, Zhang Yilong directly grabbed Qin Xuanhu's wrist. He used his elbow to push Qin Xuanhu's arm. With a crisp sound, a look of pain appeared on Qin Xuanhu's face.
Qin Xuanhu, that's it? Nothing more than that. With a disdainful expression on his face, after saying this, Zhang Yilong jumped high. He was about to hit Qin Xuanhu on the head with his elbow.
Elder brother. Qin Xuanxin was about to pounce when she saw this scene.
But what can she, a girl, do?
But at this moment, a palm suddenly landed lightly on his arm.
Chapter 53, My Sister is Here. 8 Extreme Collapse.
As the 3 words rang out, Zhang Yilong felt a huge force coming from his elbow.
Zhang Yilong was pushed and flew out in mid-air. Brother Qin, I'm sorry, I'm late.
After helping Qin Xuanhu up from the ground, Su Li's face was full of apology.
You kid is here? This guy is not easy to deal with. Qin Xuanhu had a painful expression on his face. He glanced at Su Li beside him and then gave him instructions.
Don't worry, Brother Qin, leave this guy to me. After looking in the direction of Zhang Yilong, who had a fierce look on his face in the distance, Su Li raised his palm towards Zhang Yilong.
He put his 5 fingers together, leaving only his thumb.
He then pointed his thumb at the ground twice and gently stroked his neck.
The fingers were full of provocation, and Zhang Yilong could not stand such stimulation.
With a cold expression on his face, he took a step forward and rushed towards Su Li. After helping Qin Xuanhu to the side, Zhang Yilong had already rushed to Su Li. Su Li stood up and walked forward, and the two men looked into each other's eyes, with only a finger's width between them. Then Su Li slammed his shoulder into Zhang Yilong, causing Zhang Yilong to take several steps back. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful guy here.
It's really interesting.
After seeing this scene, Zhang Yilong licked the corner of his mouth and his expression became ferocious.
The best is yet to come. Get out of here if you know what's best for you.
Su Li waved at Zhang Yilong in front of him and didn't take him seriously at all.
Ever since Su Li used the system to learn Chinese martial arts. In a one-on-one fight, there are few people who can be Su Li's opponent. Young people don't know how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. Today I have to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yilong saw that Su Li, who looked like a student, was so arrogant towards him. He was already furious. Now he is ready to use all his abilities to deal with Su Li in front of him. You are young, but you have a big mouth. Go back and brush your teeth and then come talk to me.
Su Li fanned his nose twice, as if he smelled something strange.
Court death.
Seeing this, Zhang Yilong swung his fist directly towards Su Li. It has to be said that Zhang Yilong is far superior to ordinary people in terms of physical fitness and strength. But Su Li is not a vegetarian either. After Su Li learned martial arts, his physical fitness also improved. The two men fought each other in an instant. Su Li uses Tai Chi to overcome hardness with softness.
Not long after, he pushed Zhang Yilong away again.
But this time, Su Li did not allow Zhang Yilong to regroup and deal with him as he did before. Instead, he rushed forward and attacked Zhang Yilong.
1,000-mile-long dike can be destroyed by a single ant hole.
Zhang Yilong suddenly failed to block one of Su Li's attacks, and Su Li's attacks were like endless waves that kept hitting Zhang Yilong.
Not long after, Zhang Yilong was knocked to the ground.
Fang Zhongjing saw this scene and his face looked a little ugly.
It's you again, kid? Are you trying to ruin my business again? Last time I brought fewer people, and you ruined the whole thing. This time I want to see how you deal with the more than 100 people around me. Fang Zhongjing had a cold expression on his face. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. The more than 100 people around him were ready to rush towards Su Li. But he saw Su Li standing there with an unusually calm expression on his face. It was as if he was not afraid of the more than 100 people behind him at all. Although he didn't know where Su Li got his confidence from, Fang Zhongjing had no intention of asking him and his men to stop. Come on.
As soon as the words were spoken, more than 100 people rushed towards Su Li.
Brother, what should we do now? Qin Xuanqin had already come to Qin Xuanhu's side after Qin Xuanhu was rescued by Su Li.
Seeing more than 100 people rushing towards her, Qin Xuanqin showed an expression of fear on her face. Qin Xuanhu also closed his eyes. Now that one of his arms was broken, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. As for the more than 20 people around him, it would undoubtedly be like an egg hitting a rock if they went up to deal with Fang Zhongjing and his men now. Just when more than 100 people were about to rush to the man, suddenly a car sound came from the road in the distance. Then dozens of vans rushed directly towards Fang Zhongjing and his group. The people that Fang Zhongjing brought over saw that these cars were running recklessly with no intention of stopping at all, so they quickly dodged to the sides of the road. When dozens of cars all stopped, a red Ferrari slowly drove from the back of the convoy to the front of the convoy. When the red Ferrari stopped steadily, a woman opened the door and got out of the car. He took off his sunglasses and looked in Su Li's direction.
Little brother, am I here in time?
The woman in front of him was Li Hongxiu, whom Su Li had met in the bar last time. Su Li knew today that since Fang Zhongjing was able to cause trouble again, he must have brought enough people with him. And it is very likely that his big brother Fang Zheng took action behind the scenes. So when he left school, he had already called Li Hongxiu.
Sister, you arrived just in time. Su Li smiled and nodded towards the woman. This is a big shot in front of you. Whether we can get away today depends on Li Hongxiu. Who are you? Where did you come from, you crazy woman? Can't you see I'm doing business here? Take your people and get out of here. Fang Zhongjing didn't recognize Li Hongxiu in front of him at all.
When he saw Li Hongxiu appear, he frowned. I thought these people were Li Hongxiu, some small fry who I didn't know where they came from.
He yelled in the direction of Li Hongxiu without any politeness.
However, Fang Zhongjing clearly saw that after he finished shouting this, the woman who got off the Ferrari in front of him actually had a hint of coldness flashing between her brows. Especially when he saw the way this woman was looking at him.
I just felt like I was in an ice cellar.
The woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
This was Fang Zhongjing's first reaction. But he thought again, how could this woman in front of him deal with him?
In addition to the more than 100 people he brought today, he also brought other things. He raised his hand and touched his chest. After feeling the hard object, Fang Zhongjing let out a long sigh. It was as if all Fang Zhongjing's confidence and courage came from this thing. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak like this in front of me. It's been a long time since anyone dared to scold me.
Very good. Very good.
Li Hongxiu turned around and fixed her eyes on Fang Zhongjing. He raised his hands and clapped twice, as if praising Fang Zhongjing's behavior.
I don't care what your background is today. I'm going to pull out your teeth one by one. Chapter 54, Different Constitutions.
After Li Hongxiu finished speaking, she raised her hand. Behind her, a large group of people rushed directly towards Fang Zhongjing.
Crazy woman, do you think you're the only one with people? My brothers are vegetarians here, do you want to pull out my teeth? I want to see how capable you are. If you can't pull my teeth out today, you crazy woman, I will definitely let you see how powerful I am tonight. Raising his hand and touching his chin, Fang Zhongjing looked at Li Hongxiu with an obscene expression. That look was unconcealed.
After speaking, Fang Zhongjing also raised his hand.
A conflict between the two groups was imminent.
I don't know who shouted first, but the people brought by Li Hongxiu started fighting with Fang Zhongjing's younger brother. The scene was very chaotic. However, the people brought by Li Hongxiu were obviously more than twice as powerful as those brought by Fang Zhongjing. Among the more than 100 people of Li Hongxiu, every one of them is a muscular man in a vest. As for Fang Zhongjing and his people, they are just a group of ordinary thugs. A one-sided fight made Fang Zhongjing look a little ugly.
Bite. System task has been released. Mission: sacrifice yourself to block the gun.
Block Fang Zhongjing's attack for Li Hongxiu.
Reward: 3 recovery pills.
Su Li thought that the battle was over like this. Fang Zhongjing was beaten up by Li Hongxiu and driven away from here, and the matter ended like that. But I didn't expect such a task to suddenly appear in the system.
After hearing the mission, Su Li turned and looked towards Fang Zhongjing's position.
At this moment, Fang Zhongjing had disappeared from the place where he was just now.
Seeing this, Su Li knew that something bad was going to happen.
Su Li quickly scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto Fang Zhongjing's figure. At this time, Fang Zhongjing had already circled to the other side of the battle group, with his hand already reaching to his waist.
Oh my god, this guy has no moral principles.
Seeing this, Su Li quickly rushed towards Li Hongxiu. Li Hongxiu didn't take Fang Zhongjing seriously at all and was watching the battle with great interest. Suddenly, she saw Su Li rushing towards her out of the corner of her eye, so she looked in Su Li's direction in confusion.
Sister, get out of the way. Su Li didn't say anything extra and just kept waving at Li Hongxiu.
Li Hongxiu was confused by the noise of the crowd and did not quite understand Su Li's gestures, so she just stood there in a daze. At this moment, Fang Zhongjing also appeared from behind Li Hongxiu. Seeing that Li Hongxiu was not looking at him, his eyes gradually became ferocious. He pulled out a black pistol from his waist, pointed it at Li Hongxiu, and pulled the trigger. At this time, Su Li had already rushed to Li Hongxiu's side, hugged Li Hongxiu, and rolled to the side. The bullet did not hit Li Hongxiu, but hit Su Li. After the two fell to the ground and rolled over, Li Hongxiu felt a warmth coming from the palm of her hand. When she pushed Su Li away, she found that blood was continuously flowing out from Su Li's lower abdomen. Seeing this scene, Li Hongxiu widened her eyes. Seeing that he failed to succeed, Fang Zhongjing did not dare to fire a second shot. Because someone was already rushing towards him. Putting the pistol on his waist, Fang Zhongjing quickly ran towards the car.
Su Li. Brother Su. Brother Li. What happened to Su Li was also seen by Zhao Jian, Xin Xuanqin, and a group of people.
Seeing this, everyone rushed towards Su Li. At this moment, Su Li only felt a pain coming from his lower abdomen. He lowered his head and saw the red color and almost fainted. But just as Su Li was stunned, he felt a faint fragrance in his mouth. This fragrance melted in the mouth and turned into a warm current, flowing directly into Su Li's throat. After this happened, Su Li's abdominal wound actually began to heal automatically, and it felt a little itchy at the same time. The bullet that had just flown into the body also automatically fell to the ground. In less than a second, Su Li's wounds had healed to their original state. But the people around didn't know about it, and the blood had just stained their clothes red. A group of people rushed to Su Li, looking extremely nervous.
Call an ambulance quickly. Zhao Jian was the first to react.
He took out his cell phone and immediately called an ambulance. Although Li Hongxiu, who was standing next to her, had seen many storms, her face was also very gloomy at this moment. She just stood up and handed Su Li to Li Jianghe and Xin Xuanqin, and gave an order directly to the people brought over.
No one here today is allowed to escape. Catch them all.
After saying this, Li Hongxiu looked down at Su Li lying in the sea of Lijiang River.
Brother, are you okay? I've called an ambulance, and it will be here soon. Hold on, brother. You must not dare to die. After Zhao Jian finished the call, he returned to Su Li and shook and shouted at Su Li with an anxious look on his face. As for Xin Xuanqin, she kept wiping her tears. Li Jianghe and Shen Zhou had never seen such a scene before, and they were so scared that their mouths were trembling. Stop, stop, stop. Brother, if you keep shaking like this, I'll be torn to pieces before the ambulance comes. As Zhao Jian was shaking him, Su Li looked towards Zhao Jian with helplessness on his face. As he spoke, Su Li supported himself on the ground with one hand and stood up, stretching himself. I glanced at the faces of the people next to me and found that they all had wide eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Su Li directly lifted up the clothes covering his abdomen. Don't panic, my friends. People have different physiques. Look, I'm fine. Su Li patted twice on the spot where he was shot, looking casual. However, only Su Li himself knew all this. At this moment, there were 2 pills in a box in his pocket. There are 3 recovery pills in total, and the system automatically gave Su Li one just now. These 2 are the remaining ones.
At the same time, Suli also saw the system introduction of this recovery pill. No matter what the disease is, only one pill is needed to fully recover. Suli felt that it was a bit of a waste to take such a magical pill. These words and Suli's actions stunned everyone around him. Especially Li Hongxiu. Li Hongxiu saw with her own eyes that Suli was shot by Fang Zhongjing. The blood that flowed out also stained her clothes and palms. But now Suli acted as if nothing had happened. Suli, don't joke about this kind of thing.
Sit down and don't move. The ambulance will be here soon.
Qin Xuanxin walked to Suli's side and looked at him with a worried look on her face.
Don't you believe it? Look, I really have nothing to do.
After saying this, Suli jumped twice on the spot.
Chapter 55, Li Hongxiu's Fury.
After Li Hongxiu stood up from the ground, she looked at Suli with a frown. Especially at the location where Suli was shot, there was no sign of being shot at all.
I'm glad you're okay. Today's incident is all thanks to you. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been in great danger today.
Li Hongxiu walked up to Suli, stared into his eyes, and apologized to him sincerely.
Sister, what are you talking about? If you hadn't come to help me today, this situation wouldn't have happened.
That's what I was supposed to do, but I didn't expect that guy to come with a pistol.
I hope you're okay, sister. Suli shook his head slightly and looked at Li Hongxiu with concern.
After Suli finished saying this, Li Hongxiu felt a strange feeling suddenly rising in her heart.
This feeling has never appeared before.
Those guys have been caught, but the leader got away.
Suli, do you know what this guy's name is?
Li Hongxiu came to her senses and suddenly turned her head away, not knowing whether to ease the embarrassment or for some other reason. He glanced in the direction of the group of people he brought with him, and asked Suli about Fang Zhongjing's identity. At this time, all the people brought by Fang Zhongjing had been pinned to the ground and controlled.
Sister, that guy's name is Fang Zhongjing.
Zhao Jian, who was standing by, came over and answered Li Hongxiu's question.
Fang Zhongjing? I've never heard of such a person. What kind of person is Li Hongxiu?
Naturally, I have never heard of someone like Fang Zhongjing. This guy is the owner of a nearby bar called Red House. He's not very famous.
But his eldest brother seems to have some influence in Xinjiang. His name is Fang Zhang, and I heard he even opened a nightclub.
Seeing this, Suli, who was standing by, told Li Hongxiu about Fang Zhongjing's elder brother.
Fang Zhang? I know this guy.
I didn't expect it was his man.
I know about this matter.
Don't worry, I will definitely help you solve this matter. I want to see how strong Fang Zhang's wings have become recently.
His people actually dare to shoot at me. Li Hongxiu had obviously heard of the name Fang Zhang.
Li Hongxiu's eyes were narrowed into slits, and there was a cold light in her eyes. Sister, if this matter is inconvenient for you, don't worry about it.
I can handle it myself. What can a guy like this do to me? At worst, I'll just stay in school. Suli, doesn't he want to continue to trouble Li Hongxiu?
Something almost happened today, and Suli doesn't want anyone else to help him now.
You don't need to worry about these things. This matter is no longer between you and Fang Zhongjing. Now it has become a matter between Fang Zhang and me. If his people dare to shoot at me, they will have to bear my wrath.
Li Hongxiu waved her hand, indicating that Suli should not worry about this matter anymore.
If I keep silent about this matter, won't everyone want to step on my head in the future? Do you really think that I, Li Hongxiu, am a vegetarian?
The Li Hongxiu in front of him seemed only a few years older than Suli. The aura emanating from his body at this moment was something that ordinary people simply did not possess. After the ambulance arrived, Suli sent Qin Xuanhu into the ambulance, and Qin Xuanxin went to accompany him. After saying goodbye to Li Hongxiu left the place directly with her subordinates and the group of people brought by Fang Zhongjing.
Suli took his roommates back to the dormitory.
Brother. Fang Zhongjing ran back to the nightclub where Fang Zhang was, looking somewhat embarrassed, and shouted in the direction of Fang Zhang, who was drinking there. After hearing the voice, Fang Zhang turned around and looked in the direction of Fang Zhongjing.
You're back? Why don't you see the others? Where did the others go? How's it going?
After Fang Zhang asked this question, his eyes never left Fang Zhongjing. When Fang Zhongjing heard Fang Zhang's question, he quickly replied to Fang Zhang. That Qin Xuanhu has been dealt with. After I led my men there today, Qin Xuanhu insisted on fighting Zhang Yilong in a duel, and Zhang Yilong broke his arm.
When Fang Zhang heard this answer, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It's easy to deal with a small character like that. What about that kid Qingjian? How is that kid in school? Did they also get taken care of? Did you let them go somewhere to rest, brothers?
After hearing this, Fang Zhang showed a smug look on his face, as if it should be very easy for his men to deal with Qin Xuanhu.
Brother, you guys couldn't handle it, something went wrong. When he said this, Fang Zhongjing's face turned ugly. What? What happened? Fang Zhang knows this younger brother too well.
Fang Zhongjing showed this expression, something must have happened, and it was not a small problem. He frowned and questioned Fang Zhongjing. After hearing this question, Fang Zhongjing subconsciously shuddered. Then he explained to the person in front of him with an embarrassed look. I don't know where that kid in the school found a group of people. These people are extremely fierce, and it's obvious at first glance that they are not ordinary people. The people I brought with me were quickly dealt with by them. Luckily, I took a gun with me when I left. He took out his pistol from his arms and placed it on the table. Fang Zhongjing seemed a little proud when he said this. I was originally going to kill the woman. That guy came to me with one shot, but who knew that the guy would block the bullet for the woman? I don't know whether he is dead or alive now.
But my brothers haven't come back yet.
They must have been captured by that woman's men.
After telling Fang Zhang the situation, Fang Zhongjing didn't dare to say anything else.
When Fang Zhang heard these words, he was stunned at first, and then exploded on the spot the next second. You useless thing was assigned to do this, but you can't even handle such a small matter. Your brothers were actually captured.
What are you doing here?
He pointed at Fang Zhongjing's nose and cursed him, and Fang Zhongjing looked aggrieved.
Brother, weren't the brothers arrested?
With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to rescue the brothers. Maybe if you give that woman a heads up, she'll honestly let the man go. He glanced at the pistol, then looked at Fang Zhongjing next to him and asked.
Woman? What does that woman look like? What does the person she brought look like? Do you know what this woman's name is? Chapter 56, Two Frightened Brothers.
When Fang Zhang heard Fang Zhongjing's answer, he wanted to slap the guy in front of him to death.
If Fang Zhong wasn't his biological brother, it's hard to say where he is now.
But Fang Zhang now had to find out who had arrested them. After all, there were more than 100 people who had to be brought back. Brother, that woman is only about 28 or 29 years old. I have never seen her before. But the people this woman brought here don't look like ordinary people.
They are all big men wearing vests.
Fang Zhongjing felt a little envious when he thought about the gap between the people he brought and those brought by Li Hongxiu.
I don't know who it is. There aren't many powerful women in Xinjiang. Let me think about it.
He took out his cell phone from his pocket, looked at it for a few seconds, and then suddenly handed the screen to Fang Zhongjing.
These are some of the more powerful women in Xinjiang.
Look which guy you met today.
Fang Zhang gave Fang Zhongjing an instruction.
Fang Zhongjing quickly flipped through the photos on his phone, and when he saw the photo of Li Hongxiu, his hand stopped. After taking a closer look at it, he turned around and handed it to Fang Zhang.
It's this woman.
It's this woman who brought people here to cause trouble for me.
Brother, you must not let her go. Brother, if you deal with this woman, it will probably be easier than it is for you to be an ant.
At this moment, Fang Zhongjing's face was full of smugness, and he didn't take Li Hongxiu seriously at all. But he did not see Fang Zhang. His face was ashen, his lips were trembling, and his eyes showed only fear.
It's her? How could it be her? How could I have offended this evil star? It's over. It's all over now.
Fang Zhongjing had just finished speaking when he heard the voice coming from Fang Zhang next to him. He looked at Fang Zhang with a puzzled expression on his face, and at the same time Fang Zhang also looked away. The two brothers looked at each other, and before Fang Zhongjing could speak, Fang Zhang jumped up and stepped on his chest.
Waste. Useless thing.
Not enough to accomplish, but more to cause trouble.
Look, I'm going to beat you to death today.
He rushed forward and started punching and kicking Fang Zhongjing, with an expression of uncontrollable rage on Fang Zhongjing's face. He was beating Fang Zhongjing unilaterally here.
That's enough. Brother, are you going to kill me? What happened? You can tell me what I did wrong. Why are you hitting me?
Fang Zhongjing thought that Fang Zhang wanted to attack him just because he had betrayed his brothers.
Why did I hit you? Tell me why I hit you, you brainless thing. Do you know who you have offended? Do you know who this is?
Pointing at Li Hongxiu in the photo, Fang Zhang's lips trembled slightly.
Isn't it just a woman? Who knows who this is?
Brother, don't tell me you're scared. Fang Zhongjing frowned and covered his swollen cheek, saying this casually. You bastard. This is Li Hongxiu, the boss of Gong Ke.
When Fang Zhang said this, Fang Zhongjing was dumbfounded. Which of those who run bars and nightclubs doesn't he know about Gong Ke? Who doesn't he know that the boss behind the palace is extremely powerful?
However, many people don't know that the boss of Gong Ke is a woman.
But Fang Zhang knew. Fang Zhang once saw Li Hongxiu from afar at a party.
He wanted to go up and say hello, but he couldn't even get close to Li Hongxiu. No one who could say hello to Li Hongxiu was someone Fang Zhang could afford to offend.
That's why Fang Zhang reacted so violently when he saw that photo.
For Li Hongxiu, dealing with Fang Zhang was as easy as crushing an ant.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could he be the boss of Gong Ke? That brat is just a student in school. How could he possibly know the boss of Gong Ke? Fang Zhang had already informed Fang Zhong about the matter of Li Hongxiu.
At this moment, Fang Zhongjing was full of disbelief and shook his head as he stepped back. But he knew very well in his heart that this was the photo he had identified.
Moreover, he was also present at the time and knew very clearly that the woman was Li Hongxiu.
Now Fang Zhongjing also understood why Li Hongxiu treated him so arrogantly after arriving there and did not take him seriously at all. If it were him, he wouldn't take a small role like himself seriously. This is Li Hongxiu, the boss of Gong Ke. An existence that the two brothers could not afford to offend.
Brother, what should we do now?
Seeing that Fang Zhang did not respond, the two brothers were silent for a few seconds.
Then Fang Zhongjing spoke first, breaking the silence. What should I do? You ask me what should I do, how should I know?
Now we can only wait for this Boss Li to come and cause trouble for us and see what Boss Li says. If others were willing to make a big deal out of a small matter, we could have escaped this disaster.
If she insists on dealing with you, I can't protect you. Fang Zhang actually had one more thing he hadn't told Fang Zhongjing. Even if he wanted to protect it, he couldn't, and it might even implicate himself. Brother, how about I go and apologize?
Seeing that the situation had become so serious, Fang Zhongjing asked cautiously.
It's useless.
If apologies were useful, would it still be your turn to say it? Fang Zhang glared at him fiercely, then turned his head to the side. After calling a younger brother to his side, Fang Zhang said to him,
Go and gather all the brothers outside.
Stay here for the time being and don't go anywhere else. The reason why Fang Zhang chose to do this at this time was that he was worried that Li Hongxiu would bring people to kill him directly, and he would be caught off guard and be taken care of. After their men left, the two Fang Zhongjing brothers sat on the sofa and sighed repeatedly.
Brother, you are amazing. Are you okay after getting shot?
Several people in the dormitory gathered around Su Li, as if they were watching a rare animal.
If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Okay, let me change my clothes first. Su Li sighed helplessly, then turned and walked towards the bathroom.
However, Su Li didn't know that while he was changing clothes, Li Hongxiu had already gathered people. Rushed towards the nightclub where Fang Zhang was.
Sister Li, are you really going to kill this guy?
At this moment, there was a man sitting next to Li Hongxiu.
This man looked extremely fierce.
But he was as docile as a little lamb in front of Li Hongxiu.
That guy shot me today.
If it wasn't for Su Li who took the bullet for me, you would have to see me in the intensive care unit today.
Chapter 57, Preliminary Round.
Li Hongxiu glanced at the fierce-looking man next to her and was shocked. He stood aside with a respectful look on his face, not daring to say anything more. The next day, Su Li woke up early.
Doesn't he want to stay in bed?
Instead, Qin Xuanqing called Su Li one after another, waking him up from his sleep. Today is the preliminary round for the singing competition that Qin Xuanqing and Su Li signed up for. She changed into a sky blue casual outfit, which complemented Su Li's slender figure. After a simple tidying up, when Su Li walked out of the dormitory, Qin Xuanqing was already waiting outside.
Today, Qin Xuanqing was not like usual, she was wearing casual clothes. She is wearing a black long dress today?
It was in stark contrast to her fair skin. Standing in the crowd, she is extremely eye-catching. When Su Li walked to Qin Xuanqing's side, there was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The two of them are definitely a beautiful sight in Xinjiang. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as a golden boy and a jade girl.
Su Li, thanks to you for what happened last night. I don't know what I would do without you.
Qin Xuanqin first opened her mouth to thank Suli for saving Qin Xuanhu last night.
If it weren't for Suli, Qin Xuanhu would have been in trouble yesterday. I didn't do anything.
The reason why Brother Qin was able to face such a crisis was because he helped me last time. Suli knew very well that if Qin Xuanhu didn't help him, he wouldn't offend these guys.
Okay, stop talking and go.
Qin Xuanqin was about to continue thanking Suli, but he stopped her by raising his hand. Seeing Suli's reaction, Qin Xuanqin took back the rest of her words. The two hailed a taxi on the roadside and rushed to the competition venue. This time, the singing competition was held in Qingyun Building, the most famous building in Xinjiang. When they arrived at the entrance of the building, Qin Xuanqin looked up at the building. Then he took out the competition certificate he had prepared in advance from his bag and handed it to Suli.
The preliminary round should be no problem for the two of us. I just don't know what the next game will be like.
Qin Xuanqin was naturally very confident about the preliminary round. But she was not confident enough to win. After all, Xinjiang players are not the only ones participating in the competition.
This time it's a large-scale competition.
Naturally, there are many powerful players. Just as the two were about to go in, Qin Xuanqin's shoulder was suddenly hit hard from behind.
Are you blind?
Who would have thought that the person who had offended Qin Xian not only did not apologize, but actually bit back? His eyes widened. Covering his shoulder, Qin Xian was obviously stunned for a moment. The person who bumped into Qin Xuanqin and bit her back was a woman.
He looks about the same age as Suli and the others.
And next to this woman was a man with an arrogant look on his face.
It was really a little knife stabbing but that opened my eyes. He bumped into someone and instead of apologizing, he bit back. What a bullshit. He's really a bullshit.
Qin Xuanqin didn't say anything, but Suli would not indulge the woman in front of him. The mocking tone reached the woman's ears, and her face turned a little ugly.
Boy, it's obviously you who are blind. Didn't you see us coming? I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Do you know who I am?
With a disdainful expression on his face, the man walked directly in front of Suli, looking up with an attitude of the world is the boss and I am second only to you. The man's attitude did not make Suli angry, but made him laugh instead.
Who are you? Tell me about it.
Protecting Qin Xuanqin behind him, Suli gave Qin Xuanqin a wink.
Signal him to come and solve this matter.
Then he turned to the man and asked him about his identity.
My name is Huang Tianba.
Go ask around in Dongcheng and I'm the singing god.
Do you know who the person next to me you just bumped into is? She's the singing queen of Dongcheng district, my girlfriend Lu Lily. Huang Tianba pointed directly at his chest and revealed his identity very arrogantly. Huang Tianba? Lu Lily? Just by hearing your names I know what level you two are at.
It's still a question whether you can pass the preliminary round with just the two of you.
After mocking the two people's names, Suli took a look at their clothes.
Although they appear to be wearing designer brands, in fact, everything they are wearing is fake.
You!
Huang Tianba was most bothered by people mocking his name, so he clenched his fists when he saw this scene.
Don't say I didn't give you a chance.
Now apologize to my friend.
Don't look at how tightly you clench your fists.
If you dare to make a move, I promise to make you kneel before my eyes. Seeing that Huang Tianba wanted to attack him, Suli shook his head gently and gave him some advice.
Who the hell do you think you are? Die. Huang Tianba did not listen to Suli's advice.
Instead, he swung his fist directly at Suli's face. Just when his fist was less than an inch away from Suli's eyes, he suddenly stopped. Just because Suli raised his hand and grabbed his wrist.
Before Huang Tianba could react, Suli kicked Huang Tianba on the knee. Huang Tianba's knees went weak and he knelt in front of Suli. Apologize.
After teasing Huang Tianba, Suli lost interest in continuing to tangle with him.
He tightened his wrist, narrowed his eyes and demanded Huang Tianba to apologize.
At this moment, Huang Tianba felt as if his wrist was being gripped by an iron clamp. A sharp pain came from the wrist.
Stop dreaming. If you have the guts, let's compete on the field. Beating me is nothing.
It was clearly Huang Tianba who started the fight first, but now he said this to Suli.
As for seeing Huang Tianba being beaten, his female companion Lu Lily shrank back and didn't even dare to move. You can compete on the court, but you have to apologize to my friend now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your teeth will remain on your face.
Suli increased the strength of his hands, causing Huang Tianba to grimace in pain.
You're awesome.
Okay, just wait. Sorry. Despite his apology, Huang Tianba still had to say something harsh, but Suli did not let go of his hand after he apologized.
And that woman.
Looking behind Huang Tianba turned around and shouted to the woman behind him.
What are you still standing there for? Why don't you apologize immediately?
Huang Tianba shouted to Lu Lily behind him.
Only then did Lu Lily react.
He walked up to Su Li and apologized to him with a grim look. Don't apologize to me, you should apologize to my friend. Seeing Lu Lily apologizing to him, Su Li took a step to the side and pointed at Qin Xuanxin. Lu Lily, who already had a very ugly expression on her face, gritted her teeth and apologized to Qin Xuanxin again.
You can go now.
Letting go of Huang Tianba's hand, Su Li turned and looked in the direction of Qin Xuanxin.
Let's go.
Chapter 58, 3 Views Follow the 5 Senses. After leaving these words, Su Li prepared to take Qin Xuanxin into the competition venue. Unexpectedly, Huang Tianba looked unconvinced and shouted at Su Li's back. Boy, stop right there. After seeing Su Li turning around, Huang Tianba pointed at Su Li with an unconvinced look on his face.
Boy, your martial arts skills are nothing, do you dare to compete with me in singing? If you lose, how about you kowtow to me and admit your mistake? Huang Tianba seemed very confident in his singing ability and stood there questioning Su Li. What if you lose? Su Li laughed when he heard this, then asked Huang Tianba a question in return. If I lose, I will kowtow to you and admit my mistake. Huang Tianba also made up his mind and told Su Li the bet. I agree. But I'm going to raise the bet. If you win, we will both kowtow to you and admit our mistakes. If you lose, you too will kowtow to me and admit your mistakes. After speaking, Su Li turned around and walked inside. Qin Xuanxin tugged at Su Li's sleeve. Why do you propose such a bet? What if we both lose? Qin Xuanxin had a worried look on her face. Su Li smiled lightly and shook his head at Qin Xuanxin. Don't worry, we too can't lose. The reason why Su Li was so confident was because he had just received another system task. Successfully completed the preliminary round. The system task rewards 100 soft meal points. But Su Li now has quite a few gigolos. Su Li had just searched through the skills. I discovered that I have a lot of talents to unlock in singing. If it doesn't work, then I'll spend the money and take away my skills. Is it possible that I can't beat these two guys? Let us see what Huang Tianba is capable of when the time comes. I don't know why Su Li is so confident, but Qin Xuanxin nodded, and the two of them walked inside. The venue is on the top floor of Qingyun Building. After coming out of the elevator, what caught their eyes was a contestant registration desk. The two lined up to complete the registration and went to the contestant waiting area. As for the other area, there is a stage and countless seats. The seats were filled with people who came to watch the game. These people have surrounded the stadium so tightly that no one can get in or out. However, even so, when Su Li and the other two appeared on the field, they still attracted a lot of attention. Oh my god, he's so handsome. He looks like the main character in an idol drama. The beauty is so beautiful too. This handsome man and beautiful woman standing here is very pleasing to the eyes. I'm so jealous. They are so good looking and yet they come to participate in a singing competition. Are they really good at singing? When the two of them walked towards that direction, they could hear voices of discussion from the side. Why are you so proud? When I beat you, I will make you kneel down on this stage and apologize to me. Huang Tianba stared at Su Li from behind with a vicious look on his face, and said this with gritted teeth behind their backs. It was just the beginning, and groups of contestants left the lounge one after another. Next, please welcome the Liba group. When the host on the stage called out the name of a group, Huang Tianba and Lu Lily stood up from their seats. After giving Su Li a provocative glance, he walked towards the stage. Interesting, let's go see how good these two are. Su Li also stood up at this time and waved to Qin Xuanxin. The two of them walked outside the contestants' lounge and stood there watching the performance of Huang Tianba and Lu Lily on the stage. The two people sang a popular song. Let's not talk about anything else. Although Huang Tianba and Lu Lily are arrogant, they do have a certain level in this aspect. There was constant applause from the audience. What should we do? Su Li and the other two seem quite powerful. Are we going to lose to them? With a look of distress on her face, Qin Xuanxin looked at Su Li's face. Why don't you have confidence now? Where was Qin Xuanxin when you asked me to participate in this competition? Don't forget your nickname, you are the singer of the Four Beauties of Xinjiang. Are you still worried about losing to this kind of person? Suli did not directly answer Qin Xuanxin's question, but asked Qin Xuanxin a question in return.
Our goal is to win the championship.
Do you think you can't beat someone of this level in the preliminary round? Don't worry, it's easy for the two of us to defeat them. Although Huang Batian and Lu Lili were a bit weak, Suli really didn't regard them as his opponents.
Suli searched through his system mall, then clicked on an option.
Next, please welcome the centrifugal force combination.
After Huang Tianba and his group walked down, the host on the stage called another group. Suli stood there without moving, but Qin Xuanxin pulled Suli.
What's wrong?
Suli still had some confusion on his face, but Qin Xuanxin pointed in the direction of the stage.
It's our turn.
After saying this, he dragged Suli towards the stage. Only at this moment did Suli realize that the centrifugal force combination was them.
Brother, don't tell me you came up with this name? Hearing this funny name, Suli asked Qin Xuanxin. Yes, I named it. How's that for creativity?
Your name plus my name combined is very powerful, so it's called centrifugal force. Before going on stage, Qin Xian proudly showed off her creativity to Suli. There was no trace of the black line on Gu Suli's forehead.
God is indeed fair. He opened a door for you and forgot to close the window for you, but he did leave a roof for you.
Suli's words were meant to tell Qin Xuanxin that although she was pretty and sang well, her way of thinking was indeed a bit peculiar. Qin Xuanxin obviously didn't understand what Suli said, but she still handed the microphone to Suli.
Hello everyone, we are the Centrifugal Group, and I am Qin Xuanxin. I'm Suli.
The two introduced themselves and there was a burst of cheers from the audience, with the girls cheering for Suli. The boys cheered for Qin Xuanxin.
It's because these two people stand out in this crowd. What's the point of having good looks?
They're just a pair of vases. Huang Batian saw that Suli and Qin Xuanxin were so popular and did not forget to make a sarcastic remark.
But this guy is really handsome. Who knew that Lu Lili at the side covered her face with her hands and fixed her eyes on Suli with an infatuated look on her face? You. Which side are you from?
When Huang Batian heard this, his face turned a little ugly.
When Lu Lili heard this method, she remembered the bet between them.
Lu Lili's reaction at this time really proved the saying that as long as her brother is handsome, her worldly views will be determined by his appearance. At this time, Suli and Qin Xuanxin began singing on the stage with the accompaniment of music.
Chapter 59, Full Score.
The duet was a song that had been rehearsed in advance. But when Suli's voice sounded, Qin Xuanxin, who was standing beside Suli, was completely stunned. Suli's slender fingers were plucking the strings of the piano, as if plucking the heartstrings of everyone present. The clear music accompanied by a low and magnetic voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone was mesmerized by the performance, and quite a few girls in the audience were crazy about it.
So nice. This voice is exactly like my boyfriend's voice. Stop being such a fangirl, okay? He's obviously my boyfriend. What did you say?
Offstage, two stranger girls started arguing with each other over a few words, and soon they even started fighting. Qin Xian's heart was immersed in Suli's singing for a long time and she couldn't extricate herself. Until Suli next to her nudged her with his elbow. Qin Xian suddenly came to her senses and found that it was almost her turn to sing. After a trace of panic flashed across his face, he quickly continued singing Suli's song. However, Qin Xuanxin's voice is also one of the best. When the chorus started, all the men and women present were mesmerized. Even Huang Tianba and Lu Lili were stunned. When the song ended, the audience erupted in thunderous applause.
Centrifugal force. Centrifugal force.
The people in the audience shouted at the top of their lungs with red faces, chanting the name of Suli and Qin Xuanxin's group.
Full marks for the centrifugal force combination. Direct promotion. The host on stage even collected a few cards from the audience. After checking it out, this news was announced. Just now, the Liba duo of Huang Tianba and Lu Lili only got over 80 points after their performance. Now Suli and Qin Xuanxin have directly obtained full marks, and the gap between them is self-evident. Huang Tianba and the other man were able to score over 80 points because their level was only over 80 points.
Suli and his team got full marks because they were limited by this number of points.
Suli, you are so amazing.
I remember the first time I heard you sing to Yuching to express your love for her, your singing was simply unbearable to the ears. The two of them returned to the stage. Qin Xuanxin had a serious expression on her face as she asked Su Li in front of her about his performance today. Last time in the bar, your singing completely surprised me. I didn't expect you to be better this time than during practice. You're really a surprising guy. What abilities have you hidden that you haven't revealed yet? No wonder you are so confident today. Qin Xuanxin clearly discovered that Su Li's singing voice today was different from before. That deep and magnetic voice was completely different from Su Li's usual voice. Naturally, Su Li couldn't tell Qin Xuanxin that this was the enchanting, magnetic bass voice that he had purchased at the cost of 200 yuan. At the same time, Su Li also completed the system task. Another 200 soft rice points were obtained, which meant that this skill was obtained for free. Not only that, after obtaining this ability, Su Li's charm value also increased by 30 points. Now Su Li's charm value has reached 180 points. Far beyond the level of ordinary people. Okay, time to go talk to that guy over there. Interrupting what Qin Xuanxin was about to say, Su Li took a step forward and walked towards Huang Tianba and Lu Lili. Until Su Li appeared in front of the two of them, raised his hand and coughed lightly. Huang Tianba and Lu Lili finally woke up from Su Li's singing. Just now, the two of them were immersed in Su Li's singing and couldn't extricate themselves. What do you want to do? Huang Tianba asked Su Li subconsciously. What do I want to do? Huang Tianba's question made Qin Xuanxin and Su Li stunned for a moment. What do I want to do? You should ask what you are going to do? With a disdainful expression on his face, Su Li asked back directly. Someone just said that if he loses to us, he will kowtow to us and apologize. And it's not just one person, it's two people together. After pointing twice at the ground in front of him, Su Li took a step back. He also made a gesture of invitation to Huang Tianba and waited quietly for Huang Tianba to kowtow to him and admit his mistake. Kid, forgive others when you can. We are not as strong as you. But that doesn't mean you can humiliate me. I won't kowtow to you and admit my mistake. Huang Tianba's words sounded as if Su Li was forcing him by taking advantage of his strength. This made Su Li feel like crying but without tears. Su Li sighed, looked at Huang Tianba in front of him and asked. Brother, there is something you need to clarify. It was you who proposed the bet, okay? You were the one who proposed the bet. It was you who insisted on betting with me. It was you who chased me to make a bet with me. Did I force you to do this? After asking this question, Huang Tianba's expression flickered. As for Lu Lili next to her, she bit her lips tightly. Now kowtow and admit your mistake, otherwise I can't guarantee that you will walk out of this place unharmed today. After leaving these words, Su Li raised his palm and pinched his fingers until they made a snapping sound. Huang Tianba knew that he was definitely no match for Su Li in terms of fighting power. But now if he was asked to kneel down and apologize to Su Li, he couldn't do such a thing. I, Huang Tianba, am a 7-foot-tall man with a golden brood under my knees. I will kneel down to heaven, earth, and my parents, but not to you, a fellow like you. Huang Tianba gritted his teeth and suddenly became tough. Aren't you just going to beat me up? Come on, I won't accept it unless you beat me to death today. If you beat me to death, I will be a brave man again in 18 years. An extremely heroic word came out of Huang Tianba's mouth. This made Su Li look at Huang Tianba with a higher opinion. What about you? Do you think so too? Although I don't hit women, it doesn't mean I don't have other ways to deal with you. It just so happens that I have some knowledge of medical skills, so it would be nice for me to give you a few injections. Look in the direction of Lu Lili. Su Li took out a silver needle and waved it twice in front of his eyes. You! Lu Lili was speechless for a moment when she saw this. Just now she was infatuated with Su Li in the audience. Now, the person who made her crazy was holding a silver needle and wanted to stab her. But this matter was entirely caused by Lu Lili. If she had bumped into Qin Xuanxin and apologized immediately, there wouldn't be this scene now. I'm sorry, please forgive me, okay? Lu Lili knew that asking Su Li for help was useless. He turned around and bowed 90 degrees, lowering his head towards Qin Xuanxin. Ask Qin Xuanxin for forgiveness. She also calculated that Qin Xuanxin was a girl and should be more soft-hearted. Su Li, why don't you just forget it? They didn't do anything, they just bumped into each other, and they apologized anyway. Chapter 60, Good People Are Bullied. Sure enough. After hearing the apology and plea, Qin Xuanxin looked eagerly in the direction of Su Li. A kind man is often bullied, and a kind horse is often ridden.
Haven't you heard this truth? Think about it, it's the two of us who won this bet. If the two of them win, do you think they will let the two of us go?
After hearing this, Su Li frowned. He looked in Qin Xuanxin's direction with a serious look. When Su Li asked this, Qin Xian was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer.
This matter was caused by you. You are too arrogant.
You didn't apologize after bumping into someone, and you still have that attitude.
That's why it ended up like this.
Su Li looked towards Lu Lily with cold eyes and his tone was even more impolite. Kneel down and apologize now, or you won't be able to leave this place today. Pointing at the ground in front of him, Su Li asked Lu Lily again. Seeing Su Li's fierce expression, tears started to well up in Lu Lily's eyes.
I couldn't help but burst into tears.
Lu Lily burst into tears, which made Qin Xian feel even more sympathetic.
Huang Tianba, right? I respect you as a man, so let's just forget about this matter. I don't want to bother you anymore, you can leave now.
But this woman must apologize to me today.
Huang Tianba's courageous look just now made Su Li too lazy to deal with Huang Tianba anymore.
But Lu Lily and Su Li don't want to let go.
I'm not leaving.
I brought her here, so I will be responsible for her to the end. I can't kneel down and apologize for myself, but I can kneel down and apologize for her. As long as I kneel down and apologize to you, I hope you can let her go. Who would have thought that Huang Tianba would say this to Su Li in a serious tone at this moment?
Su Li saw that Huang Tianba seemed to be very principled. For a moment, I couldn't understand what Huang Tianba was thinking.
Su Li. Qin Xuanqing tugged at the corner of Su Li's clothes, trying to persuade him again. Today, for the sake of my friend, I won't argue with you.
I'm apologizing to my friend now, and don't be arrogant in the future. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability? Always remember that there is always someone better than you.
Su Li pointed at Qin Xuanqing next to him and asked Huang Tianba and the other man to apologize to Qin Xuanqing again. This time, Huang Tianba and the other man looked at each other, and at the same time bent down 90 degrees to apologize to Qin Xuanqing.
Su Li could see that both of them were quite sincere in their attitudes.
After the two men apologized, he took Qin Xuanqing away from them and ignored them. When Su Li and Qin Xuanqing walked out of the competition venue, the cell phone suddenly rang. Su Li was a little surprised when he saw the name displayed on the phone.
Because the call was actually from Li Hongxiu.
Sister, I called you suddenly.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Although I feel that I can't help Li Hongxiu. However, after Su Li answered the phone, his tone was still somewhat polite, and he asked into the phone. Li Hongxiu had helped him twice and almost put him in danger, so Su Li was still grateful to Li Hongxiu.
Where are you? I'm at the gate of your school now. I have something to talk to you about. Is it convenient for you to come out? On the phone, Li Hongxiu asked Su Li in an unusually calm tone. My friends and I are attending a competition. I'm not in school right now. If you want to find me, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Although he didn't know what Li Hongxiu was up to, Su Li still told Li Hongxiu about his situation.
I'm waiting for you.
After saying this, Li Hongxiu hung up the phone.
Su Li was completely confused.
However, he still took a taxi with Qin Xuanqing next to him and quickly rushed back towards the school. When the two appeared outside the school gate, a man who had just got out of the car stopped Su Li. Su Li looked at the person in front of him and felt as if he had seen him somewhere. After the man started talking, Su Li remembered where he had seen this man before.
Sister Li is waiting for you, come over.
After leaving these words, the man walked towards the side of the school gate. Seeing this, Su Li hurried to follow. Soon the man took Su Li to a remote corner. As soon as Su Li entered, he saw Li Hongxiu standing there. Not only that, there were two guys with bruised faces and noses kneeling in front of Li Hongxiu. Knowing that Su Li had walked to Li Hongxiu's side, he looked closely and found that one of them was Fang Zhongzheng. As for the other person, Su Li had never seen him. However, judging from appearance alone, this person is somewhat similar to Fang Zhongzheng. Su Li reacted instantly and realized that this person should be the so-called brother Fang Zhongzheng mentioned, Fang Zhang.
Sister, what are you doing?
After seeing this scene, Su Li was a little confused. Qin Xuanqing, who was next to Su Li, subconsciously grabbed Su Li's sleeve as if she was a little scared. The two guys who sent you the gift are called Fang Zhongzheng and Fang Zhang. They are the ones who caused you trouble yesterday.
How about it? I'm satisfied, right?
After finishing her words, Li Hongxiu pointed her finger at the faces of the two people kneeling in front of her. These two guys were caught by Li Hongxiu last night. When Fang Zhang saw Li Hongxiu, he began to apologize. However, Li Hongxiu did not accept his apology at all, and directly brought people to smash the Fangjing nightclub. These two men were captured and tortured for a whole night, and today they were brought here directly for Su Li to review.
What are you still standing there for? Apologize now. You are so brave to shoot me, my brother. It's really a bold move.
If my brother doesn't forgive you two today, you two should find a good place for yourselves. Li Hongxiu's tone was a little cold, causing the two people kneeling on the ground to tremble subconsciously.
Brother, I was wrong. It was my ambition and courage. I was reckless. I beg you to give me a chance.
The first one to give in was Fang Zhongzheng. Fang Zhongzheng and Su Li had met each other several times, so he quickly ran to Su Li and begged for mercy. Sister, I don't have any deep hatred with these two guys.
This guy went too far by shooting you last night.
I won't make the decision on this matter.
You can handle it however you want.
Where had Su Li seen such a scene before? After all, he is just a student in school. With an embarrassed expression on his face, he looked in the direction of Li Hongxiu.
Now that you say that, I know what to do. Chapter 61, Dormitory Incident.
After Li Hongxiu said this, she looked at the faces of the two people. Throw them both to Black Wind Ridge and bury them somewhere deserted. After saying this, Su Li's face changed drastically.
Fang Zhongzheng and Fang Zhang were both terrified.
As for Su Li, Qin Xuanqin even shrank her body behind Su Li.
I dare not look at this scene. Sister, isn't it a little too cruel?
Su Li completely forgot that he had just told Qin Xuanqin that kind people are often bullied and kind horses are often ridden.
Now let us turn around and ask Li Hongxiu this question. It's really a double standard. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. You are still young and don't know what is going on outside. Anyway, you just need to know this sentence.
When Li Hongxiu heard Su Li say this, she smiled instead. Sister, forget it, give them a chance. These two guys didn't cause any substantial harm to me.
I think it's a bit bad to be so extreme.
Su Li had a serious expression on his face as he said this to Li Hongxiu in front of him. Seeing that Li Hongxiu had not responded, Su Li hurriedly said to Li Hongxiu.
Sister, you took care of these two guys.
When someone with ulterior motives finds out that these two guys are missing, you will inevitably be in more trouble.
Why should we suddenly add all these troubles?
At this moment, Su Li's eyes looked somewhat serious.
And he was indeed worried about it. Let these two guys go.
They should know they are wrong and won't cause us any trouble in the future.
If it happens again, I want you to promise that you won't have to do anything.
I'll take care of these two guys myself. With a serious expression on his face, he said this to Li Hongxiu.
Only then did Li Hongxiu nodded with satisfaction.
Since you've said so much, I'll let these two guys go.
You two heard it too.
It was my kindness that made me let you two go. If you do it to me again next time, you two should know what the consequences will be.
Get lost now.
After saying this, Li Hongxiu stepped aside. Fang Zhang and Fang Zhongzheng apologized to Su Li and fled away in disgrace. Sister, I have caused you trouble in this matter. I would like to apologize to you here. Su Li found that he seemed to be of no help to Li Hongxiu. That's why I sincerely apologize to Li Hongxiu.
It's too polite to say that. I'm helping you willingly. I just think we are compatible. Okay, there's no need to mention this matter anymore.
After waving to Su Li, Li Hongxiu smiled. If you have time these 2 days, come and have a drink with me.
You ignored me last time.
After saying this, Li Hongxiu led her people away. After seeing this scene, Su Li sighed helplessly.
When Su Li returned to the dormitory, he found that everyone in the dormitory was dejected.
Zhao Jian had an even darker face and sat on the bed with his head lowered, not saying a word. As usual, as soon as Su Li returned to the dormitory, Zhao Jian would have to give Su Li a lecture.
But today Zhao Jian just sat there motionless. What's wrong with you guys? You're so serious today, is the sky going to fall?
Su Li sat in his seat and couldn't help but ask the people in front of him.
Su Li.
Seeing Su Li ask this, Li Jianghe on the side waved at Su Li.
What happened? What happened to you?
Seeing a group of people looking mysterious, Su Li walked up to Li Jianghe and asked him. At this moment, Li Jianghe put his mouth close to Su Li's ear and whispered something to Su Li.
There is such a thing? Su Li's eyes widened when he heard what Li Jianghe said. Yes, that's what happened. Zhao Jian's parents are now both unemployed.
Li Jianhe answered Su Li's question with an affirmative expression on his face. After Li Jianhe's explanation, Su Li also understood what had happened. It turned out that Zhao Jian's parents were both senior executives in a company and their family was well off. But today, both his parents lost their jobs.
Logically speaking, they are almost at retirement age. There is no way this could happen. But this is what happened.
Not only that, when the company fired Zhao Jian's parents, it only left them with one sentence. The original words are: "You can only blame your son for making friends who shouldn't have been making friends with and offending people who shouldn't have been offended." Or maybe Zhao Jian had just received a call from his parents.
His parents even scolded Zhao Jian on the phone.
Brother.
Su Li knew that this person definitely had ulterior motives.
Since he couldn't deal with him, he can only try to disgust Zhao Jian. Because he was the only one who offended some people recently. Su Li thought about it and felt that the person who could do this was most likely Zhao Jia. But Zhao Jia shouldn't know the relationship between him and Zhao Jian. After thinking about it, Su Li thought of Zhou Guangwei that day again.
After thinking about it, I guess it was this guy's work.
Because Su Li still thought of the words Chen Bo threatened him with that morning.
It's okay, brother.
Our family can handle this matter ourselves. I just don't believe that if I don't go to work, my family will starve to death.
Su Li put his hand on Zhao Jian's shoulder. Zhao Jian raised his head.
Although his eyes were a little dim, his tone was very firm when he spoke to Su Li. I don't mean to blame Su Li.
While Su Li and Zhao Jian were talking, Li Jianhe also answered the phone. Not long after, Li Jianhe's face looked even uglier than Zhao Jian's.
It's so shameless, how could someone do such a thing? Li Jianhe completely disregarded his usual image of a weak scholar. He pushed the book off the table. He stood there and started cursing.
Brother, what's wrong with you?
Seeing this, Chen Zhou asked Li Jianhe.
And when Li Jianhe told the whole story,
it turned out that he was exactly the same as Zhao Jian, and was also targeted by others, causing his parents to lose their jobs. Brothers, this matter was caused by me, and I will solve it for you too, brothers. Su Li couldn't help feeling a little heartbroken when he saw how angry and depressed these two people were. After all, the situation between Zhao Jian and Li Jianhe was only because of him. Brother, don't blame yourself.
This matter has nothing to do with you.
It's normal for you to resist someone who provokes you. But I didn't expect this guy to be so shameless.
Attack our family. Chapter 62, Seeking Help from Chen Dishing. The person who said this was not Zhao Jian, but Li Jianhe.
Logically speaking, Zhao Jian, who has a cheerful personality, should be the one who understands this matter best. But Li Jianhe, who is of a gloomy nature, should be sulking. But after this happened, the exact opposite happened. Li Jianhe, who was originally a taciturn person, became somewhat generous at this time. Zhao Jian, who was usually cheerful, just sat there without saying a word. Two brothers, if you trust me, I can solve this matter for you.
3 days, give me 3 days at most, and I will definitely help you solve this problem.
Su Li had a serious expression on his face and made some assurances to the two people in front of him. Su Li, this matter has nothing to do with you.
If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Zhou Guangwei.
That guy is so cruel that he actually caused trouble for our parents.
I don't believe he is really lawless. God has his own way. Who can escape this fate? Li Jianhe was obviously very angry, and he didn't even use his classic catchphrases when he spoke.
Zhao Jian just sat there the whole time without saying a word. Okay, brothers, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. This matter is settled, and you two shouldn't feel too much psychological pressure. After saying this to the two of them, Su Li glanced at Zhao Jian's face. I found that Zhao Jian was still sitting there, not saying a word. After sighing, he didn't say anything else. At this moment, Su Li already had a rough plan in his mind to resolve this matter. After the few people had lunch, Su Li left the dormitory alone. But before Su Li walked far, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Su Li saw the name displayed on the phone, he was stunned. Unexpectedly, the call was from Yuching.
What's the matter?
After answering the phone, Su Li's expression was indifferent, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or unwilling.
Su Li, I don't have classes today. I wonder if you are free. I want to invite you to go out with me.
After Yuching made some noises on the phone, she directly invited Su Li.
Today? It may not be possible today. I have to go out and do something.
Suli had a helpless expression on his face and explained to Yuching on the phone.
What are you going to do?
I just want to see you. It's okay if we don't go out for a walk. When Yuching heard that Suli was going out, she hurriedly asked Suli.
At this moment in the dormitory, Yuching looked a little anxious.
Because she was worried that Suli would go out with other girls. I'm going to the hospital to look for Chen Desheng, Mr. Chen. Suli didn't know why Yuching suddenly cared so much. But I still explained it to Yuching. Besides, Chen Desheng and Yuching had already met, so it was easy to say.
However, Suli underestimated girls' imagination.
When Yuching heard these words, she immediately remembered the day when Chen Desheng told Suli that he wanted to introduce her granddaughter to him. She thought Suli was going to have a blind date with Chen Desheng's granddaughter today.
Where are you now? I want to go with you.
Yuching reacted a little intensely and asked Suli on the phone hurriedly.
Suli was quite confused by Yuching's reaction. I'm downstairs in the dormitory now.
After answering subconsciously, Yuching hurriedly said to Suli.
Just stand there, I'll come to you in a minute.
After saying this, Yuching hung up the phone, and Suli heard the sound of someone getting dressed and pushing the door at the end of the call.
What are you still looking for me for? Why are you suddenly reacting like this? Strange.
Suli complained helplessly. Not long after, Yuching appeared in front of Suli's eyes.
Let's go.
After saying this to Suli, Yuching turned around and walked outside. Seeing this, Suli hurriedly followed her. The two of them took a taxi at the school gate and headed straight towards the hospital.
Mr. Chen.
When the two appeared again, they were already outside Chen Desheng's office.
Suli raised his hand and gently knocked on the door.
The door opened and Chen Desheng saw Suli, who appeared here, with an expression of surprise on his face.
Su boy, why is it you? Why did you suddenly come to see me, old man?
Seeing Suli appear here, Chen Desheng was obviously a little surprised and asked Suli a question. Yuching, who was standing by, saw that there was no one else behind Chen Desheng. Chen Desheng was a little surprised that Suli came here. Yuching was stunned for a moment and looked at Suli beside her. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have guessed wrong. His face turned a little embarrassed.
Master, I came to you today because I want to ask you for help with something.
Suli, who was standing by, didn't pay attention to the change in Yuching's expression. Instead, with an embarrassed expression on his face, he explained his purpose to Chen Desheng.
Oh? Is there anything else I can help you with, old man?
It's been a long time since anyone has asked me for help with my old bones. When Chen Desheng heard this, his face lit up with interest. After making way, he called Suli and Yuching into his office.
Brother Su, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Just follow me, you're welcome.
The old man made a gesture of invitation and sat down on a chair. Suli and Yuching looked at each other and sat on the sofa at the same time. After organizing his words and thinking for a while, Suli finally spoke.
This is what happened, old man.
I had a conflict with a classmate in our school for some reason some time ago.
This person is always jealous of me because of my relationship with my friend.
He came here to cause trouble some time ago, and I gave him a beating.
But,
having said that, Suli's face turned a little ugly. Yuching, who was standing aside, looked at Suli's face curiously. She had no idea what was going on.
Chen Desheng looked very interested.
It's a shame for someone his age to listen to such young people talking about what's happening in school. It made him feel as if he had found the energy he had when he was in school. But when this guy realized he couldn't deal with me, he turned his attention to my roommate. And the most hateful thing about him is that he used his family connections to make the parents of my two roommates lose their jobs at the same time.
That's why I came to see you today, old man.
After hesitating for some time, Suli finally told Chen Desheng what had happened.
There is such a thing?
There were conflicts between schools, and they even used their connections to involve other people's roommates' parents.
This matter has indeed gone a bit too far. Hearing this, Chen Desheng frowned. Who is Suli to him? He knows very well.
Even the Taoist 13 needles can be shared selflessly.
Suli is naturally not a person with any problems with his character. Chapter 63, Angry Youth Yuching. And now someone is actually using such means to deal with Suli.
It can be seen that this person does have great deficiencies in quality.
Old man, that's right. I asked you to come here today just to ask for your help. Can you help my roommate's parents solve this problem? Grandpa, you know a lot of people in Xinjiang. I am just an ordinary student in Xinjiang.
Without a foundation and without status, some things are difficult to resolve. As a leading figure in the medical field, Yuching cannot be described as knowing a lot of people.
I don't know how many people came to ask to meet Yuching.
Yuching also has to consider whether the other party's character and conduct are up to par.
Is it worth it for him to make this friend? Brother Su, since you have come to me, I will be willing to help you if I can.
I'll take care of this matter. Yuching nodded seriously to Su Li and agreed to the matter.
What are the names of your roommates' parents?
Where did you work before?
And who are the people who dealt with your roommates' parents? Give me this information, and I will give you a reply tomorrow at the latest. After telling Su Li the information he needed,
Yuching's eyes just became a little serious, as if he took this matter very seriously.
Master, I'll leave this matter to you.
After standing up, Su Li bowed to Yuching in front of him.
Brother Su, it's just a small favor. No need to be so polite. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. And little brother, my granddaughter will be back in a day or two. I'll ask her to contact you then.
Yuching gave Su Li a smile, sent Su Li to the door, and did not forget to give Su Li some instructions. Su Li was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then could only nod awkwardly.
Su Li, why didn't you tell me about this? I can help you with this matter, too. My parents also have some influence in Xinjiang. Maybe they can help you get it done. Yuching seemed to be somewhat resentful of Su Li for not telling her about this matter. This is my own business.
I will solve it myself if I can. I didn't want to trouble others, but who knew that guy would find trouble with my roommate? But the relationship between Mr. Chen and me is mutually beneficial, so I feel more at ease asking Mr. Chen for help. After hearing this, Su Li explained to Yuching, who was standing beside him.
Next time if you have any problem, just come to me directly. I can help you too. You don't need to be so polite to me.
Seeing this, Yuching quickly gave Su Li a warning. She was afraid that Su Li wouldn't ask her for help.
If others encounter such troubles, they will all avoid it. Yuching, on the other hand, did the opposite. Next time, I will ask you for help if I need anything.
Su Li responded to Yuching helplessly.
But sometimes things just happen.
As soon as Su Li finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Su Li picked up the phone and found that it was Yuching calling.
He was still a little confused.
After all, Su Li had completely solved the troubles at Yuching's house in the past 2 days.
The Wen family's business also resumed.
Yuching hasn't come to school recently, so Su Li was a little curious about why she called.
Teacher Wen? What's the matter with Teacher Wen calling you?
Yuching saw the name displayed on Su Li's phone and looked at Su Li's face in confusion. Teacher Wen's family had some troubles some time ago, and I helped her solve them.
I don't know what you're calling about this time.
Explained to Yuching.
Su Li pressed the answer button on the phone and put it to his ear. Su Li, where are you now?
Something happened in our company, come quickly. Yuching sounded a little anxious on the phone.
Don't worry, Mr. Wen. I'll be there soon.
When Su Li heard this, he quickly responded to Yuching on the phone. After asking Yuching for the address of the Wen family company, Su Li took a taxi. He took Yuching to Wen's company again.
Teacher Wen met an annoying guy 2 days ago.
This guy relies on his own strength to harass Teacher Wen in various ways. Teacher, for some special reasons, I have to be polite to this person.
But we were having dinner outside that day and we saw this guy putting something into Teacher Wen's cup.
On the way, Yuching asked Su Li why he was so familiar with Yuching. Su Li explained the matter to Yuching. But fortunately, I exposed his trick at the time, and his scheme failed. Later, he invited Teacher Wen to a nightclub to drink, and took the opportunity to do something bad to Teacher Wen.
I happened to see him once again.
After exposing him twice in a row, Teacher Wen also discovered his true nature as a beast in human form. Su Li's face turned a little ugly when he mentioned Zhao Jia. After all, this guy was really too excessive. Later, Teacher Wen discovered that the reason why their company was on the verge of bankruptcy was because of so many problems. It's all because of this guy behind the scenes.
And this guy is using this incident to threaten Teacher Wen.
When Su Li said this, the expression on Yuching's face beside him had become very angry.
There are actually such guys? It's just too much. People like this should be severely punished.
When Yuching said this, she waved her fist as if she was going to hit someone. However, by chance, I helped Mr. Wen's family solve the company crisis.
But Teacher Wen said today that something happened in their company. I suspect this person has something to do with it.
At this moment, Suli's expression was somewhat solemn. If this guy dares to make trouble again, I will take care of him then. Don't worry about this matter, Suli, I will handle it for Teacher Wen. When Yuching heard this, she said this to Suli seriously. It seemed as if Wenqing's experience resonated with her.
Let's go check it out first.
No one knows what the situation is. Looking at Yuching next to him, who looked like an angry young man, Suli's mouth curled up. He found that Yuching still looked quite cute at this time. When Suli looked at her like that, Yuching lowered her head instantly.
A blush appeared on his face. What are you looking at? A mosquito-like sound came out of Yuching's mouth.
Seeing this, Suli quickly withdrew his gaze. He turned his eyes towards the car window somewhat embarrassedly. Soon the taxi stopped outside the Wen family company. After paying the fare, the two of them walked quickly towards the Wen family company.
Stop, who are you? No one is allowed in here. Chapter 64, Major Shareholders.
When the two appeared at the door of the company, a man who looked like a security guard walked out and stopped Suli and Yuching.
We are friends of your chairman's daughter.
She asked us to come and help her. Suli explained to the security guard with a smile on his face.
What chairman's daughter? What are you talking about here?
Hurry up, our company is busy right now. The security guard was stunned when he heard this. Then he used an impolite tone to drive Suli and Yuching away from this place.
Suli, what's going on? Didn't Teacher Wen ask us to come here? Why wouldn't the security guard let us in?
After seeing this scene, Yuching was a little confused and asked Suli beside her. At this moment, Suli frowned slightly and glanced at the security guard's face. Being looked at like this by Suli, the security guard seemed to feel guilty and dodged a little at this time.
You are not a security guard in the Wen family company. Get out of the way. I don't want to waste time talking to you.
If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for using force on you.
Suli seemed to see at a glance that there was something a little abnormal about the security guard. He casually scolded this film. The security guard looked obviously panicked after hearing what Suli said. But soon his complexion returned to normal, and he said to Suli, I don't know where you are from, kid. What does it have to do with you whether I am the security guard of this company?
Anyway, I'm standing here now and you are not allowed to go in. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for getting someone to arrest you.
Not taking Suli's threat seriously, the security guard stopped him and didn't want to let Suli in. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you.
Yuching was wondering how Suli was going to deal with this matter. Suli changed his fist into a palm and chopped the security guard's neck with a knife. The security guard saw this and was about to say something when he was hit hard on the neck. He pointed at Suli, rolled his eyes, and collapsed. However, Suli supported the security guard in time and leaned him against the gate of Wen's company.
Then he took Yuching and walked inside. Sitting in the elevator, Suli pressed the button for the top floor.
Suli had heard Wenqing introduce her company.
I know that the chairman of the Wen family company's office is on the top floor.
And since Wenqing is in this place, she should be on the top floor. When the elevator door opened, Yuching and Suli stopped. Because at this time there were more than a dozen bodyguards in black standing on the top floor. When the elevator door opened, all the bodyguards looked towards Suli and Yuching.
Why are there so many people?
Yuching seemed a little scared when she saw this scene, and subconsciously shrank behind Suli.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Suli frowned slightly, patted Yuching's hand, and then took Yuching out of the elevator at the same time.
Who are you? Our general manager is talking to Chairman Wen. No one is allowed to interrupt.
The bodyguard closest to Suli raised his hand to stop him when he saw Suli coming out.
I am the largest shareholder of this company. I have the right to inquire about any problems that occur in the company.
Suli stared at the bodyguard in front of him with a very calm look, and said right away that he was a shareholder of this company.
You brag without thinking, kid. You are a shareholder of this company, but you don't even consider your age. Do you think I'm as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child?
With a disdainful look on his face, the bodyguard had no intention of letting him go.
It's your business not to believe, now get out of the way.
Although there were more than a dozen people in front of him, Suli was not afraid.
If these dozen people really start fighting, it will take some effort.
But Suli still had some confidence in dealing with these dozen people. But at this moment, a door opened not far away. Wen Shang leaned out from inside, and a look of joy appeared on her face when she saw Suli.
The chairman's daughter is out. Ask her if I am the largest shareholder of this company. Can I go in at all?
When he saw the warmth, Suli did not show any joy on his face, but frowned instead. After hearing this, the bodyguard turned his head and looked at the warm face.
What's wrong with you? This is the largest shareholder of our company.
Such a big thing happened in the company, so naturally I have to come to the company to inquire about it.
Get out of the way now.
Seeing this scene, Wen Xing couldn't help but knocked away the bodyguard and blocked Suli's hand. Your company will soon be acquired by our Zhao group.
Still so arrogant?
I want to see what this shareholder can do. With a disdainful look on his face, the bodyguard stepped aside. As soon as these words were spoken, Wen Xing's face instantly turned ugly, and Suli also heard what had happened.
Let's go, Miss One. There's nothing to talk to them about.
Suli stood beside Wen Chang and nodded gently to Wen Xing. It seemed as if Wen Xing had reacted to Suli's suggestion.
He took Suli and walked towards the office.
When the three of them entered the office, Suli noticed at a glance that there was a middle-aged man sitting there. The middle-aged man had a serious expression on his face. After sensing Suli coming in, he just glanced at Suli. Suli, the warm father, had met him before. After all, if it weren't for Suli, it would be hard to say where Wen Xing's father would be lying right now.
Chairman Wen, such a big thing happened in the company, didn't you tell me? After all, I am also a major shareholder of the company. Don't I have the right to know about this matter?
Wen Xing's father looked a little surprised when he saw Suli coming. However, Suli did not show any discomfort, but frowned and asked this question to his warm father. Wen Xing's father is naturally not a stupid person since he owns such a company. I immediately understood the meaning of Suli's words. He quickly stood up and walked in front of Suli with an apologetic expression on his face. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry, the incident happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to inform you. After Wen Xing's father finished explaining, he took Suli to sit in a seat not far from the middle-aged man.
Chairman Wen, we are here to discuss something. What do you mean by letting this person in?
The middle-aged man saw Suli sitting not far from him. He crossed his legs and looked even more arrogant than him, frowning. Secretary Liu, I'm really sorry, Mr. Su is actually a shareholder of our company. It's just that Mr. Su doesn't directly hold shares in the company.
I own all the shares. Chapter 65, Wishful Thinking.
After hearing this, the warm father replied to the middle-aged man next to him. This middle-aged man was none other than the man named Lu Zhenkuan sent by Zhao Jie's father, Zhao Jigang.
This person is also Zhao Jigang's close confidant and his secretary. Why haven't I heard that Wen's enterprise has such a shareholder? But even if there is a chairman, I think you know better than me what the family situation is now that you are asking about it. Your shareholders and partners have already cooperated with our Zhao enterprise and will no longer continue to cooperate with the Wen family. The Wen family's business has been completely unable to continue in the past 2 days. Lu Zhenkuan tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, as if he didn't take Suli seriously at all. He turned around and told Wen Xing's father about the current situation of the Wen family. Suli originally thought that after he had resolved the issues with those shareholders and partners, the Wen family's business would return to normal. I didn't expect the Zhao family's move would come so quickly. Put pressure on those people again so quickly, forcing them to break off cooperation with the Wen family again. Now the Wen family has no choice but to be acquired by my Zhao family. Otherwise, your Wen group will go bankrupt.
After Lu Zhenkuan finished speaking, he hooked his finger at the person next to him. Then the man placed a document in front of Wen Xing's father. The content of this document is very simple. It is the contract for the Wen group to be acquired by the Zhao group. Although I agree to be acquired by others, the price you offer is too low.
1 million. What can I do with 1 million?
1 million is not even enough to pay the salaries of my employees. Looking at the contract on the table, Wen Xing's father frowned and thought about what happened before him.
Lu Zhenkuan said this.
Chairman Wen, your Wen family is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Once you go bankrupt, Chairman Wen, you will be in a debt crisis. Having this 1 million can resolve your crisis to a great extent. As for the salaries of your company's employees, my Zhao group will naturally pay them when the time comes.
Lu Zhenkuan seemed to have expected Wen Xing's father to say this.
He casually returned to the question of the warm father.
Wenqing's father was also troubled by the contract on the table.
He built this company single-handedly.
No one would be willing to sell their company at such a low price.
Chairman Wen actually has another option besides being acquired. This is what our boss Zhao specifically told me when I left. I just don't know if Chairman Wen is willing to listen. With a smile on his face, Lu Zhenkuan suddenly changed the subject. After hearing these words, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the warm father, and he raised his head and looked at Lu Zhenkuan. Chairman Wen, I think you also know that our boss Zhao has an only son, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao is extremely fond of your Miss Wen. If the chairman is willing to let our two families become relatives, the Zhao family will naturally be willing to help the Wen family through this crisis.
Lu Zhenkuan said this. Regardless of warmth or tenderness, the father's face became very ugly at the same time.
Everyone knows what kind of person Zhao Jie is. It was because of Zhao Jie that Lu Zhenkuan almost lost his life. How could Wenqing's father be willing to let Wenqing fall into Zhao Jie's fire pit again? The Zhao group really has a good plan.
Chairman Wen only has one daughter. If Zhao Jie marries Chairman Wen's daughter, wouldn't the Wen family's assets also fall into the hands of the Zhao family in the future? What's the difference between that and being acquired?
And I saved that 1 million. Su Li on the side sneered and said this directly.
You are a shareholder of the company. Do you have a chance to have a say in this matter? Lu Zhenkuan didn't take Su Li seriously at all.
Even if Su Li was the major shareholder of the Wen Group, he didn't care at all. Chairman, I don't agree with the acquisition on Zhao's behalf. The company now only needs a sum of money and to rebuild its sales channels. I will find a way to get this funding, and I will also have new sales channels. After Su Li stood up from his seat, he ignored Lu Zhenkuan. Instead, he said this to Wenqing's father in front of him with a serious expression.
Mr. Su is not joking about this matter.
The Wen Group's capital flow has been cut off. It will cost at least 4 or 5 million to get it back up and running again. I can't come up with these 4 or 5 million in a short time.
After hearing what Su Li said, Wenqing's father looked a little embarrassed. Unless the property is sold, the company cannot resume normal operations. Then I'll really be at a dead end.
After saying this, Wenqing's father stared at Su Li. This matter is a private matter of our company.
It's not convenient to talk about this in front of Mr. Lu.
Chairman, please let Mr. Lu leave first. With a calm expression on his face, Su Li said this to the affectionate father in front of him. After hearing these words, the father was warm and affectionate, although his expression was still a little struggling. But soon the struggle disappeared. Secretary Lu, I'm sure you heard it too. Since our shareholder has a solution, I will no longer consider being acquired by the Zhao Group. He picked up the contract from his desk and handed it to Lu Zhenkuan.
Wenqing's father flatly rejected Lu Zhenkuan's proposal to acquire Wen's group. Chairman Wen, this is your last chance. You need to think it through.
If you don't agree, when the Wen Group goes bankrupt, no one will be able to help you.
Don't be fooled by the sweet words of some arrogant people. Lu Zhenkuan's words were obviously directed at Su Li.
And the arrogant person he mentioned was actually a veiled criticism of Su Li.
This is an internal matter of our Wen's group. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu, please go back. Su Li followed Lu Zhenkuan and was not polite either. He pointed directly in the direction of the office door and ordered Lu Zhenkuan to leave.
Boy, don't be so arrogant in front of me.
There are not many people in Xinjiang who can be so arrogant in front of me.
I am not afraid to tell you, as long as my Zhao Group is here. I want to see which company in Xinjiang can cooperate with Wen's Group.
Which company can provide funds to Wen's Group?
Leaving these words behind, Lu Zhenkuan flicked his sleeves and walked out of his father's warm office.
Su Li, do you have any idea? If you have any idea, tell me as soon as possible. My Wen family is now in a life or death situation. Chapter 66, E-Commerce Expert.
Seeing that Lu Zhenkuan and his group were driven away by Su Li with just a few words, Wenqing had an anxious expression on her face and looked in the direction of Su Li beside her.
I can provide funds to the Wen family. Several million, I still have this little pocket money. Teacher Wen, don't worry.
At this moment, Yuching, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. This sentence stunned everyone present, including Su Li. Su Li originally thought that to solve the funding problem, he could use his special ability boss friend. Find a company that is not afraid of the Zhao family and borrow some money. Who knew that Yuching next to her would suddenly say this?
Yuching, right? I remember you and Su Li were in the same class. Where did you get so much money?
Although Yuching was very anxious, she also knew that some money could not be taken just by saying so.
He quickly asked Yuching, who was standing in front of him. Of course, it's my own pocket money. Don't you know?
The largest private bank in Xinjiang belongs to our family. Yuching had a puzzled look on her face and glanced at the faces of the people in front of her. These words made Su Li stunned on the spot.
Su Li never imagined that Yuching's family would be the largest private bank in Xinjiang.
At the same time, Su Li heard a system prompt sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement.
Assistance from the rich woman.
Reward 300 points. Hearing this prompt, Su Li felt a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that there was such a rich woman next to me. Yuching, we need several million in funding, but we don't need your pocket money. You just need to discuss with your father and lend a few million to the Wen family company for turnover.
In a month at most, I will have the Wen family return all the money.
Su Li had a serious expression on his face and told Yuching his proposal.
My pocket money is useless if it's just there.
I'll let Teacher Wen and the others use it first. I don't usually spend that much money at school. Yuching shook her head when she heard this. This was an important opportunity to re-establish a good relationship with Su Li.
She naturally wouldn't let it go. Yuching, let's put one horse on the other horse. The teacher will borrow money from your bank. You just need to pay a lower interest rate. We will definitely find a way to pay it back.
After hearing this, Yuching, who was standing by, quickly gave Yuching a warning. After hearing these words, Yuching looked at Su Li's face and saw the determined look in Su Li's eyes.
Yuching sighed and nodded. Well, I'll report this to my father right away.
Yuching nodded slightly, but a trace of solemnity flashed across Su Li's face again.
Yuching, if your family lends money to the Wen and Zhao families for something, will they cause trouble for you? Su Li is worried now.
If the Zhao family comes looking for Yuching again, their family will be in big trouble. You can't tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. Or a fire at both ends.
Zhao family? Don't worry.
Then the Zhao family has to borrow a lot of money from our bank every year. If our family stops providing them with funds, the Zhao family will be on the verge of bankruptcy. Yuching didn't take the Zhao family seriously at all in her words.
If Teacher Wen wants to deal with the Zhao family, I can also say hello to my father.
Anyway, our business doesn't lack the Zhao families. Not only did Yuching not take the Zhao family seriously, she was even willing to help Yuching deal with the Zhao family. No need, I will take care of the Zhao family later. They really think they can do whatever they want just because they have some ability.
Su Li didn't consider Zhang Dejia as an enemy at all.
As long as he has enough soft rice points and various abilities, the Zhao family will not be worthy of being his enemy.
Su Li, now that the funding problem has been solved, what about the company's product sales problem? Which partners have stopped cooperating with the Wen family? The goods in the Wen family company cannot be sold at all.
After seeing that the funding problem had been solved, Yuching immediately asked Su Li about the second matter.
After hearing these words, Su Li's mouth curled up. Teacher Wen, the internet is so developed now. Why does the Wen family continue to focus on physical stores?
After Su Li said this, a light appeared in Yuching's father's eyes. Yuching herself stood there in a daze. To be honest, Mr. Wen, while studying this major, I also learned some online platform construction part-time. As long as you think it's possible, I can immediately help the Wen family build an online platform.
From today on, the Wen family will sell all of their goods directly online.
The reason why Su Li dared to say this is because he has found a method in the system that is suitable for the Wen family to break the impasse. Except for the unexpected amount of funds from Yuching, all others were under Su Li's control.
That.
Behind Su Li, Yuching's father nodded in satisfaction after hearing these words. But he seemed to have discovered some problem and was just about to ask Su Li. Su Li was already looking in his direction with a smile.
Uncle Wen, I know what you want to say. I can help you with publicity and advertising. Just let me do these things.
At this moment, Su Li exuded an aura of confidence. Although the expressions on the faces of the people nearby were a little skeptical, they could only try their best to save the situation. Yuching made up her mind. If Su Li can't solve the problem, she will ask Yuching for help. The Yuching family has extensive business in Xinjiang, and their strength is definitely stronger than that of the Zhao family. As long as her father is willing to help, the Wen family can continue to do business in Xinjiang.
E-commerce experts. Bring it here.
After finding the e-commerce expert option in the system, Suli paid 500 yuan without hesitation. Since e-commerce is not very developed in this world, this ability can be described as cheap. When Suli bought this ability, vast knowledge rushed into Suli's mind. When Suli raised his head again, he had become an e-commerce expert. Teacher Wen, Uncle Wen, what you need to do next is to prepare the Wen family's products.
Leave the rest to me. After saying this, Suli actually walked towards Wen Qing's father's desk.
After Suli turned on the computer, his fingers started typing on the computer rapidly. It's like doing something you've done 1,000 times. When Wen Cheng and Yuching approached Suli, strings of codes appeared on the screen.
The two people were dizzy from watching it.
Suli sat in front of the computer for 3 hours.
Chapter 67, Wild Ideas.
When Suli took his hands off the keyboard, he stretched. Wen Cheng and Yuching, who were already feeling a little sleepy, suddenly became alert at the same time. As for Wen Qing, her father just walked in from outside.
Okay.
Suli raised his hand and made an OK gesture to several people, then stood up. A special software has appeared on Wen Qing's father's computer. I have already made a backup of the software on my computer. Next, Uncle Wen, you just need to get familiar with it. As for online advertising, I have already contacted the publisher. As for the price, it is not expensive, only 200,000 yuan. After Suli gave up his position to Wen Qing's father, he directly informed them of the matter. Although I didn't quite understand what Suli meant by this, it was obvious that I saw hope.
Oh, by the way, Uncle Wen has something else for you to do. We need to find a freight company.
Suli seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to look in the direction of Wen Qing's father. After all, online sales inevitably require delivery of goods. You can sign a long-term contract with this freight company. When the time comes, we will need to organize a group of people to deliver the goods to a fixed place. Suli has a detailed flowchart in his mind. He seemed to have experienced these things thousands of times.
Why do we need a new batch of people?
He could understand freight, but the fact that a group of people were needed made Wen Qing's father a little confused.
This group of people will go with the freight company.
After arriving in those cities, we deliver the goods directly to the customers.
I have left a detailed copy of this system for you on the computer.
After Suli said this, everyone present was shocked by Suli's idea. They had never heard of such a fantastic idea. The key is that this set of ideas sounds very practical.
Uncle Wen, trust me, as long as you do what I leave for you. With the bank funding support from Yuching's father, this matter can definitely be accomplished. Suli knew that this matter would be successful one day in the future.
It's just that he just handed this matter over to Wen Qing's father in advance. In the future, the Wen family's business will only grow bigger and bigger, becoming the leader in this industry. Suli, you have helped my Wen family tremendously in this matter.
I received your kindness last time, and I got your help again this time. If this thing can be accomplished, I will leave you 30% of the company's shares.
After hearing what Suli said, Wen Qing's father looked at Suli's face deeply. He suddenly made such a promise to Suli.
Uncle Wen, you don't need the shares. Let's help the Wen family get through this crisis first.
Suli shook his head slightly. Although he knew that the 30% stake of the Wen family would definitely be a very considerable amount of money for him in the future. But he still refused this matter. Suli, all the shareholders of Wen's company have withdrawn their investment.
We no longer have any shareholders. 30% is not much, so please accept it.
And I can guarantee you that no matter how the Wen family's business develops in the future, you will always own 30%.
Wen Qing's father's assurance was very bold. Because if the Wen family company becomes bigger and stronger in the future,
Suli still owns 30%, which may even exceed the shares they hold. Suli originally wanted to refuse, but Wen Qing stood beside Suli at this time. Suli, don't keep refusing this matter.
This matter has been settled.
After these words, Suli could only take back what he wanted to say. Teacher Wen, since the problem here has been solved, Yuching and I will take our leave first.
I have to go back to school. There are still some things waiting for me to deal with.
He said goodbye to Wen Cheng and Wen's father in front of him. Suli took Yuching and left the Wen family company.
I didn't expect you to have such an identity.
On the way back, Suli sighed to Yuching beside him.
How is it? Do you regret not pursuing me now? You still have a chance now. As long as you agree to be with me, it's not too late.
Hearing Suli say this, a hint of cunning flashed in Yuching's eyes.
We agreed to be friends. Let's not talk about this matter anymore.
After Suli said this, the originally teasing atmosphere instantly became frozen.
Yuching didn't say anything to Suli in the second half of the conversation.
She kept her head down, and no one knew what she was thinking.
While Suli was thinking about Zhou Guangwei. However, Suli had no idea how much influence Chen Dishing had in Xinjiang.
At this time, in Chen Dishing's office, Chen Dishing picked up the phone.
City Lord Huang, it's me. There is one thing I would like to ask of City Lord Huang. Yes, that's right. Not long after, Chen Dishing hung up the phone.
Suli didn't know that Chen Dishing actually made a phone call to the Lord of Xinjiang City.
After sending Yuching to the downstairs of the dormitory, Suli turned around and went back into the dormitory.
The atmosphere in the dormitory was still a bit depressing. Except for Zhao Jian, everyone else was still in the dormitory.
Where did Zhao Jian go?
As soon as Suli came back, he found that Zhao Jian was missing, and asked everyone in confusion.
This guy was called back by his parents.
Li Jianghe forced a smile on his face and answered Suli where Zhao Jian was going.
Don't worry, Li Jianghe. I'm already trying to find a way to help you solve this problem. We'll have the answer in a day or two at the latest. I'm really sorry about this. Suli still feels a little guilty now.
If it weren't for him, such misfortunes wouldn't have happened in Li Jianghe and Zhao Jian's families.
Brother, if you say that, it will seem strange. What does this have to do with you? You just did what you were supposed to do. We can only blame Zhou Guangwei for his dirty tricks.
Li Jianghe patted Suli on the shoulder and looked indifferent. Who would have thought that Li Jianghe, who is usually gentle and kind, would appear so generous at this moment?
Then in your family.
Suli originally wanted to ask about the situation at Li Jianghe's home, as he still had some money left. If Li Jianghe needed it, Suli wouldn't mind using the money to help Li Jianghe's family.
My parents still have some savings, so they won't starve to death.
I don't believe that the two of them can't find a job in Xinjiang.
If it doesn't work out, I can just go out and work. Chapter 68, A Hibiscus King. Li Jianghe seemed to be in a good mood.
He slammed his fist on the table.
Don't worry, I won't ask you to go out to work. Just wait for good news.
After saying this, Suli sat on the bed. At this moment, a series of messages bombarded Suli's mobile phone.
Xiao Yubing, Master, please log in. Suli, big sister, can't you let me rest for a while? I just came back from doing some things outside. Xiao Yubing, no, someone bullied me, you must avenge me today. Suli, here I come. Xiao Yubing is a difficult person to deal with.
Suli still remembers the misunderstanding that happened when he dragged an apology sign to the dormitory building that day. He brought the computer over and turned it on, and as soon as Suli came online, he found that Xiao Yubing had already booked a room.
Xiao Yubing, the master is this guy. He just abused me. You must avenge me.
Egon Furong Wang, don't think you can show off just because you found another rookie. Egon Furong Wang, the same old rules, 1,000 yuan per head, don't say I'm bullying you. When these lines of conversation appeared on the screen, Suli's brows instantly frowned. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Yubing's phone.
Suli, were you gambling with this guy while playing games just now? Xiao Yubing, oh, isn't he the strongest king that you have brought to me now?
Just now, someone nearby asked me to play games with him. After I joined the game, he found out that I was a bad player and started to scold me. Later I was not convinced, so we played it solo and each of us got 1,000 yuan.
Who knew he killed me so many times? Suli, sister, you gave him the money, didn't you?
Seeing Xiao Yubing's innocent look, Suli raised his hand and patted himself on the forehead.
Xiao Yubing, I have to admit defeat. I have no other choice. Master, you have to win the money back for me.
After seeing this scene, Suli frowned, then raised his hand and typed a string of words on the computer keyboard.
Suli, how much money did you win from her just now?
A stem of Hibiscus King, not much money, only about 10,000 yuan.
What do you think? If you're not convinced, we can do something bigger. Suli, then 50,000 yuan per person, do you dare to take it? A Hibiscus King, I'm afraid you can't come.
After saying this, the two began the game. After the game started, a one-sided massacre unfolded.
Everyone in the dormitory could only hear the sound of killing coming from the computer.
Once, twice, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. Following a voice announcing victory, Suli casually threw his headphones on the table.
Xiao Yubing, Master, you are so handsome. You killed him 21 times. Doesn't that mean you won 1.1 million from him?
Suli, if we don't teach this kind of person a lesson, he will always be arrogant.
Suli, give me the money, cash or bank transfer?
Igun Furong Wang, boy, you have guts, tell me, where are you from?
I will give you cash.
After seeing these words coming out from the Hibiscus King's stroke, Suli frowned. Because he remembered that Xiao Yubing had just said that this person had pulled her in from nearby.
That means this person is from the same city as them.
Xiao Yubing, you have my contact information, just transfer the money to me directly.
Who wants to go out and see a disgusting person like you? A Hibiscus King, you still dare to scold me? Let me tell you, I only have cash and I can't transfer money. If you want money, just tell me your address and I'll send it to you. Otherwise, no deal.
After this series of messages from King Furong was sent out, Suli immediately understood that this guy was probably planning to use some tricks on them. Suli was already in a bad mood and just needed someone to vent his anger. And this guy just happened to bump into the muzzle of the gun. Suli, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the alley 50 meters away from the Qingjiang University gate.
How long will it take?
A stick of Hibiscus King, 10 minutes.
After leaving this last message, the Hibiscus King portrait turned black.
At this moment, Suli's cell phone rang. Master, I suspect this guy may have no good intentions.
Although others say I'm stupid, sometimes I think I'm quite smart. Why don't we just not go? $10,000 is nothing.
Xiao Yubing's words on the phone stunned Suli for a moment. $10,000 is nothing, this is another wealthy man.
There is indeed a saying that is well said.
9 out of 10 nerds are rich, and 1 is super rich.
This is not a question of money. If he took your money, he has to return it first.
I'm not afraid of him even if he has some tricks up his sleeve.
Just wait for my good news.
Suli had to go out and deal with this guy, so how could he not go?
If that's the way, I'll go with you.
Who knew that after Xiao Yubing said this on the phone, she hung up? Seeing this, Suli was stunned for a moment. When he walked out of the dormitory building, he saw a figure in the distance, staggering towards him. Apart from anything else, Xiao Yubing is absolutely top-notch in terms of appearance and figure.
If she wasn't a homebody. It is estimated that the 4 beauties of Qingjiang must be headed by Xiao Yubing.
Looking at the scenery in front of Xiao Yubing that was constantly rising and falling, Suli coughed dryly and turned his head to look to the side.
God, let's go.
Xiao Yubing ran to Suli's side, with an excited expression on her face, and shouted to Suli. That guy has no good intentions.
If you go out, there will be a lot of danger. You'd better not go.
Suli went out to beat someone up today, so it would be inconvenient for him to bring Xiao Yubing with him. It would be terrible if Xiao Yubing was hurt by mistake.
It's okay, Master. I have learned some self-defense techniques. Besides, I'll go with you. If things don't work out, I can always find someone to save you.
He stretched out his fists and made a few movements in front of him, but those punches were not even mediocre. I can take you out, but we have to agree beforehand that if you encounter any danger, you must hide behind me. After saying this, Suli took Xiao Yubing and walked out of the school. When the two of them stood at the school gate, they saw 3 or 4 young men standing at the entrance of the alley on the other side of the road.
It should be this guy.
Seeing that there were only 3 or 4 people, Suli was a little disappointed. Then he took Xiao Yubing across the road and stood at the entrance of the alley.
Which one is the Hibiscus King?
After taking a few glances at those people, they also took a fancy to Suli. After hearing Suli's question, a tall and thin man among them directly pinched the Hibiscus King out of his mouth.
Boy, you are very brave, right? You were the one who bullied me in the game just now, right? How was it? Did you enjoy torturing me just now? Chapter 69, Brother Wolf's Successor.
After walking in front of Suli, the man raised his head and touched his short hair. With a scoundrel look on his face, he questioned Suli.
Give me the money.
Ignoring the guy's threatening look, Suli simply stretched out his hand and asked him for the 1 million that was in the bet.
Ha, this kid really thinks I'm here to give him money. Students in school are just damn naive. After hearing these words, the skinny young man just laughed a few times.
He also pointed at Su Li to the three companions behind him.
Take your finger away.
I hate it most when people point their fingers at me.
Looking at the finger that keeps shaking in front of me, Su Li said to this person indifferently. Kid, do you know who I am? My nickname is the Downhill Tiger.
Have you heard of Brother Wolf?
Brother Wolf is my eldest brother. My eldest brother has retired from criminal activities. From now on, I will be in charge of this area. How dare you ask me for money? There was an arrogant expression on his face.
The guy in front of him, who called himself Sayashino, told Su Li in front of him who his backers were. As soon as Su Li heard the word Brother Wolf, a strange smile appeared on his face. Others may not know what Brother Wolf's situation is, but Su Li knows it very well. This Wolf brother was given a good beating by the two brothers Fong Zhongjing and Fong Zhang. He was beaten and is still in the hospital. As for the two brothers, they now saw that Su Li was no different from that rat and just walked around him. And the guy in front of me seems to have taken over Brother Wolf's position.
May I have your name?
Su Li didn't want to know what Xia Shanhu's nickname was, so he asked his name directly.
Ask me what my name means? Why? Do you still want revenge later?
Very good, then I'm not afraid to tell you. I will never change my name, Shen Wei. The man had an arrogant expression on his face and directly told Su Li his real name. Chen Wei, the name sounds good, but his character is not that good.
Now I don't want to ask you for the more than 1 million.
I don't want to waste my breath talking to you here. Return the $10,000 you took from her and apologize to her.
I'll let you guys off for today's incident.
Su Li pointed at Xiao Yubing behind him, with a casual expression on his face, and said this to the people in front of him. After seeing these guys who looked like scoundrels and didn't look like good people, Xiao Yubing.
He kept pulling Su Li's sleeve and hiding behind Su Li.
After hearing Su Li's words, he quietly revealed half of his head and glanced at the faces of several people. Boy, are you still asleep?
Do you know what I am doing here today?
I see that both of you are wealthy, and we are a little short on money these days. I can't pay back the 10,000 yuan, so I'll borrow some more to spend. After Chen Wei finished speaking, the three people behind him also came over. Surrounded Su Li and Xiao Yubing in the middle.
Brother, do you want to borrow money? This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the alley to talk.
After Su Li saw the scene, he seemed to realize it belatedly. With a fearful expression on his face, he said this to the people in front of him.
This kid still knows how to embarrass himself outside, right? It's okay. We won't do anything to you.
After Chen Wei heard Su Li's words, several people surrounded Su Li and saw him in the alley.
What should I do, master? How about I call someone?
When Xiao Yubing saw this scene, she knew that it would not end well, so she took out her cell phone and asked Su Li with a smile.
You still want to find someone?
Hurry up and hand over the money today, otherwise don't blame the brothers for not knowing how to control their severity later. After seeing this scene, Chen Wei flexed his wrist and threatened the two of them. It's too late if we don't give the money to these big brothers.
These big brothers will definitely beat me up. I'm a person who is afraid of pain. Why don't we just give them the money?
After Su Li heard Xiao Yubing say this, he grabbed Xiao Yubing's wrist. He stopped her from making the phone call, then said this to Xiao Yubing with a fearful expression. Xiao Yubing felt a little shy when Su Li suddenly grabbed her wrist. But when she heard what Su Li said, her eyes widened. God, we must not bow to the evil forces like this. Why do they bully us?
Stand behind me and I will protect you. Xiao Yubing is truly a homegirl.
I don't know if it was because he played too many games or what, but he suddenly stood up and stood in front of Su Li.
Little sister still wants to be a hero.
If that's the case, don't blame the brothers for being rude. After saying this, several people came over and surrounded Su Li. Xiao Yubing was also a little scared when she saw this scene. But she gritted her teeth and rotted in front of Su Li. It looks like he is really prepared to protect Su Li. Su Li sighed helplessly when he saw this scene. If Xiao Yubing had protected me today.
What kind of danger did Xiao Yubing encounter?
Where would he put his old face in the future?
Forget it, I'll do it. Brothers, hit me if you want, but don't hit me in the face.
Su Li pulled Xiao Yubing behind him and said this to the people in front of him with a fearful expression. Not only will I beat you up today, I will also make you take out all the money you have.
I think you have good sense, but I can only blame this girl for being too stupid.
After saying this, Chen Wei was the first to punch Su Li. However, his fist was still some distance away from Suli.
Suddenly, the fear on Suli's face turned into playfulness.
Then, under Chen Wei's gaze, Suli stretched out his hand and quickly clenched his fist. Then, Suli turned his other hand into a fist and slapped him directly on the chest. At this moment, Chen Wei felt as if his chest was hit by a wild beast. After Suli loosened his fist, he flew backwards 2 or 3 meters.
It fell heavily to the ground. Brother Wei.
The other 3 saw this and prepared to help Chen Wei.
Don't mind this kid playing dumb here, just beat him up.
Chen Wei picked himself up from the ground, holding his chest, and shouted to his 3 companions. After hearing the shouting, the 3 men rushed towards the man. When Xiao Yubing saw the scene, she subconsciously covered her eyes.
A scream even came out of his mouth.
However, after a few muffled sounds, Xiao Yubing discovered that the danger had not yet come to her. Then he secretly opened his palm a little and glanced outside.
Chapter 70, 2 People You Can't Provoke.
The next second, she moved her hands away from her eyes. There was a shocked expression on his face.
Because the few people who were so arrogant just now.
At this moment, all of them knelt on the ground.
Brother Wolf's successor? The new boss of this area, right? You want me money, right? Suli patted Chen Wei's face twice with his palms.
With a smile on his face, he asked him a few questions.
Boy, don't be so arrogant here. I'm telling you, I have a big brother.
If you dare to touch me, my elder brother will definitely kill you when he comes.
This time it was not Chen Wei who spoke.
He is one of Chen Wei's 3 friends.
Oh my god, I'm so scared. Who is your eldest brother? Tell me about it.
Although he said this, there was no fear on Suli's face. Instead, he had a playful smile on his face.
My eldest brother, Fong Zhongzheng. The owner of the Hongguan bar. Boy, you are just a student.
If you are scared, just apologize to us honestly.
Just take 100,000 or 200,000 and let it go.
Otherwise, when my eldest brother comes, it won't be something that can be solved with just 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. The tone of the man who spoke just now became even more arrogant. It seemed as if the 3 words Fong Zhongzheng gave him great courage. Oh my god, it's actually the owner of the Hong Kong Coliseum bar.
This is someone you can't afford to offend.
But judging by the way you guys look, how can the eldest brother be Fong Zhongzheng? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not afraid of anyone in this area except Fong Zhongzheng. Suli had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he was the boss of this area at this moment.
I don't believe it myself, do you? If you have the guts, let us make a phone call.
After hearing this, another person spoke to Suli and said this.
Go ahead.
Suli said this to them with a casual expression on his face.
He turned around and walked back towards Zhou Yubing. My god, you were so handsome just now. I didn't expect you to be so amazing.
It's a pity that I didn't see it just now because I was scared.
Zhou Yubing's eyes lit up first.
Because she knew that since these people could be beaten to their knees, it must be because Suli was extremely skilled. She had also seen a video of Suli practicing Chinese martial arts on the internet before. But those all looked rather blurry, and she didn't quite believe that anyone could really fight against so many people alone. But today, with the facts before her eyes, Zhou Yubing finally believed that Suli was truly an extremely skilled fighter. But now she felt a little regretful that she had covered her eyes just now.
But since we've already dealt with them, why are we still staying here? Are they going to get those bad guys to deal with us? Master, how about we 2 run away?
Blinked her big watery eyes. Zhou Yubing felt a little scared when she thought of the scenes she had seen in the movie. He quickly said something to Suli in front of him.
Don't worry, I'm here. However, Suli shook his head gently and said something to Zhou Yubing to comfort her.
Because if the eldest brother of these people is really Fong Zhongzheng,
well, today's matter is going to be interesting.
Suli waited in the alley for a while, and then heard the sound of a car outside. Then the familiar figure immediately appeared at the entrance of the alley.
Brother. Big brother is here. Several people in the alley saw the figure. Excitement flashed across everyone's face. Who the hell dares to touch my new little brother? These people are really blind nowadays. Do you really think that if something happens to Fong Zhongzheng, you can be slaughtered at will? An angry expression on his face.
As soon as Fong Zhongzheng entered the alley, he started shouting.
I'm so sorry, Boss Fong. It's me.
I didn't expect to offend Boss Fong again.
Boss Fong, can you please give me some extra leeway today?
At this moment, a familiar voice came into Fang Zhongjing's ears. Fang Zhongjing took a closer look and realized that the person was Su Li, and his expression changed drastically.
Boss, you absolutely cannot let this kid go. He is too damn arrogant.
Not only did this guy take our money and not pay us back, he also tried to blackmail us.
After Fang Zhongjing came in, those people stood up quickly.
He pointed in Su Li's direction and complained to Fang Zhongjing.
Bang!
Hearing this, Fang Zhongjing slapped the younger brother in the face without saying a word.
You are simply looking for death. Do you know who this person is? What did I tell you? I was slapped once, but I still don't feel better.
He went up to the guy and started punching and kicking him again.
Brother, I was wrong.
The man who was beaten curled up on the ground, covering his head and apologizing continuously. And at this moment Chen Wei also leaned over here.
Why did you beat him, brother?
With a puzzled expression on his face, Chen Wei asked Fang Zhongjing.
Why do you want to beat him? How the hell did you listen to me? Have you forgotten what I told you about who you must not offend in this area?
When Fang Zhongjing said this, Chen Wei's face turned pale. Suddenly I remembered that Fang Zhongjing had told them this on the first day they joined the group.
There are two people you can't mess with in this area. The first person you must not mess with is Qin Xuanhu, the security guard in Jingxian Bar. The second person you should not mess with is Qingjian student Su Li. Especially this second one.
As for the reason behind this, Chen Wei also heard some rumors. Combined with Su Li's status as a school student and Fang Zhongjing's reaction, he immediately realized who Su Li was.
How so?
With a shocked expression on his face, Chen Wei took 2 steps back. Brother Su, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect it to be you.
I thought my friend had some conflict with someone else, so I wanted to come and take a look. Brother, just pretend I've never been here.
As for these guys, you can deal with them however you want. After Fang Zhongjing finished speaking, he prepared to exit the alley. He had already suffered a great loss in the matter with Su Li. He also knew that Li Hongxiu was the person behind Su Li.
How could he dare to offend Su Li again?
Li Hongxiu almost took the lives of the 2 brothers that day. Unless Fang Zhongjing was extremely bold, he would not dare to offend him again.
Boss Fang, please stay.
Who knew that Su Li called Fang Zhongjing from behind?
Brother Su?
After Fang Zhongjing turned around, he looked at Su Li with a cautious expression on his face.
Nothing, it's just that I'm having trouble dealing with Boss Fang's people.
These guys cheated my friend out of $1.11 million.
Boss Fang, just help me deal with this matter.
After saying this, Chen Wei and his men almost collapsed to the ground.
Chapter 71, A Small Beating.
1,111,000, unless each of the 4 of them pays out a kidney.
Otherwise, how could we get so much money together?
If they were rich, they wouldn't appear in such a place.
He would not blackmail Su Li and Xiao Yubing here. No problem, of course no problem.
Brother, don't worry, this matter is settled.
Without even a second's hesitation, Fang Zhongjing agreed to the deal. Then I'll wait for good news from Boss Fang.
After saying this, Su Li turned his head and looked in the direction of Xiao Yubing beside him.
Let's go, your money will be returned to you soon.
After finishing his words, Su Li put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked out. Xiao Yubing followed behind Su Li, looking at the group of ferocious men that Fang Zhongjing brought with him.
Still a little scared. He grabbed Su Li's clothes, lowered his head, and didn't dare to breathe. The two appeared at the school gate, and Xiao Yubing gave Su Li a thumbs up.
Master, you are so amazing. You are so good at playing games and you are also so good at martial arts. And that guy who looked so ferocious just now is actually so afraid of you, great God.
As a loyal homegirl.
Xiao Yubing had always thought that the outside world was just like what she saw in movies. Until she met Su Li today, she subconsciously felt that Su Li was like the protagonist in some movie.
It's just that there were some misunderstandings before.
The misunderstandings between me and the boss have been resolved long ago.
We are friends now.
That's why I didn't let you go after I heard his name just now.
If it were anyone else, I would have run away with you. Su Li explained to Xiao Yubing. Then the two of them walked into the school. Su Li, let me see how you fight me. I'll deal with your roommate first, and you'll be the next one. Zhou Guangwei was lying in his private cinema at home.
He was watching a movie, with a cigarette in his mouth and his legs crossed, looking very leisurely. But the next second, his door was pushed open roughly. The person who came in next grabbed his hair and dragged him off the bed to the ground. He picked up a slipper and started beating Zhou Guangwei in the face.
Dad! Dad! Stop hitting me! I'll kill you if you keep hitting me!
While using his hands to block the slippers, Zhou Guangwei screamed in pain.
I'm going to kill you today, you little bastard! You have no damn ability, you just stir up trouble outside. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your last name from now on. The person who rushed in was Zhou Guangwei's father. Zhou Xiong'an, the famous CEO of Zhou Enterprise in Xinjiang.
The slippers hit Zhou Guangwei again and again, and Zhou Guangwei still shouted in grievance.
Dad, even if you don't beat me to death today, you will still have the surname Zhou. Zhou Guangwei's words seemed to have completely angered Zhou Xiong'an. Zhou Xiong'an used even greater force.
Zhou Guangwei's cheeks soon became red and swollen, and the blood from his nose was almost flowing into his mouth. After Zhou Xiong'an scolded Zhou Guangwei, he threw the slippers aside. Although I didn't feel very relieved, I did look a little tired and was breathing heavily.
Dad, why did you hit me?
When Zhou Xiong'an was resting, Zhou Guangwei dared to ask him a question cautiously.
Why did you hit me? How dare you ask about the good things you did?
Having said that, Zhou Xiong'an started rummaging around again as if he was looking for something that would suit his needs. But the slippers had been thrown aside. But there are no useful guys around. However, Zhou Xiong'an quickly thought of something to use to deal with Zhou Guangwei in front of him. I saw him stretch his hand to his waist. He pulled a belt directly from his waist. I told you to ask. A belt hit Zhou Guangwei, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered.
I'll let you ask again. Try asking me another one.
Zhou Guangwei was hit with more than a dozen belts.
Zhou Guangwei, who couldn't bear the pain anymore, wanted to beg for mercy.
But when he grabbed Zhou Xiong'an's pants with both hands, Zhou Xiong'an's pants lost the support of the belt and slid down directly, pulling Zhou Guangwei down.
You!
I felt a chill on my legs.
Zhou Xiong'an looked down and his eyes widened. The belt in his hand then fell directly on Zhou Guangwei like raindrops. Lao Zhou doesn't dare to beat him anymore.
If he does, he will be beaten to death. Zhou Guangwei's mother had just returned from shopping and heard screams like a pig being slaughtered as she entered the door. When he pushed open the door, he saw Zhou Xiong'an's pants fell to the ground. He was whipping Zhou Guangwei in front of him wildly with a belt in his hand. Looking at Zhou Guangwei's bruised and miserable face,
Zhou's mother quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Xiong'an's arm.
Beat him to death, and then give birth to another one.
If we keep this kind of useless thing at home, our Zhou family will be in big trouble one day.
With an angry expression on his face, Zhou Xiong'an said this to his wife beside him with gritted teeth.
What did the child do wrong to deserve your beating like this?
Seeing this, Zhou's mother hurried to Zhou Guangwei and held him in her arms.
You get up.
You know, just wait until I'm done. Zhou Xiong'an had no intention of letting Zhou Guangwei go, and simply waved his hand at Zhou's mother in front of him.
I won't get up. I only have this one son. What if you hurt him? Zhou Xiong'an, what the hell are you going crazy about?
Zhou Guangwei's mother was somewhat angry in what she said and then yelled at Zhou Xiong'an.
What are you crazy about? You still want to protect him, right? Okay, I want to ask you something. He got a couple from another family fired from their company. Did you help them behind the scenes?
As soon as Zhou Xiong'an said this, both Zhou Guangwei and Zhou's mother's faces changed at the same time. When the two of them did this, they kept it a secret from Zhou Xiong'an. Although it was done in the name of Zhou Xiong'an.
Not talking, right? Not talking is a disguised admission. This kid is doing this here without any brains. Don't you have brains either?
Pointing at Zhou Guangwei's mother's nose, Xu Xia's face showed anger and helplessness.
They are just a few minor characters. What's wrong with letting them leave? It's harmless. Is there someone here who has a special relationship with you, or is your mistress in here?
Zhou Guangwei's mother mobilized the women to passively blame others. At this moment, he looked even more ferocious than Zhou Xiong'an.
Mistress? Humph. Do you think this is still the time for you to act recklessly? I told you, it was the city lord Qingjiang Cheng who called me today. Chapter 72, Eliminating the Roots.
Zhou Xiong'an looked at Zhou Guangwei's mother who was protecting her.
I'm so angry. After a roar, he directly told the matter. Do you know what the city lord told me?
He said that my Zhou family is becoming more and more powerful and can do such things in Xinjiang City. More capable than him, the city lord. Zhou Xiongnan frowned and looked at Zhou Guangwei's mother beside him. After saying this, Zhou Guangwei's mother's face turned a little ugly. After all, the Zhou family is wealthy and powerful. If she didn't have some skills and means, she would have been kicked out by Zhou Xiongnan long ago. Small people are small people. It doesn't matter if they offend you. But you didn't just mess with the little guys this time. I want the city lord to call me personally and give me a lecture. Do you think the people you offended are just small-time people? Zhou Xiongnan held the belt in his hand and shouted this to his wife next to him. Then the belt hit Zhou Guangwei again. I warn you, don't cause trouble to these two families that you asked your mother to deal with this time in the future. And who did you offend? Being able to find the city lord shows that there is incredible power behind him. Zhou Xiongnan now only wanted to know who Zhou Guangwei had offended that made others come to the city lord. If you dare to do this to me again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Better behave yourself in school. Some people are not as simple as they seem. After beating him a few times, Zhou Xiong took 2 deep breaths, put his hands on his waist, stopped beating Zhou Guangwei, and warned him. At this time, Zhou Guangwei had a lot of bruises on his body after being beaten up. I see. At this point, Zhou Guangwei no longer dared to talk back. I could only lie on the ground and respond to the direction of Xiongnan this week. Seeing this, Zhou Xiongnan threw the belt in his hand to the ground. He turned around and walked out of the room. As soon as Zhou Guangwei's mother saw Zhou Xiongnan leaving, she hurried to Zhou Guangwei's side. He looked at the bruises on Zhou Guangwei's body with a look of heartache. Son, this time you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. I can't do anything about your father beating you. Tell me in secret, who did you offend? How did it involve the city lord? She now wants to know who Zhou Guangwei has offended? This is not a good thing for our Zhou family. Because the city lord doesn't want my Zhou family to continue to survive in Xinjiang City. The Zhou family has absolutely no way out. In fact, Zhou Guangwei's mother was not worried about the Zhou family. Instead, she was worried that her precious son would be hurt. I don't know who it is either. Those two families shouldn't have such ability. Could it be that Su Li? This guy's family isn't from Xinjiang, so where does he get such ability? He just turned around and thought for a while with an ugly expression on his face. Li Jianghe and Zhao Jian's families do not have such a relationship. And Su Li's home is not in Xinjiang, so it has nothing to do with him. But on second thought, apart from Su Li, he hadn't offended anyone else. It is even more impossible for other people to learn and help Zhao Jian and Li Jianghe solve this matter. Su Li? Who is he? What's going on between me and you? When Zhou's mother heard the name, she hurriedly asked Zhou Guangwei. There is a student in our school who is close to the girl I like. I was planning to give him a lesson, but now it seems that I underestimated this kid. But this matter will definitely not end like this. I have other means. Knowing that Su Li might be able to contact the Lord of Xinjiang City. But Zhou Guangwei still did not give up the idea of dealing with Su Li. Son, remember to use your brain whenever you do anything. Things that can be solved with the brain do not necessarily have to be solved with force. If we want to deal with this kid again, we must not leave any handle for the city lord. Zhou's mother did not continue to persuade Zhou Guangwei. Instead, he gave him advice and suggestions. I see. Zhou Guangwei nodded and sat up from the ground. The pain in his body made Zhou Guangwei hate Su Li even more. As Su Li's opponent, Zhou Guangwei was in trouble, and Yang Zhaojie was not having an easy time either. What did you say? That guy named Su Li actually has such a miserable life. Lu Shenkuan told Zhao Jie's father Zhao Jigang about his situation. After further investigation, Zhao Jigang discovered that the Wen family's situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Instead, there was a sudden sum of money. Zhao Jigang wanted to see who was so bold as to give the Wen family such a large sum of money. But if you don't check, you won't know. Once you check, you will find that this money comes from Xinjiang's largest private bank. Moreover, the Zhao family owed the bank a huge amount of money and could not afford to offend anyone. When Zhao Jigang told him the news, Zhao Jie's eyes widened. He even forgot that Zhao Jigang in front of him was his father, and his tone was very excited when he spoke. You're a piece of trash. You still dare to talk here? They couldn't even solve the problem of a small Wen family, and now the Wen family has climbed up to such a high branch. Zhao Jigang cursed Zhao Jie directly. In his opinion, the reason why things have become so difficult now is that it was entirely because Zhao Jie didn't use his full strength at the beginning. A lion will fight a rabbit with all his might. If it were Zhao Jigang, he would definitely acquire the Wen family company directly at the beginning. Then I will slowly deal with this family. What our Zhao family can do now is to do our best to resist the Wen family from selling things in Qingjiang City. Even if he has the funds but can't sell the goods, I'll see what he can do then. If you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Zhao Jigang decided to continue targeting the Wen family. At the same time, we also have to see how Yuching's family reacts to this matter. Because once the Yuching family gives full support to the Wen family, and if he even came forward to mediate the matter, then he really would have no choice. Damn it, it's all that kid's fault. I'm not done with him about this. We need to find someone to figure out a way to get rid of this guy in the next few days. Let him know how powerful I am. With an embarrassed expression on his face, Zhao Jie gritted his teeth and said this, then he started thinking about how to deal with Su Li. However, Zhao Jigang next to him ignored these words. In his opinion, Zhao Jie was a hopeless case. He still needs to wipe his ass. And whether this but can be wiped clean now is still a matter of debate. Hey, Dad, what did you say? Really? Chapter 73, A Tear. Not long after Su Li returned to the dormitory, Li Jianghe suddenly received a call. After a few words, Li Jianghe's face showed an excited expression. He looked directly in the direction of Su Li. Okay, I know about this matter. It was my roommate who helped with this matter. I told you at that time that there was no need to rush this matter. Don't worry, it will be solved naturally later. Look, haven't they solved this problem for us now? Okay, don't worry, I'll tell him myself. After a few words, Li Jianghe hung up the phone. Walked directly towards Su Li. Brother, how did you do it? It not only made Zhou Guangwei and his family behave themselves, but also allowed my parents to resume their jobs and move up in career. After Li Jianghe finished saying this, he seemed to realize that he hadn't used his catchphrase for a long time. He held his chin, shook his head and returned to his nerdy look. As the saying goes, we are at the mercy of others and there is no way they will let us go. Brother, please tell me quickly. I am really curious. After saying this, Li Jianghe stood next to Su Li. Chen Zhou in the dormitory was also very surprised to hear this. He was not from Xinjiang and thought that this matter could not be resolved at all. He couldn't help much. But now Su Li actually fulfilled his promise and resolved the matter. I didn't do anything. Anyway, this matter was caused by me. It is only natural for me to solve this matter for you. You still have to apologize to my uncle and aunt for this matter. With a serious expression on his face, Su Li patted Li Jianghe on the shoulders twice. What's the use of apology? We are originally in the same dormitory, so it's normal for us to work together, but our opponent is too despicable. Li Jianghe nodded and returned to his seat. But Li Jianghe had a smile on his face from beginning to end. Such a harmonious scene in the dormitory did not belong to Zhao Jian. Look, what do you do now? I've already told you, don't make friends casually outside. If you want to make friends, make useful ones. Now your father and I have all lost our jobs because of your friendship. At Zhao Jian's home, Zhao Jian's mother pointed her finger at his nose and started scolding him. Your tuition, living expenses, and our entire family's livelihood will all be gone. Can your friend help you now? He finished his words with a tone that sounded extremely angry and pitiful. Mother Zhao sat directly on the sofa. There was another person on the sofa at the same time. It was Zhao Jian's father. At this moment, he sat there smoking silently, without saying a word. Zhao Jian really wanted to argue about something. But the boss with his mouth open couldn't utter a word. However, Zhao Jian did not hate Su Li, but only hated Zhou Guangwei. At this moment, Zhao Jian's father's cell phone suddenly rang. When Zhao Jian's father picked up the phone and looked at the name clearly, there was a surprised expression on his face. He made a gesture to silence the mother and son beside him. Hello, boss. Yes, okay, I understand. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. After saying this on the phone, Zhao Jian's father put down the phone and an excited expression appeared on his face. The matter has been resolved. The boss called and asked us to report to the company tomorrow morning. From today on, you and I are department heads. Zhao Jian's father had an expression of surprise on his face and said these words to Zhao's mother. It was obvious that Zhao's mother had not recovered from this incident. The whole person just froze in place. Zhao Jian remembered what Su Li had said to him at that time. We'll resolve this matter. Good brother, I knew you could do it. All the things were temporarily over, and Su Li's life began to become peaceful. Su Li spent the rest of his time attending classes, playing games, and eating with Yuching. Provide Wen Chang with system training on online sales. And also participated in the competition with Qin Xuanqin. After the recent rounds of competition, Su Li and his team have entered the official competition. Half a month later, Su Li and Qin Xuanqin will go to another city. That is the city where the organizer of this program is located. Go to the official competition. And Su Li's soft rice trick no longer worked during this period of time. Just when Su Li was thinking about how to find some more food for himself. Suddenly, Su Li received delicious food that had not appeared for several days. Ever since Su Li lost consciousness after helping Wen Cheng block an attack last time, he has not received any snacks or delicious food since then. But just 1 week after the Wen family incident ended, Su Li was stopped by the dormitory manager again and an exquisite box was handed to him. Look at the box in front of you. A figure suddenly flashed through Su Li's mind. It was the girl she happened to meet at school that day. This girl still made Su Li feel very familiar. And he suspected that the box was sent to him by that girl. I took the food back to the dormitory building. Not far outside Su Li's dormitory building, a girl saw this scene. Bit her lips. Su Li, see you again if we're lucky. After saying this, the girl left Su Li's dormitory building. After the girl left, a tear fell on the ground. After Su Li opened the lunchbox in the dormitory, he saw the delicious food inside and shook his head helplessly. This girl is really weird. She always sends food but never leaves any contact information. After saying that, Su Li didn't want to waste food and prepared to eat. But at this moment, Zhao Jian, who had returned to the dormitory, took a look at Su Li's delicious food. Just about to speak, he glanced at the plastic bag that Su Li had thrown aside. Suddenly his gaze stopped and he reached out to pick up the plastic bag that Su Li had placed aside. Su Li, why are you just eating? Don't you want to read the letter that another little girl wrote to you? After saying this, Zhao Jian prepared to open the envelope. But at this moment, Su Li acted quickly. He snatched the envelope from Zhao Jian's hand. That's not all. He also found another larger envelope in the bag. Looking at the 2 envelopes in his hands, Su Li frowned. Hey there. Are you so stingy? Are you afraid that other girls would write love letters to you and I would find them corny? After seeing this scene, Zhao Jian patted Su Li on the shoulder and returned to his seat. Su Li took the envelope in his hand, and a familiar fragrance came from the paper. Su Li lost consciousness instantly. Some fragments flashed in his mind. Chapter 74, Sky-High Price of Regret Medicine. I couldn't take time to continue eating. He quickly tore open the envelope. There was an article in the envelope, and it looked like it was written by a girl. The writing is very beautiful. But the content inside made Su Li frown. How so? Why did this happen? After reading the contents in his hand, Su Li clenched the paper tightly in his palm. Even the blue veins on his arms burst at this moment. And from the time I got the system until now, even from birth until now, he had never been so excited before. Su Li, what's wrong with you? What happened? Who wrote the letter to you? Su Li's abnormal reaction made the people around him look puzzled. Nothing. After letting out a long sigh, Su Li shook his head at Qinzhou, who came over to ask questions. But the solemn expression on his face doesn't look like he's fine at all. What happened? Seeing Su Li turn around and walk out of the dormitory, Zhao Jian asked Qinzhou with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know what happened. It must be the letter just now, but I don't know what's written in it. Qinzhou shook his head, indicating that he was not clear about this matter. Could it be that Su Li was rejected by the girl he had a crush on? No, this is the snack girl. Could it be that this girl is bringing him food for the last time today? You will fall in love with someone else in the future, so Su Li will be sad. Zhao Jian stood aside and speculated about what had happened. However, Li Jiang has stood up and waved his hand at this time. No. According to common sense, Su Li shouldn't be in this situation again. After Yuching rejected Suli, Suli was doomed to be unlucky in love, and he had quite a few female confidants around him. Li Jianhe walked up to the two of them and looked at the unfinished food on the table. He shook his head and sighed.
I don't think I'll be rejected. Instead, I'm more likely to be confessed to.
But Suli seems to have been hit hard and is not interested in these women.
Could it be that he has already reached that legendary realm?
Li Jianhe stopped here and did not finish the second half of the sentence.
What legendary realm? Why don't you tell me? Why are you still keeping me in suspense? Li Jianhe stopped talking halfway. Zhao Jian standing by couldn't help but urge Li Jianhe.
Without a woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Li Jianhe said this with a serious face.
Chen Zhou and Zhao Jian almost vomited blood from their mouths.
I thought you were going to say something, but after all this time you only said this. With helpless expressions on their faces, after saying this, the two of them patted Li Jianhe on the shoulder at the same time. At this moment, Suli had already appeared outside a teaching building. It was after Suli asked around that he finally found this place.
Come in.
When Suli knocked on the door, a voice came from an office. Suli pushed open the office door and saw a middle-aged female teacher sitting inside. Hello, teacher. I am Suli, a sophomore student. I want to ask the teacher if there is a senior named Han Jin in your class. Suli first introduced himself and then asked a question to the teacher in front of him.
Han Jin?
Yes, there is such a student. She is the monitor of our class. It's just that he handed in his graduation thesis to me at noon today and left the school. I heard that her family arranged some job for her and called her back.
After hearing Suli's question, the middle-aged teacher nodded slightly and confirmed Suli's question. Going back? Teacher, do you know where their home is?
After hearing these words, Suli and the county confirmed the contents.
I asked the teacher anxiously.
Young man, I roughly know why you come to me.
Do you want her detailed home address?
The middle-aged teacher has been in the school for so long.
There is nothing I haven't seen.
He could tell at a glance why Suli came here.
That's right. Please tell me, teacher.
Suli took a step back and bowed slightly to the teacher in front of him.
Because this girl named Han Jin is very important to Suli now.
I'm so sorry, all her information is in the school archives. But as a senior, she should have taken her files with her when she left.
I can't tell you the details.
The female teacher shook her head slightly and told Suli the news with a helpless expression. Seeing that Suli was about to ask something, he added something else.
All information about seniors has been deleted from the school.
If you want to find her, just contact her yourself.
I can give you her phone number.
After saying this, the female teacher took out her mobile phone. After looking through it for a few seconds, he handed the phone to Suli. Seeing a mobile phone number appear above, Suli quickly wrote it down. He bowed to the teacher in front of him. He turned around and ran out of the office. As soon as he walked out of the office, Suli couldn't wait to dial the phone number he had just saved.
Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Sorry. Listening to the cold and mechanical voice coming from the phone,
Suli suddenly became dazed. After standing there in a daze for a few minutes, Suli suddenly turned around and his eyes lit up.
Turn on the system.
At a command, a screen appeared in front of Suli.
There are all kinds of things on the screen.
After Suli searched inside, he finally found something he needed.
Regret medicine.
Just from these 3 words, Suli knew what it did.
Without reading the detailed introduction, Suli turned his attention directly to the price.
But it didn't matter if he didn't look. Once he looked, Suli was stunned.
10, 100, 1,000, 10 million each.
This thing called regret medicine in this system is priced at 10 million yuan.
My goodness, can I afford this kind of thing?
Suli took a breath of cold air. There was a look of shock on his face. After realizing that he couldn't afford this thing, he quickly searched the system. Except for the regret medicine, Suli can afford those things now.
None of them could solve his current predicament.
After looking up at the sky for a few seconds, Suli sighed.
Chapter 75, Enlightenment. Suli has eaten. Qin Xuanxin was here today. I'm telling you that the day after tomorrow is when you'll officially participate in the competition. She has already booked a ticket for you to go with her. After what happened that day, it seemed that Suli had his bones removed by the butcher. I was completely devastated and didn't leave the dormitory for 2 whole days.
Moreover, his hair was messy and his beard was a bit eye-catching. In the past 2 days, if Zhao Jian and the other 3 hadn't taken turns to come back during get-out-of-class breaks to bring meals to Suli. At this moment, Suli might have fainted from hunger in the dormitory. Except for the 3 people in the dormitory, no one else saw Suli again. Whether it is Qiu Yubing who was looking for Suli to play games, Qin Xuanxin still went to find Suli to practice singing, or Yuching who wants to meet Suli.
Even warmth.
None of these people could get through to Suli's cell phone. It was as if Suli had suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Zhao Jian casually placed the food next to Suli. Seeing that Suli did not respond, he did not say much, but returned to his seat and sat down. After 2 days, Zhao Jian had already gotten used to this situation.
At first they thought Suli was joking with them. They were still joking and talking to Suli in the dormitory. But when they found out that Suli really didn't say a word to them, they realized the seriousness of the problem. And they also rejected all the previous speculations one by one. Now no one knows what happened to Suli. But one thing can be confirmed, that is, it is related to the things that the girl sent that day. Another day passed. Suli was sitting in the dormitory. Hearing the noisy sound coming from outside, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Just at this moment, the door of their dormitory was kicked open by someone.
Then he saw Qin Xuanxin.
Suli, what's wrong with you?
Our train leaves this afternoon and we're going to the competition.
What are you doing here?
After Qin Xuanxin entered the dormitory, she put her hands on her waist and glared at Suli. And Suli just glanced at her lightly. Then he leaned his head on the pillow with a blank look in his eyes, without saying a word.
It's no use.
It's been 3 days and this guy seems to have lost his soul. I don't know what's going on, but I'm still eating normally. But he owed me 3 days' meal money and didn't give it to me. Zhao Jian had a bitter expression on his face and said this to Qin Xuanxin beside him. Then he looked at Suli's face, trying to stimulate Suli to talk to him. However, Suli obviously ignored these words. He didn't even look at Zhao Jian. Suli, what's wrong with you? Even if the sky falls, he still has tall people to hold it up. As he spoke, Qin Xuanxin pulled his hand towards Suli. But at this moment, the dormitory manager also caught up from behind.
Classmate, this is the boys' dormitory. You can't go in. Come out quickly. Such a pretty girl, what happened?
If you have any problem, tell your auntie and she will solve it for you. When the dormitory manager arrived at the dormitory, she prepared to take Qin Xuanxin out. But when she saw Qin Xuanxin grab Suli's clothes, he was stunned for a moment when he was shaking Suli there.
It's you again, you little brat.
You little brat, you've been flirting with other girls outside all day, and you even forced such a pretty girl to come to the dormitory to find you.
Are you still a man?
The dormitory manager has met Suli and all kinds of girls over the days.
I even talked to teachers from school outside the dormitory. In my heart, I have already defined Suli as a playboy.
Especially when he saw Qin Xuanxin coming directly to the dormitory to find Suli, he misunderstood their relationship even more. Seeing that Suli didn't respond, the dormitory manager walked to Suli, put one hand on her waist, and put a finger on Suli's nose. If you are a man, you should take responsibility for your own actions and go out to solve any problems.
What's the point of lying in the dormitory?
As soon as he finished speaking, a light suddenly appeared in Suli's dazed eyes. Then he straightened up suddenly.
The whole person seemed to be enlightened and looked in the direction of the dormitory manager. The expression on his face gradually became firm. Auntie, you are right.
A man should do his own thing and solve his own problems.
I shouldn't lie in the dormitory like a waste. Thank you, Auntie. I know.
He jumped off the bed and grasped the hand that the dormitory manager was pointing at him.
After shaking twice, Suli rushed into the bathroom. What's wrong with this kid? Is there something wrong with his mind? You guys know what? If this doesn't work, I'll report it to the school. If anything goes wrong in the dormitory, I will be held responsible.
Suli's reaction stunned the dormitory manager for a moment, and then she turned to look in the direction of Zhao Jian and the other 3. The 3 of them shook their heads in unison at the dormitory manager.
Indicates that they were unaware.
The dormitory manager looked at Qin Xuanxin's face again. He held his hand on Qin Xuanxin's wrist.
Girls are not allowed in the boys' dormitory. I was going to report this to the school. But it seems like you, little girl, are really worried about something. And I haven't seen that kid in the past few days. I don't know what happened. Glancing towards the bathroom, the aunt shook her head. He advised Qin Xuanqin. If you have anything to say, please get out first. Wait until this kid comes out and then talk to him slowly. If he doesn't come out, I'll drag him out of the dormitory for you. Qin Xuanqin finally reacted after hearing these words. She was in the boys' dormitory at this time. Then she nodded to the dormitory manager with a blushing face. I followed my aunt and walked out of Suli's dormitory. But just as Qin Xuanqin was leaving, strange screams were heard from the corridor of the dormitory building. People from the dormitories stuck their heads out to watch the fun and greeted Qin Xuanqin. Go back. What are you looking at? And you? Put your pants on and see what you look like. When the dormitory manager saw these boys making a fuss, she waved at them. In the dormitory, when Suli came out of the bathroom, he seemed to be alive again. The stubble on his face was gone, and his messy hair had been washed clean. After changing into a set of clean clothes, Suli became the school's male idol again. Good guy, brother, you are finally alive. If you don't survive, we will die. Chapter 76, Arrival at Jianzhou City. When Zhao Jian saw this scene, he got excited and quickly moved to Su Li's side. He stretched out his hand and hooked it on Su Li's shoulder. I'm sorry to have caused you guys some trouble these days. It's just that I haven't gotten over some things. Now I am fine. Su Li nodded slightly to Zhao Jian beside him, and then looked at the faces of the other two people in the dormitory. That's all right. Brother, if you have anything on your mind in the future, you can tell us. Even if it's inconvenient to talk about it, we can still go out and vent our emotions. Chen Zhou nodded at Su Li. He said something to comfort Su Li. Normally speaking, Su Li, with your psychological quality, this situation shouldn't happen. Maybe it's because those involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see more clearly. Li Jianhe standing by also shook his head and expressed his thoughts. Okay, the rest of you stay in the dormitory first. I'll go see what Qin Xuanqin wants to talk to me about. After saying these words to the three people beside him, Su Li took a step forward and walked outside. When Su Li appeared downstairs of the dormitory building, the dormitory manager glared at Su Li. After Su Li gave his aunt a silly smile, he quickly walked towards Qin Xuanqin. Su Li, what's wrong with you, young man? The train is about to leave, and I can't contact you at all during this period of time. What the hell is wrong with you? After Qin Xuanqin saw Su Li resurrected with full health, she frowned and asked Su Li a question. Let's go first, don't stay in this place. We'll talk on the way if there's anything. After Su Li left the sentence, he took Qin Xuanqin and walked out of the school. The two of them took a taxi. We soon arrived at the train station. Qin Xuanqin booked a soft sleeper for two people. After all, they are two neighboring cities. But it still takes more than 5 hours to get there from Xinjiang. Entered the carriage which belonged to them. When the door was opened, there were only Su Li and Qin Xuanqin in the carriage. Su Li, now you can tell me what's going on with you. We haven't practiced in the last few days. I don't know if we can continue in today's game. Qin Xian sat there feeling a little lost as this was already an official competition. There are only 32 groups of contestants left. This time they are participating in the round of 32 to 16. The remaining people are already powerful figures in schools across the country. I did something wrong, made a mistake, and let a girl down. It's that simple. Su Li had figured this matter out by now. So after Qin Xuanqin asked the question, he answered Qin Xuanqin with a calm expression on his face. A girl? What's going on? After Qin Xuanqin heard this, the girl's gossipy nature was immediately exposed. He quickly moved closer to Su Li. I'm sorry, I really can't tell you this. Su Li shook his head slightly and did not tell Qin Xuanqin the details. Instead, he lay on the berth on his side. Forget it. Since you've recovered, I don't want to ask you any more questions in detail. Hurry up and adjust your state. This is a real competition and it's not a joke like before. Qin Xuanqin did not ask Su Li any further questions. She knew that Su Li would definitely tell her what he could say. Since no one said it, she didn't want to ask any more questions. While Su Li was lying on the carriage, a figure appeared in his mind. At this moment, Su Li remembered everything that happened after he drank the glass of wine for Yuching. Su Li was not originally from this world.
He traveled from another world to this body. However, the original owner of this body was born an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. This is also why even the three people in Su Li's dormitory have never heard Su Li mention his family situation. All the money for Su Li's studies was sponsored by the orphanage. There was another girl who grew up with him in the orphanage. It's just that this girl was adopted by a kind-hearted family when she was 13 years old. And this girl is the one who has been making food and giving gifts to Su Li. Su Li knew all this from the letter from that girl.
But now the girl was called back home.
And 1 year later, her family will arrange for her to marry a man of equal status.
As for the specific problem, Su Li was not clear. Su Li only has 1 year now.
A year later he had to go to the capital to serve as a lieutenant general and bring the girl back. Su Li has already made up his mind about this matter. If this had happened in the past, it would have been a fantasy and there would have been absolutely no way it could be achieved.
But now it's different. Su Li has something that no one else has. That was his system.
It was at this moment that Su Li made up his mind to work hard to earn a living. Even if the soft rice has no other function, it can still bring Su Li huge wealth if converted into money. I lay in the carriage and thought about the whole matter again.
Su Li fell asleep without realizing it.
When Su Li and Qin Xuanxin walked out of the station. By this time they had arrived in another city.
Jianzhu Castle.
First find a place to live, preferably closer to the competition venue.
I heard there are a lot of delicious food in Jianzhu City.
After the game tomorrow, I must go out for a big meal. Qin Xuanxin looked somewhat happy at this moment. He said this to Su Li who was standing beside him. The two of them soon arrived at the hotel they had booked.
We have already booked the room in advance.
After taking out the phone and showing it to the waiter, Qin Xuanxin nodded at Su Li who was blushing. But at this moment, a figure appeared next to him.
Book me the best room you have here.
A hand stretched out from Su Li and Qin Xuanxin, with a very cold tone.
I'm so sorry, sir.
After these two made their reservations, all the rooms here have been booked. The service staff who was checking in Su Li and the other person to a room answered the man.
You too, give me your room.
Unexpectedly, after the man withdrew his hand, he turned around and looked in the direction of Su Li.
Are you kidding? We gave you our room, so where are we going to live?
Qin Xian gave the man a cold look and ignored him.
$10,000 for a room for you.
After hearing this, the man frowned and looked towards the mountain, and the two of them directly quoted a price.
Su Li was stunned for a moment after hearing this.
Not for sale. Don't even mention 10,000, I won't sell it for 100,000.
Chapter 77, Lu Zitao.
Qin Xian thought the man was a fool and ignored him. However, Su Li discovered from an identity card that the man inadvertently revealed that the man was the same as them. They are all people who come to participate in this singing competition.
Lu Zitao, right?
If you don't mind, you can stay in the same room with me tonight without paying a penny.
Su Li called out the man's name and said this to him. Su Li, what are you doing? Who knows who this guy is? He looks a bit stupid.
Ignore this guy, let's go back to the room first. When Qin Xuanxin heard Su Li's words, she glared at him and said this directly to him. He came here to watch the game just like us. He probably has no place to stay in this state. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer such a high price. As Su Li said this, he glanced at the man next to him. There was no expression on the man's face, but his eyes flickered after hearing what Su Li said.
Let Su Li confirm that what he said should be correct. I checked when I came here just now. There are not many hotels around.
And this time there were so many people coming to play and watch the game. If we hadn't booked a house in advance, we would probably be no different from them. Su Li smiled and explained to Qin Xuanxin, then comforted her spirit. As the saying goes, don't do good things even if they are small, and don't do bad things even if they are small. When you go out and help others, you are also helping yourself. After finishing speaking, Su Li looked at the man's face.
How about it? If you don't mind, you can stay with me for a night. Of course, if you mind, then I can't help it. After Su Li finished speaking, the man's expression flickered noticeably.
After hesitating for a while, he actually nodded at Su Li.
Come on, brother.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Su Li.
After extending his hand and shaking hands with the man, Su Li found that the man withdrew his hand, looked at his palm and frowned.
It seems like he is not used to this action.
Su Li brought Lu Zitao back to the room and saw that it was a normal standard room. He breathed a sigh of relief. If two grown men who meet for the first time squeeze into one bed. Su Li also felt a little disgusted.
Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you are not a local. It should be from somewhere else, right? And I don't go out very often on weekdays.
Sitting in the middle of the room, Su Li suddenly asked Lu Zitao next to him.
How do you know?
This man named Lu Zitao has not said a word to Su Li since he came in. Faced with Su Li's question, he was obviously a little surprised and asked Su Li back.
That's too simple. Haven't you heard of the saying that wealth should not be shown to others? And I told you to stay in the same room with me, and you agreed. If I am a malicious person, your safety will be in big trouble right now.
Su Li smiled lightly and answered the question of the person in front of him casually. When Lu Zitao heard Su Li say this, his expression also changed.
Then it looks like I'm lucky. Finally, Lu Zitao smiled and looked at Su Li. After a brief chat,
then the two of them became familiar with each other. Su Li also knew that this guy named Lu Zitao actually came from the capital. According to Lu Zitao, his parents run a small company in Beijing.
The family is fairly well off. But the family education is extremely strict.
It's just that he rarely comes out on weekdays. This time, in order to participate in this competition, he secretly came to this place without telling his family.
Brother, if that's the case, then let's play well tomorrow. Hopefully we will both advance tomorrow.
After getting into the bed, Su Li said this and fell asleep immediately.
Lu Zitao glanced at Su Li's face, sighed, and lay down.
The next morning, before Su Li's alarm clock rang, the sound of Qin Xuanqing banging on the door was heard outside. After Lu Zitao and he simply washed up, they walked out of the room at the same time.
Let's go eat something first, the game is about to start.
Qin Xuanqing grabbed Su Li's arm and dragged Su Li outside. Lu Zitao seemed to have nowhere to go, and actually followed Su Li and Qin Xuanqing.
What's wrong with this guy? Why is he following the two of us? Qin Xian felt Lu Zitao following her from behind. He frowned and asked Su Li beside him. This is a young master from the capital. He rarely comes out on weekdays. He has no social experience, why don't we take him with us?
Su Li briefly introduced Lu Zitao's situation to Qin Xuanqing.
Are there still such people now? That sounds quite pitiful. Let's take him with us.
After hearing this, Qin Xuanqing glanced at Su Li's face and finally nodded.
Let's go, brother. Su Li turned around and thought about Lu Zitao behind him and waved. Lu Zitao smiled and hurriedly followed.
After the three of them finished their breakfast, they walked towards the competition venue at the same time.
The venue for this competition is in a media company. This competition was also organized by this media company. This company is a leading enterprise in Jiangsu City. The name is Hongxiang Media Company, Ltd.
The three of them walked to the door, showed their entry certificates, and were then led towards the competition venue. There are only 32 groups of people, so today's competition is definitely very exciting.
I don't know what the rules of the game are. During the previous selection, the judging was done by scoring. Now that we have entered the official competition, the system and rules will definitely change. There are quite a few seats prepared in the waiting area. Each seat has a fixed name. What a coincidence, Lu Zitao and Su Li's names are next to each other. 3 people sat on the seats, and people came over one after another. Welcome everyone to Golden Mike.
All of your 32 groups are strong contestants selected from all over the place.
Today your 32 groups will be born here, and the next 16 will be born. Let me briefly explain the rules to you.
Just when the rows of seats were filled with people, a skinny man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The man was dressed very fashionably.
It even looks somewhat neutral.
While speaking, she raised her orchid finger intentionally or unintentionally.
It seems to be the legendary music producer, Lu Ming.
Qin Xuanqing gently turned her head and told Su Li the identity of the man in front of her.
Chapter 78, Competition Rules.
Su Li had also heard of this name.
This is a music producer who has emerged recently and is very talented.
However, fame also comes with some bad voices. Regarding this person, the outside world's evaluation can be said to be mixed, with both praise and criticism. The man named Lu Ming briefly introduced the rules to the 30 groups of contestants present. In short, the rules of this game are simple. There will be 4 professional judges in the competition.
These 4 professional judges may be popular actors or professional musicians.
These 4 professional judges will decide whether the contestants stay or leave. As long as one of the 4 professional judges is willing to light up the light, it will be considered a pass.
But the contestants can only stay in this professional judging camp.
If all 4 judges light up a contestant at the same time, you can reversely select your favorite judge. Each judge can keep 4 people.
If the judges select all 4 people in this camp, once there is a light on,
then these 4 people must accept the challenge from others. This rule can be said to be both cruel and contains a certain element of luck.
If you are ready, let's start next. This one will be broadcast all over the country.
After finishing his words, Lu Ming stepped back from the crowd, and soon the lights on the stage came on. One of them was called by name. The person whose name was called quickly walked up and started his performance.
I wonder if I can take advantage of this opportunity to get some extra food.
While others were participating in the competition upstairs, Suli was downstairs thinking about how to get some free food.
Because everything he has now has to be supported by soft rice.
Only by getting more living opportunities can he do what he wants to do and improve his abilities. This program is broadcast nationwide, and as long as he wins the favor of girls, he can get some free money.
Once you perform well on the show, you will have a lot of money to spend.
Just as Suli was thinking, a discordant voice suddenly came from the side.
It's rubbish. Anyone can come to this competition.
It's such an insult to be on the same stage with these people. After hearing the sound, Suli turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound.
I found a familiar face sitting not far from me. This person is a little-known internet celebrity. He has gained a certain amount of fan support by covering other people's songs.
At this moment, this person made such comments below, which made Suli a little dissatisfied. The little internet celebrity seemed to feel Suli's gaze and cast a provocative look in Suli's direction.
Soon Lu Zitao's name was called. Lu Zitao doesn't seem to adapt to the environment here.
He seemed a little nervous after going on stage.
Why are you participating in a competition when you are so nervous? You are obviously a rookie. How dare this kind of trash compete with me? Who knew that little internet celebrity would be so unrestrained?
After Lu Zitao came on stage, he said this with a look of disdain on his face. Some people really don't have much ability, but they think highly of themselves.
Haven't you ever heard the saying that ambition is higher than the sky, but life is thinner than paper? After hearing this, Suli directly refuted the little internet celebrity. Kid, who the hell do you think you are? Don't think you can act arrogant here just because you have a face. This stage is not a place to judge by appearance, he said to Suli rudely. The young internet celebrity turned her head away as if she didn't want to pay attention to him.
But at this moment, Lu Zitao's voice came from the stage.
Suli didn't expect that this guy is actually quite capable. As soon as Lu Zitao opened his mouth, everyone was shocked.
Who would have thought that the moment Lu Zitao, who was a little nervous just now, picked up the microphone? The whole person has undergone a drastic change. In the end, Lu Zitao won the hearts of 4 judges, and all lights were turned on. But after he chose one person, he stood there and waved to Suli behind him.
Next, please welcome the centrifugal force combination.
Just at this moment, a voice came from the stage. It turned out to be Suli and Qin Xuanxin. After they stood up and looked at each other, they walked towards the stage.
But when passing by that little internet celebrity,
the young internet celebrity actually stretched out his legs on purpose, wanting to do something bad. But Suli had already noticed it and stepped directly on his instep. The little internet celebrity felt hurt after being kicked by Suli, but didn't dare to scream. He was so depressed that his face turned red.
When Suli turned around and looked at the little internet celebrity again,
I was met with a pair of eyes full of resentment. But Suli didn't take him seriously at all. When Suli and the other 2 appeared on the stage,
first, I answered a series of questions.
As his fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither, Suli nodded slightly in the direction of Qin Xuanxin. The 2 of them stood on the stage, like a pair of golden boy and jade girl.
But once I opened my mouth,
yet it is like the harmonious sound of a zither and a qin, combined with the voice and singing ability that Suli obtained from the system. As expected, both of them also received 4 votes. Suli gave the power to select judges to Qin Xuanxin. In the end, Qin Xuanxin chose a senior and talented singer. After a few more rounds, the seats behind the 4 judges were full, and there were still more than 10 groups left in the audience.
From now on the competition becomes fierce. After two more groups completed the challenge, it was finally the little internet celebrity's turn to appear.
After seeing the little internet celebrity come on stage, his eyes turned towards him and Suli sneered. If this little internet celebrity dared to challenge himself, Suli wouldn't mind at all and would use his money to buy him a few abilities.
Kill this guy instantly.
Who knew that after getting the light from the mentor, this guy did not choose Suli Fan, but chose the weakest one? What a coincidence, the weakest one is actually in the same group with Suli and the others. And this little internet celebrity did have some skills after all. After successfully completing the challenge, he stood next to Suli.
Are you a little disappointed that I didn't challenge you? Don't worry, there's still a long way to go. There are still a few days left in this game. I will slowly kill you. After walking up to Suli and leaving these words, the little internet celebrity sneered. This match of 32-16 can be said to be extremely cruel. When the last group of contestants took the stage, all the competitions came to an end. Fortunately, Suli and his friends stayed with Lu Zitao. Brother, I didn't expect that I would actually succeed. We must go out for dinner tonight to celebrate.
After Lu Zitao walked to Suli's side, he put his hand on Suli's shoulder with a smile on his face.
Since you insist on treating me, I will naturally refuse. Suli smiled and did not refuse Lu Zitao's request. However, after the two left, the little internet celebrity sneered. Chapter 79, Big Gold Chain.
Then the little internet celebrity actually walked towards the producer Lu Ming at the beginning.
Brother-in-law.
After Suli, Xin Xuanxin, and Lu Zitao left this place,
Lu Zitao looked it up on his mobile phone.
They stopped a car and the three of them rushed to a hotel in Jiangsu City. The name of the hotel is just one word, Fan. When the three people appeared at the entrance of the hotel, Suli glanced in the direction of Lu Zitao next to him. Are you sure you want to treat me at this place? This hotel looks unusual. It is definitely not a place for ordinary people to consume.
What else? This is the only decent hotel in Jiangsu City. I won't go to any other place.
Although this hotel is only a 5-star hotel, it's still acceptable. After saying that, Lu Zitao was about to walk inside, while Suli and Xin Xuanxin looked at each other.
Also followed behind Lu Zitao. Arrange a quieter box for me. Lu Zitao entered the hotel without any of the timid look he had on stage.
Instead, I felt like a fish in water, as if I had returned to my own home. The waiter was stunned when he saw that the three people who came were all students. But he still led the three people in one direction. When the menu was handed to Suli and the others, what happened next really surprised Suli.
This, and this. Except for these three, give me one portion of all the other dishes. Lu Zitao never stops talking until he shocks people.
As soon as these words were spoken, not only Suli and Qin Xian were stunned. Even the waiter next to him was stunned. Sir, are you sure you don't just want these 3 dishes?
The waiter stood there and asked Lu Zitao another question. Don't you understand what I'm saying?
I said give me one portion of all the other dishes except these 3.
Are you worried that I can't pay? Go swipe the card now.
There is no password. He took out a unique bank card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter.
Lu Zitao also nodded in the direction of Suli. Brother Lu, we can't finish all the food you ordered. Why don't you order less? After hearing this, Suli persuaded Lu Zitao. Brother Su, I have a habit. Never take a second bite of any food you've eaten. If I don't order more, I'm worried I won't be full. After giving Suli an apologetic smile, Lu Zitao looked at the waiter beside him. The waiter felt Lu Zitao's gaze and quickly put on an extremely polite expression and nodded to Lu Zitao.
Then he withdrew from the box where they were.
Brother, since you are so arrogant, why don't you live in this hotel? Qin Xian was a little curious and asked Lu Zitao directly. There's no room here.
What a lousy hotel with only a few presidential suites. I came here and found that everything was booked out. Since other houses are not comfortable to live in, we might as well find a place closer to home for the competition. After getting to know each other, Lu Zitao started talking a lot more. These words made Suli and Qin Xian look at each other in bewilderment.
How come this guy is a man? If he were a woman, his girlfriend would have skyrocketed.
Suli muttered something in a low voice, and after taking a look at Lu Zitao's face, he asked Lu Zitao.
Brother, are you sure your family is just doing some small business in the capital? Can a small business withstand your squandering like this? He asked Lu Zitao curiously. But after asking, Suli felt a little abrupt. After all, these things may involve other people's secrets. Brother, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to. This question is indeed a bit inappropriate to ask. Unexpectedly, Lu Zitao waved his hand nonchalantly. There's nothing to hide, just some small business. But at least it's enough for my daily food and clothing. After finishing speaking, Lu Zitao sat there with his arms and legs crossed, tapping on the table, waiting quietly for the food to be served. But it wasn't the waiter who came to bring in the dishes. Instead, a female figure broke into their box. Help, help me. The woman broke into the box and shouted. But she saw that there were only 3 people sitting in the box. They all looked like students, and were obviously stunned where they were. But at this time, there were several footsteps and shouting coming from outside. The woman ran directly behind Su Li. Help! After saying this, the woman hid behind the table on Su Li's side. At this moment, the door of Su Li's box was roughly pushed open. Little guy, did you see a woman running in? The one who rushed in was a bald man with a big gold chain. The man's face was flushed, he reeked of alcohol, and he was staggering as he walked. After coming in, he asked in the direction of Su Li. This is my box. Who let you in? Who knew that before Su Li could answer? Lu Zitao stood up and shouted at the bald man without any courtesy. Hey, you're so capable, brat. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die? When Dijin Lianzi heard this, his eyes widened and he was about to walk towards Lu Zitao. Security. Where are all the security guards? Normally, ordinary people would panic if they encountered this situation. However, Lu Zitao was not at all panicked when faced with this situation. Instead, he shouted twice at the top of his lungs. Before De Jinlian could react, several security guards had already entered the box. The security guard who came over was the waiter who had just taken the order for Su Li and the others. Sir, this is not the place to cause trouble. If you have any grudges, please go out and settle them. Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the hotel. The security captain actually looks even more arrogant than this big gold chain. After walking up to the big gold chain, he pushed the big gold chain out of the box without any hesitation. Get out of the way. How dare you touch me, Wei Dahai? After hearing these words, Big Gold Chain raised his hand and slapped the security captain's hand away. When the security captain heard the name, he actually took 2 steps back and his expression changed. There is no one in Qingzhou City that I, Wei Dahai, dare not offend. Get out of the way, or I'll take care of you too. The Big Gold Chain, that is, after Wei Dahai finished speaking. Behind him, a dozen people who looked almost identical to him ran out. After seeing this scene, several security guards were obviously a little panicked. What's wrong with this hotel? The security is so poor. Chapter 80, Beat you until the red light turns on. At this time, Lu Zitao was like a fool. Seeing this scene, instead of being scared, he glanced in the direction of the security guard with an expression of dissatisfaction. Brother Lu, please get out of the way. Let me handle this matter today first. Su Li knew that if this continued, a fight was inevitable. Anyway, he is not from Jiangsu City? There is no need to worry about how much power Wei Dahai has in Qingzhou City. Anyway, if Wei Dahai wants to cause trouble or fight, Su Li will naturally accompany him to the end. At worst, we can defeat Wei Dahai and leave Qingzhou City. Lu Zitao next to him also frowned after hearing this. Only the waiter who brought people over hurriedly left the place. The waiter knew that one could easily order so many dishes in their restaurant, and that there were only a few people eating there. He must not be an ordinary person. Guests like this are VIPs in the hotel, so he must go and say hello to the boss. Although Wei Dahai has some power in Qingzhou City, but it pales in comparison to this hotel owner. Boy, you may be young, but you have a big mouth. Why, do you think you can handle me? After seeing Su Li stopping Lu Zitao, Wei Dahai showed a sneer on his face. Then he turned and looked in the direction of the security guards. What are you still doing here? Get out of here right now. Believe it or not, I will take care of you guys first. What are you doing here, stinky security guard? Get lost. After Wei Dahai's scolding, several security guards dared not stay in this place. After taking an awkward look in the direction of Su Li and the others, he ran away in shame. What's wrong with you, kid? You dare to call the security guard over? Do you think I'm afraid of the security guard? To tell you the truth, I ran away today. the girl was in a bad mood.
Not only are you unlucky, but you're also very courageous.
You dared to run into my gun.
Wei Dahai had a sneer on his face and clasped his left and right hands together.
He crackled his fingers. If I don't loosen up your muscles today, how am I, Wei Dahai, going to survive in Qingzhou City in the future? After moving his neck, Wei Dahai raised his hand and waved it gently.
A group of people rushed in directly. Fortunately, the door of this box is not big, and Suli standing here is like a single man blocking the pass from 10,000.
Brother Lu, please protect my friend. After saying this, Suli raised his foot. With one kick, he knocked Wei Dahai's friend who was running in front to the ground. When Lu Zitao saw this situation, I also wanted to go over to help, but was grabbed by Qin Xuanxin. Don't go. You will only make things worse if you go up there.
I believe Suli can handle these guys alone. Qin Xuanxin had already seen Suli's skills. Naturally, he knew that these people were no match for him.
After hearing this, Lu Zitao's face flashed with worry. How can one person handle so many people?
However, after Lu Zitao finished speaking, she saw Qin Xuanxin pulling her back.
Just watch.
After finishing speaking, Qin Xuanxin turned her gaze towards Suli.
After hearing this, Lu Zitao also turned around to look over.
At this moment, Suli was using his strength to throw a man out.
At this moment, Suli was like a god of war, standing there.
All the people who came up were knocked to the ground by Suli.
Wow, I didn't expect Brother Su to be so powerful. At this moment, Lu Zitao almost dropped his jaw. He never thought that Suli could actually deal with so many people.
At the same time, a pair of eyes appeared from behind the dining table in Suli's box,
secretly watching everything happening outside. This person was the woman who broke into the box.
The woman was shocked to see that Suli could deal with so many people alone.
An expression of surprise appeared on his face. More than a dozen people were knocked to the ground by Suli within a few minutes.
Moreover, when Suli attacked, he did not break their arms or legs.
But he didn't hold back.
Anyone who was hit by Suli basically lost their combat effectiveness.
After dealing with these dozen people and throwing them all outside the box, Suli hooked his finger in the direction of Wei Dahai who was left. Wei Dahai from Qingzhou City, right?
You are the only one left here, let me see how powerful you are.
Suli said this with a smile. Wei Dahai only felt a chill on his back. Even the alcohol had sobered up a lot at this time. Boy, you dare to hit my people. Do you know who I am, Wei Dahai? How dare you attack my men? With an ugly expression on his face, Wei Dahai questioned Suli. I don't care who you are.
If you want to attack my friend, even if you are Ultraman Tiga, I will beat you until you show your red light. While Suli was speaking, he walked towards Wei Dahai.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
I didn't expect Brother Su to be so powerful. If I had this ability, I would be able to walk sideways wherever I go in the future.
When Lu Zitao saw this scene, his eyes lit up.
Qin Xuanxin on the side did shake her head. She was no longer surprised by such situations.
Boy, let me tell you, if you dare to attack me, I will not let you leave Qingzhou City or this hotel. I can make dozens of calls in a minute.
Wei Dahai held the phone in his hand, as if all his confidence came from this phone.
So what if you think this phone can protect you from dozens of people?
Now you have to apologize to my friend and apologize for trespassing into our box.
Otherwise, I will prevent you from leaving this box today.
Suli stood in front of Wei Dahai, who was half a head shorter than Suli. Suli lowered his head and pointed in the direction of Lu Zitao in a threatening tone.
You! Wei Dahai was obviously very angry when he heard this.
He pointed at Suli with his mouth wide open but no words came out.
What me?
I'm telling you, what you just saw were just some of my little tricks. Believe it or not, if you don't apologize, I will tear off your hands and feet. Seeing that Wei Dahai did not agree, Suli stretched out his hand and placed it on Wei Dahai's shoulder.
I can't admit my mistake today. If you dare to touch me. Wei Dahai hasn't finished speaking yet.
A scream came directly from his mouth. At this time, Wei Dahai's right arm seemed to have lost its bones and hung above his shoulder.
Suli just dislocated Wei Dahai's right arm with a light touch.
Apology, I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore, this is the last time I remind you.
Loosening his hand, Suli looked in the direction of Lu Zitao. Chapter 81, Star Yihan. At this time, Wei Dahai was completely scared. I apologize. I apologize. After finishing speaking, Wei Dahai walked up to Lu Zitao. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have trespassed into your box. Brothers, please let me go. With a look of fear on his face, Wei Dahai looked in the direction of Su Li. Go away. Seeing this scene, Su Li was too lazy to pay attention to Wei Dahai. When Wei Dahai heard this, he rushed out of the box. But he ran out of the box. After taking just 2 steps, he turned towards Su Li with a fierce look and shouted. Hey, kid, wait for me. I'm not done with you in this matter. If you can still stay in Qingzhou City, I, Wei Dahai, will write my name backwards. After shouting this, Wei Dahai prepared to escape. But he had just taken 2 steps when he bumped into someone's chest. Then someone grabbed Wei Dahai's collar behind his neck like a chick. Carrying Wei Dahai, he returned to the outside of Su Li's box. At this moment, a dignified middle-aged man wearing a neat white suit appeared in front of Su Li. The waiter who had just taken the order for Su Li and the others was also next to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man first glanced at the ground around him. I saw more than a dozen of Wei Dahai's men lying on the ground. He looked again at Su Li, who was standing at the door of the box. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. I'm really sorry for scaring you in my hotel. I'm the owner of this hotel. I came here to say sorry to you guys. Although the middle-aged man spoke politely, there was no sign of admitting his mistake on his face. But at this moment, Lu Zitao walked out from behind. How do you become a boss? What's wrong with your security here? Someone came into our box and wanted to attack us. Your security guards would just sneak away and wouldn't dare to do anything to these guys. The person who said this was Lu Zitao. At this moment, Lu Zitao seemed like an angry young man. He didn't dare to strike hard at Wei Dahai and his gang, but at this moment he was very rude to the hotel owner. After all, this is a star-rated hotel. I have never seen such poor security in a star-rated hotel. After Lu Zitao finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man with a dissatisfied expression. At this moment, the waiter came up to the middle-aged man and whispered something. After hearing this, the middle-aged man looked apologetic and said to Lu Zitao, I'm so sorry, sir, I didn't expect to give you such a bad experience. As for those security guards, I will ask them to pack up and leave after today's work is over. After saying this, the middle-aged man looked at Lu Zitao's face. However, although Lu Zitao nodded, the expression on his face was not satisfied. Sir, as a hotel owner, I have nothing to guarantee. But I can solve the troubles that sir has caused for you. I can make Wei Dahai promise not to cause you any trouble in the future. The middle-aged man showed some confidence when he said this. Just like Wei Dahai, who was notorious in Qingzhou City. But the middle-aged man didn't take him seriously at all. But at this moment, the sound of high heels came from behind Su Li and the others. Mr. Liang, our hotel is really amazing. If it weren't for these gentlemen today, even I would have fallen victim to Wei Dahai's murderous hands. The sound of high heels appeared beside Su Li. When Su Li turned around, he found that the woman who had just hidden appeared here. When Su Li saw the woman's appearance, he always felt that she was somewhat familiar. The woman just ran in a hurry and he didn't look at her carefully. When the middle-aged man saw the woman, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He obviously recognized the woman. Ms. Yi, why didn't you say hello to me when you came to my hotel? When the middle-aged man said this, Qin Xuanqin next to him showed a surprised expression on her face. Yi Yihan? You are Yi Yihan. Qin Xuanqin blurted out and exclaimed. When Su Li heard this name, he finally remembered who the woman in front of him was. The popular female singer Yi Yihan. The ceiling of appearance and strength. Greet. Boss Liang, if I have the chance I will naturally greet you. But the guests in your hotel are really terrible. When you're drunk, you'll just start to make moves on me. Yi Yihan's expression was very cold when he spoke. This made Boss Liang look a little embarrassed. Su Li next to him took a look. After nodding slightly to Su Li, Yi Yihan turned his gaze back to Boss Liang's face. If I hadn't run fast, and if the gentleman next to me hadn't protected me, I might have already been killed by those bad guys. When Yi Yihan said this, he was obviously blaming Mr. Liang. Miss Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. That's why these two groups of guests clashed. It turned out that it was to protect Miss Yi. When Mr. Liang said this, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Wei Dahai. Wei Dahai, you are so bold that you dare to touch Miss Yi in my hotel. Do you think that no one in Qingzhou City can deal with you?
After Boss Liang said this, Wei Dahai's expression was completely gone, as he had shown the arrogance he had shown when facing Su Li just now. All this happened just because of one thing: the Boss Liang in front of him was no ordinary person. He has another identity, the younger brother of the Lord of Jiangju City. There are few people in Qingzhou City that Wei Dahai can't afford to offend.
But unfortunately, Boss Liang is one of them. Wei Dahai didn't know that this hotel belonged to Boss Liang.
If he knew, he wouldn't dare to come here to cause trouble even if he had 10 times the courage.
Boss Liang misunderstood.
These are all misunderstandings. Wei Dahai was picked up by someone with a look of panic on his face. He hurriedly explained to Boss Liang in front of him.
Misunderstand? If you think this is all just a misunderstanding, go and apologize to Miss Yi. If Miss Yi forgives you, the matter will be over.
He gave a wink to his men, and then Wei Dahai was thrown in front of Yi Han.
Miss Yi, I am blind and ignorant.
I look down on others and fail to recognize the real master.
Miss Yi, please give me a chance. I couldn't do anything to you. I can compensate you. Chapter 82, Asking for an Autograph. Wei Dahai was thrown to the ground.
He crawled in front of Yi Han, raised his head and looked at Yi Han with pleading eyes.
You want me to spare you, a shameless person like you? Boss Liang, I will never forgive this guy.
I think with your methods, I won't see this guy appear in front of me again. After Yi Han said this, Boss Liang was stunned for a moment, and Wei Dahai's face was full of horror.
He lay on the ground and kept apologizing to Yi Han.
But Yi Han's eyes were full of indifference, and he had no intention of forgiving Wei Dahai at all.
Upon seeing this, Boss Liang raised his hand.
With a wave of their hands, 2 burly men carried Wei Dahai away from the place.
Miss Yi, this incident today is all my fault. From today on, all of Ms. Yi's spending in Qingzhou City will be charged to Liang. What do you think? After seeing Wei Dahai off, Boss Liang asked Yi Han a question. The reason why Boss Liang was so polite to Yi Han was not just because of her celebrity status. Likewise, Yi Han's background is somewhat scary. Yi Han has been in the industry for so long and has never been involved in any scandals. I haven't encountered any bad things in the circle.
Those who understand all this will naturally understand it.
Boss Liang, I don't want to argue with you about this matter anymore.
Since you said so, I will refuse it disrespectfully.
Boss Liang, please excuse me. I need to talk to this gentleman about something.
This gentleman helped me today, so I naturally have to thank him. After Yi Han left these words, he turned around and walked into the box where Su Li and the others were. Although Boss Liang felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, he still said goodbye to Yi Han. He smiled and nodded at Su Li and the others, then left the box.
Sir, could you please tell me your name? After Su Li, Xin Xuanqin and others returned to their seats. Yi Han actually asked Su Li's name with a smile.
There was no longer the aloof look he had just now.
Xin Xuanqin, who was sitting not far opposite Su Li, had an excited expression on her face and kept looking at Yi Han. Su Li. Su Li, however, acted very calmly. He nodded and then said his name. Thank you very much for your help today, sir. Yi Han was obviously a little surprised. Everyone who met him either tried to please him or had evil thoughts.
There were only 2 men in this box, and both of them were indifferent to her. It was as if her celebrity status was nothing special to these 2 men.
Lu Zitao was fine. He only glanced twice from beginning to end and then never looked in Yi Han's direction again. It was as if Yi Han's identity was nothing to Lu Zitao. However, although Yi Han is interested in Su Li,
anyone would have jumped for joy at this moment if they could ask her to apologize in person. But Su Li calmly picked up the chopsticks and started eating.
It was as if Yi Han was not as attractive as the food on the table. Mr. Su, you helped me with this matter today. This is my business card. If there is anything I can help you with. Mr. Su, you don't need to be polite to me.
I will stay in Jiangju City for the next few days, probably for a week. Seeing that Su Li had no interest in him, Yi Han didn't want to stay in this box any longer.
If there's anything you need help with, I'll be more than polite.
Picking up the business card and putting it into his pocket, Su Li nodded. But at this moment, Xin Xuanqing came around from the other side.
Yi. Miss Yi. I think. Xin Xuanqing, who is usually carefree, looked very nervous when standing in front of Yi Han.
He pinched his fingers and stammered for a long time without saying anything.
Sister, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Yi Yihan is indeed a little older than Qin Xuanxin.
So when he spoke, he simply called Qin Xuanxin sister.
Ms. Yi, you have always been my idol. Can I ask you for an autograph?
I came to participate in the singing competition this time because I heard that you would be the special guest. But I felt a little regretful for not seeing you, but I didn't expect that I would have such a chance to meet you in this hotel. With an excited expression on her face, Qin Xuanxin asked Yi Han for his autograph.
Sure.
The reason why I haven't shown up yet is because I will be participating as the 5th mentor in the next round of the top 16.
I showed up at this hotel today because I secretly got rid of my assistants and ran away.
With a playful smile on his face, Yi Han even stuck out his tongue when he said this. Then he took the paper and pen handed to him by Qin Xuanxin and signed his name on it very casually. Qin Xuanxin seemed quite happy after getting the signature and she carefully put it away. Ms. Yi, I heard that if I win the championship this time, I can join the same agency as you.
Is this true or false? Qin Xian asked Yi Han another question out of curiosity.
Of course it's true.
This company is actually a branch of our company.
It's just that the head office has given the task of hosting this show to this branch company.
If I can really win the championship, I can join the same agency as you.
Yi Han nodded, confirming Qin Xuanxin's statement.
That's great.
I must find a way to work harder. It would be great if I could win the championship. Qin Xuanxin had an excited expression on her face and gently clenched her fist.
Of course. Are these two friends of yours coming to the competition with you? Yi Han first nodded and praised Qin Xuanxin. Then he looked at Lu Zitao and Su Li who were eating there.
No, they are both here to participate in the competition as well. Su Li and I are in the same group, while Lu Zitao came to participate in the competition alone.
Lu Zitao and the two of us have now successfully entered the top 16. Qin Xuanxin explained the identities of Su Li and Lu Zitao and then quickly said. Since Yi Yihan has become the 5th mentor.
When we come out to participate in the competition tomorrow, Miss Yi will definitely be able to see it. With a serious expression on his face, he expressed his thoughts to Yi Yihan in front of him. Yi Yihan gave a thumbs up to Qin Xuanxin in front of him. I believe you guys can go far and possibly become champions. I'll be cheering you on from my guest stand.
Chapter 83, Feelings.
However, during the process of communicating with Qin Xian, Yi Yihan always looked at Su Li beside him from time to time. Then thank Miss Yi for her blessing here.
Qin Xuanxin didn't care about this detail, but nodded happily. In that case, I'll take my leave now. See you at the competition tomorrow.
After saying this, Yi Yihan nodded to the 3 people present and left the box.
Su Li didn't expect to meet Yi Yihan today. You don't know that I have always liked her very much.
After Yi Yihan left, Qin Xuanxin seemed to have not yet recovered from what had just happened. He also showed Su Li the signature that Yi Yihan left for him. Maybe after this competition, you can join the same company as her.
Even artists who are more popular than her.
Su Li had a smile on his face and said something approvingly to Qin Xuanxin.
How is that possible?
Qin Xuanxin waved her hand and was about to say something when a light cough was heard beside her.
Well, we are here to eat, why don't we eat first?
Although those guys have disturbed my interest, I still have to eat.
The person who said this was Lu Zitao.
After hearing this, Su Li and the other two finally realized that they came here to eat.
After sitting down again, Lu Zitao behaved just as he said. Definitely not a second bite of the same dish.
However, after ordering so many dishes, Su Li and his friends only took a few bites when the food arrived.
Soon I couldn't eat anymore. After the 3 of them returned, they went through today's episode. Just take a rest.
The next morning, the round of 16 began.
After Su Li and his friends arrived at the venue, they happened to run into the little internet celebrity. It's you 3 again. Today is the round of 16.
I hope you 3 can advance smoothly.
But you don't have to worry about the championship, it will definitely be mine. This time, the little internet celebrity actually came directly to Su Li and the other 3. With a look of disdain on his face, he looked Su Li and the others up and down. After leaving these words, he turned around and left. Is there something seriously wrong with this guy's brain? Why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Qin Xuanxin looked at the little internet celebrity's back as he left and couldn't help but complain.
I think this guy is crazy about becoming famous.
Why bother with him? We better hurry up and go to the competition. I just don't know what the rules of today's game are. Lu Zitao and Qin Xuanxin on the side also became familiar with each other and waved to Qin Xuanxin. There are only 4 groups of 4 mentors left, so they should not be competing in the same group. Today may be a competition between the members of the mentors team. Su Li expressed his speculation on the side. The two of them glanced at Su Li's face and then entered the program recording site. This show is a live broadcast. Su Li and Qin Xuanxin gained a lot of fans during their performance yesterday. After the show was broadcast today, many people have been waiting in front of their TVs and mobile phones, waiting to watch the game. Look! That guy Su Li is coming out. In Su Li's dormitory, 3 people from the room gathered together in their flowery shorts. After seeing Su Li appear on the computer, Zhao Jian pointed at Su Li's shadow on the screen with excitement. He yelled at the 2 people next to him. Hey, my friend, we are both not blind, can't you keep your voice down? Chen Zhou covered his ears and complained to Zhao Jian next to him. Li Jianhao was fiddling with something on his cell phone. At this moment, Su Li and Qin Xuanxin were already standing behind their respective mentors. Next, we welcome our 5th mentor, who is also a special mentor, Yihan. After everyone was ready, the host gave a bunch of opening remarks. The last sentence directly pointed his finger in the direction of the audience. Then Yihan walked out from the crowd, and the atmosphere in the stands exploded. As a popular female star, Yihan has a huge number of fans. Give a brief introduction to Yihan. She sat in a special position. The rules of today's game are very simple. Next, the 4 mentors will draw lots and compete against each other in pairs. The results of each competition will be voted on by the 5th mentor Yihan and all the audience. Whoever gets the most votes wins. After the host finished speaking, he retreated to the back. At the same time, it was announced that the competition officially began. After the 4 mentors came on stage, a round of drawing lots was conducted. After the meeting, the mentor chosen by Su Li and his friends did not coincide with the mentor chosen by the little internet celebrity. After the game officially begins. Su Li and his friend's opponent is a guy who sings folk songs and has been very popular recently. After this person came on stage, he sang a folk song and actually got 90 points. When Qin Xuanxin saw this score, the expression on her face became a little uneasy. My goal is to win the championship. After Su Li encouraged Qin Xuanxin, he stood up and walked towards the stage. Pay. While walking, Su Li finally made a sudden sound. Qin Xuanxin looked at Su Li's face in confusion when she heard the voice. But he found that Su Li didn't move at all. The two of them had already discussed it last night. The song we sing today is a little love song. After the two stood on the stage and got ready, the music started. After seeing this scene, Yihan, who was sitting in a unique position, kept his gaze on Su Li's face. Qin Xuanxin didn't know whether it was because she was nervous or something, but her performance was a little abnormal. After he opened his mouth, his voice seemed to tremble slightly. The two of them were supposed to sing a short verse each and then sing a duet at the end. But Qin Xuanxin just opened her mouth and sang the first sentence. Su Li realized that if he continued like this, there would be no chance of defeating the folk singer. So when Qin Xuanxin finished singing the first sentence and took a breath, Su Li responded directly, then raised his hand and held Qin Xuanxin's hand. Qin Xian was obviously stunned when Su Li held her hand. There was a hint of blush on her face. After Su Li finished singing a line, he blinked at Qin Xuanxin and applied a little force on his palms. After feeling the strength, Qin Xuanxin realized that she was the one singing. With a shy expression, Qin Xuanxin sang slowly. After each person had a round, they started singing again as planned at the beginning. A special feeling arose between the two people. Under the influence of this sentiment, everyone in the venue listened to Su Li and the others singing very quietly. During this process, Qin Xuanxin didn't notice anything special about Su Li today. Chapter 84, 98 points. There is a unique appeal in Su Li's singing. Everyone who heard Su Li's voice felt as if they were under some magical spell and were immersed in the singing. Some people even covered their faces and cried in the audience. When Su Li and Qin Xuanxin finished singing the song. When Su Li let go of Qin Xuanxin, she realized that their singing had ended. Qin Xuanxin nervously held the microphone in front of herself, lowered her head, and didn't even dare to look up at the audience. It was not until a long time after the music stopped that a sound was finally heard. This voice belongs to Yihan. I haven't heard such a wonderful performance in a long time. This song was originally a mediocre song. But when you two sang it, I heard the bitterness of love. Sometimes people are moved because they can hear the same feelings in the songs. After making such comments, the audience burst into applause. At the same time, Suli and his team's scoring session officially began. Watching the numbers rising on the scoreboard next to me, Qin Xian nervously grasped the corner of her clothes. Suli had a confident expression on his face. This confidence comes from what Suli did just now when he was on stage. Suli purchased a new skill through the system in advance before going on stage. The name of this skill is very simple, it is called infectiousness. But this ability cost Suli 1,000 soft rice points. Suli, doesn't he have so many soft rice points? But Suli didn't know that after the game ended yesterday and was broadcast live. I don't know how many audiences' hearts it has captured. Most of the audience are women. Suli was checking his soft rice points before going on stage. I found that my income had increased by more than 2,000 yuan out of thin air. It is precisely for this reason that Suli, who is wealthy enough, chose this ability. When the scoreboard at the top of the screen finally stopped, Suli and his classmates' scores were fixed at above 98 points. Seeing this score, Qin Xuanqin hugged Suli excitedly. Suli raised his hand and patted her on the back twice. This score also means that Suli and his companions successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. It might even be the highest score of the day. Oh my god, this guy Suli is so talented in singing. When he sang a song to express his love for Yuching before, I didn't realize he had this ability. At that time, I remember some people mocked Suli for having her face ruined by singing. With an excited expression on his face, Zhao Jian raised his hand and patted his thigh. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from Li Jianghe next to him. If you're excited, why don't you pat your legs? Why are you patting my legs? With a helpless expression, Li Jianghe asked in the direction of Zhao Jian. Isn't this so exciting? I wanted to share it with you. Shoot my legs, how can you feel how excited I am? Zhao Jian spread his hands with a helpless expression on his face. After hearing this, Li Jianghe didn't know how to refute for a moment. At the same time in the girls' dormitory, Yuching was watching Suli and the others' game. When she saw Suli and Qin Xuanqin holding hands and singing, she almost got jealous. I said, Yuching, what is the relationship between Suli and Qin Xuanqin? When they were singing here, their eyes were full of affection. Could it be that they are already together? Suli didn't tell you, Yuching, why don't you just forget about it with Suli and stop pursuing him? Sun Nuan was also watching this show in Yuching's dormitory. When Suli sang, her eyes were wide open. But just after the performance, Sun Nuan showed an unwilling expression on her face and moved directly to Yuching's side. They are just ordinary friends. I will make the decision on this matter myself. At this moment, Yuching no longer believed in Sun Nuan. After glancing at Sun Nuan beside him, he turned over and lay on the other side without saying anything else. On the other side, inside Xiao Yubing's dormitory. As a veteran homebody, she didn't play games today for the first time. Fanrun watched the show together with a few roommates. Just because the one participating in the show this time is his great god Suli. Awesome! The master is truly almighty. He's handsome, skilled, and can even sing. The most amazing thing is that he plays the game so well. This is simply perfect. Xiao Yubing jumped up when she saw the scores Suli and the others had obtained. Yubing, what is your relationship with Suli? You two often play games, are you already together? Just at this moment, a girl from a dormitory came over here. I have nothing to do with the great god. I am just a weakling who was helped by him. With a helpless expression on his face, Xiao Yubing spread his hands. Originally, Xiao Yubing had no interest in these things between men and women. It's just that after spending some time together, and after hearing Suli singing today, Xiao Yubing only felt that something seemed to be gradually sprouting in her heart. In addition to these people, there are many people who are sitting in front of their TV or mobile phones watching Suli's game. Of course, this also includes Han Jin, who is already in the capital. Suli, 1 year. I can delay it for another year at most. I'm waiting for you. After Han Jin finished speaking, he covered his eyes with a tissue. The 2-hour quarter-final match was over. In the end, Suli and Lu Zitao occupied 2 seats in the top 8. Lu Zitao performed a piano piece today, and he actually has great talent in piano. After the quarterfinals are determined, the semifinals will begin.
The rules for the semi-finals have not yet been discussed by the competing parties, and no news has been released. However, there is one thing that makes men not very satisfied, that is that the little internet celebrity also successfully advanced today. And his opponent is the biggest dark horse in this issue. But this person performed just as well as the little internet celebrity in today's competition. Was defeated by this little internet celebrity with a slight advantage. Brother Lou, you are a bit unrealistic. You actually have such a skill and you haven't shown it to me yet. The ability to play the piano and sing is really amazing. There was a helpless expression on his face. Suli said this directly to Lu Zitao after leaving the competition venue. You didn't ask me about that. Besides, this is something I've learned since I was a kid, and my piano teacher is very good. He used to say that I was the least talented student he had ever taught. Chapter 85, The Dark Side. Lu Zitao felt a little helpless when talking about this matter. But I think your piano playing and singing today are also pretty good. I'll have one during the finals, too. After Suli said this with a smile, he followed the two back to where they lived. At this time in the office of the organizer of this competition, Lu Ming was looking at the 5 mentors including Yihan. With a smile on face, he said to them, I think Zhang Yuning is pretty good this time. I have decided to give the champion to Zhang Yuning. I wonder if you have any objections. After saying this, Lu Ming quietly waited for the other mentors to respond. Didn't the production team say that they haven't decided on a champion yet? Let us judge the winner fairly and impartially. This Zhang Yuning is successful though. But among the remaining 8 people, he is not the best, but the one at the bottom. Isn't it unfair that the championship was given to him? At this moment, a tutor suddenly said this. However, after the instructor finished speaking, he discovered that except for Yihan, the other instructors all had solemn expressions on their faces. Because these mentors had already been greeted by Lu Ming before. I think Zhang Yuning is pretty good. The birth of a new star requires more than just ability. After all, which of these people doesn't have outstanding abilities? This Zhang Yuning still has a certain fan base. If the company wants to support him later, it can save a lot of trouble. At this time, another instructor expressed his thoughts. After the instructor finished speaking, Lu Ming showed a satisfied expression on his face and nodded to the instructor. I also think this is how it should be. Zhang Yuning is the favorite to win this time, and he has so much traffic. Another tutor who had never left the province showed a sneer on his face at this moment. After taking a look at the faces of the people around him, he continued. Every time a champion is chosen, there are many different voices. If he wins the championship, his fans will naturally suppress all these discordant voices for him. This tutor is usually a person with deep scheming. A lot of things have been taken into consideration when speaking. Try to convince others with this statement. Besides, how can ordinary people hear the difference? They can only tell whether it sounds good or not, and then we can just use some professional terms to fool them. After saying this, the instructor had a smug expression on his face. It seemed as if he felt that what he said made a lot of sense. I have only one word. Is this the company's decision? If it is not the company's decision, I disagree. At this moment, Yihan had a cold expression on his face and said this directly to the people around him. Yihan, what do you mean by this? Can't you listen to everyone's opinions if this is not a company decision? Now there are 5 of us here. No, there are 6 of us including me. You 2 are the only ones who disagree with this matter. The others all agree. The minority must obey the majority. Lu Ming frowned when he saw Yihan's reaction. This talent show is one that the company has been preparing for a long time. The reason why there is no internal appointment is because the company hopes that this first show can be held in a fair and just manner. Why don't you think so many big shots in the company intervene in this competition? After Yihan opened his mouth, he directly brought up the company. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several instructors changed. Although Zhang Yuning has a lot of traffic and fans. But have you ever considered how many of his fans are haters? Yihan is a popular actress. She knows more than these almost outdated stars in front of her. I heard that this person had a lot of scandals in the past. If someone is interested, they can use him as a breakthrough point. At that time, the company was fully prepared to train him, and all kinds of resources were tilted towards him, but someone exposed his negative materials. Who among you can afford this loss by then?
After Yi Han said a few words, all the mentors kept silent, except Lu Ming, whose face turned pale. Zhang Yuning is his brother-in-law.
Lu Ming can be what it is today thanks to the support of Zhang Yuning as father. Especially since no one knows that Lu Ming is actually a henpecked man. That day, Zhang Yuning found Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming could cheat for him in the game. Let him win the championship. This matter was directly rejected by Lu Ming. Who knew that Zhang Yuning would make a direct call to Lu Ming's wife? After a burst of crying, the call was soon made to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's wife didn't say much on the phone.
He just left a message for Lu Ming. Either let Zhang Yuning win the championship. Either divorce and leave Lu Ming with nothing.
Lu Ming naturally didn't want to lose everything he had now, so he finally chose the first one. The Zhang family gave Lu Ming a lot of things and asked him to solve this matter. This is also the reason why he was able to easily bribe 4 of the mentors.
Yi Han, consider this as me, Lu Ming, asking you for a favor. Same with everyone else.
Lu Ming finally decided to keep his words simple.
If you are willing to help me with this, there will be countless benefits in the future.
I, Lu Ming, am making this clear today. If anyone is unwilling to help me, then they are going to break off relations with me, Lu Ming.
We will be enemies then.
After saying this, Lu Ming stood quietly waiting for others to make a decision.
He. Is this the only method you have?
I, Yi Han, just don't believe that you, Lu Ming, are that capable.
I object to this.
After saying this, Yi Han stood up and walked outside. At this time, the other instructors looked at each other. Even the instructor who opposed this matter at the beginning was a little unsure at this time.
He looked at Yi Han and then at Lu Ming. In the end, he did not leave the room.
Seeing this scene, Lu Ming sneered.
Since all 4 mentors are willing to stand on his side,
then whether Yi Han is involved in this matter will not play a big role.
After all, Yi Han is just a special guest.
Su Li could never have imagined that there would be such a shady deal in this competition.
Chapter 86, Final.
When the quarterfinals competition officially began, Su Li and the others were told that there would be a new rule today to directly decide the real champion.
8 groups will compete on the same stage.
The organizers booked the largest stadium in Jiangsu City.
Jiangsu City Stadium is also a very famous place.
Tonight they will decide the true champion here. And the actual results of the 8 groups.
The decision will be made through online voting, with the participation of 4 mentors and the audience on site.
When Su Li got the lottery lot, he found out that they were the last one.
But Lu Zitao was the first one.
Brother, I wish you good luck tonight. Whether you are the champion depends on tonight.
When Lu Zitao was preparing to go on stage to compete,
Su Li patted Lu Zitao on the shoulder to cheer him up. Then he looked towards where Yi Han was. But I found that Yi Han did not show up at the scene today. Just when Su Li was puzzled, a figure suddenly appeared beside him.
Miss Yi, why are you here?
Since today was the last game, the 8 people were not assigned to wait in the same place. Instead, they were divided into separate rooms in different areas. So when Yi Han appeared here with Su Li and Qin Xuanxin, no one else knew.
I will no longer be a mentor for this game.
I have already taken the initiative to no longer serve as a mentor. A few of them decided to manipulate this match through shady means.
I will not associate with people like them. Yi Han was also a little angry when talking about this matter. He has reported the matter to the company. But the company has not made a decision yet.
So Yi Han simply chose to refuse to participate in this program today. And she also had to tell Su Li the news. Because Yi Han felt that Su Li was the biggest favorite to win this time. It is entirely possible for him and Qin Xuanxin to turn the situation around.
How could this happen? Doesn't that mean we have no chance of becoming champions?
After hearing this, Qin Xuanxin's face turned a little ugly, but Su Lijiao remained very calm.
Who said we have no chance to win the championship? As long as they are not manipulating things behind the scenes, even if all the votes are cast for other people, there are still audiences outside the venue, right? As long as we perform our part well, that's all. Su Li is extremely confident. This confidence comes from the system.
Because after Su Li finished his performance yesterday, he found out that his soft restaurant had reached an astonishing 5,000 points. And these 5,000 soft rice points are enough for Su Li to unlock a very powerful skill in music. Seeing that Qin Xuanxin still had a worried look on her face, Su Li continued directly to Qin Xuanxin. It's just that the audience has sharp eyes when they operate behind the scenes. I don't believe they would dare to give the championship to those undecided candidates in front of so many eyes. Ms. Yi, if I'm not mistaken, the they you are talking about this time should be the four mentors. While saying this, Suli looked at Yi Han beside him.
Yi Han obviously didn't expect that Suli could actually guess this.
It's not that she didn't want to tell Suli about this matter in detail. She was worried that Su Lijiao couldn't help but say this on stage.
It will have a significant impact on the company.
Even she is not easy to solve. Seeing that Yi Han had a serious expression and didn't speak, Suli continued talking to himself.
As for the instigator behind this, it's a little hard to guess. But could you please let me know who the candidate for the championship is, Ms. Yi?
If Yi Han just wanted to know who the designated candidate was, he would be very casual about it.
He just mentioned the little internet celebrity directly. When he heard the name of this little internet celebrity, Suli sneered. This guy is the weakest among our last 8 groups of contestants.
I didn't expect that they would want him to be the champion.
Aren't they afraid that this program will be criticized?
Xin Xuanxin is naturally not a professional, but she can also know the strength of this little internet celebrity. So when Yi Han revealed this identity, even Infringement Heart was a little surprised.
Suli looked towards Lu Zitao, who was singing on the stage. Shaked his head gently.
If that's the case, I won't let him take the championship so easily.
Thank you, Miss Yi, for telling me about this matter.
Don't worry, I won't embarrass you, Miss Yi.
I will find a way to deal with this matter myself. Suli knew Yi Han's worries and gave him a shot of cardiac stimulant.
Sit there quietly. As contestants came on stage one after another, the one with the highest score turned out to be Lu Zitao.
Lu Zitao directly brought out his ultimate weapon today.
I don't know where they got a professional band to perform with him. As soon as he came on stage, he sang a rock song with a style completely different from his usual one. Scored a high score of 93 points.
The highest score of the remaining contestants was only 90 points. But at this moment, the little internet celebrity went on stage to sing. This little internet celebrity specially chose a very touching song today. It seems that those people have put in a lot of effort to help him win the championship. After the young internet celebrity finished singing the song, several judges were still pretending to wipe their tears. Some of them kept clapping their hands to try to arouse the emotions of others. Even the host said a lot of nonsense on it. Suli saw all of this. The cold expression on Suli's face became even more intense. Not long after, the little internet celebrity's score was announced. This little internet celebrity scored 95 points, surpassing Lu Zitao. The two people before Suli didn't get very good results either. Only one person was 1 point behind Lu Zitao and scored 92 points.
Judging from the situation, it is no surprise that the young internet celebrity won the championship.
And the scores of the 4 instructors account for 50 points. The on-site and online voting accounted for a total of 50 points. If the 4 mentors were determined to interfere, there is no way Suli could win.
However, even so, Suli still extended his hand towards Qin Xuanxin before going on stage.
Believe me, I won't let you down. After leaving these words, Suli took Qin Xuanxin's hand and walked towards the stage.
When Suli walked onto the stage, all the lights on the stage instantly focused on the two of them. After the two people finished singing, the competition truly came to an end. Generally speaking, it is unlucky to draw the first or the last one. We are just sitting here, without any reference or comparison, so the score won't be very high.
Chapter 87, Second Place.
As the competition was coming to an end, everyone couldn't contain their excitement. In addition, there were too many participants in the previous competition, which would also lead to bias in the evaluation process. It just so happened that Suli and Lu Zitao were assigned to the first and last ones. It can be seen that this little internet celebrity must have used some means. The spotlight shone on Suli and Qin Xuanxin, who walked to the center of the stage.
Suddenly another light appeared. Under the light is a transparent black piano. This is Suli's performance today, a piano piece. Suli started singing and playing when he was in the bar. Let Suli reach professional level.
Later, he unlocked his infectious power in the previous games. But now Suli unlocked the ability by passing 5,000 soft rice points, and the name is very simple.
It's called the God of Song. This is the second to last skill Suli can acquire in terms of music.
The first one is the music ceiling. Even if Suli has 5,000 yuan in soft rice, it is far from enough.
After unlocking this ability,
Suli found that he seemed to have all the musical skills in an instant. Not to mention playing the piano, Suli can also use various other musical instruments, even the chimes, and various singing techniques. It was as if Suli had already mastered it completely many years ago. Suli was born with a good voice and his conditions were not bad. After acquiring these skills, Suli sat next to the piano. Everyone seemed to think that Suli was not born for this piano. On the contrary, the piano seemed to be born for Suli.
Qin Xuanqin was wearing a dark blue dress.
Standing under the light, there was only a quiet microphone in front of her.
Bite.
When Suli placed his fingers on the piano and pressed the first syllable, the whole audience was silent. In the conference hall with tens of thousands of people, even at this moment everyone seemed to be breathing cautiously. As the music started, Qin Xuanqin's heavenly voice began to sing.
Everyone was immersed in the music.
However, when Qin Xuanqin's first half of the song ended, Suli's second half began.
That enlightening voice awakened everyone from their intoxication.
It seemed as if there was some magical power that made everyone fall into a trance again in the music. When everyone realized that Suli and Qin Xuanqin finished their performance with a thank you speech, they came to their senses.
Thanks to the centrifugal combination. Next, let's look at the scores of the centrifugal force group's off-site audience.
The host looked a little unhappy when he came on stage. Because just at that moment, he was also intoxicated. He had listened to so many performances, but had never seen anyone like Xiang Suli and Qin Xuanqin.
50 points.
So many of the previous contestants were deducted points for being a spectator. I didn't expect that the centrifugal force group actually received a perfect score of 50 points from the off-site audience. When the host saw the score, he actually shouted excitedly. Finally, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the mentors. At this time, all the pressure was placed on these four mentors. The gap between Suli and Qin Xuanqin's singing and that of the little internet celebrity is huge. The performance of the little internet celebrity in front of Suli and Qin Xuanqin could be described as unbearable to listen to. The four of them looked a little ugly. If they were to give a low score, they would be criticized. But if I don't give it, it will be difficult to explain to Lu Ming. At this moment, four people's cell phones rang at the same time, and an extra message appeared on their phone screens. This message was sent by Lu Ming. Based on his many years of experience as a music producer, Lu Ming picked out some flaws in this song.
Ahem.
The centrifugal force band singing was really amazing.
It really shocked me.
This already has the strength of some professional singers. It's just that there are still many flaws in your song.
The one who spoke was Lu Ming's most loyal bootlicker.
As soon as this person opened his mouth, the lights focused on him. The instructor still had a smug look on his face.
He is a has-been star.
He was invited to this show because he begged Lu Ming for this opportunity. That's why he had to please Lu Ming. Only in this way will he have the opportunity to continue developing in the circle.
Otherwise his career would be almost over.
And it was most appropriate for him to say it.
No matter if someone scolds you or praises you,
these invisible things will make him gain a lot of fans. Even if they are haters, he still accepts them. After all, when there is no topic, he will be completely forgotten. The thing a star fears most is being forgotten. It has been a long time since I enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention.
The instructor continued with enjoyment on his face.
I have to admit that you have surpassed all the other contestants in terms of musical skills. But, the deliberate display of technique caused some distortion in the music.
Overall, it's pretty good. This is the score we gave it.
After finishing speaking, the man pointed his finger towards the big screen. At this moment, the numbers on the big screen kept turning. When the number finally stopped, it settled at 44.
That means Suli and his team only got 94 points in the end. Ranked second, unfortunately lost to the little internet celebrity.
Qin Xuanqin was very angry when she saw the scene, but Suli held her hand and shook his head gently at her.
Okay, it doesn't matter, second is second.
At least we come to participate in the competition to see how strong we are. I have done my best, and the result is not important. As soon as Suli opened his mouth, he said something to comfort Qin Xuanqin. When I saw the host inviting several other people to the stage, Suli didn't intend to save face for the program crew in this matter. Anyway, neither he nor Qin Xuanqin thought about developing in this circle in the future.
Okay, let's leave.
There's no need to stay here for this show. After saying this, broadcast it again in full view of the public.
Su Li held Qin Xuanqin's hand and walked directly to the stage. You.
The host saw this scene and reached out to call Su Li. But he opened his mouth but no words came out. But if Su Li and the others were allowed to leave like this, today's show would be considered a broadcast accident. These two players may not have figured it out, and there was an award mitigation at the end. He said this awkwardly to everyone, trying to defuse the situation. After that, the host gave a wink and the security personnel came up to stop Su Li and the other person. But let us put aside the issue of Su Li reaching out.
These security guards are totally ineffective. Because Yi Yihan had already greeted these people. Chapter 88, Lu Zitao's Versailles.
The security personnel just came over and pulled it a few times symbolically. When the camera was turned to them, the security guards consciously loosened their hands.
I didn't dare to stop him anymore.
Just like that, in full view of everyone, Su Li and Qin Xuanqin left the venue directly. After seeing this scene, Lu Zitao, who was standing on the stage, spat on the ground.
Damn, this is a shady competition. I really don't want to participate.
In that case, then you guys can have fun slowly.
I'm not going to keep you company anymore. I'm going to go look for my buddies. After saying this, Lu Zitao turned around and walked down the stage. As a result, the second and third place winners all left. The scene became extremely chaotic in an instant, and the little internet celebrity was also very angry after seeing this scene. What are you doing here, you bastards? I am the champion. I am still the champion even if you don't accept it. After cursing, the young internet celebrity took the microphone and prepared to say something. But at this moment, another figure appeared on the field. It was Yi Yihan. She had just received a notice from the company, and then she walked onto the stage and said to everyone present. There were some unexpected results in today's game. The program team will give you a conclusion on today's game in a very short time. Please don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation. As the most popular and famous female star nowadays. After Yi Yihan came on stage, he took control of the situation with just one sentence. However, Yi Yihan did not deal with the subsequent events too much. After leaving those words, he left the meeting room immediately when he saw that the situation was under control. Didn't stay in there for too long. After Su Li and Qin Xuanqin left, they went straight back to the hotel. Unexpectedly, after the two of them returned, Lu Zitao followed closely. This surprised Su Li a little. Lu Zitao sat beside them and said to them, "What a crap show. If I had known it would be like this, why would I have come all the way from the capital? It's better to stay at home and eat, drink, and play games. What a waste of emotions. If I want to be famous, I don't need this production crew to support me. This really pissed me off." Lu Zitao was obviously very angry, but he could accept the fact that he was not the champion. After all, I have seen the strength of Su Li and Qin Xuanqin with my own eyes today. But the championship was won by that little internet celebrity, and Lu Zitao was very upset. After all, internet celebrities don't have the ability to win the championship. The championship fell into his hands. To participate in this kind of program, we have to accept the fact that we have no background and no money. It's normal not to win the championship. Brother Lu, you have to be more open-minded about everything, otherwise you will get angry to death sooner or later. Su Li said something comforting to Lu Zitao who was standing beside him. But there is one thing he is very clear about. This matter will definitely not be resolved so easily. There is something shady going on with this program crew. But this time the young internet celebrity did not have the ability to get involved in the shady dealings. In the end, this incident he created was bound to stir up quite a bit of public opinion. Su Li wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to increase his soft rice points. Only in this way could Su Li go to the capital city to keep the appointment that year with peace of mind. Only then will you be qualified to go to the capital and bring Han Jin back. Forget it, forget it. Talking about these things can make people angry to death. Brother Su, are you two going back tomorrow? After hearing this, Lu Zitao waved his hand and turned to look at Su Li and Qin Xuanqin. There were expressions on their faces. Yes, the two of us will go back to our city tomorrow. We are both still students, and this semester hasn't ended yet. I have only asked for leave from school for the past few days. I will go back to class as usual after this matter is over. With a smile on his face, Su Li nodded to Lu Zitao to confirm the matter. It's nice not to be able to be free outside. I was on the show today. My father has discovered that I sneaked out. He has sent people to arrest me. I will probably be taken away by force early tomorrow morning.
Lu Zitao raised his hand and patted his forehead, looking helpless. But soon, the melancholy expression on his face was swept away, and then he looked at Su Li carelessly. Come to Beijing if you have a chance, contact me.
Here is my contact information. When we get to the capital, I will make sure you receive the warmest reception. I, Lu Zitao, always keep my word. Patting his chest, Lu Zitao handed a business card to Su Li. Good fellow, brother Lu, you never told us that you are the chairman of a company. Taking a look at the business card, Su Li discovered that Lu Zitao was actually the chairman of a technology company. What a bullshit chairman, I am a stupid chairman. This company is a small company owned by my family, and my father insisted that I work in it in name only. He said he was taking this opportunity to train me. Seeing the distressed expression on Lu Zitao's face, Su Li and Shen Xianjin couldn't help but look at each other. Lu Zitao demonstrated his Versailles attitude in front of the two of them. However, Lu Zitao did not notice the strange expressions on Su Li and the others' faces. Instead, he continued to complain to the two of them. You have no idea that I have to stay in this company every day to deal with endless messes. I was so annoyed that I sneaked out this time. I've been out for more than 10 days, and I heard that there are a lot of messes in the company waiting for me to take over when I return. Oh my god. Raise your palms above your head. Lu Zitao, this scream contained extremely rich emotions. Dissatisfaction with the world. Lamenting the injustice of this world. These are the words that Su Li described to the three people in the dormitory after he returned. However, after the three people in the dormitory heard these words, they beat their chests and stamped their feet. I just felt that my life had lost its color in an instant. Of course, all this is just afterthought. Su Li and Qin Xuanxin chatted with Lu Zitao for a whole night. The two of them booked a flight for 10 a.m. But before the two of them left, at 6 o'clock in the morning, someone knocked on the door of their hotel. Then a dozen men in black came in and rushed straight to Lu Zitao's room. Just as the hotel security was about to take action, the men in black placed their ID cards in front of the security. The security guards immediately showed respectful expressions and stepped aside. Even the hotel owner ran out. I watched these people go to Lu Zitao's room to arrest someone. Chapter 89, Logistics Company. The hotel manager led these people. Bang, bang, bang. Su Li and the other two were sitting in the room chatting. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door, interrupting the conversation between the three people. Here I come. With a helpless expression on his face, Lu Zitao stood up and spread his hands to the two people next to him. As he spoke, he walked towards the door of the room. The moment he was able to open it, Lu Zitao was pressed to the ground. A bunch of people dressed like killers from the Matrix. After looking at Su Li and Qin Xuanxin's faces with a vigilant look, the leading man waved his hand, and a group of people detained Lu Zitao and walked outside. Brother, remember to come to Beijing to play with me. Lu Zitao shouted this at the top of his voice before leaving. Then, surrounded by the men in black, he disappeared from the sight of Su Li and Qin Xian. Su Li, do you think Lu Zitao has done something wrong? Are these people here to capture him? It was several minutes after they realized Lu Zitao had left that the two of them came to their senses. Qin Xian looked at Su Li beside her with a worried look. That shouldn't happen. At this moment, Su Li even doubted the truthfulness of what Qin Xuanxin said. After all, it is impossible for a family to take a child back and gather so many people to cause a big fuss. When Su Li and the others returned to school, Su Li discovered that his soft rice points had reached an astonishing 10,000 points. For example, 500 yuan can be exchanged for 100,000 yuan. Su Li's current living expenses can be exchanged for 2 million. Not only that, Su Li's dependents are still growing. After his soft rice point reached 10,000, Su Li also unlocked an achievement. It's called a 10,000 yuan household. After completing this achievement, the system told Su Li that there was a mysterious reward that would be triggered in 3 days. Su Li had never encountered such a sudden situation before. I don't know what this mysterious reward is. But soon, Su Li put this matter behind him because there was another good news. After Su Li returned to school, he was warmly welcomed by the three people in the dormitory. The first person to find Su Li was not Yuching or Chiu Yubing. Instead, it was Wen Cheng.
Wenxing didn't know whether she had received the message or not.
Suli had just entered the school gate and returned to the dormitory.
Wenxing called right after that. First, he wished Suli good results in this competition over the phone. Afterwards, he invited Suli to the Wen family company and said that there was something important and he needed to meet Suli.
Born to be a hard worker. I just put my things in the dormitory.
After hearing what was said on the phone, Suli spread his hands and made an appointment with the 3 roommates in the dormitory to go out and celebrate in the evening. Then he left the dormitory in a hurry. When Suli rushed to the Wen family company and asked about the scene that happened in the company, Suli's eyes widened. At this time, various vehicles were coming and going downstairs of Wen's group.
There are also many employees wearing yellow clothes coming in and out of the company. When Suli appeared in Wenqing's father's office.
When the two saw Suli, they were all excited.
Suli, you are so amazing.
I didn't expect that the method you taught us could bring such an effect to the Wen family company in such a short period of time.
And now I don't have to rely on others anymore.
He walked up to Suli with an excited expression on his face.
Put your hands behind your back.
With a grateful expression on his face, he told Suli about the current situation of the Wen family. We have already paid off all the loans to the bank, and now the complete line has been built. Our company's products are selling like hotcakes, and we are the only one using this sales model now. There are already many companies that want to cooperate with our Wen family. He made a gesture to Suli to invite him in. After letting Suli sit on the sofa, Wenqing told him the news.
Teacher Wen, the Wen family's crisis is now completely resolved. What else do you want me to do today?
With a puzzled expression on his face, Suli looked at Wenqing.
There are 2 things I asked you to do today. Please sit down and don't be anxious. Just at this moment, Father Wen came out from behind.
With a kind smile on his face, he looked at Suli and pressed his palms. First of all, you helped my Wen family get through the crisis this time. We agreed to give you 30% of the shares.
This is the equity contract, please sign it here.
Placing a stack of documents in front of Suli, Wenqing and Wen's father both had smiles on their faces.
Standing quietly in front of Suli.
Suli looked at the documents on the table and shook his head slightly. I just helped a little, you're welcome, Uncle Wen. The Wen family has just survived the crisis and needs to continue to develop these things.
I don't want them.
Suli pushed the document forward and directly rejected the matter.
Suli, this is what you deserve.
Without your help, my Wen family would never have survived the crisis.
This matter is settled.
If Zhao Jie had succeeded in doing this, I would have lost everything by now.
But after hearing Suli's words, Father Wen's face turned serious.
He pushed the document back to Suli very seriously. A pen was also placed on top. Under the gazes of the two, Suli knew that repeatedly refusing was not a good idea. Then he sighed, nodded, and picked up the pen. After writing their names, Wenqing and her father both smiled.
Let's talk about the second thing next.
Wenqing put away the documents signed by Suli, and Father Wen sat opposite Suli. I decided to build a logistics company based on the things you left behind. I decided to expand the business of this company to all cities. As soon as Father Wen opened his mouth, he said something that surprised Suli. With a questioning expression on his face, he looked at Wen's father's face.
Wen Fuchuan nodded gently to Suli and continued.
So after you own the shares of my Wen family company, I would like to invite you to run a company together first. After all, these ideas are yours. This thing will be done better with your help.
But don't worry, you don't need to provide any funds. Father Wen seemed to know what Suli wanted to ask and answered the question for Suli in advance.
You just need to provide the technology and the manpower. I have already discussed this matter with your friend Yuching's father. We both worked together to do this. After this incident, Wen's father actually got in touch with Yuching's father.
This was something the two of them discussed and did together.
I'll give you 10% of the shares, and the rest will belong to both of us.
Is that okay with you? Chapter 90, his name is Lu Feng.
After introducing this matter, Father Wen looked at Suli with a questioning expression on his face.
Of course.
Although Suli's facial expression was very calm, he was extremely happy in his heart. After all, only he knows how great the future prospects of this industry will be. Before Suli came here, this was already a mature system. Although it is only 10%, even just 1% can bring extremely amazing wealth.
In that case, then this matter is settled.
Su Li agreed to this matter, and a smile appeared on Wen's father's face.
Teacher Wen, Uncle Wen, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. The three of them exchanged a few pleasantries in the office.
Su Li suddenly stood up and mentioned something to Wen Qing's father.
I will transfer the profits from the shares in the next 2 days to your account in advance.
I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future. After shaking hands with Su Li, Father Wen sent Su Li out. But before leaving, Su Li seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned back to ask Father Wen.
Uncle Wen, what do we plan to name our logistics company?
Su Li asked this question completely subconsciously, and it could even be described as inexplicably caused.
For people like us, we definitely want a good trip.
Wen Qing's father suddenly said this, which made Su Li stunned for a moment. The name of a very famous logistics company in my previous life suddenly popped up in my mind.
However, what Father Wen said next made Su Li feel helpless. So the name of our logistics company is Lufeng.
When Father Wen said this name, Su Li breathed a sigh of relief.
What on earth was I expecting?
After turning around, Su Li patted himself lightly on the face twice. Suddenly, I seemed to be back in the old world.
However, on the way back, Su Li suddenly thought of something. Since logistics companies can do it, it means that some success can be replicated. There are many things in the world of the previous life that do not exist in this world.
There will be great business opportunities as long as we copy it. Thinking of this, Su Li became more confident about going to the capital to find Han Jin a year later. After returning to school, Su Li met Yuching, who came to look for him downstairs of the dormitory building.
Are you here to see me?
Yuching held the cell phone, biting her lip and fiddling with it.
It seemed as if he was hesitating whether to call Su Li.
Su Li's voice suddenly came from behind, scaring Yuching.
The phone almost fell to the ground. Su Li, that. Congratulations on your good performance in this competition. Is he going to be a big star next? After Yuching said this, she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. How is that possible? Didn't you see we only got second place?
With my skills, no one wants me to be a star, and I can't be a star. Su Li shook his head slightly. After hearing these words, Yuching actually let out a long sigh, and I don't know what she was worried about.
There is a party tonight, and I would like to invite you to go with me.
I heard you were back, so I wanted to ask if you could come with me. With her head lowered and fiddling with the corner of her clothes, Yuching asked Su Li about this matter in a mosquito-like voice.
Of course, when?
Su Li took out his cell phone, checked the time, and asked Yuching.
Today at 7 o'clock. I'll pick you up then.
Hearing Su Li say this, Yuching smiled.
After giving Su Li some time, Yuching waved to Su Li and left the dormitory building. Strange.
Seeing this scene, Su Li scratched the back of his head twice, turned around and went back to the dormitory.
During the time when Su Li returned to school,
a very embarrassing situation occurred in the company that hosted the competition in Jiangsu City.
Lu Ming, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation for this matter. If you can't give an explanation, you'll be fired from the company. Red Cloud Entertainment Company.
Longhua, which is the country where Su Li is now, is one of the largest companies.
The leader in the industry.
At this time, in the general manager's office, a man was sitting behind the desk, scolding Lu Ming. There were 3 other people beside him, one of whom was Yihan.
The other 2 are mentors for the competition. They all belong to the same company. Lu Ming's face turned pale and he couldn't give any explanation at all. In just one night, the stock price of Hongyun Entertainment Company plummeted. A lot of negative information was exposed about him on the internet.
Suddenly, the company faced a major crisis. The instigator of all this was Lu Ming, who made the little internet celebrity the champion.
You are really capable. This is the first time we have held this program. The company plans to promote this program in the future.
I didn't even dare to do this, and you dared to decide the champion. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't say anything, the general manager of Hongyun Entertainment scolded him again.
Yihan, you did the right thing in this matter.
This matter has caused a very bad impact on the company. If the company wants to erase these negative stories recently, you have to speak out. After scolding Lu Ming for a few words, seeing that he didn't say anything, the general manager turned his gaze towards Yihan. There is no problem with this, but the manager's choice of champion must be given to someone with more ability. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way this matter can be settled.
Yihan glanced in the direction of Lu Ming, and then put forward his proposal. It's natural. The champion is the centrifugal force combination, there is no doubt about that. And this new couple is very capable.
The general manager nodded and made the decision.
I will leave this matter to you to handle. The company's image problem is very serious. If this problem is not solved in time, the company will suffer incalculable losses this time.
The general manager handed this important task to Yi Han. Only then did he turn his gaze towards Lu Ming and the other two mentors. You two are also veteran artists in the company. How could you do such a thing? Are you out of your mind? You followed Lu Ming and did this time. The loss will be borne by the three of you. And you, Lu Ming, I can tell you very bluntly that your brother-in-law will never be able to enter this industry. As soon as the general manager opened his mouth, he directly announced the results of the treatment of these three people. The other two mentors turned pale after hearing this. After all, the company's loss was not a small amount of money. But they had no idea what Lu Ming would face next.
Chapter 91, Granny Lu enters the Grand View Garden. Lu Ming lowered his head and said nothing.
The general manager continued. I know your brother-in-law has some background in the circle. But I tell you, even if he has a great background, it won't help in this matter.
This matter was ordered by the bigwigs in the company. As a truly senior general manager in the company, he knows a lot of secrets that others don't know. There seemed to be an unwilling expression on Lu Ming's face.
The general manager walked up to Lu Ming. These big guys aren't the ones who make the decisions either.
The person who makes the decision is someone you can't imagine.
After taking his hand back, the general manager held his throat and coughed twice, with a serious expression on his face. According to the company's decision, Lu Ming resigned due to a serious work error. Compensate the company for part of its losses. After saying this, the general manager sat down again. Lu Ming never expected that this incident would actually mark the end of his career in the company. What he lost now is not only his job, but also a tigress at home.
He didn't do this well.
There is no way to explain it after I go back.
If the tigress gets angry when we get back, we will be in trouble again.
However, since the company has made this decision, Lu Ming knows that he has no room for maneuver.
Slowly walked out of the company.
When Lu Ming returned home, the tigress at home started scolding him as expected.
She even threw a divorce agreement in his face.
After suffering a double blow, Lu Ming opened the door and walked out again. Then he saw the young internet celebrity Zhang Yuning appear in front of him.
Useless brother-in-law, you can't even handle this matter. Now I'm banned and can't even do a live broadcast. This matter is all your fault. You have to compensate me.
After extending his hand in front of Lu Ming, Zhang Yuning had an arrogant expression on his face and directly told Lu Ming his request.
I'm going to kill you.
Who knew that when Lu Ming raised his head, he let out an angry roar. The next second, all that was heard was screams one after another.
Aren't you going to change your clothes? It's time to meet Yuching.
When Su Li appeared in front of Yuching. After looking Su Li up and down, she asked tentatively.
Didn't I say I'd like to accompany you to a party? Do I need to change clothes?
With a questioning look on his face, Su Li was a little confused.
It's okay.
Yuching wanted to say something, but shook her head at Su Li. Today, Yuching changed into a blue dress to attend this party. With her fair skin.
Standing there is a beautiful scenery.
But Su Li was wearing casual clothes. When the two walked out of the school gate, a Maybach stopped in front of them.
Mississippi.
After the driver got out of the car, he first greeted them respectfully, then opened the door for the two of them. After getting into the car, Maybach drove the two of them to a remote place. Where is your party today? I see the car has already left the city.
Could it be that your party is in the middle of nowhere?
Looking at the scenery flashing by outside the car window, Su Li was a little confused. He turned around and looked at Yuching beside him.
Just so you know, we're going to a private party venue.
Yuching smiled mysteriously and didn't elaborate. In his previous life, Su Li was just an ordinary person and had never been exposed to the life of a truly rich person. So he really couldn't figure out where the car could go. Less than 10 minutes later, the car finally stopped. What appeared in front of Su Li at this time was actually a manor. Outside this manor, there are luxury cars parked one after another. Looking around, Su Li could name most of the luxury cars. However, there were also a few cars among them that Su Li didn't quite recognize.
Let's go.
After the driver opened the car door, Yuching nodded to Suli, and then the two got out of the car. At this moment, the gate of the manor opened automatically after Suli and the others approached. Seeing Suli inside was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden.
Looking around inside. This is a manor that is specially used for parties.
The owner of this manor has been renting it out for many years. Today's gathering is organized by the younger generation of us in Xinjiang village. After explaining to Suli, Yuching looked at Suli's face twice, then carefully extended her hand to Suli's elbow.
He secretly glanced at Suli out of the corner of his eye.
Seeing that he had no intention of refusing, Yuching felt relieved. Holding Suli's arm, the two walked forward along the road of the manor. Outside a building at the end of the road, a lot of people were sitting by the swimming pool, chatting there. There was also constant laughter coming from there. When Yuching and Suli approached, everyone's eyes unconsciously turned towards them.
Yuching, you're finally here. They just said you might not come today. Just after Suli and the other two got closer again, a figure appeared on the other side of Yuching and held her arm. The clothes on this woman can only be described as a few strips of cloth. There was a strange and strong smell of perfume on her body, which made Suli frown slightly. Miling, it's a rare gathering for everyone, why wouldn't I come?
Yuching seemed to be very familiar with this woman. She smiled gently and explained.
Hey, where did this handsome boy come from? Yuching, is this your boyfriend?
At this moment, the woman called Miling by Yuching also saw Suli next to her.
He nudged Yuching with his elbow.
The woman looked at Suli back and forth, which was very impolite.
Suli, let me introduce you. This is Omeiling, my best friend from high school.
Yuching neither admitted nor denied the relationship between Suli and herself.
I secretly kept a little thought in mind.
Suli did not refuse, but nodded in the direction of Omeiling.
Oh hey, not bad. This handsome boy can really do it. When you break up, you must tell me.
After hearing this, Omeiling suddenly said something inappropriate, which made Yuching frown slightly.
However, Omeiling didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with what she said. Holding Yuching's arm, he walked into the building. I kept saying hello to others along the way.
During this process, Suli also understood why Yuching asked him whether he wanted to change clothes before coming here.
Just because everyone present was wearing a formal dress. Chapter 92, used as a shield. He was the only one wearing casual clothes. And it's street stall goods. At this moment, he was walking in the manor like a gorilla. From time to time, people would look at me with strange eyes. However, Suli didn't care about these things. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets with a casual look on his face. He followed Yuching, acting as if he was alone. Sisters, look who's here. After Omeiling brought Suli and Yuching into the villa, he shouted in the direction of the 3 or 5 women who were surrounding there. Then the women turned around and saw Yuching. He quickly came over here. Yuching, I haven't seen you recently. What's so good about staying in this school? It's just a registration, and then you just need to wait to receive your diploma. With your father here, do you think the school would dare not give you a diploma? One of the women had a lollipop in her mouth. He talked to Yuching casually about studying. What do you know? Our Miss Yuching doesn't want to leave the school, and there is a reason for that. She can have her ideal husband in school, and that's the handsome boy next to me. After patting the girl on the shoulder, Omeiling looked at Suli's face. After Omeiling said this, several girls focused their eyes on Suli's face at the same time. There was no attempt to conceal his gaze. These girls looked Suli up and down. The girl who was holding the lollipop in her mouth just now saw the cheap goods on Suli. The expression on his face became obviously disdainful. I thought he was some kind of person. I thought it was a powerful person coming from another city. After all this time, you're just such a shabby guy? There was no concealment in the words. The girl looked at Yuching with contempt on her face. You don't even have a dress to wear to attend a party like this? I said, Yuching, have your standards for choosing a partner become so low now? I can just find any guy. Why do you like this good-looking pretty boy? After the girl said this, Yuching's face immediately turned ugly. Dong Xiaowan, let me tell you, you don't need to tell me who I like. I brought Suli here today so that he can meet you. If you don't like and don't welcome him, I can take him away. Yuching's tone became very impolite at this time. He glanced at Suli's face. Seeing that there was no expression on Suli's face,
directly scolded the girl who was holding a lollipop in her mouth.
Yuching, are you talking about me? We have been best friends for so many years, and now you are talking about me for a man?
The girl named Dong Xiaowan pointed at the tip of her nose.
There was an expression of disbelief on his face. It was just like Yuching was saying now that he was something incredible. How come I'm wrong? He's just a pretty face. Brother Lu has liked you for so long.
You rejected him and chose a guy like this. Dong Xiaowan's face turned red as she said this. Standing there, looking a little embarrassed. It's Lu Huagua's business if he likes me, and it's my own business if I don't like him. After saying this, Yuching reached out and held Su Li's arm.
Let's go. It looked like Yuching wasn't even planning on staying at the party any longer. Yuching! Just stand there.
Seeing this, Dong Xiaowan shouted directly at Yuching and Su Li's backs.
What? Dong Xiaowan. Do you think some forces in your Dong family are ready to get angry with me recently?
Whenever Su Li met Yuching, she always spoke softly. I've never seen Yuching lose her temper. But at this moment, Yuching's words sounded a little cold.
It seemed like it was because of what Dong Xiaowan said about Su Li. I'm doing this for your own good. We are friends, so I'm telling you this. I don't even care about other people's affairs. I didn't expect you to look at me like this. Treat me like this. I have to say that Dong Xiaowan's ability to perform on the spot is quite good.
After calling Yuching, his eyes began to turn red. Your family is very powerful, and I, Dong Xiaowan, cannot afford to offend you. In that case, from today on, the two of us won't be best friends anymore.
Just be a stranger.
When she said this, tears were already streaming down Dong Xiaowan's face. After seeing this, several girls nearby rushed over to comfort him. It was you who had to come here and become my best friend.
I never said that.
Who knew that Yuching would just sneer when she heard these words?
As for why you, Dong Xiaowan, asked me to be your best friend, what was the specific reason? You know it in your heart, I don't want to say more.
After saying this, Ching took Su Li's arm and prepared to walk out.
Why is it so lively? What happened here?
But before the two of them left, a hearty male voice suddenly came. Then several people turned around at the same time. I saw a group of men walking towards this side from a distance.
The man in the middle was wearing a white suit and was tall.
The whole person is obviously the core of these people.
Brother Lu is here.
When Dong Xiaowan saw this man, she burst into laughter.
He moved closer to the man. Ignore this guy and let's go.
Who knew that after Yuching saw this man, her face turned a little ugly.
He took Su Li's arm and prepared to leave. But just as I took a step, I heard a man's voice behind me. Yuching, where are you going? Is this your friend? Are you going to leave without introducing yourself?
Yuching paused when she heard the voice.
He looked over at Su Li's face next to him. Who is this guy? What's the origin? Looks a bit cocky.
Su Li smiled at Yuching and asked about the identity of the man named Lu behind her.
This man's name is Lu Huagua, the son of the president of our Qingjiangchang Business Association.
This guy has been pursuing me, but I'm really not interested in him. I heard this guy formed a supercar club, and he usually spends his free time racing and picking up girls.
My private life is quite chaotic. In response to Su Li's question, Yuching introduced Lu Huagua. I see, so why are you leaving? Talk to him and make him give up.
I'll be your shield today. After finishing speaking, Su Li actually turned around and looked in the direction of Lu Huagua. Brother Lu, this is not Yuching's friend, he is Yuching's boyfriend.
Chapter 93, Driving an Excavator. Just at this moment,
Dong Xiaowan, who was standing next to him, told Lu Huagua Su Li's identity in a sarcastic tone. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Huagua, who had a smile on his face just now, suddenly froze in expression. The eyes of several men nearby also changed when they looked at Su Li. These people just now didn't take Su Li seriously at all. But when he looked at Su Li at this moment, there was a strong hostility in his eyes. He almost wanted to eat Su Li. There were even a few people who were ready to step forward. It looks like he is preparing to take action against Su Li.
However, this action was stopped by Lu Huagua. Hello, I'm Lu Huagua, are you Yuching's boyfriend?
As he spoke, Lu Huaguang walked towards the two of them and stretched out his hand directly towards Su Li. Seeing this, Su Li smiled and shook hands with Lu Huagua. But as soon as he clenched his hand, Su Li felt a force coming from Lu Huagua's palm. But how could he compare to Suli in this regard? When Suli began to exert force with his palms,
Lu Huagua felt that the hand he was holding was not that of an ordinary person.
Instead, it was a pair of pliers.
Tremendous force and pain came from Lu Huagua's palm.
But for the sake of face, Lu Huagua's face turned red. He didn't even open his mouth to beg for mercy, nor did he utter a scream.
"Hello, my name is Su Li."
Seeing this, Su Li smiled lightly. After introducing himself, he let go of Lu Huagua's hand. Su Li just loosened his hand. Lu Huagua quickly put his right hand, which was clasped with Su Li's, into his pocket. As for what his right hand was doing in his pocket, others were not quite sure.
"I wonder where Mr. Su is doing so well.
I, a humble person, have set up a supercar club in Xinjiang.
I usually race cars with my friends like Xinjiang." Without regaining his face in this regard, Lu Huagua didn't want to let the matter go.
The first thing he asked about was Su Li's identity. He could tell that Su Li, with his attire, was definitely not from a wealthy family.
I am just a poor student from Xinjiang village."
Hearing this question, Su Li did not hide his identity and directly stated his identity. So you're a college student. What the world lacks the least right now is college students.
"Brother Su, are you interested in joining my club and racing together?" When Lu Huagua heard these words, a sneer appeared on his face.
Then he extended an invitation to Su Li. "Although I can drive, I can't afford it, so forget it." Su Li shook his head with a humble expression on his face. Who knew that after these words were spoken, they would immediately cause others to laugh?
"My goodness, now I can't even afford a car. Is that thing expensive? You can change it whenever you want. Where did this bumpkin come from?" He really made me laugh my ass off. Those who were talking nonsense were all Lu Huagua's friends. These people began to mock Su Li openly from behind. "Lu Huagua, what do you want to do? If you have anything to say, just say it now. I'm leaving with Su Li. This place is really boring."
When Yuching saw Su Li being humiliated, she stood in front of Su Li and glared at Lu Huagua.
"It's because of you guys that the party is so chaotic. If my father hadn't insisted that I come here, I wouldn't even show up here."
After Yuching said this, she cast an apologetic look towards Su Li.
She feels a little guilty now.
If she hadn't invited Su Li here,
Su Li would not be humiliated like this by this group of people. "I just want to talk about these things with this brother Su. Nothing else.
After all, we are all grown men, so it's normal for us to like racing." After hearing this, Lu Huagua showed an awkward smile on his face.
He glanced at Su Li's face. He looked at Yuching, who was angry in front of him. Explained.
"Didn't Brother Su say he can drive, but he doesn't have a car?
I wonder if Brother Su is interested in racing? I just happen to have a few idle cars."
Lu Huagua walked around Yuching and looked at Su Li's face.
"It's rare that everyone is gathered here today. Let's go out for a couple of laps.
The roads in this area are very open, which is the best place for racing." After saying this, Lu Huagua looked at Su Li with provocation in his eyes.
Su Li wouldn't.
When Yuching heard this, she was ready to refuse on Su Li's behalf. But before she could finish her words, Su Li's voice came from behind her.
"I agree."
After saying this, Yuching's expression frowned slightly. She didn't want Su Li to get involved in this mess.
Plus, I've never heard that Su Li can race.
Lu Huagua and his group usually spend their free time racing.
It was obvious that Lu Huagua had suffered a loss just now. So he wanted to get back at his enemies in this regard and humiliate Su Li. But Su Li is not good at this. Promise them a match. If he loses, these people will definitely take the opportunity to humiliate Su Li. It is even possible that Su Li might be in danger during the racing process. "Su Li, what are you doing?"
With an embarrassed expression on her face, Yuching was ready to persuade Su Li. However, Su Li smiled at him lightly, and then said, "I used to drive for people on construction sites. I've also driven excavators and other things out for a stroll.
Don't worry, I'm a pretty good driver." Su Li smiled and comforted Yuching.
These words of comfort directly caused the person next to him to ridicule.
"Ha ha, did you hear that? An excavator. Brother Su actually drove an excavator out for a stroll before. Excavator, is that also considered a car?"
The man spoke without reservation, but Su Li was not angry.
"Aren't we going to race?" Then let's have a competition. Who says people who drive excavators can't race cars? I asked this person a question. Suli looked at Lu Huagua's face. Then let's go. There happen to be many friends here today, so each person can get a car. We'll start from this manor and follow this road. Go around the hill ahead. Whoever gets back to the manor gate first wins. Lu Huagua nodded and pointed to a hill not far away. Next we'll find some people to serve as referees for us. Everywhere needs someone to watch over it. To prevent some people from deliberately cheating. The man who had just mocked Suli heard these words. He gave Lu Huagua a direct reminder. Don't worry, there is only this one road. But they still left some people to watch. It's inevitable that something dangerous might happen. Lu Huagua glanced in the direction of Suli. A playful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 94, Speeding. It was obvious that what he said was bound to be dangerous. It is implying that Suli might fail at that time. I'll take care of this. The man next to Lu Huagua heard these words. He quickly ran outside. Brother Su, let's go then. After saying this, Lu Huagua walked outside. Suli, if you don't want to compete, tell me. There's no need to fight these guys just to save face. These guys race when they have nothing to do on weekdays, and they don't care about their lives. Yuching suggested to Suli with a worried look on her face. It's okay, I know my limits. I haven't driven a car for a long time, and I just feel like trying it out. After a slight smile, Suli took a step forward and followed Lu Huagua with big strides. However, what Suli said was indeed a lie to Yuching. Where has he driven? Not to mention driving, he has never even touched a steering wheel. But Suli has his confidence. Because Suli has a universal system. While walking, Suli turned on the system. After searching inside, finally found the racing option in the corner. It turns out that this racing car has no appeal to girls at all. After Suli saw the things about racing in the system mall, a helpless expression appeared on his face. I don't know if this racing car is of no help to the system in picking up girls. The racing conditions are quite harsh. Suli saw a racing gift pack in the racing option. Once you buy it, you can master everything about racing. And the price of this gift package is only 1,000 soft rice points. Suli, who has a living wage of 10,000 yuan, is very wealthy. I directly chose to buy this gift package. Before Suli checked the gift package, everyone had already walked out the door. Brother Su, only 3 cars came here today. But I'm a little sorry, this car is my own, so I can't lend it to you. Lu Huagua apologized to Suli hypocritically. Then he pointed to a silver-white sports car. This car looks very expensive just standing there, and it has a streamlined shape all over. It doesn't take much thinking to know that this car is a good racer. This car is left to my friend just now. He pointed at another yellow Lamborghini. Lu Huagua pointed to where people were talking in the distance. The man who just mocked Suli. Now this is the only one left. Brother, if you mind, you can find a car yourself. He pointed to a sedan parked on the side of the road. Although the car looks good, it will definitely suffer a great loss in this racing competition. This car will do. It should be faster than my excavator. Who knew that Suli smiled and said this to Lu Huagua? Lu Huagua originally thought that Yuching might find a supercar for Suli. After all, Yuching has quite a few friends in today's party. And several of them came in sports cars. But he didn't expect that Suli actually chose his Audi RS7. This car is neither a sedan nor a sports car. Since Brother Su chose this car, here are the car keys. Brother, you should be more cautious. After all, this car is relatively cheap. But it will cost more than 1 million, so don't ruin it for me. He gave Suli a reminder. After showing off the value of his car, Lu Huagua walked straight towards his car. When Lu Huagua got into his silver sports car, as soon as the accelerator was pressed, the car made a sound like a wild beast. Soon, several more cars appeared next to Lu Huagua's car. All of these cars are supercars, without exception. At this time, Suli had already gotten into the Audi. He raised his hand and placed it on the steering wheel. Suddenly, a bunch of information exploded in Suli's head. Ding, congratulations to the host, unlocking the Akina Mountain Car God. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the King of Curves.
Ding, congratulations to the host, unlocking the lightning finish line. After a system prompt sound. At this moment, Sully felt as if he had merged into one with the car.
My hands unconsciously want to rest on the steering wheel.
There were more than a dozen cars, including Sully's Audi,
all gathered at the same starting line. Finally, the starter walked out from the side. 3, 2, 1.
As the starter waved the chess pieces in his hand, more than a dozen cars rushed out like arrows. Rushed straight forward. Because of the car's performance, Sully's car started the slowest.
Directly left behind.
But at this moment, Yuching found that Sully had a confident smile on his face. As Sully stepped on the accelerator, there was no intention of slowing down at all. The speed of the car kept increasing, 50, 80, 100, 150, 200. Due to the limitations of the car itself, Sully quickly stopped at 250 miles per hour. Yuching, who was standing next to him, saw the speed of the car. I subconsciously tightened my seatbelt and held the door handle with my hand. Although other sports cars are fast, their speed is only around 200 miles per hour. After all, we rushed so fast at the beginning, and it was night and the road was unclear.
This way it is easy to have a car accident.
So the gap was initially widened after Sully increased his speed.
Soon, several cars were overtaken by Sully. This black Audi looks like a stream of light at this moment.
Sully raised his hand and gripped the steering wheel, controlling the car as if he was controlling his own arm.
It was easy to overtake one car after another.
At this time, among these dozen cars,
running in the front was Lu Huaguo's silver sports car.
Following closely behind was a yellow Lamborghini.
And 2 red Ferraris.
That poor boy dared to race against me. The performance of the car alone crushed him.
There was an expression of disdain on his face.
Lu Huaguo spoke to his companions through the car's intercom.
I say, Brother Lu, it's just humiliating for a guy like this to come race with you.
The voice mocking Sully soon came from the intercom.
Just when Lu Huaguo was about to say something,
suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a car behind him, chasing him at a very fast speed. I originally thought that one of my friends had caught up with me. But when Lu Huaguo looked closely, he found that the car that caught up with him was actually his Audi.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
The Audi was going so fast and the car was very difficult to control.
How did this guy do it?
This scene simply frightened Lu Huaguo. After all, the Audi is also his.
Chapter 95, Easy Victory. How fast can this car go? Lu Huaguo knows it better than anyone else.
But the scene that happened at this time overturned his cognition. This Audi was driving right up to them at a very fast speed. Then, under Lu Huaguo's attention, he passed him directly from the side.
Seeing this, how could Lu Huaguo give up? He stepped hard on the accelerator. Want to catch up with this Audi. However, after the car speed reached a critical point,
he found that the steering wheel in his hands was as light as a feather.
If we continue like this, something might happen on the road ahead. It's not something he can control at all. By then, you might even lose your life. Thinking of this, Lu Hua became a little scared and subconsciously stepped on the brake.
But the taillights of the Audi in front were getting farther and farther away from him. This made Lu Huaguo feel a little dissatisfied again.
During this hesitation, the car suddenly entered an uphill road. Brother Lu, why don't you slow down quickly? There is a mountain road ahead.
Suddenly, a warning voice came from the intercom. This was a reminder given to Lu Huaguo by the people who had been waiting there in advance.
After hearing this reminder,
Lu Huaguo woke up suddenly. One foot stepped on the brake. The speed of the sports car also slowed down at this time. My goodness, I was really a little bit drunk just now. If this continues, that kid and I will literally fight to the death.
There's no need to risk your life for a game.
At this time, Lu Huaguo's face turned pale.
Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
He raised his hand and wiped his forehead.
Lu Huaguo murmured to himself. This guy is looking for death. I can't die with him. After saying this, Lu Huaguo drove the car steadily towards the mountain road ahead. And now on that Audi.
Sully's eyes were fixed on the front. His hands were on the steering wheel and his foot never left the accelerator.
Sully, you are already number 1. You left those guys behind. Why don't you slow down a bit? Yuching sat next to the car, and her expression became a little panicked. The speed of the car at this time made Yuching feel like she was on a plane. Especially there are continuous sharp bends on the road ahead. If this continues, the car will inevitably run off the road. Moreover, Yuching could clearly see the scene outside through the car window. Next to them at this moment was the 1,000-foot cliff. If any mistake occurs, the car will be destroyed and people will die. Need not. Su Li's light answer made Yuching's face turn very ugly. She originally wanted to persuade Su Li. But he found that Su Li was concentrating at this moment. Obviously he didn't want to be disturbed. Yuching was also worried that once she spoke, she would affect Su Li. Let him be distracted. Then both of them will die. So Yuching didn't say anything else. It's just that my palm unconsciously rested on the handle above the car again. His entire body sank into the seat. Su Li smoothly passed one bend after another, and Yuching breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. But in the last few corners, Yuching suddenly screamed and pointed forward. Because there was a sharp turn of more than 90 degrees in front of them. Saw this scene. Yuching subconsciously put her hands over her eyes. However, Su Li was indeed very calm in the face of this situation. He stepped on the brake with his foot. Then the steering wheel swerved. The car turned for a while, and there was a sound of tires rubbing against the ground. The long-awaited crisis did not happen. When Yuching opened her eyes. At this time, Su Li was using a very beautiful drift to pass the sharp turn. Then we drove all the way to the top of the mountain. When they passed the top of the mountain, Lu Guohua, who is in the first echelon, is only halfway up the mountain. During the descent, Yuching did not cover her eyes. Only then did he witness Su Li's miraculous driving skills. Drift. Drift again. With Su Li's operation, the car soon stopped steadily outside the manor. Let's go down and get some fresh air. It will probably take a while for them to come back. In the evening, with a smile on his face, Su Li said this to Yuching beside him. Then he opened the car door and stood outside. He stretched and looked around. A smile appeared on his face. At this time, other people outside the manor saw Su Li coming back early. It was like seeing a ghost. Notify those along the way to see if this guy is cheating. Why did you come back so early? I doubt he knows any byways. I guess this guy has barely driven a car many times. If he says he didn't use any tricks, I won't believe it. Su Li looked so comfortable that people around him immediately started talking about it. These sounds reached Su Li's ears. Su Li didn't care. Just standing there quietly. Yuching, who was standing next to him, wanted to refute but was stopped by Su Li. Su Li and Yuching stood there, listening to the discussions of the people around them. After a few minutes, a silver sports car finally appeared in everyone's sight. When Lu Huagua got out of the car, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. After taking a look at Su Li's face, he stood there without saying anything. Then other cars came back one after another. Cars stopped at the manor one after another, and the people in the cars got out. How's brother Lu? How much did you dump this guy? I didn't expect this kid to be so good. He's quite fast. But if he wants to win against you, he might not wake up yet. After Dong Xiaowan came close to Lu Huagua, she asked him about this matter. After saying this, he was still thinking about Su Li and gave him a look of contempt. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but after hearing this, Lu Huagua's face turned very ugly. I'll give you the car keys back. Nice car. Su Li walked up to Lu Huagua and threw the car keys to him. It's just a little bit worse than my excavator. Su Li's added words made Lu Huagua almost spit out blood. Brother Lu, you'd better add some excitement to the competition next time. Compared to a competition like this with no prizes, it really is meaningless. I almost fell asleep while driving just now. Everyone gathered at this place. Su Li then told Lu Huagua about this matter. When a few more cars appeared beside the crowd, the few people who had just gone out to check the road section and observed the situation halfway ran back. After coming back, he also brought back the results of the competition. When the results of the game came out, the crowd of onlookers immediately went wild. Everyone then realized that the champion of this competition was actually Su Li. Chapter 96, Video Account. And he didn't use any tricks. Okay, Su Li, let's go. Don't stay in this place. It's really boring.
Yuching had already become somewhat fed up with these people, so naturally she didn't want to stay in this place any longer. He gently tugged at the corner of Su Li's clothes. Su Li nodded slightly. The two of them walked towards Yuching's car. During this process, Lu Huagua stood there and clenched his fists. His eyes were fixed on Su Li, and he didn't say a word. I didn't expect you could actually race cars and be so good at it. These people have learned all those skills like dogs. I have no skills and I have been racing outside all day, but after all this time, I have only achieved this little skill. Sitting in the car, Yuching began to praise Su Li. It's just that I was a little luckier. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that they're too weak. But I have to buy myself a car in the next few days. It's more convenient to do anything with a car. It's not convenient at all without a car. Today's racing race made Su Li firm in his idea. That is to buy yourself a car. Whatever car you like, I can give it to you. Yuching offered to give Su Li a car as soon as she opened her mouth, but Su Li shook his head and refused. I have some spare money on hand, so I can afford a car. Just go with me then. After saying this with a smile, Su Li didn't say anything else. Soon they returned to school. Su Li went straight back to the dormitory. The first thing Su Li did when he returned to the dormitory was to take out his bank card and make a phone call. Check your bank balance. After checking, Su Li found that there were only a few hundred yuan left in his bank card. It looks like if you want to buy a car you'll have to rely on system soft rice points to exchange for money. Su Li still had 9,000 yuan left. As long as you don't spend lavishly, it's more than enough to buy a car. Brotherly, are you planning to buy a car? My goodness, we're all in the same dormitory, why is there such a big difference between people? Where did you get so much money? When Su Li told the three people in the dormitory that he wanted to buy a car, the one who reacted most strongly was Zhao Jian. With a shocked expression on his face, Zhao Jian asked Su Li about this matter. Although he, Li Jianghe and Chen Zhou all have good family conditions, but before graduation, his parents couldn't easily buy them a car. I just made a little money helping others out there. It's just enough to buy a car anyway. Su Li smiled lightly and casually explained the matter to the people around him. When are you going to buy a car? Chen Zhou came over and asked directly when Su Li bought the car. Early tomorrow morning. What car are you planning to buy? Mobility vehicle. After the two asked and answered each other, Chen Zhou also nodded. Tomorrow morning is a big day for our dormitory. After Su Li gets the car, I will definitely hang a banner for him on the dormitory building. After Zhao Jian remained silent for a while, he suddenly said this. Please stop it. I don't want to be so conspicuous. Okay, let's go play games. After finishing speaking, Su Li turned around and walked towards the computer. But at this moment, the dormitory manager pushed the door open and walked in. Su Li. I've got something for you. After finishing her words, the dormitory manager placed a beautifully packaged box on Su Li's desk. Su Li picked up the box and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. After watching the dormitory manager leave, he gently opened the box. And what lay inside was actually a trophy. It was the championship trophy of the singing competition that Su Li and his friends participated in this time. What's going on? Didn't you say there was something shady going on and you only got second place? After seeing the trophy, the other three people showed the same confusion on their faces as Su Li. The three of them already knew the details from Su Li. I was angry about this matter for a long time. But I didn't expect that the championship trophy would be sent here. Moreover, the names of Su Li and Qin Xuanxin were engraved on the trophy. Here is a letter. Li Jianghe standing next to him was the most observant. He pointed directly to the compartment on one side of the trophy. Su Li pulled out the envelope from the interlayer. When I opened it, I found that the letter was written by Yihan. Yihan roughly described what happened in the letter. He told Su Li that they were the ones who deserved to be the champion this time. And both he and Qin Xuanxin can come to Yihan's company to work. After putting away the envelope, Su Li didn't care about this matter. He participated in this competition just to kill time. As for Qin Xuanxin, she really loves singing and might join Yihan's company. However, Su Li was not interested in that. Su Li, by the way, we have something to give you. Li Jianghe, who was standing by, saw the trophy and held his chin, thinking about something. Until Su Li put the trophy back into the box. Li Jianhe's eyes lit up and he raised his hand and patted Suli on the shoulder.
You have anything else for me? Could it be the 300 Tang poems?
When Suli heard that Li Jianhe had something to give him, a hint of teasing appeared on his face and he asked him jokingly.
Go away, go away.
Things like the 300 Tang poems were gifts we gave to each other in elementary school.
I'm going to give you this. At the very least, I have to give you 1 or 2 books on the theory of relativity. Li Jianhe waved his hand and then took out his cell phone. Hey, Laoli, you are secretly trying to give Suli a gift. You didn't even say hello to the two of us? I'm afraid it's a bit unkind of you to do this. Chen Zhou on the side put his arms around Li Jianhe's neck. There was some resentment in the voice. Hey, my gift is quite special. Not worth the money.
After finishing his words, Li Jianhe placed the phone in front of the 3 people.
At this time, a short video account named after Suli appeared on Li Jianhe's mobile phone. And this short video account.
Original sound and video of several competitions that Suli participated in.
All of them were posted by Li Jianhe on this short video account. The scariest thing is,
when Suli looked at the number of fans, he found that he actually had more than 100,000 fans.
This is my gift to you, this short video account.
When you participated in the competition, I suddenly had the idea of opening a short video account for you. This way you'll have a steady stream of fans. Then I can start a live broadcast and earn some pocket money.
Li Jianhe handed this unique gift to Suli.
Chapter 97, It is important for people to know themselves.
Thank you very much. Suli logged into his account on his mobile phone. After watching the video of my own game, a satisfied expression appeared on his face.
Then the 3 of them returned to their respective positions.
Early the next morning.
That was when Suli decided to buy a car.
They happened to have no class this morning. But I promised Yuching yesterday.
So Suli still called Yuching. Ask her if she's going. However, Yuching couldn't go with Suli and the others because she had the first class in the morning. But Yuching told Suli that she would go find them after she finished her class. Let Suli and the others go first.
After Suli and his group of 4 left the school, they directly called a taxi. Master, go to the southern car city.
As a local, Zhao Jian is naturally familiar with Xinjiang. After getting in the car, I greeted the driver.
Hear Zhao Jian's voice.
The driver stepped on the accelerator and the car headed straight for the car city in the southern part of Xinjiang City. This southern car city is the largest and most concentrated place for selling cars in Xinjiang. Any brand you've heard of can be found in this southern car city. Of course, when the 4 of them got out of the car,
Zhao Jian pointed at the 4 big words, Southern Auto City. A boastful expression appeared on his face. I say, Zhao Jian, look at you like this. It's as if this southern car city belongs to you. Why, are you planning to send a car to Suli today?
Seeing this, Chen Zhou, who was standing by, interrupted Zhao Jian.
If that's the case, don't forget me, your brother. Send me 1 or 2 too. Let me drive back and have some fun. After Chen Zhou said this jokingly,
what he got in return was an impolite look from Zhao Jian.
Go, I just want to tell you about this matter. If I had that kind of money, wouldn't I buy myself a car? Look, every time I go out, I take bus number 11. He waved at Chen Zhou. Zhao Jian moved closer to Suli. He flipped his hair in a very cocky way.
He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a melancholy expression on his face.
That's probably why I can't find a girlfriend at school.
After Suli buys a car this time, I guess there will be more girls in school who are crazy about him.
Oh, it's nice to be rich and handsome.
After he finished speaking, all he got in return were rolls of eyes from Suli and the others.
Let's go, our melancholy handsome Zhao. He put his arms around Zhao Jian's neck. Suli dragged Zhao Jian and walked inside. Would you like to see the car? Hello, let me know about the car. Sir, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi. Now that you've entered.
The salesman on both sides of the road immediately surrounded the few people. When Suli saw this scene, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Whenever he encountered this situation, he felt a little uncomfortable.
Fortunately, Zhao Jian and Chen Zhou are both talkative. Can chat with anyone.
But Zhao Jian had already greeted Suli just now.
If you want to buy a car here, you have to go to the largest store.
The most complete styles and the most favorable prices.
It was hard to get rid of these sales. Zhao Jian, Su Li, and their group headed directly towards a large building at the back. I'm going to go see Mercedes later. I'll have to find a way to get my dad to buy me one after I graduate. As Chen Zhou approached his home store, he rubbed his hands together and said this to the people around him. I'll just buy a car to get around. I'll buy whichever one saves fuel. Li Jianhe on the side pushed up his glasses. Expressed my own opinion. We didn't pursue it. If it were me, I would definitely work hard to buy a Lamborghini. But after this bold statement, what I got in return was 3 wide eyes. Zhao Jian saw 3 people looking at him like this. He lowered his voice and added to the 3 people with a helpless tone. If I can't afford a Lamborghini, a Porsche will do. Amid the boos of the 3 people, the group of 4 finally walked into the store. Don't look at this kind of ordinary mobility scooter first when you come to this kind of store. If you want to see something, you should naturally look at the luxury cars first. We can't even touch the steering wheel on weekdays, so today we have to sit in it and feel it. When Zhao Jian saw this store, he immediately turned on the understanding brother mode. A smug look on his face. Su Li and the other 2 were there to give advice. If we went straight to look at those mobility scooters, there's a high chance no salesperson would pay any attention to us. But if you go to see luxury cars, there will be a salesperson who will always be by your side, which makes buying a car much more convenient. After saying this, Zhao Jian walked proudly towards a luxury car. Look at the streamline, look at how nice it feels. Of course, you said it's appropriate for me to buy this later? Zhao Jian has to do the whole show. With an expression of praise, he touched a black car twice. Then he turned around and asked Su Li next to him. As long as you like it. Su Li sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say next. Just at this moment a salesperson walked over here. However, the salesperson who was originally preparing to receive several people looked them up and down. With a trace of contempt on his face, he turned and left the group. Zhao Jian, this idea you came up with is not very good. Others should despise us or not. Look, Lian Li ignored us and left. Are you reliable? Qin Zhou, who was standing by, slapped Zhao Jian on the back of his head. I didn't expect it to be like this. Logically, these salespeople shouldn't look down on us. Instead, you should come over and give us a warm welcome. Zhao Jian touched the back of his head and a puzzled look appeared on his face. It stands to reason that these salespeople are better at reading people's expressions than anyone else. Besides, the way we are dressed, we look like poor students. It's not like other people haven't seen the world. How can they not see that we have no money? Li Jianhe on the side came forward. He placed his hand on Zhao Jian's shoulder. After a sigh, he said, it is important for people to know themselves. Let's go. After saying this, Li Jianhe turned around and prepared to leave. But suddenly a scream pierced the entire car shop. Ah! The scream came from a woman. It turned out that Li Jianhe bumped into a woman after turning around. At the same time, the tea in the woman's hand dripped onto her clothes and bag. After the woman let out a sharp scream, the man who was looking at a Porsche turned around and went back to the woman. Baby, what happened? The man asked the woman anxiously. Chapter 98, Half a Caddy of Flour. Look! He bumped into me. My clothes and my bag are all wet. After being questioned by the man, the woman showed an excited expression on her face, pointing at the pale yellow marks on the tea on her body and the white bag in her hand. A sharp cry came out of his mouth. The man heard this. He turned his head sharply and looked in the direction of Li Jianhe. You country bumpkin, don't you have eyes when you walk? Do you know how much this dress costs? Do you know how much this bag costs? As he spoke, the man walked up to Li Jianhe, reaching out to grab his collar. However, Su Li raised his hand and grabbed his wrist to stop him. Just talk, don't use your hands. And keep your mouth clean when you speak. Su Li narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. He responded bluntly. Boy, where the hell did you come from? Do you know who I am? Don't mind your own business here, just go away. Who knew that this man heard what Su Li said? The expression on his face became extremely arrogant. He raised his hand and pushed Su Li away. Boy, let me tell you. My name is Wang Defa. If you don't want to be punished, get out of here. After the man directly said his name,
With a threatening expression on his face, he waved at Su Li.
No matter who you are, we have to be reasonable when doing things.
Zhao Jian, who was standing by, saw this and stepped forward.
He looked the man over. He asked the man back. However, none of Su Li and his friends had ever heard of the name Wang Defa. I don't even know who the man in front of me is. Speaking of reason, I am the truth. I'm giving you two choices now.
After Wang Defa heard the 3 words reason, it was as if I had heard something ridiculous. With an arrogant expression on his face, he held up 2 fingers. It waved in front of Su Li and the other 3 people. Or let the guy with glasses come home and kowtow to my girlfriend and admit his mistake.
Just pay another 100 or 200,000 and forget about it. Either none of you will be able to leave this place. Then I'll break 1 leg for each of you. Wang Defa had an arrogant expression on his face.
After saying this, he stood there waiting for Su Li's choice.
100 or 200,000? You really dare to ask for that?
Those tattered clothes and a bag only look like they cost a few $100s.
You dare to ask others for hundreds of thousands of dollars? After hearing this, Su Li glanced at the woman's face. He asked Wang De directly. What do you know, you bumpkin? Do you know my bag? This bag is a limited edition Chanel bag. And the dress I'm wearing is a limited edition piece from LV. My baby bought them all for me. When the woman said this, put Wang Defa's arm on the wrist.
She flirted with Wang Defa. After the woman said this, the expression on Wang Defa's face became even more proud.
You keep calling me a bumpkin. Don't you see what kind of person you are?
A woman like you is sold by others and still counting money for others. Who knew that after saying this woman would only receive a look of contempt from Su Li?
And a mocking voice.
The woman's eyes widened when she heard this.
It's like a cat with its tail stepped on. Directly fry the hair.
He raised his finger and pointed at Su Li's nose and asked Su Li.
Why do you say that to me? Look at what you're wearing. It's all cheap stuff. It's all the stuff that the 4 of you have put together. I can't even afford a button on my clothes. The woman looked very angry when she said this.
It was as if Su Li had touched her sore spot. We have no money, but at least the clothes we wear are real.
Unlike some people. You're wearing fake stuff and you're still so arrogant here.
There was a hint of disdain on his face.
Su Li directly pointed out the truth that the 2 things on the woman were fake. Have you ever seen the real thing, a country bumpkin like you?
How dare you say these 2 things of mine are fake? After Su Li said this, the woman became even more excited.
At this moment, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across Wang Defa's face. However, he quickly concealed this unnatural feeling. Sister, no, I should call you auntie. It's not like you have half a pound of powder on your face.
I guess all the kids out there have to call you grandma. Zhao Jian came over at this time and took a look at the woman's clothes and bag. Then he addressed the woman in a mocking tone.
Half a pound of flour?
Oh, you are too mean.
Others are just older and have taken some powder. How can they be half a pound? I think it's at least 1 pound.
Chen Zhou standing aside was also very good at talking.
It came out as a mockery. 2 voices were transmitted to the woman, and an extremely angry expression appeared on her face.
His face turned red at this time.
Stop talking nonsense here, you country bumpkin. Have you ever seen the real thing?
When Wang Defa saw the woman's expression change, he yelled at Su Li and the others.
We haven't seen the real ones, but we have seen a lot of fake ones. Your words are so fake, even faker than those. People outside usually call what you're wearing fake.
Wang De spoke as soon as he finished speaking. Zhao Jian pointed directly in the direction of the woman and made some comments.
Look at the workmanship of your clothes and the special craftsmanship on your bag. There is none of it.
Even the fakes you buy at street stalls are more genuine than yours.
It's not shameful to be poor. What's shameful is that you are obviously poor but still want to act cool.
Su Li standing aside also sighed helplessly.
After hearing these words, the woman's face turned extremely ugly.
He raised his head and looked in the direction of Wang Defa next to him.
Tell me what's going on. Didn't you tell me that these were all bought from the counter? The woman questioned Wang Defa.
These things are really all bought from the counter.
Baby, do you still want to believe what these bumpkins say? Hearing these words, Wang Defa explained to the woman with an embarrassed expression on his face. Sister, take out your phone and check it out. Look at your clothes and bag for any obvious identifying features. Being simple is a good thing, but being brainless is not a good thing. Zhao Jian is definitely an expert in this aspect just now.
Before Wang Defa could finish his words, Zhao Jian directly reminded the woman.
Chapter 99, Not Steaming Buns to Save Face.
When the woman heard this, she took out her cell phone. After searching for a while, he checked his clothes and bag again. He took the bag off his body and threw it heavily to the ground.
He roared at Wang Defa. Wang Defa, are you trying to fool me like this? You're trying to trick me with something fake like this?
You keep telling me that these clothes and bags cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
This is your hundreds of thousands? A fake product worth hundreds of thousands? After the woman's sharp roar spread out, all salesmen and customers in this store focused their attention here.
At this moment, Wang Defa's face showed an expression of shame, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into.
Baby, listen to my excuse. No, listen to me and let me explain.
He grabbed the woman who was about to leave.
Wang Defa explained to the woman with an embarrassed expression on his face.
It's not that the mother tiger in the family has been very strict recently, but that we really have no money.
If I buy you a bag, where will I get the money to buy you a car? You said you wanted to buy a BMW, so I can only save some money from this to buy you a car. After the explanation, the expression on the woman's face flickered.
Finally, he glanced in the direction of Wang Defa with cold eyes.
You have to buy me a car today. If you don't, I will never forgive you for this.
The woman folded her hands across her chest and said this to Wang Defa. Wang Defa, who was standing by, kept nodding at the woman as if his head was wound up.
Do you still need us to compensate you? If it's a few $100s, I'll give it to you now.
It seems that the two have reconciled.
Su Li asked in the direction of the woman. Country bumpkin, I don't care about your few $100s of dirty money. Even if I wear fakes, people will just say they are real. Don't talk to me, you country bumpkins.
I feel annoyed when I see you. Who knows the woman who just had a quarrel with Wang Dehua?
He turned around and spoke very rudely to Su Li and the others. It was as if talking to Su Li lowered her status. It made her feel uncomfortable all over.
My goodness, now these guys are acting so superior.
After hearing this, Chen Zhou couldn't help but exclaimed. Shut up. You bunch of country bumpkins, I don't want to bother with you now. Get out of here.
Get out of my sight, or you'll see how I deal with you guys later.
Wang Defa had an ugly expression on his face. He threatened Su Li and the others in front of him. Why do you own this store? You are the only one allowed to buy a car here, but no one else is allowed to buy a car here?
Hurry up and use the money your tigress left for you to buy a car for this mistress.
Go buy your BMW and don't bother us looking at the Porsche here, okay?
At this time, Zhao Jian put his hand on Li Jianghe's shoulder. With a disdainful expression on his face, he waved at Wang Defa.
A bunch of country bumpkins, want to buy a Porsche?
Take out all the valuables from you guys, and dig out a kidney from each of you.
See if that's enough?
When the man heard Zhao Jian say that they wanted to buy a Porsche, his expression became even more disdainful. Everyone, harmony brings wealth, there is no need to quarrel here. Everyone who comes here wants to buy a car.
If you need anything, I can help you.
I watched as Su Li and others clashed with Wang Defa again. At this time, a kind-looking man came out from the side, stood between the two groups, and pressed his palms towards the two groups, acting as a peacemaker.
What are you? At this time, Wang Defa was like a mad dog. Whoever you catch will be bitten.
After hearing what the man said, he bluntly questioned his identity. When the man heard Wang Defa's question, a smile appeared on his face. He nodded to Wang Defa and explained.
Sir, I am the manager of this store. If you have anything, you can just say hello to me.
Look, your quarreling here has affected our business.
It's better for everyone to be harmonious and make money.
The man was not angry at all when Wang Defa mocked him like this. He kept a smile on his face from beginning to end and explained his identity.
I want to buy a car. I want to buy a BMW 3 Series. Take me to see it now.
The woman was exposed by Su Li and his companions. Despite being coaxed by Wang Defa, his expression was still very ugly. When he spoke to the manager next to him, he acted even more arrogantly.
However, what Su Li and the others could not understand was, this woman actually doesn't bear any grudge against Wang Defa. Instead, he hated Su Li and the others. The looks they gave Su Li were extremely cold. If looks could kill. At this time, Su Li and the others had already been pierced with holes by this woman's gaze. The reason why this happens. It was all because the woman felt that she was so embarrassed today, all because of Su Li and the others. Just like the fake clothes she was wearing, it wasn't because Wang Dehua bought them for her. It was because Su Li exposed her that she became like a fake. Being looked at in such a way, Su Li and his friends naturally felt a little unhappy. For cars like the BMW, the manager can just ask any salesperson to go over and show them. I want this Porsche. As the saying goes, don't fight for bread, fight for your dignity. Su Li pointed at the Porsche behind him and said something to the manager. When the manager heard this, his eyes lit up. Selling a BMW and selling a Porsche are two different things. Is this little brother going to buy a Porsche? Do you know how much this Porsche Panamera behind you costs? After looking Su Li over as best he could. With a look of distrust on his face, he asked Su Li. I don't know how much this car costs. Manager, can you explain it to me? After hearing this, Su Li shook his head. This car is on sale in the store right now, and the full payment will cost 1.6 million. After hearing Su Li's question, the manager directly told the price of the car. Hearing the price, everyone around took a deep breath. However, there was a calm expression on Su Li's face. He can now easily come up with 1.6 million. All he needs to do is convert all his soft rice points into cash. If he can afford this Porsche with these country bumpkins, I will pay for it for him. Before Su Li responded to the manager, Wang Defa on the side started to mock. The dog interrupts the person when he is talking. It's not even summer yet, why are there flies everywhere? It seems that Zhao Jian is facing off against Wang Defa today. As soon as Wang Defa opened his mouth, Zhao Jian immediately retorted. Chapter 100, call him. No, since a noble person wants to buy us a car, why should we be so polite? You just said that as long as I can afford this car, you will reimburse me for the money for this car, right? Su Li asked Wang Defa with a smile on his face. Certainly. If you country bumpkins can afford this car, I'll pay for it for you. But if you can't afford it, just get out of here right now. It really makes me feel uncomfortable to be in the same space with you guys. Wang Defa said this to Su Li and the others with a look of disgust on his face. The woman next to her pinched her nose at this time. I heard that it takes a long time to stay with poor people like this. Breathing the same air as them will make you look unsophisticated. Let them go quickly. If I stay with them, I'm afraid I'll become a bumpkin too. The woman glanced at Su Li and the others with disdain. She turned her head away proudly. Manager, this is the car I want. I'll swipe my card. Upon hearing these words, a sneer appeared on Su Li's face. He took out a bank card from his pocket. And at this time, the soft rice points were directly exchanged for cash. 1,600,000 will be directly deposited into the account. At this time, Su Li still had 1,000 cents left. The manager looked at Su Li with a puzzled expression on his face. He took out a POS machine from his pocket. After entering the amount of 1.6 million, swiped the card on top. Then he placed the POS machine in front of Su Li. Sir, please enter your password. After Su Li took over the POS machine, the manager actually covered his eyes at the right time. Don't look at Su Li's code. After Su Li took the POS machine, he entered the password neatly. Soon a crisp sound came from the POS machine. And a printed note. After the manager saw this scene, when he looked at Su Li again, there was no more shock in his eyes. Instead, he became unusually kind. Dear sir, I will have someone get your car keys right away. And some things for you. Sir, please come this way. Let's go to the VIP room to take care of the next procedures. He bowed slightly to Su Li. The manager made a gesture of invitation to Su Li. Don't worry, I haven't received the money yet. Isn't someone going to reimburse me for this? How about it? Are you going to pay by card? Or cash? With a smile on his face, Su Li turned around and looked in the direction of Wang Defa. At this time, Wang Defa opened his mouth wide. It can even swallow a fist. He never thought that Su Li actually had so much money. And it was paid out cleanly and neatly. But where did Wang Defa get more than 1 million to give to Su Li?
Just now he just thought that Su Li and his friends looked like poor students.
It's absolutely impossible to come up with so much money. That's why I'm just talking nonsense there.
But I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly.
Boy, what's 1 million or not? Stop blackmailing me here. When did I ever tell you that? Baby, let's go.
After Wang Dehua said this, he was ready to drag the woman next to him away.
But the woman shook his hand away.
Handsome boy, I was rude to you just now.
It's my fault.
I didn't expect that you, handsome boy, are not just a bumpkin, but actually a rich second generation.
Handsome, are you free later? I wonder if I can go for a ride with you in your Porsche.
At this moment, Su Li finally confirmed a sentence.
That means people who have no shame are invincible.
This woman was just there mocking Su Li in various ways. Now he appeared in front of Su Li with a flattering expression. He asked Su to leave his new Porsche and take her out for a ride.
Excuse me.
My car is too cheap, not worthy of a noble person like you.
After all, there is nothing else in your mind except money.
Su Li simply raised his hand and slapped away the woman's hand that was pulling on his sleeve. Then he took out a tissue from his pocket. He rubbed it a few times where the woman had pulled it. It was as if there was something dirty on the woman's palm and her clothes were stained. After Su Li said this, the expression on the woman's face froze.
You just kept slapping me in the face. Do you want to leave this place if I don't pay you today? I'm giving you two choices now. After bypassing the woman, Su Li walked directly in front of Wang Defa. First, apologize to me and my friend. I won't argue with you about this matter. Second, I will prevent you from leaving this place.
As the saying goes, everything goes around in circles. The words Wang Defa used just now to threaten Su Li and the others. After such a short period of time, Su Li used it to threaten him.
Boy, don't think you are great just because you have a few stinky bucks. I can't possibly apologize to you. I also want me to admit my mistake, but there's no way.
I'm standing here today, if you dare to touch me, just try it. Wang Defa looked at Su Li's chest with an arrogant expression on his face and tapped it twice with his finger. He looked like he had Su Li in his grasp.
Brothers, what do you say about this?
After hearing this, Su Li turned around and looked in the direction of Zhao Jian and the other two behind him.
What to do? Call him.
After Zhao Jian shouted loudly, he kicked Wang Defa directly.
Kick Wang Defa to the ground.
Then Su Li and the other four surrounded Wang Defa and started beating and kicking him.
I hate people who pretend to be cool the most. You dare to be so arrogant to me at this time? I have wanted to beat you up a long time ago.
Zhao Jian beat and scolded him at the same time. Several people surrounded Wang Defa and beat him for several minutes before stopping.
Roll. After the fight, Zhao Jian still felt a little unsatisfied. The last kick landed on Wang Defa's stomach.
Pointing in the direction of the gate, he yelled at him. Only then did he retreat to Su Li's side. Manager, let's go and do the handover procedures now. When Su Li turned around, that warm smile appeared on his face again.
This way, sir.
The manager seemed to have not noticed Su Li and the others committing the crime just now. He made a gesture of invitation to Su Li and the others. Then Su Li and his group followed the manager and walked towards the store. The woman that Wang Defa brought with him looked at Su Li's back as he left. He looked at Wang Defa again, whose face was full of misery. At this moment, he stood there and hesitated. He wanted to catch up with Su Li, but was afraid of humiliating himself.
After a fierce ideological struggle, the woman finally squatted next to Wang Defa. Helped him up from the ground. Are you okay, baby? Chapter 101, Big Slicked Back Hair Lu Su.
Wang Defa heard the voice coming from the woman next to him. After taking another look at this materialistic woman,
I'm so angry.
He slapped the woman directly in the face with his backhand.
You little bitch. Get the FCK away from me. Just because someone has money, you have to go up and show your affection, right? I'm not done with you and that kid yet. Wang Defa patted the footprints on his body. While groping in your pocket?
Finally, he took out a mobile phone whose screen was smashed by someone.
I'm going to make you regret it. After saying this, Wang Defa directly found a mobile phone number and dialed it. Brother Lu, yes, it's me. I am Wang Defa. I was beaten up in this car city. You have to take care of it for me. After Wang Defa dialed the phone, a respectful expression appeared on his face. Even making a phone call is servile. It was as if the person on the phone was some important person. A few words finished. Su Li and his friends happened to come back from the direction they had just left. As soon as I saw Su Li and the others, Wang De's expression became extremely arrogant. Boy! None of you can leave here today. He stopped in front of Su Li and the others. Wang Defa didn't dare to get too close. Having just been beaten up, he was afraid that Su Li and his men would come up again. You are such an itchy guy. I didn't give you a good beating just now, did I? There was a cold expression on his face. Zhao Jian took a step forward, flexed his wrist, and looked ready to attack Wang De. How dare you guys hit me? If you dare to touch me again today. Seeing this, Wang Defa subconsciously took a step back. Although his tone was still somewhat arrogant, he did not have the slightest confidence. His footsteps moved towards the door of the store. It looks like he's ready to escape from this place at any time. As long as Su Li and the others dare to take a step forward, Wang Defa dared to rush out from this place. Didn't they say that we can't leave from here? Why are you running away first? Su Li had a smile on his face. When he noticed that Wang Dehua wanted to leave, he waved to him. Wait here for 10 minutes if you dare. No, 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I will let you know how powerful I am. Wang Defa did not stop his steps backwards. But he raised his palm and put up 5 fingers. 5 minutes? It'll just be 50 minutes. I'll deal with you as I wish. Zhao Jian didn't take Wang Defa in front of him seriously at all. Hearing this, she waved her hand at him unceremoniously. Okay, boy, you have guts. Just wait here and don't run away. If you run away today, I will look down on you. Hearing that Zhao Jian was not leaving, Wang Defa shouted at him excitedly. Waiting for you. The time is up. If I don't beat the shit out of you, you'll have done it cleanly. Zhao Jian waved his fist in the air. It looked like the beating that was just given to Wang Defa was not satisfying at all. No, no. Who knew that the thin Li Jianghe shook his head and walked out? Zhao Jian, your words are really vulgar. You should say I didn't beat you until your face was covered with peach blossoms. You don't know why peach blossoms are so red. Standing beside Zhao Jian, shaking his head, Li Jianghe also locked his eyes on Wang Defa. Snort! I'm not going to bother with you little brats now. Wang De found that he no longer dared to anger Su Li and the others. Now we can only delay time here. As long as his backers come, Wang Defa is confident that he can easily deal with Su Li and the others. Ignore that guy. Just wait a while. Just let me go check out the new car. Su Li had a smile on his face and waved to a few people. He turned around and walked directly towards his new car. Yes, I have never been in a Porsche. Brother Li just bought one casually, it's really impressive. As soon as he heard about the new car, Zhao Jian ignored Wang Defa. He quickly ran to Su Li's side. The 4 of them got into the car. Su Li also had a curious look on his face. If he hadn't purchased the knowledge about racing, I don't think he can even operate this car. This is a different car. The seats feel a lot more comfortable. Touched his butt. Zhao Jian showed a look of satisfaction on his face. The other 2 people also looked here and touched there in the car. A few minutes later, more than a dozen figures appeared outside the car shop. The leader had his hands in his pockets, wore sunglasses, and a mink coat. She had her hair combed back and it reflected some light when she stood in the sun. I don't know if it's because I applied some mousse or because I haven't washed it in a long time. For half a day, Wang Defa had been standing at the door looking around. When I saw this guy with slicked back hair appear outside, an expression of excitement immediately appeared on his face, and he ran straight towards the man with the slicked back hair. Brother Lu, you are finally here. Those brats almost ran away. He was going to hit me just now. Pointing to the bruises on his face, Wang Defa complained to the man with slicked back hair in front of him with a look of grievance on his face. Who is so bold as to hit my friend Lu Su? Don't you know that this area of Checheng is my Lu Su's territory? He took off his sunglasses. A pair of glasses the size of green beans were revealed. When the man with the slicked back hair touched his hair, he gave off a scoundrel-like aura. isn't it? I just told those guys that I would deal with them in a while. Who knew these guys would say that when you come, they will take care of you too? At this time, Wang Defa was fanning the flames towards Lu Su. As expected, Lu Su's eyes doubled in size when he heard this. Pick me up too. I haven't seen such an arrogant guy in a long time. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Lu Su walked into the store. Where is the person? Where is he? Who dares to hit my friend Lu Su? He yelled at the top of his lungs. Lu Su looked around the field with his focused eyes. But no one was seen. Brother, those guys are in the white Porsche in front. These guys are quite wealthy. They bought a Porsche right away. Wang Defa naturally knew that Su Li and the others were sitting in the car. He quickly pointed at a white Porsche not far away. It's good to have money. It just so happens that we are a bit short of money recently. Since they are coming to give me money, wouldn't it be a bit too polite if I refused? After saying this, Lu Su stretched out his hands and the mink coat slid down. Seeing this, Wang Defa next to him hurriedly took it in his hand. Chapter 102, 105,000. As for the woman who came here with Wang Defa. After seeing this large group of people, his face changed drastically and he hid behind a car secretly. She only dared to show a pair of eyes to check the situation here. However, Wang Defa seemed to have forgotten this woman. At this moment, the only thing in his eyes was the white car in front and Su Li and others in the car. Bang, bang, bang. In the car, Su Li and a few others were chatting. Suddenly, there was a sound of fingers tapping on the glass outside the car. When Su Li turned his head and looked out the car window, a pair of small green beans were embedded outside the car window. My goodness, what the hell is this? Su Li subconsciously shrank back when he saw this thing out of the blue. However, after taking a closer look and discovering that it was a pair of eyeballs, Su Li frowned. Zhao Jian and the other two looked around and found that there were more than a dozen people, but they were not afraid at all. Because they knew that with Su Li's skills, it would be easy to deal with more than a dozen people. The helper that Guy found is here. Su Li, it's your turn to perform. Zhao Jian patted Su Li on the shoulder and looked at Su Li with a firm look. A life of hard work. Leaving these three words, Su Li stretched out his hand and pushed. There was a knock on the car door. When Su Li stepped down, he saw a man with a slicked back hair covering his nose with his hands. There were several people around checking on him. Boy, you don't have eyes and didn't see that you bumped my brother Su's nose? As soon as Wang Defa saw Su Li coming down, he shouted at him. Hit my car? Su Li was stunned at first. Then he quickly checked his car door. He breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the car was not damaged at all. Kid, you hit my nose, why the hell were you looking at the car? Lu Su moved his hand away and just happened to see Su Li checking the car. He was immediately furious and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Su Li, trying to see through Su Li with his pair of little green beans. You were the one lying outside my car. I pushed open the car door, it was a normal thing to do. You can blame me for not hiding yourself? Su Li was amused by his words. After laughing, he asked Lu Su back. Kid, you know nothing. Have you seen my nose? This is the nose I just had reshaped at the hospital at a cost of tens of thousands of dollars. I was hit by you like this. If you don't give me 1,000,000 or 800,000 today, don't even think about leaving here. Lu Su usually calls himself the big brother in Yuching. In fact, these people are just a group of guys who commit fraud. The skill of fraud can be said to be perfect. As soon as he saw Su Li's Porsche, Lu Su had already made up his mind. If I don't leave this car to him today, he will be ready to retire in the future. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You are the helper that Wang Defa found, right? Are the dozen or so people ready to fight? A one-on-one fight or a group fight? Su Li didn't have the leisure to chat with him here. He started by asking Lu Su about his purpose. Next time I advise you to speak more respectfully. Be careful, my big brother is in a bad mood and will give you a slap in the face. Wang Defa on the side simply regarded Lu Su as a god. When they heard Su Li speaking with a bad attitude, they would jump out to criticize him. Okay, Xiao Wang, now that I'm here, this matter has nothing to do with you. You are my friend Lu Su. If I hit you, I am hitting me. Lu Su showed a very righteous look, patted his chest twice, and looked directly at Su Li. You kid hit my friend Lu Su, you have to give an explanation for this matter. I'm not the kind of person who only knows how to take action.
I didn't expect Lu Su to suddenly change the subject.
The arrogant expression on his face disappeared.
Instead, there was a seemingly kind smile.
Don't think that I brought more than a dozen brothers here today. It's just for daily travel needs. I'm here to reason with you.
If someone who knows Lu Su were present, they would probably vomit after hearing these words.
The word reasonable does not exist in Lu Su's dictionary at all.
But since he could say such things, he must be planning something bad. Lu Su suddenly changed the subject, and even Wang Defa next to him was stunned.
What do you want? Seeing this, Suli asked him a question following Lu Su's words. Little brother, I see you are not very old. Maybe you don't know much about what's going on outside. There's no way you can just let it go after you beat up my friend. Suli asked the right question. Lu Su was thinking about Suli and asked this.
He shook his head and said something to Suli. When he saw Suli's mouth corner curled up, it looked a bit disdainful but not angry.
You hit my friend, so you have to pay compensation. I don't talk nonsense to you. My friend's current condition can at least be considered a minor injury.
He called Wang Defa to his side.
Lu Su looked at the injuries of e-commerce merchant Wang Defa.
He pointed his finger at a bruise on Wang Defa's face and said to Suli, "If we must pursue this matter at that time, we will inform the police enforcement officers about this matter. You will be detained for at least 10 days if you go in.
It will leave a stain on your life." This is Lu Su's usual routine.
Weigh the pros and cons for Suli first. In his eyes, Suli was just that student who was not very experienced in the world.
If there is a threat every now and then, you will be scared.
At this moment, Suli was also very cooperative, with a panicked expression on his face.
See the expression on Suli's face change.
Lu Su thought of Suli with a smug look on his face and continued. So you see, I won't ask for too much from you.
Just give me a few 100,000.
Plus you just bumped my nose.
For both matters combined, you give me 1.5 million. Let's just call it a day. Lu Su's remarks sounded as if he had suffered a small loss.
After receiving 1.5 million from Suli, there was still something missing.
Did you hear that, kid?
Brother Su, feel sorry for you, so I only ask you for 1.5 million. Hurry up and give me the money, or I will never forgive you for what happened today.
When Wang Defa heard that he could get 1.5 million in an instant, he also became excited.
He pointed at his own face and yelled at Suli.
How could this happen? Is this matter so serious?
I had no idea this would happen. 1,500,000, but I don't have that much money right now.
Brother Su, can you give me a few days' grace?
At this time, Suli's expression became very flustered, and he looked at Lu Su with pleading eyes.
Chapter 103, Treat others the way they treat you. I told you, kid, we are reasonable people. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, didn't you just buy a car? Give me the car keys and I'll keep them for you for a few days.
He hooked his finger at Suli. When Lu Su looked at the white Porsche behind Suli, there was no way of concealing the greed in his eyes.
If you have enough money, come to this area to find me.
I'll return the car to you when the time comes, and you just give me the money. He stretched out his hand and hooked it towards Suli twice.
Lu Su's eyes never left the car from beginning to end. Really? If I give you the car, I can leave here, right?
When Suli heard this, his expression was a little conflicted. But soon the hesitation disappeared and was replaced by a determination. After asking Lu Su this question, Suli looked at him cautiously.
That's right. Here are the car keys. Lu Su was now extremely anxious.
He even wanted to snatch Suli's car keys.
Brother, this guy can't afford to pay for the car. The car is a mutual compensation between you and me, but what about my injury?
We have to at least get him to pay another 200,000 yuan today, otherwise this matter cannot be let go. When Wang Defa saw this, he knew that Lu Su was planning to take Su Lish for himself. Then the beating he received would be in vain.
If Lu Su didn't take action against Suli again, then wouldn't his coming here today have created a good thing for Lu Su?
I didn't gain anything and instead got beaten up for nothing.
This is not acceptable.
I don't have that much money anymore, and this is the only car I have.
If that doesn't work, then I'll have to think of other ways.
Suli was about to hand over the car keys. After Wang Defa shouted like this, Suli quickly took the key back.
Lu Su grabbed nothing in mid-air.
After seeing this, he looked at Wang Defa again, and his eyes unexpectedly became a little cold.
Wang Defa, let me tell you, sometimes you shouldn't be too greedy.
This little brother has promised to compensate you 1.5 million, and we will each pay half when the time comes.
What else do you want?
When Lu Su said this, his tone became extremely cold. After hearing what he said, Wang Defa didn't know how to respond for a moment. Little brother just pawned the car here first.
I don't want his car. I'll give it to you after he gives me the money. Lu Su withdrew his gaze, still thinking about Su Li, and nodded. He looked like he was thinking about Su Li.
Forget it, brother Su, why don't you just arrest me? I want to see what the enforcement officer says about this matter. I will pay whatever compensation is due. I saved all my pocket money to buy this car, and I can't afford that much money anymore. After Wang Defa's commotion, Su Li seemed to have changed his mind. He put the car keys in his pocket and didn't take them out again. Instead, he looked like he had accepted his fate.
Little brother, I told you, we can avoid this. Besides, I'm not in a hurry. I'll give you the car whenever you bring the money. You see, we have reached a friendly agreement between the two of us, right? He glared at Wang Defa fiercely.
Lu Su looked at Su Li with a very kind expression.
Let's just forget it. I'll have the executor come over now.
After saying that, Su Li stole out his cell phone and prepared to make a call.
Kid, what do you mean? Are you making fun of me? Take out the car keys, or no one can save you today. Don't blame me for doing that to you.
He grabbed Su Li's wrist and stopped him from making the call.
Lu Su was not as polite as before when he spoke again. Brother Su, what do you mean? Didn't we say that we would let the executor handle this matter? When the time comes, how much compensation should be paid first? What are you going to do?
After taking a look at his wrist, Su Li showed an expression of surprise on his face. Zhao Jian and his companions who were sitting in the car naturally had a clear view of everything that was happening outside. I have to say that luxury cars have great sound insulation. The three people inside were already laughing so hard, but the people outside couldn't hear anything.
What? Boy, I'm telling you, hurry up and pay me back.
I don't have that much time to waste with you here.
Lu Su couldn't continue acting at this point.
He held out his hand in a threatening tone. The dozen or so people behind him also surrounded Su Li.
Finally, you can't continue acting? It's really tiring to act with you. You want to take action, right? If you want to fight, don't do it in someone else's store. Go out.
A playful smile appeared on Su Li's face. He spread out his hands, turned around and walked directly outside.
Brother Su is too arrogant.
Today, you must broaden his horizons and let him know how powerful you are. It was amazing to see Su Li actually did such a thing.
Wang Defa immediately came forward to fan the flames.
But he never expected that Lu Su raised his hand and slapped him directly in the face.
Covering his face, Wang Defa was a little dazed from the beating.
There was a look of confusion on his face and a sound of grievance came from his mouth.
Brother Su, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?
However, this shot was met with only a cold look in return. Then Lu Su pointed at Wang Defa's nose and said,
I'll handle my own issues. You called me here, don't interrupt me. If you think you can handle it, do it yourself.
At this time, Lu Su spoke in a very fierce tone. This made Wang Defa shut his mouth subconsciously.
I'm telling you, you'd better shut your mouth from now on.
If I hear you talking again, I'll deal with you first before I deal with this guy. After leaving these words, Lu Su waved his hand.
A dozen people followed him and walked directly out of the store.
Wang Defa was left behind, standing there. It was not right to follow him, nor was it right not to follow him. After hesitating for a while, he finally followed carefully and quickly. At this time, outside the store, Lu Su and his gang were confronting Su Li from a distance.
Lu Su, if you want to attack me, aren't you afraid that if I get hurt, you won't be able to pay for the medical expenses?
I learned it from you. If you hurt me, the penalty would be at least 1.5 million.
Do you have so much money to compensate me?
Before taking action, Su Li used his own method to retaliate against the man. As soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed Lu Su's usual tactics.
Good boy. I've always been the one asking others for money, but I've never seen anyone asking me for money. I won't give you a dime if I beat you up today. Chapter 104, No Monitoring.
After saying these harsh words, Lu Su raised his hand. The people behind him immediately moved towards Su Li.
Don't hit me.
I'm telling you, if you hit me, I'll defend myself.
Zhao Jian, turn on your phones and record their evil deeds for me. Su Li reminded Zhao Jian.
With a vigilant look on his face, he looked back and forth at the people around Lu Su.
Let me see who the hell is rushing to take the photo. Whoever takes out his cell phone will be killed by me. Lu Su glared fiercely in the direction of Zhao Jian and the others.
However, he did not see Su Li talking to Zhao Jian and winking at Zhao Jian. The two of them looked at each other and understood each other.
This big brother's affairs have nothing to do with me. I won't take any pictures. Zhao Jian acted very disloyal at this moment. He simply waved his hand at Lu Su, indicating that he would not do that. What do you guys mean by this? Why are you scared when you see a crowd of people? Su Li had a shocked expression on his face.
It seemed that he really didn't understand why Zhao Jian and others would betray him.
Brother, the situation is stronger than us, and there is nothing we can do.
Spreading their hands towards Su Li, Zhao Jian and the others had helpless expressions on their faces.
Brother Su, these guys just beat me up too. You can't let them go. After seeing this situation, Wang Defa didn't want to let Zhao Jian and his men go. He quickly moved closer to Lu Su. Go away. A man of his time is a hero.
These brothers are so sensible, I will naturally not deal with them.
Lu Su took out the little ink in his stomach and said this. Seeing this, Wang Defa did not dare to refute.
He now realized that Lu Su was not really here to help him.
You can't touch me, there are surveillance cameras here.
A trace of panic flashed across Su Li's face, and he quickly looked around.
Don't look for it, kid. There is no surveillance in this place. Even if there was, I would have already removed it. Stop talking nonsense with this kid and get started.
Lu Su waved his hand, and a group of people rushed towards Su Li.
No surveillance?
Upon hearing these words, Su Li's mouth corners curled up in an intriguing arc. However, Su Li was surrounded by people, and the smile on his face was not noticed by Lu Su.
You dare to laugh, kid? Today I'm going to let you know what a fist as big as a sandbag is. Lu Su, a loyal lackey, saw a smile on Su Li's face.
He swung his fist and punched Su Li in the face. However, his fist had not yet touched Su Li's face.
A fist appeared in front of him. He knocked the lackey down with one punch.
What appeared in front of Lu Su next was a one-sided dog abuse.
Su Li quickly knocked down the group of people brought by Lu Su. Fortunately, there is no surveillance, otherwise I would have a hard time explaining it. This way I won't have to worry about you blackmailing me.
He moved his wrists and cracked his knuckles.
Su Li walked towards Lu Su step by step. What do you want to do, kid? I'm telling you, if you hit me you'll have to pay me.
Lu Su never expected that Su Li's skills were so amazing. Seeing Su Li walking towards him, he retreated backwards with a panicked look on his face. But just as he was stepping back, his feet suddenly felt empty and he sat down on the ground.
What did you say just now? You don't have to pay me for beating me. It's because this place has no surveillance, right?
Now I'm telling you, I won't compensate you even if I hit you today.
After all, you know the reason.
After saying this, Su Li enlarged one of his feet directly in front of Lu Su. Wang Defa, who was standing next to him, wanted to escape, but was held down by Zhao Jian and his men.
Stop fighting, stop fighting.
After being pinned down and beaten by Su Li, Lu Su covered his head with his hands and kept begging for mercy.
Lu Su is not like the others who have any backers behind him. Lu Su only has these few buddies around him.
The reason why he is somewhat famous is because this guy is quite good at blackmailing people. But if you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet. Lu Su met a tough guy like Su Li today.
Stop fighting. Just stop fighting if you say so?
I've wasted so much energy for so long. It's not my character if I don't break an arm or a leg for you today. Su Li pulled up Lu Su's arm and looked at him for a while.
It seemed that he was going to cripple Lu Su.
When Lu Su saw this scene, he screamed and actually burst into tears.
Brother, I really know I was wrong. I only have 2 arms, please don't destroy them. Brother, I'll give you whatever you want. Pay me money. Is that okay with me?
Lu Su, who appears strong on the outside but is actually weak on the inside, finally showed his true colors at this time.
Compensation? That's a good idea. How much did you ask me to pay just now? 1.5 million, right? I'm not as heartless as you. Just give me 1 million and let it go. Su Li let go of Lu Su's hand and said a sum of money.
When Lu Su heard the amount of money, his face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit.
Brother, I don't have that much money.
I raised my head and couldn't take care of myself, my snot was about to flow into my mouth. Lu Su said to Su Li with a pleading look on his face. I don't care about this matter.
You don't have Wang Defa over there, don't you? Isn't he rich?
He buys brand name goods for others and brings that woman over to buy a BMW.
You ask him for it.
After Su Li used this move to drive away the wolves and tigers, he took a step back. When Lu Su heard this, he stood up and walked towards Wang Defa. Wang Defa, I know you have money, hurry up and give this big brother 1 million.
Otherwise he will destroy me today. For some reason, Lu Su knew that Su Li was not joking with him.
The smile on Su Li's face just now made Lu Su feel as if he saw the smile of the god of death.
At this moment, in Lu Su's eyes, Su Li was the kind of rich second generation with a good background in fierceness.
I originally thought I had met a novice and could do whatever I wanted with her.
Now the identities of hunter and prey are reversed. Brother Su, I don't have any money.
Wang Defa shook his head at Lu Su with a sad face.
Don't F King fool me here. I know you have money.
Hurry up and take out the money, don't let me do anything to you. At this moment, Lu Su's face became a little ferocious. He grabbed Wang Defa's collar and spoke very loudly.
Don't think I don't know you're here to buy a car. Give me all the money you have. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Lu Su couldn't bully Su Li, but he could easily bully Wang Defa. Chapter 105, the rest is used as medical expenses. Seeing this situation, Wang Defa stood there hesitantly.
But under the threatening gaze of Lu Su, he finally slowly took out a bank card from his pocket. Brother Su has 300,000 yuan in this card.
This is all my belongings. I really only have this much money. The tigress in my family hasn't given me any money lately.
Holding the card in his hand, Wang Dehua slapped it to Lu Su before he could even finish his words.
300,000 is not enough. Find a way for me.
If you can't come up with 1 million today, I will never forgive you. After looking at the card, Lu Su threatened Wang Defa again. Then he ran to Su Li with the card in his hand, looking respectful. Brother, there is 300,000 yuan in this card. I'll have that guy use his phone to transfer the money to your account right now.
I'll let him figure out a way to get the rest of the money. Big brother, what's your card number? With a flattering expression on his face, Lu Su asked Su Li. He took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Su. Lu Su held the card in both hands, as if he was holding something extremely precious. He ran back to Wang Defa. Under the pressure of Lu Su, Wang Defa transferred all 300,000 yuan to Su Li's account. Seeing that he had made a small profit from buying a car today, Su Li showed a satisfied expression on his face. Then he looked in the direction of Zhao Jian and the others and waved at them. We made a small profit today, let's go have a meal later. Ignoring Lu Su beside him, Su Li said this and walked towards the car shop with Zhao Jian and others. Brother, what are you doing? When Lu Su saw that Su Li was ignoring him, a hint of excitement flashed across his face. However, he still asked Su Li tentatively. The remaining 700,000 is yours. Go ask Wang Defa for it. If you can get it, it's your money. If you can't, it's your own fault. Anyway, this is my compensation for your medical expenses, don't accuse me of being unfair. Su Li didn't even think about getting 1 million from these people. He just wanted to teach Lu Su and Wang Defa a lesson. Now Wang Defa has already paid 300,000 yuan. Lu Su and his men were beaten again. There's no point in staying here any longer. A white Porsche left the car shop. Lu Su fixed his fierce gaze on Wang Defa. As for Su Li and his friends, they drove directly back to the school. When a white Porsche appeared on the Qingjiang University campus, the rate of turning heads and attracting attention was 100%. Especially when Su Li and the others got out of the car. From time to time, there were exclamations and screams coming from the side. That feeling is simply too good to be true. Maybe it's the happiness of being rich. The fart shook his hair. Zhao Jian said this with a smug expression on his face. Okay, this isn't your car. Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Chen Zhou raised his hand and patted Zhao Jian on the back of his head, then turned his head to look in the direction of Su Li. Let's go. After hearing this, Suli nodded slightly. However, Suli, who was preparing to go out for dinner, could never have imagined this. His two mortal enemies, Zhao Jia and Zhou Guangwei, are now together. And it was all pure chance. Zhou Guangwei and Zhao Jia originally did not interfere with each other. However, both families are well-known figures in Xinjiang City. During the days when Suli and Qin Xuanxin participated in the singing competition. At a party, Zhou Guangwei and a few friends were discussing how to deal with Suli. It was heard by Zhao Jia, who was passing by. There is a saying that a friend of a friend may not be a friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The two of them were simply like-minded and hit it off immediately. They were now discussing how to deal with Suli. This guy is so abominable. He ruined everything for both of us. It's still on the internet now, and it's become quite famous. Zhou Guangwei complained about Suli to Zhao Jia with an ugly expression on his face. The two of them discussed it for several days but could not think of a good way to deal with Suli. Zhao Jia originally wanted to find some big brothers who were in charge of bars and nightclubs to deal with Suli. But when he thought that Li Hongxiu seemed to know Suli, he immediately stopped. Zhou Guangwei thought of using their family background and money to overwhelm Suli. But given the relationship between Suli and Yuching, Yuching will definitely ask her father to protect Suli. After thinking it over, neither of them could think of any good idea to deal with Suli. This guy is just damn lucky, if he didn't have so many women around him to help him. We have dealt with this guy a long time ago. After Zhou Guangwei said this with gritted teeth angrily, he sat there sulking. When Zhao Jia heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. I have a great idea. We can make Suli lose his reputation, then won't Shenpang and other women all leave? I'll see who can help him then. His eyes rolled around, and Zhao Jia immediately came up with another bad idea. Brother Zhao, if you have any good ideas, please tell us and share them with us. Zhao Jia is older than Zhou Guangwei. Zhou Guangwei always called Zhao Jia brother Zhao. We just need to find someone to seduce this Suli and make him do something ugly. Won't the women around him ignore him by then? As long as Yuching doesn't pay attention to him or Li Hongxiu doesn't help him. As soon as Zhao Jia said this, Zhou Guangwei's eyes lit up immediately. Brother Zhao, I know what you mean. You mean, next we just need to find a woman with some skills to give Suli a good beating. Without the help of those women around him, we can still kill him easily. The two of them hit it off immediately, and after looking at each other, a burst of laughter was heard. I have a cousin who is nicknamed Xinjiang Sea King. It's just that she's not a Xinjiang student. We can let her do it. With an excited expression on his face, Zhou Guangwei moved closer to Zhao Jia. I'll leave this matter to you, my cousin. You ask your cousin to come out, and we'll meet her and talk in detail about how to deal with Suli. Zhao Jia also nodded with satisfaction. Suli, do you know? Miss Yihan sent us an invitation. It said that we can enter their company. And the results of the competition have been corrected. The two of us are the ones who deserved the first place. Suli and his friends had just finished their meal and returned to the dormitory building. Qin Xuanxin ran to Suli with an excited expression and an envelope in her hand. Chapter 106, Chen Xuanshuang. This is what we deserve. But do you want to go to the company behind them? With an inquiring expression on his face, Suli asked Qin Xuanxin what she thought. I have thought about this matter and discussed it with my brother. I want to go to this company. After all, we study for employment. And the school also agreed that I can complete my studies smoothly after I start working. Qin Xuanxin came to Suli to persuade Suli to go with him. So when Suli asked about this matter, Qin Xuanxin told him the news. That's great, but I don't have any ideas in this regard, so you may have to go alone then. I'm here to cheer you on. Suli gave Qin Xuanxin a thumbs up. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Xuanxin stopped herself from saying anything else. Oh well. In that case, consider it as my farewell to you today. Let's have dinner together tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and then I will leave for Jianzhou City. Qin Xian's expression was a little gloomy, and she lowered her head and held the envelope in her hand. Said this to Suli. It's a happy thing, be happy. Suli didn't understand why Qin Xuanxin looked so gloomy. But I still cheered her on. After chatting for a few more words, Suli and his group walked into the dormitory. Qin Xuanxin looked at Suli from behind and bit her lips. It seems like he is making up his mind. Grandpa, I'm back.
At the Xinjiang First People's Hospital, the door of Chen Dixing's office was pushed open. Then a graceful figure walked in from outside and threw herself directly into Chen Dixing's arms.
Oh, my precious granddaughter is finally back.
After Chen Dixing looked at the person in his arms, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The person who appeared in Chen Dixing's office at this moment was Chen Dixing's granddaughter Chen Shuangshuang.
Grandpa, you told me to come back because you had good news for me. What is the good news?
After getting out of Chen Dixing's arms, Chen Shuangshuang asked Chen Dixing with curiosity on her face.
That is certainly a good thing. Come here and I'll tell you.
Chen Dixing hooked his finger at Chen Shuangshuang with a mysterious smile on his face.
Chen Shuangshuang put her ear close to Chen Dixing's face.
This is the tacit understanding that the grandfather and grandson always maintain when sharing good news.
No, that won't do. Grandpa, how can you do this? I'm not going on a blind date.
After Lu Shuangshuang heard what Chen Dixing said, he shook his head at Chen Dixing with a firm expression on his face. No, I've already promised Su Xiaozi about this matter.
You have to go even if you don't want to. At least go and see him.
And let me tell you, Su is not only capable but also handsome.
Maybe you'll agree after you see it.
Chen Dixing stroked his beard twice, with confidence on his face.
It was as if he was very sure that Chen Shuangshuang would agree after meeting Su Li. I won't agree to it anyway. A blind date is fine.
You can arrange a meeting between us at that time, and I will help him give up this idea. The stubborn Chen Shuangshuang sat on the chair, folded her hands over her chest and pouted.
Then it won't have anything to do with me.
Okay, go back with your father first.
I just need to give Su a call.
When Chen Dixing looked outside his office, after seeing a dull middle-aged man outside, he frowned and gave an order to Chen Shuangshuang. When Chen Shuangshuang heard this, she stuck out her tongue, stood up and walked outside.
But for some reason, Chen Dixing and Chen Shuangshuang's father didn't even say hello. In the dormitory, Su Li and Xiao Yubing were playing games and winning against each other.
Suddenly the cell phone rang at this moment. When Su Li saw that it was Chen Dixing calling, he quickly informed Xiao Yubing. He took off his headphones, put the phone to his ear and pressed the answer button.
Why did the old man call me suddenly? I didn't even have time to thank you for what happened last time.
You helped my roommate resolve the crisis. Su Li had a smile on his face, and he really respected Chen Dixing.
There wasn't much interaction between Chen Dixing and him.
It was exactly the same silver needle treatment technique. Even so, Chen Dixing actually asked Su Li for help.
He helped Su Li solve the problem without even any hesitation. Why are you being so polite to me, brat? I called you today to tell you that my granddaughter is back. Didn't we agree that she would arrange for you two to meet after she comes back?
After saying this, Su Li remembered the matchmaking that Chen Dixing had arranged for him.
Old man.
Su Li was about to speak when she was interrupted by Chen Dixing on the phone.
All right, brat. I called you just to let you know. I'll ask her to contact you in the next 2 days.
Chen Dixing didn't give Su Li a chance to refuse and hung up the phone directly.
Looking at the phone in his hand, Su Li was instantly petrified. What the hell is this?
Raising his hand and patting himself on the forehead, Su Li sighed helplessly.
Let out a long sigh.
Su Li put the headphones back on his head.
This is Su Li, he's quite handsome.
Okay, I'll take care of this guy, cousin. Don't worry, I will definitely make him obedient. Zhou Guangwei and Zhao Jia handed Su Li's photo to Zhou Guangwei's cousin in a high-end restaurant. After he accused them of what had happened to them. This time, cousin Zhou Guangwei looked at the photo with a confident expression on her face. He patted his chest and agreed to this matter. Remember this, I will bring disgrace upon this Su Li. I will let him know the consequences of offending us. After hearing these words, Zhou Guangwei showed a ferocious expression on his face.
Dealing with this guy couldn't be easier.
Cousin, we have agreed that I will help you deal with Su Li, but you have to buy me the car I like. A sly expression flashed across the girl's face, and she reminded Zhou Guangwei.
Don't worry, when has my cousin ever failed to do what he promised you? I'll send it to school tomorrow.
Zhou Guangwei spent a lot of money to deal with Su Li this time. When his cousin heard the news, she immediately opened her mouth and asked for a lot of money. She asked Zhou Guangwei to buy her a luxury car. In order to deal with Su Li, Zhou Guangwei agreed to this matter after some discussion.
Okay, cousin. I've made an appointment with a few sisters to have fun at the bar tonight. After the car arrives at the school tomorrow, I will go look for Su Li. Chapter 107, The Ultimate Public Enemy of Men. Zhou Guangwei's cousin Jin Yuan stood up and waved to the two people. Left this high-end restaurant directly. Is your cousin reliable? Zhao Jia looked at Zhou Guangwei beside him with a worried look on his face. The feeling that Jin Yuan gave him made him feel that she was somewhat unreliable. Don't worry, my cousin is very capable. I don't know how many men have fallen for her. If she wasn't my cousin, I would have wanted to have something happen with her. He raised his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. It's like he's wiping saliva. Zhou Guangwei had a strange expression on his face and said this to Zhao Jia next to him. Upon hearing this, when Zhao Jia looked at Zhou Guangwei, there was a slight change in his eyes. He didn't expect that Zhou Guangwei would have such an idea. It is indeed a bit perverted. As long as my cousin succeeds, everything in Su Li will be ours. When the time comes, I will make him lie at my feet like a dead dog. The plan of Zhou Guangwei and Zhao Jia is nothing short of vicious. If their plan really succeeds. If Su Li was deeply in love with Jin Yuan, he naturally couldn't extricate himself. Jin Yuan could easily take everything from Su Li. By then it will be just as Zhou Guangwei said, the two of them will be able to control Su Li at will. Dad, Grandpa arranged a blind date for me. Do you think it would be possible for me not to go then? In the Chen family's old house, Chen Shuangshuang sat on the sofa. In an aggrieved tone, she told the middle-aged man next to her about what Chen Dishing had arranged for her. The man was Chen Jiadong, the only son of Chen Dishing and the father of Chen Shuangshuang. You also know what happened between me and your grandfather. We still can't reconcile because of your mother's matter. But there's nothing wrong with what he arranged for you. Everything is for your own good. Chen Jiadong glanced at Chen Shuangshuang's face and then shook his head. Although Chen Jiadong and Chen Dishing are father and son, they have not spoken to each other for more than 20 years. The ultimate reason, the root of all this lies with Chen Shuangshuang's mother. When Chen Jiadong wanted to be with Chen Shuangshuang's mother, he was opposed by Chen Dishing because Chen Shuangshuang's mother was of humble origins. Later, Chen Shuangshuang's mother suffered a difficult delivery, and the operation was performed by Chen Dishing. However, the operation failed and Chen Shuangshuang's mother unfortunately passed away. Chen Jiadong blamed all of this on Chen Dishing. He even thought that Chen Dishing was unhappy with the two of them being together, so he deliberately made the operation fail. This is also the reason why the father and son have not spoken to each other for more than 20 years. Although Chen Jiadong knew that Chen Dishing would never joke about his medical skills. That operation must have been an accident. But for more than 20 years, this hurdle has stood between the father and son, and neither of them has been able to overcome it. Dad, you know very well that this matter is not Grandpa's fault. Why don't you go and apologize to Grandpa? Once you two reconcile, Grandpa will definitely listen to you. If you say one word to me at that time, Grandpa won't let me go on a blind date. Although Chen Shuangshuang and Chen Jiadong are father and daughter, they are like friends. So I don't have any scruples when talking on a daily basis. Seeing Chen Jiadong's serious look, Chen Shuangshuang got up from the sofa and trotted to Chen Jiadong's side. He held Chen Jiadong's arm and shook it continuously. Father, just think of it as a plea for me, okay? Blinking her big watery eyes, Chen Shuangshuang began to use her ever-effective tactics of acting like a spoiled child. This chapter from childhood to adulthood is very useful to Chen Jiadong. No. I can agree to anything you ask for, but I can't agree to this request. Just go on a blind date. Whether you are satisfied or not, it is up to you to decide. He pulled his arm out from Chen Shuangshuang's arm. Chen Jiadong's face was very serious at this moment. I won't help you with this matter, but I won't interfere in your own affairs either. At your age, you should handle your own affairs by yourself. After saying this, Chen Jiadong turned around and walked to the side. Chen Shuangshuang was left standing there alone, biting her lips, not knowing how to solve the problem for a moment. Finally she stomped her foot hard on the ground. He walked towards his room angrily. At this time, Su Li, who was in the dormitory, didn't know that two romantic encounters were about to happen to him. But today Su Li kept sneezing, as if he had a cold. This is really weird. Someone must have been talking about me all day today. You don't have a cold, why do you keep sneezing? Rubbing his nose, Su Li sighed and turned to walk outside. Just after finishing playing the game, Yuching called Su Li. Invite Su Li to have dinner with him. When Su Li walked downstairs to the dormitory building, Yuching was already standing there.
As soon as he saw Su Li coming out, he hurriedly walked to Su Li's side. He placed his hand very naturally on Su Li's arm.
Good fellow. Isn't this Yuching, one of the four beauties of Xinjiang? Why is he with this Su Li again? I am completely hopeless.
As soon as Yuching made this move, a man's scream was heard nearby. Don't dream, Su Li is chasing Yuching in front, and Yuching is chasing Su Li in the back. The two of them are together now, they are definitely very much in love, you still have a shitty chance.
Next to the screaming man,
one of his companions raised his hand and banged his head on the man's head. Then he put his hand on the man's shoulder, looked into the distance and said,
if you have this much time, you might as well think about how to conquer the remaining two of the four beauties of Xinjiang, Qin Xuanqin and Xiao Yubing. It's a pity that Han Jin left Xinjiang.
I heard that she was the most feminine among the four beauties.
After sighing, the two men walked away.
However, there were still many eyes around looking towards Su Li. Many of these looks were filled with hostility.
Su Li is now the public enemy of all boys in Xinjiang. Almost every one of the four beauties of Xinjiang is related to Su Li. This is equivalent to cutting off the hopes of most boys. Let's go.
If you stay here, you'll probably get beaten up again. Yuching covered her mouth with her hands and smiled softly, then grabbed Su Li's arm and walked away.
Achievement upgrade, the ultimate male public enemy. Reward 300 soft rice points. Reward for teaching knowledge in this major.
Su Li had only taken 2 steps when suddenly a system prompt sounded into his ears.
The next second, countless knowledge rushed into Su Li's mind.
Su Li's major is Chinese language and literature.
Chapter 108, Wang Erbeing.
In just this short moment, Su Li directly became a professor of Chinese language and literature. Yuching, who was standing by, saw Su Li pause and a puzzled expression appeared on her face.
Did anything happen to Su Li?
When she looked at Su Li just now, she found a look of surprise on Su Li's face. The pupils are still a little dilated. But it has recovered now.
It's okay. I just thought of something and was a little distracted. Let's go eat something.
After saying this, Su Li followed Yuching and walked outside. At this moment, Su Li was blessed by the system. Now he deserves the phrase he has 10,000 volumes of poetry and books in his mind.
And everything the system can provide is top-notch.
Although Su Li possesses the ability to be a professor of Chinese language and literature. But this ability is not the ability of a single professor, but the abilities of all professors.
In short, Su Li is a walking encyclopedia of Chinese language and literature.
They had only walked a few steps when Yuching suddenly lowered her head.
My pace also subconsciously quickened. What's wrong? This time it was Su Li who asked Yuching. Student Yuching, you didn't even say hello to the teacher when you saw him?
At this moment a voice came into Su Li's ears. When he turned his head, he saw a fat, greasy middle-aged man pushing his glasses. With his big belly and a strange smile on his face, he approached the two of them. This guy is our department director Wang Erbeing, he is very lustful on weekdays.
I don't know how many female students have suffered from his sexual harassment.
I don't know why this guy has been pestering me recently. Yuching explained the matter to Su Li in his ear with a grim expression.
Pervert teacher?
It's terrible that there are still people like this in the world and they are allowed to stay in schools to teach and educate people. Don't worry, since he saw me, I have to teach him a lesson today. He leaned over and whispered something in Yuching's ear. When Su Li stood up straight, Wang Erbeing had already come over.
However, Wang Erbeing's face fell when he saw Su Li.
It was as if Su Li had eaten their big white steamed buns.
Director Wang, why are you here too? I didn't see you just now.
My boyfriend and I were going out to eat. With Su Li by her side, Yuching felt very at ease. After raising his head, he responded to Wang Erbeing in a calm and generous manner. Originally, Yuching only needed to inform his father to resolve the matter. This thing will naturally not cause trouble again. However, she didn't want to cause trouble to her father with these little things, so she didn't say anything. This led to Wang Erbeing doing whatever he wanted more and more.
Of course, this is also the reason why Wang Erbeing doesn't know Yuching's background.
Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to set his sights on Yuching. Yuching, you are a good candidate for our major. There is hope for postgraduate study and doctoral studies in the future.
It's much better to use this time on study instead of these love affairs. Wang Erbeing put up a deputy director driving here to instruct Yuching.
Not wanting to have any conflict with this guy, Yuching nodded and responded to Wang Erbying.
Director, you are right. She answered this way just to get Wang Erbying to stop bothering them. Who knew this guy would be so arrogant?
With an obscene smile on his face, he said to Yuching.
In that case, I just happen to have some free time. Come with me to my office and I'll give you a refresher on what you learned this semester.
He raised his hand and touched himself twice, and the smile on Wang Erbying's face became increasingly obscene.
Director Wang, right?
Whether Yuching studies or not is her own business. Whether she has a boyfriend or not is also her own business. When will it be the teacher's turn to take charge? I have never heard of such a rule in Xinjiang. Yuching was about to speak when Su Li stopped her with his hand. He took a step forward and lowered his head, looking at Wang Erbying, who was half a head shorter than him. The expression on his face also became impolite at this time.
Are you Xinjiang's student?
He squinted his eyes and glanced at Su Li's face. Wang Erbying's tone also became cold at this moment.
Yes, I am Xinjiang's student. Director Wang, please move aside now.
I want to go out for dinner with my girlfriend.
Su Li was too lazy to waste time talking to this Wang Erbying.
Su Li had already seen through this person's behavior.
Wang Erbying's arrogance has reached an extreme. Look at this guy's bird-like appearance. He doesn't take the school rules seriously at all.
If I don't tell you about this, it's Yuching's future. I'll tell her. I don't know if it's because Wang Erbying is half a head taller than him and looks more muscular than him, or for some other reason. He looked directly at Yuching next to him, and then said to her.
Yuching, come with me now. I will give you extra lessons.
There will be an evaluation for this semester's scholarship, and then you will get it all.
With your grades, other students won't say anything if you take these things.
As he spoke, Wang Erbying actually reached out his hand to Yuching. Yuching was about to make a move when she grabbed Wang Erbying's wrist with her hand.
Director Wang, that's about it. Don't overdo it.
Su Li narrowed his eyes and said this directly to Wang Erbying next to him.
Hearing this, Wang Erbying's eyes widened. Get your hands off me, little bastard. When did it become your turn to take care of my affairs?
Wang Erbying exerted force suddenly but failed to pull his hand out. He immediately threatened Su Li with words. But what he got in return was a scornful smile from Su Li.
Seeing this situation, Wang Erbying felt extremely embarrassed.
Once again, he wanted to pull his hand out. With a sudden force. But he didn't expect that Su Li would actually let go of his hand this time. Wang Erbying took several steps back and sat down on the ground because he couldn't stand firmly.
Since we were on the way to school, there were quite a few people around us. How dare you pick on a student and lay hands on me in school? I'm a teacher. Do you know how to respect your teachers? Your behavior is extremely bad. I will report it to the school and give you a serious warning. No. I'm going to have you expelled from school. Sit on the ground. Wang Erbying is fat.
I tried to get up several times, but failed.
He could only point his finger at Su Li and threaten him. Then go report it to the school. Let's see whether the school will expel me or you. You know what kind of person you are.
Su Li's words were suggestive, and Wang Erbying's face turned cold instantly.
I'll remember you, kid, just wait for me. Chapter 109, Directors Wang and Li.
After struggling to get up, Wang Erbying saw Su Li dragging Yuching away. He could only speak harshly to Su Li's back. But at this moment, there are already quite a few students around.
Some students even recognized him. Hearing the discussions coming from around him, Wang Erbying's face turned red.
He shouted directly at the large group of students gathered nearby.
What are you looking at? Go do your work. If anyone dares to spread this matter, I will fire you. After leaving these words, Wang Erbying left the place in shame under the gaze of a group of people.
Su Li, you shouldn't have clashed with this guy.
This guy is very vindictive.
You could even say he never gives up even for a small grudge. If you offend him, this guy will definitely cause trouble for you later.
Yuching herself was not worried about Wang Erbying's revenge.
But if Wang Erbying turns his attention to Su Li, that would not be good.
Don't worry, he is just a director in a school, and he is not from our branch. I don't believe he can do anything to me.
Let's go eat first and ignore this guy.
Su Li didn't take Wang Erbying seriously at all. After all, they are not in the same branch of the school, and Wang Erbying has no control over Su Li.
However, Suli never expected that this matter would soon ferment the next morning.
Because Suli forgot an important person. Director Li from their branch.
Early the next morning, Wang Erbying found the Suli branch. Tonight he had already found out Suli's identity and information through his connections.
How dare a little brat who was not Qingjian to mess with me? Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you today.
He pushed open the door of Director Li Hongxiao's office at the Suli branch. Wang Erbying sat opposite her angrily.
Isn't this Director Wang? How did you find time to come into my office? What happened?
Li Hongxia pushed her glasses and a flattering expression appeared on her face. Although she and Wang Erbying are both directors of the school. But Wang Erbying has a relative who is the vice president.
Director Li, what's wrong with the students in your branch? They actually dared to attack the teacher in public. Is this how your branch teaches students?
As soon as Wang Erbying opened his mouth, he put a hat on Li Hongxia's head. This surprised Li Hongxia a little. She can't afford to offend Wang Erbying.
In this school, no one dares to mess with Wang Erbying on a daily basis.
Now that they are causing trouble for her, Li Hongxia naturally finds it difficult to bear it.
Director Wang, please don't be angry. Have some tea. This is the best da hong pao that the students' parents just sent over today. There's still some left here, Director Wang. Take it back and try it.
With a panic expression on his face, he quickly took out an exquisitely packaged wooden box from his drawer and pushed it in front of Wang Erbying. Li Hongxia took the cup of water on the table and went to make tea for Wang Erbying.
The whole person is like a waiter. Tea. Director Wang, what exactly happened? Can you tell me in detail? Put the cup of water in front of Wang Erbying.
Li Hongxia sat opposite him and quickly asked Wang Erbying about the cause of the incident.
Let me ask if there is a guy named Suli in your branch? After drinking the tea, Wang Erbying's anger seemed to be much relieved.
He tapped the table with his fingers, pointed at Li Hongxia and asked her about Suli.
Suli? This kid again?
Once, because of Suli's matter, she was severely scolded by Li Pengfei. Although both of them have the surname Li. But Li Pengfei and Li Hongxia have nothing to do with each other. Naturally, he didn't care about his face and scolded Li Hongxia harshly. I didn't expect that Wang Erbying came to me today because of Suli again.
What's wrong? Director Li, do you know this Suli?
Seeing that Li Hongxia's face turned pale, Wang Erbying even softened his tone.
Director Wang, you don't know.
This guy is a troublemaker in our branch. When Wang Erbying asked this question, Li Hongxia felt like she had found her relatives. He slapped the table hard with his hand. With excitement on his face, he told Wang Erbying about his experience. Last time he got into a fight with someone outside and beat up a classmate, so I called him into my office. Who knows that this kid has no other skills, but he is very sharp-tongued and good at making up stories.
I complained to Dean Li about my behavior.
He raised his hand and wiped his eyes twice. Li Hongxia squeezed out a tear from the corner of her eye to express her grievance.
President Li didn't even listen to my explanation and just scolded me.
If it weren't for Dean Li, I would have dealt with this guy a long time ago. I didn't expect this kid would offend you, Director Wang, again. After saying this, Li Hongxia actually covered her face with her hands and whimpered.
Of course, she was just pretending. This was done just to win Wang Erbying's sympathy.
Tell Wang Erbying not to cause trouble for her. He even wanted to take this opportunity to give Suli a good beating through Wang Erbying.
To avenge the last attack. This kid is so excessive. How audacious.
When he heard that Suli in front of him had done such a thing to Li Hongxia, Wang Erbying once again combined his own experience. As if he felt the same way, he slammed the table and stood up. He walked to Li Hongxia and picked up a piece of paper on the table and handed it to her.
Director Li, don't be angry. There's nothing to cry about.
Wipe your tears.
Handed the paper to Li Hongxia.
Wang Erbying gritted his teeth and stood there talking to himself.
This guy is the bad apple in the school. As teachers in the school, we must not let a bad apple spoil the whole barrel.
As the backbone of the school, both you and I have the obligation to help the school get rid of this scourge. When Wang Erbying said this again, he sounded righteous.
It was as if he was going to do something big and extraordinary next. Director Wang, you are right.
With a crying voice, Li Hongxia secretly glanced at Wang Erbying. Seeing that the flesh on his face was trembling with anger, Li Hongxia was already delighted.
Su Li, let's see how you can still be so arrogant now. The man named Wang is our vice president.
Li Hongxia's whisper was heard by Wang Erbying. But he didn't hear clearly what Li Hongxia said.
Director Li, what did you just say?
I didn't hear clearly.
Wang Erbying looked at Li Hongxia with concern on his face.
That's why I said Director Wang that we must handle this matter properly this time.
Let's go over there and get this Su Li out now. Chapter 110, Old Witch.
Li Hongxia and Wang Erbying at this time. The two of them were like a pair of turtle and mung bean, they just fell in love with each other. After discussing it here, Li Hongxia couldn't help but find Su Li immediately. Then I'll trouble you, Director Li.
Wang Erbying naturally did not refuse.
After the two of them stood up, they walked towards Su Li's classroom under the leadership of Li Hongxia.
It's almost holiday time, but I still have to go to class. When will the exam be?
Zhao Jian sat in his seat, yawning, and said this to Su Li and the other three people beside him.
By the way, what are you guys going to do after the holiday? Hearing these words was like opening the floodgates.
Chen Zhou also asked the other three people with an excited expression.
Of course I went out for a stroll. I stayed for a whole semester. If I don't go out for a walk, I'll justify staying in the dormitory all semester.
After hearing this, Zhao Jian was the first to respond and directly talked about his holiday plans.
I want to stay at home and study hard.
After all, we will graduate in 2 years.
In another year, I will start my internship. I don't want to start working so soon.
I want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, so of course I have to prepare well. After hearing this, Li Jianghe told him about his holiday plans.
A nerd is a nerd.
He has no future and has to study at home during the holidays. I plan to find a suitable job to earn some money.
When I come back this semester, you three will have to cling to me.
Chen Zhou had a smug expression on his face and told him his plan. After Chen Zhou finished speaking, the three of them all looked at Su Li's face.
Brother Li, what are your plans for the holiday?
Facing the gazes of the three people, Su Li thought for a moment and then replied to them.
I don't know what to do. Anyway, I probably won't go back. Then I'll find a part-time job in Xinjiang.
After all, I've been squandering money lately and don't have much spare money.
What Su Li said was true. After all, you can't always count on your free lunch to make money.
And next she has to find a way to find Han Jin in the capital.
Unlike the three people next to him who have plenty of time. His time is very tight.
Take advantage of the holiday time. Su Li planned carefully how to go to the capital and bring Han Jin back within a year.
According to what Han Jin left,
the so-called adoptive parents who brought her to the capital and the family that arranged her marriage were all of extraordinary status.
It's not easy to accomplish this. No way, Brother Li, you are so arrogant and inhumane, and you still need a part-time job? Are you planning to secretly go back and inherit the billions of dollars without telling us?
Su Li appeared in a luxury car. And it started from that day when he gave Qin Xuanhu 200,000 yuan in the bar.
Su Li became unscrupulous when spending money.
The people nearby thought that Su Li's house had been demolished, because Su Li had always been very low-key before. Now after hearing Su Li's words about working during the holidays, the three of them naturally didn't believe it.
I didn't lie to you. I told you the truth.
I don't have a mine at home, and my family situation is not very good, so I have to rely on myself for everything. Su Li had a sincere expression on his face as he explained to the three people beside him.
However, it was obvious that the three of them did not believe what he said.
Just when the three were about to complain about Su Li, the door of their classroom was pushed open. Li Hongxia walked in first and looked around the crowd. Locked his eyes on Su Li who was sitting there.
Director Li, why are you here suddenly? What's the matter?
The English teacher was teaching Su Li and the others at this time.
The English teacher is a well-known flatterer in the branch.
When he saw Li Hongxia come in, he smiled and hurried over to her.
Teacher Zhu has nothing to do with you.
We came in to find a classmate in your class to learn some information.
Li Hongxia's attitude towards her English teacher was not good. This made the English teacher look a little unhappy. But he didn't dare to say anything more and just stepped aside obediently.
Then Su Li saw Wang Erbying walking in behind Li Hongxia. Both of them focused their eyes on Su Li at the same time. At this moment, Wang Erbying had a sinister yet complacent expression on his face.
He whispered something into Li Hongxia's ear.
Li Hongxia raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Su Li.
Su Li, come out here.
After Li Hongxia howled, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Li. Zhao Jian and the other two standing nearby also had puzzled expressions on their faces. The last time Li Hongxia caused trouble for Su Li, she was punished by the Dean Li Pengfei, and she never dared to look for Su Li again. I didn't expect that he would come to my door again today.
Su Li, what's going on? Why did this old witch come to you again?
Zhao Jian frowned and asked Su Li beside him. This time it's not this old witch who's looking for me. It should be that old pervert who followed him looking for me. This guy tried to do something bad to Yuching yesterday, but I stopped him. With a look of disdain in his eyes, Su Li also looked at Li Hongxia and Wang Erbiang. I guess this guy got angry and teamed up with this old witch to deal with me. But don't worry, I have my own way to deal with this guy.
Facing Li Hongxia's scolding, Su Li did not move at all.
He sat there with a smile on his face and explained the matter to the three people next to him. This action made Li Hongxia's face turn very ugly. She was a dean after all, yet she was humiliated by a student in public in the hall. But before Li Hongxia could start scolding him, a voice seemed to be eager to show off, and it shouted directly in the direction of Su Li.
Su Li! Didn't you hear Director Li calling you? What's wrong with you? Why are you still sitting there? Come here quickly.
This voice came from Su Li's English teacher. I saw the English teacher with his hands on his waist. Although he was a grown man, he raised his index finger. He yelled at Su Li, then nodded in a flattering manner towards Li Hongxia beside him. This sycophant is really a man of the wind, and his words are as good as rain.
Zhao Jian couldn't help but curse when he saw this. You three stay here and continue your class. I'll go out and see what they're up to.
Su Li didn't care. He said this to the three people next to him, then stood up and walked towards Li Hongxia and Wang Erbiang. Hurry up, Director Li will get impatient if you dawdle. The English teacher saw Su Li's leisurely look and scolded him again.
Chapter 111, Wearing a Pair of Pants. Teacher, why are you so anxious? It was Director Li who came to me, not you.
It's as if you and Director Li are wearing the same pants. He didn't have a good impression of his English teacher Su Li, and he retorted as soon as he spoke to him.
After these words were spoken, the classmates immediately burst into laughter. This made the English teacher lose all face. What did you say, little thing? Do you believe I'll beat you?
With her index finger raised, the English teacher said directly to Su Li.
You can try it.
Who knew that Su Li showed a hint of disdain? After glancing at the English teacher next to him, he walked up to Li Hongxia and Wang Erbiang. You are such a stubborn student.
You talk to your teacher like this, do you know what it means to respect your teacher?
Li Hongxia naturally didn't mind putting another hat on Su Li's head at this opportunity. He pointed at Su Li's nose and asked him a question. I naturally understand respecting teachers, but some people don't know what it means to be a role model.
A person who flatters and fawns on others is qualified to be a teacher? At this time, Su Li was blessed by the system.
It couldn't be easier for a professor of language and literature to confront a little girl like Li Hongxia.
You!
Li Hongxia was obviously a little suffocated by what Su Li said on the phone.
Director Li, what can you say to this guy?
He is sharp-tongued and can only talk nonsense.
Let's take him to Dean Li and see what he has to say.
Wang Erbiang sneered and reminded Li Hongxia next to him.
Yes, that's it. The last time, Dean Li and I were a little unhappy because of this kid. Now I want to let Dean Li see what kind of person this kid is and what he really looks like.
After hearing these words, Li Hongxia showed a smug look on her face.
If you have anything to say, just say it here.
I'm still in class and don't have time to waste with you. I paid tuition to come here to learn knowledge, not to mess around with you guys. After Li Hongxia finished speaking, she never expected that Su Li would actually say such a thing to her.
Study? Are you a student like you worthy of studying or even the word study?
Li Hongxia stared at Su Li with wide eyes as he said these insulting words.
It's true that the top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked.
After all, they are wearing the same pants.
Director Li, I'm afraid your English teacher has learned a lot from you.
The topic of wearing a pair of pants was brought up again, and the students in the classroom also burst into laughter. Everyone knows what kind of person Li Hongxia is. So I want to be polite when faced with such ridicule.
You! Come with me.
At this moment, Li Hongxia could no longer hold back her laughter and stretched out her hand to pull Su Li. However, Su Li dodged it with just a slight step.
I don't believe that no one can cure you, little brat.
Come with me to the dean's office now, or the school will expel you for your behavior today. After threatening Su Li, Li Hongxia knew that at her age she was no match for Su Li, so she didn't dare to move forward. Since you want to see the dean, then go and see him. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. After saying this, Su Li walked around Li Hongxia and went outside. Su Li was familiar with the path to Li Pengfei's office. Stop laughing and continue with the class. After being humiliated by Su Li, Li Hongxia was on the verge of exploding. Unable to deal with Su Li, he could only vent his anger on the remaining students in the classroom. He roared at them and walked out angrily. You guys go to study on your own. When the English teacher saw Li Hongxia was about to leave, he shouted to the students and quickly followed behind Li Hongxia. Director Li, I will testify for you. When Li Hongxia turned her head and looked at his face, the English teacher quickly stated his intention. Su Li? Bu Wenqing was sitting in the office preparing her courseware when she suddenly saw Su Li walking past the office door. With a puzzled expression on her face, she followed him out and saw Nan Shuo walking towards Li Pengfei's office. Director Li, Teacher Zhu, what's wrong with you? Just as Wen Chang was about to retreat in confusion. Then I saw Li Hongxia, Wang Erbing, and the English teacher walking towards this side. Seeing this situation, we know that these three people must have some relationship with Su Li. He asked Li Hongxia tentatively. Teacher Wen, there is a student in our branch who behaves very badly. We are now preparing to go to the dean's office to discuss this matter with the dean. Li Hongxia's attitude towards Wen Qing was quite polite. After all, the Wen family is now quite famous in Xinjiang. With the Wen family's current assets and status, it is not someone that Li Hongxia can afford to offend. There is actually such a situation. Can I go and take a look with you, Director Li? Worried that something might happen to Su Li, Wen Qing quickly asked Li Hongxia. Of course you can. I didn't expect that Teacher Wen would be so concerned about school matters. The person who said this was not Li Hongxia, but Wang Erbing. Wang Erbing had already heard that there was a beautiful teacher in Su Li's branch. However, due to the Wen family's background, he did not dare to take action against Wen Cheng. Later, when he heard that the Wen family was in decline, Wen Cheng became Zhao Jie's girlfriend, and Wang Erbing dared not offend her even more. Now the Wen family has regained its status. Wang Erbing never had the chance, so he took this opportunity to get close to Wen Cheng. It's natural for teachers in the school to care about students' affairs. Director Wang, isn't it possible that all our branch can come here? Could it be possible that the teachers in my branch can't be worried about it? Wen Cheng knew something about Wang Erbing. After answering casually, he looked in the direction of Li Hongxia. Li Hongxia nodded to Wen Cheng and walked towards Li Pengfei's office. At this time, in the dean's office, Li Pengfei saw Su Li, who suddenly came in and had a puzzled look on his face. Why are you here again? What are you doing in my office? The last time Su Li appeared here, he left a deep impression on Li Pengfei. Seeing Su Li appear here again, Li Pengfei was quite polite to Su Li. Director, I'm sorry to bother you again, but you'll soon know what's going on. The protagonist is coming soon. After finishing speaking, Su Li glanced to the side. He actually sat on the sofa in the office under Li Pengfei's gaze. Chapter 112, 3 Questions. Before Li Pengfei could figure out what was going on, the office door was pushed open again. Li Hongxia, along with Wang Erbing and English teacher Wen Qing, went straight into the office. Li Pengfei obviously didn't expect so many people to come. Director Li, what's going on? Why did you bring so many people to my office? What's going on? Li Pengfei was not so polite to Li Hongxia. Dean Li, if we don't come soon, things will be out of control. After hearing this, Li Hongxia spoke directly to Li Pengfei in an alarmist tone. What's so serious? Suddenly so many people came out, and each one of them said something confusing. Li Pengfei was still a little confused at this moment. He sat on his chair and put the cup on the table. Li Pengfei looked around at everyone and then asked Li Hongxia what had happened. Dean, let me talk about this matter. At this moment, Wang Erbing stepped forward and interrupted Li Hongxia. Li Hongxia was very unhappy about being interrupted. But this person was Wang Erbing, so she could only step aside obediently. Isn't this Director Wang? Why did Director Wang come to our branch? Li Pengfei was a little surprised when he saw Wang Erbing coming out from behind. Dean, look at this student. Is this the student from your branch? You were disrespectful to your elders and attacked me in public at school last night. Dean Li, can you tell me how to solve this problem? As soon as Wang Erbiang opened his mouth, he directly accused Su Li of assaulting him.
Li Pengfei didn't expect such a thing to happen. He stared in the direction of Su Li with wide eyes.
Please don't be in a hurry to read it, Dean. I will explain it after Director Li and Director Wang finish telling me about my crimes.
Su Li spread his hands and didn't even bother to get up from the sofa.
Instead, he sat there and motioned Li Hongxia and Director Wang to confess all his crimes.
One-time answer.
Su Li didn't want to waste his time arguing with these two guys. Wen Sheng behind also cast a caring look at Su Li. However, when Su Li smiled and nodded at her, Wen Sheng knew that the matter should not be serious. In Wen Sheng's eyes, Su Li is already an omnipotent being. After all, Su Li was able to solve the crisis of the Wen family, so why can't he solve the problem of the two directors in front of him? President Li, look at this guy. Look at how arrogant he is. Just now, he even spoke wildly to us in the classroom and humiliated me, Director Li, and Teacher Zhu in front of all the students.
Even Teacher Wen Xingwen couldn't stand it anymore and followed us over.
Wang Erbiang thought Wen Xing came to help them, so he mentioned Wen Sheng as well. Director Wang, please don't misunderstand me. I'm just curious about what happened to the students in the branch.
I'm not here to testify for you.
When Wen Xing heard this, she didn't give Wang Erbiang any face and directly denied the statement. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked to Su Li's side.
Su Li, don't worry, I'm here today. No one can frame you. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Teacher Wen will make the decision for you.
While no one was paying attention, Wen Sheng blinked at Su Li. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction of other people. If any other teacher said this, everyone would just sneer and not take it seriously. But Wen Sheng had an unusual background, so the attitudes of Wang Erbiang and Li Hongxia changed instantly.
Director Wang, please continue.
Li Pengfei saw this scene and knew that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. He said another sentence to Wang Erbiang. Dean Li, students like this have seriously affected the atmosphere in the school.
Students like this are a cancer in the school. We must not let a bad apple spoil the whole barrel. This student must be dealt with. Dean Li, tell me whether this kind of student should be expelled immediately and have his/her student status revoked? After hearing Li Pengfei's question, Wang Erbiang directly told Li Pengfei his thoughts.
The tone of this statement did not sound like a discussion with Li Pengfei. It was more like a notification to Li Pengfei that he could fire Su Li directly.
Su Li. Then tell me, is this matter as Director Li and Director Wang said?
After hearing this, Li Pengfei did not scold Su Li directly, but asked Su Li about the whole story.
Are you finished talking?
After hearing the question, Su Li first turned around and asked in the direction of Wang Erbiang and Li Hongxia. After seeing that the two men had nothing to say, Su Li stood up from the sofa.
Before you answer this question, Dean, I have 3 questions for you first.
Su Li turned his head to look in the direction of Li Pengfei. His facial expression became polite and his tone of voice carried a hint of respect. After all, Li Pengfei, Li Hongxia and Wang Erbiang are two different people. Although I don't know what Su Li wants to ask. But Li Pengfei had no reason to refuse him. After nodding, he signaled Su Li that he could ask questions.
I want to ask the dean, is there any rule in the school that prohibits students from dating?
Su Li's first question made Li Pengfei stunned for a moment. This is Qingjiang University, not Qingjiang High School, so there is naturally no such rule in the school.
There is no such rule. Li Pengfei shook his head. Then I would like to ask if there are any rules in the school that allow teachers to force students to attend classes during non-class hours? Looking in the direction of Wang Erbiang, Su Li asked Li Pengfei again.
Of course there is no such rule. Li Pengfei had already guessed it and looked in the direction of Wang Erbiang. One last question, as a teacher, is it okay for you to touch a girl in front of her boyfriend at school?
After saying this, Wang Erbiang's face turned pale, while Su Li fixed his gaze on Li Pengfei's face.
This kind of thing is naturally against the rules and regulations, and it also seriously affects the reputation of the school. The school will never tolerate such things. Once such teachers appear, they will be punished immediately. When Li Pengfei heard the news, his expression turned a little ugly, and he gave Su Li the answer directly.
Then I want to ask Director Wang now? As a teacher in school, I don't think about how to improve my literary and teaching skills. Instead, you are here to meddle in other people's boyfriend-girlfriend relationships and force students to go to class. What on earth do you want to do? Your little tricks have long been known to everyone, yet you are still here to complain first. Chapter 113, Gambling. Suli asked 3 questions and Wang Erbying stood there, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Suli, you are a lawless student. Why, do you think you are better than Director Wang in terms of academic level? You are criticizing Director Wang here. Director Wang is one of the few PhDs in the branch. Li Hongxia, who was standing by, immediately caught the loophole in Su Li's words. He began to reprimand Su Li for this issue. Instead, he did not accuse Su Li of those things in advance. Whether he has real talent or not, only he knows it in his heart. Let's not talk about this kind of people. There is only one way to describe him. Zhu Beiji wears glasses and pretends to be a doctor. Su Li glanced at Wang Erbying standing next to him. It was a direct mockery. Hearing Su Li's allegorical saying, Wen Qing couldn't help but laugh while covering her mouth. Ahem. I think I understand this matter. Director Wang, you have no right to interfere with what happens between someone and his girlfriend. You are wrong in this matter. There was a strange expression on Li Pengfei's face. I want to laugh, but I'm too embarrassed to laugh here. He suppressed his smile and looked in the direction of Wang Erbying. After hearing what Li Pengfei said, Wang Erbying's face looked obviously ugly. But before he could refute, Li Pengfei turned his gaze towards Su Li again. This matter of the class owner is not only due to Director Wang, but also to you. You are a student in the school at least. You should show at least some respect when talking to the teacher. At the same time, you should not doubt the teacher's ability. While Li Pengfei was talking to Su Li, he also winked at Su Li. As a teacher in the school, he must have his own strengths, otherwise how could he become your teacher? After saying this, Li Pengfei put his hand to his mouth, ready to announce that the matter was over. Who knew that Su Li didn't think of letting this matter go? For people like Wang Erbying. If you don't teach him a lesson this time, this kind of person will only cause trouble in the future. I don't think I have done anything wrong in this matter, Dean Li. It's all because Director Wang has overreached and is involved in too many things. And I don't think he has any special abilities. He can sit in this position because he walked through the back door 9 times out of 10. There are many things that everyone knows. But once you speak frankly, the person being spoken of will only be put on the fire. And now when Su Li said this, he was slapping Wang Erbying in the face. Boy, you, a sophomore, dare to question me? I am a PhD graduate from a prestigious university. Are you qualified to say that about my abilities? With a cold expression on his face, Wang Erbying asked this question directly to Su Li in front of him. Tell me what's wrong with you? Director Wang, with your limited abilities, I would like to ask where your doctoral dissertation was published? How many people know about your doctoral thesis? Originally, Su Li knew nothing about these things. But now he has professor-level knowledge of Chinese language and literature in his head. At the same time, some other knowledge in this area is also attached. Naturally, I also know some details about this doctoral thesis. These words really hit Wang Erbying right this time. At that time, he hired a ghostwriter to write his doctoral thesis. I have no idea about this matter. Director Wang, with what you have, I can go back and publish a paper or journal in this field. They are all going to have a greater influence than you. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. These words come from Su Li's confidence. But these words were really shocking to everyone's ears. Su Li, do you know what you are talking about? You are a student who hasn't even graduated from college yet and you are telling me this? After being ridiculed by Su Li, Wang Erbying showed a sneer on his face. At the same time, another plan came to mind. At this moment, he knew how to deal with Su Li and how to get rid of Su Li, the threat to his heart. It just so happens that we also have doctoral supervisors in Xinjiang. Since you are so arrogant, let's have a competition. With his hands on his waist and his chest puffed out, Wang Erbying showed a confident and arrogant expression. My doctoral major is the same as yours, which is Chinese language and literature. I want to see what right you, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair, have to say to me like that. Let's write an article at the same time and see whose performance is better and whose influence is greater. After saying this, Wang Erbying looked at Su Li with a provocative look. At this moment he still thought he had Su Li in his control, but he didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Director Wang, let's compete, but before we compete, Director Wang, shouldn't we add some spice to this matter? It's probably meaningless to compare like this. I never make bets without benefits. Hearing this bet, Wen Cheng wanted to persuade Su Li. Who knew that Su Li would ask a question in the direction of Wang Erbying before him? Sure, kid. In that case, how about we do this? Whoever loses will get kicked out of this school. When Wang Erbying said this, everyone in the audience was stunned, including Li Pengfei. Okay, Dean Li, in that case, how about you be the judge for us this time? If I lose, I will apply for withdrawal from school myself. But if Director Wang loses, please have Dean Li witness it and let Director Wang leave gracefully. Then he turned and looked in the direction of Li Pengfei. Directly ask Li Pengfei to be a witness this time. Su Li, why are you a student making trouble here? Director Wang is not here, how can you compare with Director Wang? Li Pengfei admires Su Li as a student very much. Naturally, he didn't want Su Li to be expelled from school because of this incident. Dean Li, what do you mean? Are you going to stop this? Wang Erbying frowned when he saw Li Pengfei protecting Su Li here. He was not as polite to Li Pengfei as others. President Li, young people don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Sometimes it's a good thing to give them a warning. If you make a mistake in school now, the worst that can happen is that you'll be expelled. If you go out and make a mistake, you might get your legs broken. While saying this, Wang Erbying glanced in the direction of Su Li. I am not here to bully this student by relying on my position as the director. Instead, I'm teaching him how to be a good person in advance. I'm doing this for his own good. These remarks made Li Pengfei at a loss as to how to protect Su Li. Chapter 114, 3 Days. Dean Li, I think what Director Wang said makes a lot of sense. It's true that no matter how much you make a mistake in school, it's not a big deal. It's great to have a vice president as your close relative. But if you're outside, you might not even be able to save your life. Wang Erbying said that Su Li's legs would easily be broken if he was outside. Su Li directly mocked him that he might lose his life outside. After Su Li said this, Wang Erbying's face instantly turned pale. But Su Li did not give him a chance to speak. Instead, he took a step forward and said to Wang Erbying, I accepted the challenge. 3 days. We will meet here in 3 days, and then we will each upload our papers to the academic website. How about we see which of us has better results up there? Su Li gave Wang Erbying a provocative look in return. Wang Erbying was almost so angry that he vomited blood. Don't regret it, kid. After saying this, Wang Erbying flicked his sleeves and walked out of this place. It looks like he won't continue to tangle with Su Li. Su Li, you are too impulsive. Let me see how you end this. But don't worry, I will find a way to keep you in school. After all, you are just a student. Li Pengfei had a worried look on his face and glanced in the direction where Wang Erbying left. Then he frowned again and said these words to Su Li earnestly. Don't worry, Dean Li, I have my own plan for this matter. I never fight a battle I'm not prepared for. After saying this to Li Pengfei, Su Li also stood up and said goodbye. After smiling at Li Pengfei tenderly, she followed Su Li. Su Li, this Wang Erbying, doesn't have any skills and has a bad reputation. But he is a doctor after all. Even if you're not at the doctoral level, I'm afraid you can't defeat him with your abilities, right? She walked to Su Li's side with a worried look on her face. After all, this matter is not a joke, nor is it something to be taken lightly. It involves whether Su Li will leave Xinjiang. Seeing that Su Li had no reaction and just looked at her calmly, Wen Qing hesitated and said, How about I try to find someone to help you and get this done? But after he finished speaking, he saw Su Li shook his head slightly. Teacher Wen, I will handle this matter myself. Teacher Wen may not know about it. Actually, I came here to study just to kill time. I have already completed my undergraduate, master's, and even doctoral studies. Su Li raised the corner of his mouth and said something that made Wen Qing open her mouth in surprise. No way, Su Li, are you sure you are not kidding me? The school's standard for recruiting teachers is that they are trainees. But as long as you are a doctoral student, you can enter the school directly and will receive very good treatment. It was really hard to imagine how Su Li could do this. Teacher Wen, let's wait and see. For the scum of the school like Wang Erbying, we must not let him continue to harm other students in school. After Su Li said this with a smile, he waved warmly at the person in front of him and walked back towards the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Su Li turned on the computer directly and started typing on the computer with his fingers flying. Good fellow, Su Li, what are you doing? Several people in the dormitory saw Su Li coming back and sitting next to the computer with a serious look on his face. I didn't play any games. Instead, they were typing away,
and one by one they came up to me with puzzled expressions on their faces. However, after a few people took a look at the computer screen, they found that they could understand some of the content.
Some of them seemed to be reading a divine book. Brother, what happened after that old witch called you away today? Why do you look so shocked? Are they asking you to get first place in your major?
With a surprised expression on his face, Zhao Jian asked Suli this question. No, I'm just preparing to publish an academic paper to compete with Wang Erbeing to see who is more capable. Suli smiled after hearing this, and then continued typing.
Brother, are you kidding us? You're competing with that Wang Erbeing?
Although that guy is notorious in school, I heard that he seems to have graduated with a doctorate. Wang Erbeing is also somewhat famous in the school.
Almost everyone who has some information knows about that guy's lewd behavior.
People like Zhao Jian who like to gossip in the school naturally know the news.
He also knew what kind of person Wang Erbeing was. It's easy to beat him.
After saying this, Suli waved in the direction of these people.
Okay, I won't talk to you guys anymore.
Give me one day, and then I'll make him lose miserably. After saying this, Suli devoted his whole heart and soul to the academic paper in front of him. At this time, Wang Erbeing was sitting in the office and thought for a while. Then he stood up and walked towards the school.
Is Professor Huang here? Soon Wang Erbeing appeared outside an office. This office is where Suli's graduate school supervisor in this major is located. Director Wang? What's the matter? After Wang Erbeing pushed open the office door,
a man with some white hair on his temples turned his head and looked in the direction of Wang Erbeing. This person is Huang Wenbin, the most powerful doctoral supervisor in Suli's major. Professor Huang came to see you today because I want to ask you for help with something. Sitting next to Huang Wenbin, Wang Erbeing simply told Huang Wenbin what happened today, adding some exaggeration.
Arrogance is simply the height of arrogance. A little undergraduate student is so bold.
After hearing what Wang Erbeing said, Huang Wenbin raised his hand and slammed the table with a very ugly look on his face.
Director Wang, I'll help you with this academic paper. It just so happens that I have a research project that is about to be completed. Director Wang, how about selling it to you for 100,000 yuan? Huang Wenbin made this suggestion directly to Wang Erbeing with a smile on his face.
100,000 yuan is not expensive to buy a graduate student supervisor's project. It seems that Huang Wenbin is determined to help Wang Erbeing, so he offered this price.
Professor Huang, if that's the case, then I won't be polite with you. Thank you, Professor Huang.
It just so happens that if a doctoral graduate like Wang Erbeing wants to continue to improve, the only way is to publish academic papers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Erbeing also wanted to improve himself.
100,000 yuan is not a problem for him. Chapter 115, Lu Jinyuan. When Wang Erbeing walked out of Huang Wenbin's office, his face looked very proud. At this time, there was an extra USB flash drive in his hand. This USB flash drive contains the research topics that Huang Wenbin has been researching recently. Suli, are you going to fight me? I have plenty of money. I'll give you 100,000 yuan to get you out of this school. When you leave school, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. He squinted his eyes and said this in a cold tone. Wang Erbeing took the USB drive and walked back to his office. For the entire day, Suli did not leave the dormitory. It was not until nearly midnight that Suli's hands left the keyboard. Done.
When Suli began to prepare this paper, countless knowledge appeared in his mind. The paper written by Suli can be said to be the result of joint research by all professors. After uploading the article to the academic website, Suli lay down on the bed with satisfaction.
On the other side, colleague Wang Erbeing also confidently uploaded Huang Wenbin's research results to the academic website.
It is not the graduation time for doctoral students on weekdays, and few people will publish academic papers there. And in just one day, 2 people suddenly posted on it at the same time. The most important thing is that one of the identities is a sophomore at Xinjiang University.
As it was late at night, no one noticed this. But just one night passed, and the next morning, when some old scholars or doctoral students opened the paper, everyone had an expression of shock on their face. How dare a sophomore in my class publish such a paper? Does he think he is a doctoral student? I want to see what this guy is capable of. Chinese language and literature happens to be the same major as mine.
At this time in the capital, a doctoral student at Tsinghua University saw this paper, clicked on it and began to read it. However, the doctoral student, who originally had a look of contempt on his face, became more and more frightened the more he looked. After he flipped through the paper, he looked up and took a deep breath.
There's another one?
But when he was about to talk to his mentor about this matter,
suddenly I found another article.
After clicking on the article and taking a look at it, the student showed a look of disappointment on his face. I thought this was awesome, but it turns out to be garbage. After finishing speaking, the student stood up at an extremely fast speed and rushed towards where his tutor was.
Professor Liu, look what this is?
He placed his notebook in front of an old man. The student shouted to the old man with an excited expression on his face.
Why are you still so irritable?
How many times have I told you that people like us who work in literature need to be calm and composed?
I'm so old, aren't you afraid of giving me a heart attack?
The old man, whom the students called Professor Liu, scolded him. Then he turned his head and looked down at the laptop.
What is this?
Professor Liu narrowed his eyes and asked the students while checking.
Teacher, this is a paper I found when I woke up and was about to look up information. The paper just came out this morning.
I was really shocked by what was written inside, so I brought it here for you to read. The student told Professor Liu about this matter with a smug look on his face.
Is there such a thing? I'd like to see it.
After hearing this, Professor Liu looked at the laptop screen.
Great, so this is how it works. So there is such an explanation. Amazing. There is actually such an amazing person.
After Professor Liu looked through it, he raised his hand and slammed it on the table. He said this out of the blue, and the student who was watching the video with him was startled.
Professor Liu, Mr. Liu, you just told me to stay calm. Why are you so startled all of a sudden?
The student patted his chest twice and a helpless expression appeared on his face.
You know nothing. I'm just excited about this article. Do you know what this paper represents?
When Professor Liu turned his head to look at the student, the wrinkles in the corners of his eyes became less excited. Professor Liu, I just think this paper is extremely ingenious, and it seems to have opened up a bright future for me.
I don't have any other feelings.
After hearing this, the student scratched the back of his head to express his incomprehension. This article allows our Chinese language and literature major to take a big step forward.
The various gradual changes are simply unconventional.
I must see who published this article. Our Chinese language and literature community is about to produce a new master. While Professor Liu was talking, he did not continue to use the student's laptop. Instead, he put his hand on his computer. I clicked on the academic website and logged into my account.
Professor Liu's real name is Liu Yuan. This name is well known throughout the country. Professor Liu has great power in this website.
After clicking the mouse a few times, a string of data appeared in front of Professor Liu. But when he saw the content clearly, he took off his glasses. He wiped it clean with a glasses cloth, put it back on his face, and observed it again.
Teacher, you don't need to read it.
I was also very shocked when I saw this content just now.
The person who published this paper is a freshman and sophomore at Xinjiang University. The students standing by naturally understood what Liu Yuan was surprised about. He said to Liu Yuan helplessly, "No way. This is impossible. How can a sophomore write something so exquisite?"
It must be that some senior didn't know how to publish it, so he published it through his grandson's account.
Shaoli, pack your things and come with me to Xinjiang. I want to pay a visit to this senior. Without any hesitation, Liu Yuan turned off the computer, stood up and decided to go to Xinjiang.
And Suli, the instigator of all this on Xinjiang's side, had no idea how much of a sensation his paper would cause. But now he has another difficult problem to solve.
Because there was a girl in front of him. You are that Suli, right? You're quite handsome. I'll give you a chance to be my boyfriend.
The girl held a lollipop in her mouth and said this to Suli in a commanding tone.
Hey beauty, do we know each other?
Suli thought about it carefully and confirmed again and again that he did not know this girl. Then he asked her. Of course you don't know me, but from now on we know each other.
Chapter 116, Shocked Old Iron.
The girl's answer made Suli stunned.
I'm shocked.
At this moment, a piece of music sounded from the side, which made Suli feel very appropriate. I'm really sorry to call you beautiful lady, but I'm not that casual. After saying this, Suli prepared to walk around the girl.
Stop.
No one has ever been able to refuse me, Jin Yuan Yuan. He stood directly in front of Suli. The girl took the lollipop out of her mouth and looked at Su Li's face twice. This person was none other than Jin Yuan, the cousin of Su Li, who was brought in by Zhao Jia and Zhou Guangwei to deal with her. She is usually very confident about her appearance. Usually, no matter who she tells this kind of thing to, she won't get any rejection. In the past, this method was always effective. Unexpectedly, I hit a wall with Su Li. With a smile on her lips, Jin Yuan stared into Su Li's eyes. The next second, he tapped his right cheek with his finger, stretched it in front of Su Li and said, "He is really handsome, just like me. I'll give you a chance. If you kiss me, I'll turn around and leave. Otherwise, I will come to Qingjiang to find you every day from now on." Su Li didn't expect Jin Yuan would do this to her. Is it the legendary throwing oneself into someone's arms? With a puzzled expression on his face, Su Li scratched the back of his head twice. "I say, system, don't you want to give me some money?" This is a typical case of someone delivering food to one's doorstep. It's God's gift. Shouldn't there be a reward at this time? Su Li now realized that if he wanted to turn things around, he could only rely on the system. Recently, Su Li has been thinking about how to get some free food. As long as he wins the favor of a girl, the system will reward him with soft rice points. The girl in front of him, named Jin Yuan, has already become like this, but the system has not given her any soft rice. This made Su Li curious whether the system had malfunctioned. Just when Su Li was thinking about this, a meal card suddenly fell out of the pocket of a girl next to him. "Classmate, you dropped something." He ignored Jin Yuan's cheek that was leaning towards him. Su Li reminded the girl. After hearing Su Li's reminder, the girl turned around and picked up the meal card. When she looked at Su Li again, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. She thanked Su Li and turned around and left quickly. At this time, Su Li's money increased by 100. The system prompt sound also sounded. There's nothing wrong with this system, so why? Could it be this? Thinking of this, Su Li looked at Jin Yuan's face again and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I'm so sorry I can't do this. But if you come to me every day, I don't mind. It's a good thing for me to be remembered by a beautiful woman." After saying this, Su Li walked away from Jin Yuan. She was left standing there in a daze. "Interesting, reject me? Su Li, I don't believe you can keep rejecting me." Turning around and sitting in the car next to her, Jin Yuan stared at Su Li's leaving back and sneered. After leaving these words, Jin Yuan started the car and left the Qingjiang school gate. But from another corner, Zhou Guangwei and Zhao Jia walked out. "Brother Zhou, are you sure your cousin is reliable? You praise her so much, but I think Su Li still doesn't buy her account." Zhao Jia stared at the place where the two disappeared and glanced at Zhou Guangwei next to him. "Brother Zhao, don't worry. My cousin will definitely get this done. I trust her. Stop talking about it." These past few days, Su Li has been in a difficult situation and can't even protect himself. At this moment, Zhou Guangwei showed a sneer on his face. "What do you mean?" Zhao Jia didn't know what happened in the school, but Zhou Guangwei knew. Especially Zhou Guangwei and his lackey Chen Bo reported the news to him. This Su Li is not arrogant, he has offended a director in the school. Two people made a 3-day bet. Tell me, he doesn't know how much he weighs. How dare you compete with a PhD-educated director in terms of professional knowledge? When Zhou Guangwei thought about this matter, he expressed that he was a little confused. He really couldn't understand why Su Li would do such a thing. I think Su Li got carried away after being so arrogant a few times before. So what exactly are they betting on? After hearing this, Zhao Jia also showed a playful expression on his face. He asked Zhou Wanghui about the bet between Su Li and Wang Erbiang. Whoever loses will be kicked out of school. By that time, this Su Li will leave the school. Without the support of the school, we can still deal with him however we want in Xinjiang. Every time Zhou Guangwei talked about Su Li, his tone was gnashing his teeth. At this time, he hated Su Li to the core. After hearing this, Zhao Jia nodded in agreement. You're right. This guy is not from Xinjiang. Even if he has some background in Xinjiang, we will give him a beating as soon as he leaves Xinjiang. What can he do to us? When the two of them discussed it here, sneers immediately appeared on their faces. Achoo! Su Li would sneeze from time to time while walking on the road. What's going on? You don't have a cold, why do you keep sneezing? Su Li scratched the back of his head twice, somewhat confused.
The reason why Su Li came out of school today was because someone had an appointment with Su Li.
And this person cannot meet Su Li in public because she is the star Yi Han.
The reason why Yi Han appeared in Xinjiang.
They were here to present the rewards for winning first place in the competition to Su Li and Qin Xuanxin. Besides that, she had some personal matters to attend to and needed to find Su Li. So when Yi Han came to Xinjiang, he did not contact Qin Xuanxin. Instead, he contacted Su Li alone first. Soon Su Li arrived outside the hotel where he had agreed to meet Yi Han. Arrived outside the designated box. There were several bodyguards blocking the way outside the box.
Mr. Su, right?
One of them saw it. After looking around here, he asked Su Li a question. After Su Li nodded in confirmation, the bodyguard stepped aside.
Missy is already waiting for you inside.
Hearing this, Su Li pushed open the door of the box and walked in.
Sure enough, Yi Han was already sitting there. Mr. Su.
After Yi Han and Su Li came in, they stood up and greeted him. Not only did she not put on airs, she didn't even change her name just because Su Li was younger than her.
Chapter 117, The Conditions Brought by Yi Han. It's big news that the big star Yi can come to Xinjiang. If someone took a photo of me like this, I would probably be able to debut right away. Su Li nodded to Yi Han and walked towards Yi Han while joking.
Mr. Su's words really embarrass me.
I know Mr. Su is different from ordinary people. After Su Li saved her last time, Yi Han was deeply impressed by Su Li. And in the last game of the competition, Su Li's performance was absolutely exquisite. It also made Yi Han realize that the man in front of him was no mere pretty face.
On the contrary, he is a very powerful person.
At least his musical talent is better than hers.
What Yi Han is most proud of is her appearance and musical talent. Neither of these 2 points has an advantage over Su Li.
Ms. Yi, you didn't come here to flatter me today, did you?
I have some things to do recently, please Miss Yi, please get to the point.
He said this to Yi Han, who was standing in front of him.
Su Li tapped the table lightly with his fingers twice. At this time, the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, but Su Li had no interest at all.
Mr. Su, can we talk while we eat? After hearing what Su Li said, Yi Han said this to Su Li. Miss Yi, there's no need to eat. I really have something to do. Su Li is now just curious about why Yi Han asked him to come. But I don't have the leisure to sit here and have a meal with Yi Han.
Mr. Su, I'm here this time to give you and Qin Xuanxin the reward for winning first place in the competition. Qin Xuanxin has already received part of this reward, which means she can join the company behind us unconditionally.
I have asked the company to arrange the signing here. Yi Han first told Su Li about Qin Xuanxin's affairs. Su Li also nodded slightly, indicating that he knew about this matter. Besides this, there is also the bonus for this time. Due to this work error, the company increased the bonus to 600,000 yuan. It's all on this card. I think Mr. Su will share it with Miss Qin when he returns, right?
Yi Han took out a bank card from her bag and pushed it in front of Su Li, smiling slightly. I will naturally do this, but I hope Miss Yi can say hello to Qin Xuanxin.
Otherwise, some misunderstandings are inevitable.
After looking at the bank card on the table, Su Li nodded slightly.
Ms. Yi, I guess you asked me to come here today for something else. With a cunning look in his eyes, Su Li smiled and asked Yi Han about his other purpose. Mr. Su is really smart.
I came to see Mr. Su today, of course, for a second matter. I am here today on behalf of the company to invite Mr. Su to join our company. Yi Han went straight to the point and took out a stack of documents from under her bag and placed them on the table.
This is a document that the company has drafted specifically for you, Mr. Su. As long as Mr. Su agrees to join our company, the company can guarantee to invest 100 million in you in the first year to make you famous. Yi Han said this piece of news calmly.
But if this news were to get out, it would definitely shock the other stars in Yi Han's circle. Because no one has ever had access to such great resources in the first year of joining a company. Besides that, Mr. Su can enjoy the same treatment as me in the company. Seeing that there was no change in Su Li's expression,
Yi Han added another condition.
Su Li was indeed moved when he heard the news.
This was a way for him to get rich quickly.
However, Su Li's goal is to pick up Han Jin from the capital city 1 year later. If he joined Yi Han's company, it would be impossible to achieve this goal within a year.
Nothing else to say.
Even if he was as famous as Yi Han and stood at the top position in this circle, Still no foundation to take Han Jin away from the capital. Because this is already a question of identity and status, no matter how this circle develops, it can never be compared with those big guys.
Ms. Yi, I really have no interest in this aspect. Otherwise I would have already contacted you eagerly. I'm so sorry. After standing up, Su Li rejected Yi Han right away. Mr. Su, are you really not going to consider it again?
After hearing Su Li say this, Yi Han was stunned for a moment. Then, with an embarrassed expression on his face, he asked Su Li another question. Logically speaking, no ordinary student would be able to refuse this condition, and Qin Xuanxin would know it.
But Su Li now refused without any hesitation and seemed ready to leave. This really surprised Yi Han.
Because he had investigated Su Li's background and knew that Su Li was not from a wealthy family. This was an opportunity that could change his destiny, but unexpectedly Su Li rejected it without hesitation.
I'm sorry, Miss Yi, but this is not my ambition. But if Miss Yi could be my friend, I would be honored.
Placing his hands on his chest and leaning slightly towards Yi Han, Su Li said this, straightened his chest and prepared to leave.
Su Li.
Seeing that Su Li was about to leave, Yi Han called out Su Li's name in a hurry.
In that case, please leave your contact information before you go.
For some reason, Yi Han felt that the Su Li Jiao in front of him was not an ordinary person. It would be beneficial for her to make friends with Su Li. Hearing this, Su Li smiled lightly, turned around and took out his cell phone. The two exchanged contact information.
Even though Yi Han repeatedly invited Su Li to stay for dinner, he just left here directly. Having been rejected, Yi Han sat alone in the box.
After touching her hair with her hand, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. After leaving the hotel, Su Li called Qin Xuanxin.
Su Li, I just called you, why are you calling me now?
Qin Xuanxin on the phone seemed a little surprised by Su Li's call.
You want to see me too? Did Yi Han contact you?
Su Li was a little confused after hearing this, and Qin Xian on the other end of the phone was even more confused.
What are you talking about? Miss Yi contacted me? Why did Miss Yi contact me? Did she call you?
After hearing this, Su Li immediately realized that Yi Han had not contacted Qin Xuanxin yet.
Where are you now? Chapter 118, Qin Xuanxin confesses.
I didn't explain to Qin Xuanxin. As soon as Su Li opened his mouth, he asked about her current location.
I'm in the bar now. Aren't I leaving today? I originally wanted to have a meal with you before leaving, but now it seems that I don't have time.
Qin Xuanxin's tone on the phone revealed regret. I'll meet you at the bar.
Wait for me there.
After Su Li heard Qin Xian's heart position, he said this directly to her. Then he hung up the phone and hailed a taxi on the side of the road. Or the person on the other end of the line was in the Jingxian bar.
Qin Xuanxin held the phone with a surprised expression on her face. Hey, sister, what are you doing here? Didn't you say goodbye to me and leave? Are you not here to say goodbye to me, your brother?
Qin Xuanhu raised his hand and patted her on the shoulder with a playful smile on his face. When Qin Xuanxin was asked this question, she blushed and lowered her head.
No, I was going to leave too.
But Su Li said he came here to find me. After saying this in a mosquito-like voice, Qin Xuanxin buried her head in her chest. I was wondering why my sister is so shy. It turns out that Su Li is coming.
So what is your relationship now? Have you broken through that layer of window paper? If you haven't exposed it, sister, you'd better be careful. After you leave this time, the two of you will be in two different worlds.
Qin Xuanhu naturally knew Qin Xuanxin's special feelings for Su Li. So I was worried that something might happen to her because of Su Li.
That's why I asked this question as a reminder to her.
Brother, don't worry, I have my own ideas about this matter. After taking a look at Qin Xuanhu's face, Qin Xuanxin shook her head slightly. Finally, he found a secluded corner and sat down, holding the guitar in his hand, waiting quietly for Su Li. Qin Xuanhu, who was standing by, saw this scene and stopped trying to persuade him. Not long after, Su Li appeared at the door of the bar. With a quick glance, he locked onto Qin Xuanxin's position.
Su Li. Qin Xuanxin also stood up at this time and waved to Su Li. It's a good thing you haven't left yet.
Su Li said this after he sat opposite Mr. Qin.
Qin Xian felt a little secretly happy. What do you want from me?
A complete change of his previous careless and decisive attitude. Qin Xuanxin lowered her head and clasped her fingers together. She acted like a little girl and asked Su Li in a low voice what he wanted. Here comes our reward for winning each of the games.
There are 600,000 in total. I will transfer 300,000 to you.
After saying that, Suli took out the bank card that Yihan had given him.
Yihan is in Xinjiang now.
If nothing unexpected happens, she should call you. And she just asked me out alone, saying that their company wanted to sign me.
But I rejected it.
He picked up the cup of water that Qin Xuanxin had just taken a sip from on the table and poured 2 sips into his own mouth.
Suli told her what had happened between him and Yihan just now. Is that all?
Qin Xuanxin seemed not to care at all that Yihan had met Suli alone. Instead, he asked Suli with an expectant look.
That's all. What's the matter? Do you have anything else to say?
When asked by Qin Xuanxin, Suli looked at Qin Xuanxin's face with some confusion.
Aye.
When Suli asked this, Qin Xuanxin stood there in a daze, her face flushed with shame and she lowered her head, unable to speak for a long time.
I say, buddy, what's going on? How come you're going to be a big star, but you're still so nervous? I never noticed you were nervous before. Qin Xuanxin always looks carefree.
The sudden appearance of this young lady today made Suli's eyes light up.
Qin Xuanxin, what are you doing? Now is not the time for you to be afraid.
If you don't make a decision now, you may never have another chance.
I thought about it in my heart.
After hearing these words spoken to him, Qin Xuanxin clenched her fists and raised her head. He looked at Suli with firm eyes.
Qin Xian's sudden change of heart made Suli even more confused.
He looked at Qin Xuanxin with a puzzled look on her face.
Suli was quietly waiting for her answer. Suli, I like you, can you be with me? This is my last chance.
If I don't speak out, I may not have another chance in the future. After saying this, Qin Xuanxin stared at Suli's eyes, waiting for her answer.
Xin, I never had such an idea.
There hasn't been one before, and there won't be one for the time being.
I don't know if there will be one in the future. I have a lot of things to do right now, and I don't have the energy. I think you can see that.
After hesitating for a while, Suli finally spoke to Qin Xuanxin. There have been quite a few girls around me over this long period of time. From Yuching at the beginning, to you, and then to Qiu Yubing, she is a famous beauty. I admit that when I first pursued Yuching, I did want to fall in love. Suli rejected Qin Xuanxin, and naturally knew that she would definitely bring up the matter of Yuching. So he started to tell Qin Xuanxin his views on the matter. But later, when I rejected her, I had figured it out.
Some things are not what I need at this stage. And I recently had something I had to accomplish.
The note Han Jin left for Suli has become Suli's current source of motivation.
It also put a lot of pressure on Suli.
This incident only gave me a year to prepare. The chances of completing this task within a year are almost zero.
But I still have to give it a try, so.
After Suli finished speaking, he looked at Qin Xuanxin with an embarrassed expression.
He had expected this day to come. But I didn't expect it to happen today. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing is consensual. But I have a few questions for you.
Qin Xuanxin waved her hand with a casual expression on her face.
If you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. The expression on Qin Xuanxin's face became relaxed, and Suli finally breathed a sigh of relief. First question, do you like me?
Qin Xuanxin was indeed bold. The first question she asked made Suli stunned.
Just tell the truth. It doesn't matter to me.
Seeing Suli stunned, she raised her hand and patted Suli on the shoulder.
Just like the way they used to get along. Chapter 119, Qin Xuanxin leaves. I have a good impression of her, but it's not to that extent yet. Xin, I don't want to lie to you. For me right now, these things are luxuries.
I haven't thought about these things for a while, I'm sorry. Suli had an apologetic expression on his face and told Qin Xuanxin what he was thinking.
That's fine, as long as you have a good impression of me. It seems that I am no worse than others.
Hearing Suli's words, Qin Xuanxin smiled. Nodded with satisfaction.
Second question. If I choose to stay in Xinjiang, will you stay with me? In other words, is there a possibility for the two of us to be together? This time when asking questions.
Qin Xian's heart and eyes were full of determination. Suli saw it from this look. As long as he nodded to confirm, Qin Xuanxin would never leave with Yihan again.
I don't need you to give up anything for me. I can assure you that I will not be with anyone until I leave this school.
Su Li didn't want Qin Xuanxin to give up the opportunity she had worked so hard to get because of him. He shook his head at her. After receiving this answer, a trace of disappointment flashed across Qin Xuanxin's face. But when he raised his head soon, his usual sunny look was back. He patted Su Li on the shoulder twice, then said to Su Li, "Okay, seeing how nervous you are, Qin Xuanxin, don't have to pester you.
Now that we have come to this point, there is nothing more to say. Just keep in touch in the future.
You continue to complete your studies in school, and I will pursue my dream."
After waving to Su Li in a casual manner, Qin Xuanxin dragged her suitcase and walked away. He didn't even say hello to Qin Xuanhu.
Looking at Qin Xuanxin's back as she left, Su Li wanted to catch up with her and see her off. But after thinking about it, he stopped. Just as Su Li was about to sit down and have a glass of wine, a strong hand rested on his shoulder.
"Brother Tiger?"
As Su Li turned his head, Qin Xuanhu's face appeared in front of Su Li.
"Take it easy."
Qin Xuanhu smiled gently, hugged Su Li and walked towards a place.
"Sit." After making a gesture of invitation to Su Li,
Qin Xuanhu sat down directly opposite Su Li in a carefree manner.
"I heard everything you two said just now. You don't have to feel guilty. This is something we both agreed to. I can't force it." He picked up the bottle on the table and poured a glass of wine for Su Li and himself. Qin Xuanhu picked up the wineglass and drank it all.
He said this to Su Li casually.
"Brother Tiger, that's not what I meant. I just have some difficulties temporarily."
Seeing this, Su Li wanted to explain to Qin Xuanhu in front of him. But he raised his hand to stop him.
"You don't have to tell me these things, kid.
Although I think you'd be a good match for my brother-in-law. But this is a matter between you and Xuanxin.
It has nothing to do with me."
He waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to listen to Su Li talk about these things.
Qin Xuanhu raised his glass.
"I don't care what happens between you and my sister in the future.
We are friends now. If you have any problems in the future, just come to the bar and find me. Let's have a drink. After I finish this drink, I have things to do, so I won't chat with you here anymore."
After his wineglass collided with Su Li's, Qin Xuanhu drank the wine. Before leaving, he patted Su Li on the shoulder twice.
See Qin Xuanhu turn around and leave.
A strange feeling arose in Su Li's heart.
It's hard to explain.
After sitting in the bar for a long time, Su Li did not greet Qin Xuanhu. Instead, he left the bar and walked around the school before returning to the dormitory.
I saw Su Li returning to the dormitory reeking of alcohol.
Several people had confused and curious expressions on their faces. However, seeing that Su Li was losing interest, he fell directly on the bed.
No one asked. Su Li tossed and turned in bed, thinking about a question. How should I treat these girls around me next? Now Yuching is by his side.
Yuching's attitude was already very clear, and Su Li was a little hesitant for a moment. Early the next morning, Chen Xuanxuan was called to the hospital by Chen Dishing.
Grandpa, I really don't want to go. Can't I just not go on the blind date?
With an embarrassed expression on her face, Chen Xuanxuan begged Chen Chang and Chen Dishing. I have already promised, old man, so it is unreasonable for others to go back on their word. Besides, the young man I introduced to you is very outstanding, better than any young man I have ever met. If I didn't want him to meet you, I would have wanted to be friends with him regardless of age difference. Chen Dishing frowned and said these words to Chen Xuanxuan directly and bluntly. After hearing what Chen Dishing said, Chen Xuanxuan could only nod obediently.
Then he walked out of Chen Dishing's office.
And there was an extra phone number on her cell phone.
This phone number is Su Li's phone number. When I think of Chen Dishing's serious face, Chen Xuanxuan could only bite her lip. Finally, I picked up my phone and dialed the number.
The other people in the dormitory had already gone to class, but Su Li chose to take a day off today.
Regarding Su Li's situation, everyone in the entire branch knew that there was a student who was bold enough to challenge Wang Erbying. What's more, most of the teachers in the branch are in cahoots with Li Hongxia. So everyone understood that Su Li didn't go to class. But the rumor in the entire branch was that Su Li was scared. At this time, I was sitting in the dormitory, editing my paper in front of the computer, and the number of views on the website was increasing. And many people commented below. A smile appeared on Su Li's face.
The result of his competition with Wang Erbying was the number of paper downloads. And finally, the website will give the paper a place at the end of 3 days.
The website will mark each paper differently.
If it is really high quality stuff, it will appear in a prominent position on the website. At that time, this will be the most important factor in determining the outcome between Su Li and Wang Erbiang. Just when Su Li flipped through the document and was about to check what Wang Erbiang had handed in, suddenly the cell phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the phone screen, he hesitated for a moment and pressed the answer button. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice came from his mobile phone.
Hello, is this Su Li?
Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Su Li was obviously stunned.
May I ask who you are?
Chapter 120, Blind Date Arrives. Su Li's mind quickly flashed through the scrolling screen.
I found that I seem to have never heard this voice before. He frowned slightly. I am Chen Shuangshuang, and Chen Desheng is my grandfather.
On the other end of the phone, Chen Shuangshuang felt a little shy for a moment. After hesitating for a while, he told Su Li his identity. As soon as he heard the name, Su Li straightened up in his chair. I didn't expect that Chen Desheng actually let his granddaughter contact him.
That.
The two people on the phone said 2 words in unison and then fell into silence at the same time.
I thought Mr. Chen was joking, but I didn't expect. How about we just treat it as a meeting? Why don't you say hello to Mr. Chen?
After a pause on the phone, Su Li told Chen Shuangshuang his thoughts. On the other end, Chen Shuangshuang's eyes widened when she heard this. To be honest, he really had no intention of meeting Su Li.
But Chen Shuangshuang is a stubborn person.
If Su Li didn't say this, she would ask to see her instead.
Chen Shuangshuang might reject Su Li.
It is also possible that he deliberately made some strange moves when meeting Su Li, in order to get rid of Su Li. But what she never expected was that Su Li actually opened his mouth and refused first. Chen Shuangshuang was not happy with this and said directly to Su Li. Su Li, my grandfather promised you this at the beginning, and I am also very curious about you.
I think it's better to meet in person anyway. I feel a little inappropriate lying to Grandpa.
After saying this, Chen Shuangshuang also glanced in the direction of Chen Desheng's office. When she looked over, Chen Desheng's office was suddenly closed. It can be seen that Chen Desheng had been observing Chen Shuangshuang in the office. These words made Su Li stunned.
Su Li thought that Chen Shuangshuang would be as reluctant about this matter as he was.
I didn't expect Chen Shuangshuang to react like this.
In that case, please set a time, Miss Chen. Sighed helplessly.
Su Li agreed to this matter, just thinking of it as a matter of concern. He didn't think about what would happen between him and Chen Shuangshuang.
I know you are a student in Xinjiang.
I will wait for you at the gate of Xinjiang at 12 noon today. Before Chen Shuangshuang came here, Chen Desheng had already told her about Su Li countless times. As for some basic information about Su Li, Chen Shuangshuang already knew everything that Chen Desheng knew.
The time and place for the two to meet were set outside the gate of Xinjiang University.
Without waiting for Su Li's response, Chen Shuangshuang hung up the phone. What a strange girl. After shaking his head slightly, Su Li put away his phone.
When Su Li appeared outside Xinjiang University at the agreed time, he looked around but didn't see Chen Shuangshuang.
But just as he was about to ask, his cell phone rang. Then Su Li pressed the answer button and put it to his ear.
Are you wearing a light green top and white pants?
Chen Shuangshuang went straight to the point and described Su Li's attire.
That's right.
After raising his head and observing carefully, Su Li still couldn't find where Chen Shuangshuang was.
Now you move forward.
After getting Su Li's response, Chen Shuangshuang replied to Su Li with this sentence.
After walking forward for a distance, Chen Shuangshuang asked Su Li to turn left. Then turn right again. Finally, Su Li was asked to turn back.
Until Su Li walked around the gate of Xinjiang University for a long time and returned to the place where he was just now. Only then did he realize that it was not far behind where he had just stood. There was a girl holding a mobile phone with a smile on her face.
Chen Shuangshuang? With a questioning expression on his face, Su Li asked Chen Shuangshuang. Yes, that's me.
After seeing Su Li's appearance clearly, Chen Shuangshuang was obviously a little surprised.
He's quite handsome, he whispered quietly in his mind.
Chen Shuangshuang raised her head and blinked at Su Li.
Looking at this playful girl in front of me.
Su Li sighed helplessly. As soon as we met, I gave him a warning and tricked him into walking around outside the school. But Su Li was not angry. Instead, he walked up to Chen Shuangshuang and asked her.
Where are we going now? We are going to go inside the school and take a look around. Or are you planning to circle around the school gate and then separate?
With a questioning expression on his face, Suli said this and then stood quietly waiting for Chen Shuangshuang's answer.
You are so ungentlemanly. You were planning to invite me to take a walk around the school when we first met, but you wanted to chase me away? Shouldn't you treat me to a meal?
With her hands behind her back, Chen Shuangshuang slightly tilted her head to question Suli in front of her.
Of course. I wonder what Miss Chen would like to eat. Let's go.
Seeing this, Suli sighed helplessly. He turned around and prepared to walk towards the street.
Shouldn't we take a cab and leave? After catching up with Suli, Chen Shuangshuang obviously wanted to confront Suli.
All the words were aimed at causing trouble for Suli.
I have a car. I took out the car key, pointed it in a direction and pressed it.
A white car on the street flashed twice, as if it was waiting for Suli somewhere.
Look at the frog-shaped headlights of this car. Chen Shuangshuang showed an unexpected expression on her face. This is your car, are you a rich second generation?
Chen Shuangshuang subconsciously thought that Suli was a rich second generation.
After all, I am not a rich second generation, so who can afford such a car while studying in college?
I'm sorry, I'm not a rich second generation, this is all my hard-earned money. As Suli spoke, he walked to the side of the car and opened the door for Chen Shuangshuang.
Since you are so rich, I won't be polite to you. I want to eat seafood.
Sitting in the car, Chen Shuangshuang thought for a while, then turned around and said this to Suli.
Then let's go.
Suli did not refuse. He nodded and started the car. Then, under the guidance of Chen Shuangshuang, Suli's car quickly stopped outside a restaurant that looked not cheap.
This is it. Chen Shuangshuang used to particularly like the things here. But a meal costs several thousand yuan. Chen Dishing hated this kind of behavior.
So every time Chen Dishing knew that Chen Shuangshuang came here, he would inevitably give her a lecture. This time when she returned to Qingjiang, the first thing Chen Shuangshuang wanted to do was to come here to eat. After Suli got out of the car, the two of them walked inside side by side.
Chen Shuangshuang's appearance is definitely above 90 points.
Plus her tall figure, standing next to Suli.
The two of them actually seem to be a good match.
Deserves the words handsome man and beautiful woman.
Chapter 121, turns out to be a pug.
After the two people entered the restaurant, they were quickly led by the waiter to sit at a window seat.
Suli, let's make a deal first.
You're treating me today, and my wallet isn't very rich.
Chen Shuangshuang is not shy at all.
After sitting down, he picked up the menu and greeted Suli directly. Then he skillfully called out the names of several dishes to the waiter next to him. Suli had a smile on his face the whole time, he neither refused nor stopped.
Excuse me, Miss Chen. I need to go to the bathroom. After Chen Shuangshuang ordered the food, Suli stood up with a smile, greeted her, and walked towards the bathroom.
And Chen Shuangshuang saw Suli leaving. He sat there holding his chin and muttered quietly. This guy is quite handsome, and if he is not lying, he is also a motivated and capable guy.
It's really excellent. No wonder my grandfather told me that. If I had met him somewhere else, I might have been attracted to him, but why did we have to go on a blind date?
After sighing, Chen Shuangshuang sat up.
Then I'll just have to be rude today. Who told you to reject me just now?
A hint of cunning flashed across the corner of her mouth. Just as Chen Shuangshuang took out her cell phone, a voice came to her ears.
Shuangshuang, why are you here too?
Hearing the voice, Chen Shuangshuang turned around and saw a man with an excited expression on his face greeting her. If Suli was also in this place, he would find that this man was the one he saw when he was racing with Lu Huagua that day. The man who kept talking nonsense to him.
Me? I'm here to eat with my friends. When did you come back?
I haven't seen you for so long, and you didn't even say hello to me when you came back. The man sat down in the seat that belonged to Suli, opposite Chen Shuangshuang. He greeted Chen Shuangshuang with an excited expression on his face. He completely ignored the woman he had just brought over. I've only been back for a few days, and I've been busy these past few days, so I didn't tell anyone else.
But I didn't expect that today was indeed a coincidence. Chen Shuangshuang nodded slightly.
She didn't have a good impression of the man in front of her. The person in front of me is called Hong Jingxing.
This person is a well-known playboy.
He had pursued Chen Shuangshuang before, but was rejected by her directly.
So that's how it is. Today is such a coincidence. Why don't we have dinner together? Hong Jingsing never considered that Chen Shuangshuang would come here with other people.
He directly invited Chen Shuangshuang, and even had the idea of sitting here and not leaving.
This position is already occupied. My friend will be back soon. Besides, didn't you bring your friends with you? Aren't you going to take care of your friends?
Chen Shuangshuang frowned slightly when she heard this. He greeted Hong Jingsing directly in front of him. He also glanced in the direction of the embarrassed-looking woman next to him.
The relationship between this person and Hong Jingsing is self-evident.
But I don't know why Hong Jingsing was so bold as to stare at this woman's face.
However, these things are not what Chen Shuangshuang considers. I've already told you that this is my friend. I'm very happy to meet you, Miss Chen, today.
While speaking, Hong Jingsing turned his head and looked at the woman's face.
You go back first. I have to accompany Miss Chen today.
After saying this, Hong Jingsing simply ignored the woman. Instead, he kept smiling and looked at Chen Shuangshuang in front of him with strange eyes. But at this moment, Su Li walked over from a distance. When he saw a man sitting in his seat, he frowned slightly. He stood beside Hong Jingsing, put his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly. Hearing the noise coming from the side, Hong Jingsing frowned and looked to the side. When he saw Su Li's appearance, his face instantly turned ugly.
Why is it you? With an unhappy expression on his face, Hong Jingsing directly questioned Su Li.
And Su Li sneered.
I thought someone sat in someone else's seat without opening their eyes. So it's a pug. Now I understand, because dogs look down on people.
That day, this person kept licking Lu Huagua and targeted Su Li everywhere. If it weren't for Yuching's sake, Su Li would have dealt with him long ago.
How can we wait until today?
I didn't expect that I would run into this guy again today. Today, Su Li changed to a new factory and naturally he would not be polite to him. After this person finished speaking, he directly retorted.
Hong Jingsing almost died on the spot. Kid, what the hell did you say? Say it again if you dare. With eyes wide open, Hong Jingsing said this threateningly to Su Li. Never say good things twice. If you didn't hear clearly, you can only blame your poor ears. This is my seat, get out of here now. With an impolite expression on his face, Su Li pointed directly to his side and asked Hong Jingsing to leave. You are just a gigolo, and you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Yuching about what happened here? Hong Jingsing's eyes rolled around. It was as if he had thought of something extraordinary. He started threatening Su Li with Yuching right away. That confident expression on his face. It was more like he was making sure that he could defeat Su Li with these words. Even humiliate him severely here. As you wish. Even if you call the King of Heaven here today, this seat is mine and you should give it up. I'm too lazy to continue talking nonsense with this guy in front of me.
Su Li directly stretched out his hand and put it on his collar. Then he pulled Hong Jingsing from his seat to the aisle. Then Su Li pretended to sit on the chair.
You dare to bully me? Okay, you have guts. I'm not done with you for today's incident. Just wait, I hope you can still laugh in a while. Hong Jingsing knows his own weight. One-on-one words. There was no way he could be Su Li's opponent. So Hong Jingsing prepared to find someone to deal with Su Li. And the first choice is Lu Huagua. I called Lu Huagua.
After Hong Jingsing exaggerated the situation, he made the second call directly to Yuching. Without saying much, he just told Yuching that Su Li was having dinner with others in this hotel.
Finally, he glanced in Su Li's direction with a vicious look. He sat there with his female companion who had not left yet. Do you still know Yuching? What is your relationship?
I heard Hong Jingsing say this.
Have you met before? Do you have a special relationship with Yuching? Chapter 122, One Condition. There are some very important words in what Hong Jingsing said just now. Soft rice, Yuching.
Chen Shuangshuang naturally also heard these words. As the granddaughter of Chen Dishing, Chen Shuangshuang naturally knows a lot of people. Although she didn't know Yuching, they had met a few times. Now that she heard that Su Li and Yuching had an unusual relationship, she came to go on a blind date with him. Chen Shuangshuang's expression naturally changed. When talking to Su Li, his tone became somewhat cold. I said I was a shield, do you believe me? Hearing this, Su Li spread his hands helplessly and directly said the word shield to Chen Shuangshuang. Are you Yuching's shield? What's going on? Can you tell me about it? When Chen Shuangshuang heard the word shield from Su Li's mouth, she immediately became interested. Finally, Su Li briefly described to Chen Shuangshuang his and Yuching's identities, as well as what happened that day.
So that's how it is. Here's Su Li's explanation.
Chen Shuangshuang nodded at Su Li, and her expression became relaxed again.
Don't just talk about me.
What's your relationship with Hong Jinxing?
Why did this guy come here to chat with you right away? It seems like he's interested in you.
Su Li had a questioning look on his face as he asked Chen Shuangshuang about the relationship between her and Hong Jinxing. When it comes to Hong Jinxing, Chen Shuangshuang's expression becomes somewhat unnatural. After taking a look in the direction of Hong Jinxing in the distance, Chen Shuangshuang said to Su Li,
"This guy is a playboy. He has been trying to woo me.
It's just that my grandfather really dislikes this guy, and I don't like him either.
So I have rejected him many times."
Chen Shuangshuang clapped her hands on her forehead and looked a little overwhelmed.
This guy is like a sticky candy. He sticks to me as soon as I appear.
The most annoying thing is that while he was pursuing me, this guy kept changing girlfriends. The woman you saw just now is most likely his new girlfriend. After saying this, Chen Shuangshuang tapped her forehead lightly with her fist.
When he looked up at Su Li again, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. "Don't worry, this guy is here to harass me. If you help me out, I won't leave you alone. No matter who this guy finds to cause trouble for you later, leave it to me. I will handle it for you.
Today, I'll trouble you to be my shield again." It was as if he was awakened by Su Li's three-word shield. When Chen Shuangshuang looked at Su Li's face again, she suddenly smiled evilly. It seems that he has come up with an idea to resolve the entanglement with Hong Jinxing.
He made this suggestion directly to Su Li. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes widened. It turns out that I have really become a professional shield. Wherever he goes, people ask him to be a shield. And he just happens to be at odds with Lu Huagua and his group. Su Li now has more and more enemies, and most of these enemies are because of the women around him. Every time a new girl appears, she brings a few enemies with her. Su Li even suspected whether this was a side effect of the system. You want me to be your shield? I won't do anything without profit. What benefit can you give me? Su Li didn't expect to be used by Chen Shuangshuang like this. He started by asking Chen Shuangshuang about the benefits. Benefit? Isn't it the greatest benefit for you to be my shield? If I tell others about this kind of good thing, they will rush to do it. Chen Shuangshuang raised her swan-like neck. He said this proudly to Su Li in front of him. You've already talked about other people, but they're not me. If you're not doing me any good, then I'll leave first. You can talk slowly with this Hong Jinxing. I can't afford to offend, but I can't afford to hide? After Su Li finished speaking, he made a gesture to stand up. No, if you leave me here to find Hong Jinxing, you will definitely not let me leave so easily. Let's go together. Seeing that Su Li was about to leave, Chen Shuangshuang quickly stood up to stop Su Li. If I take you with me, I will become your shield. And Hong Jinxing will definitely not let the two of us go together. So Miss Chen is really sorry. He pulled away Chen Shuangshuang's hand that was grabbing his sleeve. Su Li shook his head and stood up. Okay, you want benefits, right? Just ask, whatever benefit you want, as long as I can do it, I will agree to it. With a helpless expression, Chen Shuangshuang directly agreed to the request that Su Li had just made. After seeing this, Su Li smiled and sat back in his seat. I haven't thought about the benefits yet. If Miss Chen has any suggestions, you can just say it directly. As long as I am satisfied, there is room for negotiation. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Su Li made a gesture of invitation to Chen Shuangshuang. Although I don't know who Hong Jinxing is going to find to cause trouble for you. But I can promise you that if that person causes you trouble, I will help you solve the problem. What do you think? After thinking about it for a while, Chen Shuangshuang proposed this suggestion to Su Li. Wait a moment, Miss Chen. You just said you would help me solve this problem. How come it has become a benefit to me now? Are you going to go back on your word? After Su Li raised his hand to interrupt Chen Shuangshuang, he frowned. I just said that I will solve this trouble for you only if you promise to be a shield for me. You are putting forward conditions now. Isn't this a benefit I am giving you? Chen Shuangshuang asked Su Li back as a matter of course. This benefit cannot satisfy me. It is just a supplementary condition. Now I propose a new one.
If you don't want to solve this problem for me, I can solve it myself. Suli leaned back in the chair, put his hands on his legs and crossed his legs. He shook his head and rejected Chen Shuangshuang. How can you be so greedy? Haven't you heard that greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant? There aren't many people who can take advantage of me, Chen Shuangshuang. Seeing Suli's reaction, Chen Shuangshuang glared at him. It seems that I am honored to be one of the few people who took advantage of Miss Chen. We have to open a bottle of wine to celebrate when we get back. When he heard this, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Then he expressed his attitude to Chen Shuangshuang in surprise. You are a scoundrel, how can I negotiate with you? Suli's actions completely left Chen Shuangshuang speechless. After hesitating for a while, Chen Shuangshuang looked at Suli. In this way, I can agree to one condition of yours. Chapter 123, So Childish. You can't make me do something I don't want to do under this condition. As long as it's within a certain reasonable range, you can mention it. And let's not talk about it today. You can contact me anytime and I'll promise you anytime. Chen Shuangshuang stated a condition again. She really didn't know how to give Suli benefits to make him agree. After all, this was the first time the two of them met today, and she didn't know Suli well. Miss Chen, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? There are so many things you don't want to do. Every time I put forward a condition, you can say you don't want it. In this way, what difference does it make whether I take the benefit or not? Suli looked at Chen Shuangshuang as if she were a fool. He turned his head directly towards Hong Jingsing. At this time, Hong Jingsing would look over here with vicious eyes from time to time. When he saw Suli looking at him, he raised his thumb and rubbed his neck, trying to use this to intimidate Suli. So what do you want to do? Chen Shuangshuang was a little impatient after Suli denied her again and again. He slammed his hands directly on the table. You owe me a request. This is a good suggestion. Let's put it another way. As long as it's something you can do, you have to promise me. Of course, I won't make any requests that are too abnormal. After all, I have a close relationship with your grandfather. Suli smiled and told Chen Shuangshuang his opinion. After Chen Shuangshuang hesitated for a while, she saw a sly smile flash across Suli's face. However, Chen Dishing has always been on her side, so how could she be afraid that Suli would make excessive demands on her? Without hesitation, Chen Shuangshuang nodded. Okay, since Miss Chen has no objection, then I naturally have nothing to say either. Let's make a deal. I'll be your shield, and you owe me a condition. He stretched out his little finger. Suli shook twice at Chen Shuangshuang. How childish. Seeing Suli's actions, Chen Shuangshuang curled her lips. But he still stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Suli's. Hong Jingsing saw Suli and Chen Shuangshuang's intimate actions from a distance. He crushed the cup in his hand. He was so angry that his heart and liver were about to burst, but he didn't dare to vent his anger on Suli. Now that he was looking for trouble with Suli, he was simply asking for trouble. Xing, eat. The girl sitting opposite Hong Jingsing saw this scene. There was some resentment in his eyes when he looked at Suli and Chen Shuangshuang. But he didn't dare show it in front of Hong Jingsing. Instead, he considerately picked up a piece of fruit with a fork and handed it to Hong Jingsing. Roll. Hong Jingsing raised his hand and slapped away the fork that the woman handed over. Get out of my sight right now. Don't let me see you again. There was an impatient expression on his face. Hong Jingsing looked at the woman in front of him and he became more and more displeased. He pointed in the direction of the door and scolded her. When the woman heard these words, she glanced at Hong Jingsing's face and was about to act coquettishly and pester him. At this time, Hong Jingsing raised his hand. The woman was very familiar with this action. Those girlfriends that Hong Jingsing had dated before, as long as they dared to cling to him too much. If Hong Jingsing raised his hand, those who dared to harass him again would be beaten up. Some even have problems making a living after leaving Hong Jingsing. Women are very clear about this. Just because Hong Jingsing's previous girlfriend was her best friend. She snatched Hong Jingsing from her best friend. But at that time her best friend insisted on pestering her. After Hong Jingsing raised his hand, it still entangled Hong Jingsing. The statue was broken by Hong Jingsing's slaps on the spot. Without any hesitation, the woman picked up her bag beside her and walked straight out of the restaurant. But just as the woman reached the door, another woman walked in from outside. You finally got up. If you don't come, your boyfriend will leave with someone else. After seeing this woman today, a smug smile appeared on her face. He said this sarcastically towards the woman. And the person who came here was Yuching. Hearing Hong Jingxing's words, Yuching frowned and ignored him. I looked around the restaurant. Soon she set her gaze on Suli. Then he walked straight towards Suli. At this time, Suli was chatting with Chen Shuangshuang while eating.
He didn't notice anyone approaching him.
Until Yuching appeared next to the table of Suli and Chen Shuangshuang. Suli then looked at Yuching, whose eyes were slightly red, with a look of surprise.
Why are you here? He asked Yuching in a puzzled tone. Suli was still thinking about Chen Shuangshuang's face.
At this moment, Chen Shuangshuang's face was full of curiosity, and there was even a hint of playfulness in her smile. It was that Hong Jingxing who called me and said that you were with another woman in this place.
Notify me to come and catch you.
After Suli's voice came out, Yuching immediately recovered. He smiled lightly, then pulled out a stool and sat next to Suli.
This Hong Jingxing is really interesting. I'm just a shield. What's the point of calling you? But it just so happens that you are eating. If you haven't eaten yet, we can eat together.
Suli pushed a piece of untouched food in front of him in front of Yuching.
No need, I just came here to watch the fun, and I'm also a little curious about who you're with. Suli, won't you introduce yourself?
Yuching shook her head slightly and pushed the plate back in front of Suli. When he looked at Chen Shuangshuang, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. Chen Shuangshuang seemed to have sensed something beforehand, and was not so polite when looking at Xiang Yu's spear. The two girls looked at each other, and their gazes were almost sparking in the air.
Let me introduce you. This is Chen Shuangshuang, the granddaughter of Mr. Chen Dishing. I think you should remember what he said in Mr. Chen's office last time. This is all a misunderstanding. The two of us are here today just to deal with the old man. Yuching knew the exact situation between him and Chen Shuangshuang. After all, when Chen Dishing said this that day, Yuching was sitting next to Suli. Chen Shuangshuang, this is Yuching. Haven't you seen her before? He then introduced Yuching to Chen Shuangshuang. Suli sat nearby feeling somewhat awkward, not knowing what to say. If you are here to serve as a shield, why did Miss Yuching come here again today?
I'll solve Suli's trouble today for him.
It is often said that women's sixth sense is more accurate.
Chen Shuangshuang can clearly feel that Yuching likes Suli.
Chapter 124, A Strange Struggle Among Women.
However, she didn't know what kind of mentality she had when she said this to Yuching. There was obviously a hint of provocation in the words. As soon as Chen Shuangshuang said this, Yuching's expression changed instantly.
I didn't use Suli as a shield. We are very good friends. Whatever trouble he has today, I will help him solve it. Suli, is that Hong Jingxing causing you trouble again? If necessary, I can find someone to drive him away.
Yuching seemed to be irritated by Chen Shuangshuang's words. She frowned, turned around and asked Suli directly. Suli, don't forget that you have accepted my benefits, and you can't regret it now. I'll help you solve this matter today.
Miss Yuching doesn't know anything about this matter and she's an outsider.
Let her leave and don't involve Miss Yuching in this.
Chen Shuangshuang no longer had the playful look she had just now.
When he was talking to Suli at this moment, his eyes were full of affection.
It seemed as if he really liked Suli in front of him. And Suli immediately realized from Chen Shuangshuang's eyes that Chen Shuangshuang did it on purpose.
Who knew that after Chen Shuangshuang finished speaking, she looked at Yuching again. She did not give up, but continued to speak to Suli in a delicate tone. Anyway, the conflict between you and Hong Jingxing today was all because of me.
I will not give up on you. After Chen Shuangshuang finished speaking, her gaze remained on Suli's face.
Suli, who was being stared at by two beauties beside him, felt helpless.
Miss Chen, you are behind Chen Dishing. Mr. Chen is famous for his kindness.
Besides, he doesn't have many friends in Xinjiang City who can solve the problem. I think it's better not to cause trouble for your grandfather about this matter.
I will handle it for Suli.
Yuching also seemed to be inspired by Chen Shuangshuang.
He bluntly pointed out to Chen Shuangshuang the gap between their backgrounds.
Miss Yuching, there is no need to worry about this matter. My grandfather has many friends in Xinjiang, and they all give him some respect. It's not a difficult thing for me to solve for Suli today. After Chen Shuangshuang finished speaking, she looked at Yuching provocatively. He stared at Suli with a loving look. A battle without gunpowder between the two women unfolded in front of Suli.
At this moment, Su Li was completely confused. Why would two people who have nothing in common start a fight the moment they meet? However, when Yuching and Chen Shuangshuang were arguing with each other, Hong Jingsing's backer Lu Huagua also walked into the restaurant with a few people. As soon as Hong Jingsing saw Lu Huagua, he quickly stood up and waved in Lu Huagua's direction. "Brother Lu, I'm here." After hearing the voice, Lu Huagua walked towards Hong Jingsing. There was a woman beside him. It was the woman named Dong Xiaowan who always defended Lu Huagua at the party last time. After Lu Huagua lost face in the car race last time and was ignored by Yuching, he finally chose to be with Dong Xiaowan. At this time, Dong Xiaowan saw this in the restaurant with her neck raised high. He wanted to stick his eyes to the ceiling, looking arrogant. The reason why she followed Lu Huagua here today was to show off to Yuching. "I want to tell Yuching how outstanding Lu Huagua is, who is next to me. By the way, a few sarcastic remarks. After all, Lu Huagua has been thinking about Yuching for so long. Dong Xiaowan now just wants Lu Huagua to give up this idea. What's going on? What happened? Where is Su Li?" After Lu Huagua appeared in front of Hong Jingsing, he asked him directly about Su Li. "There it is." After hearing this, Hong Jingsing pointed directly in the direction of Su Li. When Lu Huagua turned his head and looked over, then I saw Su Li, Cheng, and Chen Shuangshuang sitting there chatting. Now he also understood why Hong Jingsing asked him to come over. It's entirely because Chen Shuangshuang is also here. I don't know what's going on with this kid. He came to this place alone with Chen Shuangshuang. I called Yuching directly when I saw it. Who would have thought that after Yuching came here, instead of being angry, she sat here and chatted with the two people? Hong Jingsing really can't understand this matter? Logically speaking, based on the situation last time, since Yuching and Su Li are in a relationship, and in their perception, Su Li is a gigolo. Faced with this kind of situation, Yuching would at least get furious. Give Su Li a good beating. But after coming here, Yuching not only did not have any outburst, but instead sat there with a calm expression. This is completely different from what Hong Jingsing imagined. This kid is really looking for trouble. He is looking for trouble with you and me. I must teach him a lesson today. You go. Get that kid out of here. Lu Huagua sat down opposite Hong Jingsing and waved at him. After receiving Lu Huagua's instructions, Hong Jingsing showed a smug expression on his face. He took a step forward and moved towards Su Li and the other two. However, Hong Jingsing didn't know that he and Chen Shuangshuang were already worried about where to vent their anger. "Boy, you were quite powerful just now you should show me how fierce you are. Don't say I didn't warn you. Get out of here right now." After walking to Su Li's seat, Hong Jingsing had a haughty expression on his face and waved towards Su Li. Signaled Su Li to get up from his seat and leave. "Hong Jingsing, get out of here right away, don't blame me for not saying hello to you. When I lose my temper later, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." The first person to speak was Chen Shuangshuang. Chen Shuangshuang rushed ahead of Yuching and threatened Hong Jingsing. "How am I inferior to this guy? This guy is just a gigolo. I've eaten Yuching's gigolo, and now I want to eat your gigolo. Why do you have to have dinner with this guy? Don't you want to say a few words to me?" Hong Jingsing really couldn't understand how Su Li was better than him. Why Yuching and Chen Shuangshuang are willing to communicate with Su Li here. But Chen Shuangshuang was unwilling to say anything to him from beginning to end. "I can do whatever I want. This is my own business. Do you have to care about it? Get out of my sight now." Hong Jingsing's aggrieved look was met with Chen Shuangshuang's impolite words. "Chen Shuangshuang, just because I can't do anything to you doesn't mean I can't do anything to this kid." Chapter 125, Picking Up Rags. Hong Jingsing, who was full of anger, had only one person to vent his anger on at this time, and that was Su Li. He pointed his finger in the direction of Su Li. When Hong Jingsing looked towards Su Li, his eyes were full of ferocity and he stared at Su Li with gritted teeth. If looks could kill, Hong Jingsing would have killed Su Li countless times by now. What's the use of these cowbell-sized eyes? How come you can still eat me? Naturally, Su Li had no fear of Hong Jingsing at all. Instead, he asked him jokingly. "Hong Jingsing, it's almost enough for you to make a fuss here. Don't disturb us, we have something to talk about." Although Yuching and Chen Shuangshuang were hostile to each other just now. But when Hong Jingsing appeared, the two women faced the outside world in unison.
At this moment, Yuching also gave an order to Hong Jinxing in a cold tone.
Hong Jinxing may not be afraid of Suli or Chen Shuangshuang,
but he was still very afraid of Yuching.
Who made the guy behind Yuching more powerful than his own guy? Yuching, why do you have to protect this kid?
This guy is just a gigolo, and he's using your money to go out and have affairs with other women.
This is all traced back to Chen Shuangshuang.
Chen Shuangshuang and you are both known to most people in Qingzhou City.
If this matter gets out, where will your family's reputation be?
Lu Huagua, who was watching everything coldly from behind, saw that Sammo Hung was defeated and had no way to deal with the situation. Then he walked forward. Others were afraid of Yuching, but Lu Huagua was not too afraid of Yuching.
He just wanted to pursue Yuching. At that time, Yuching's family will be united with the Lu family.
In Qingzhou City, no one can compare to their Lu family.
Lu Huagua, do I need you to take care of my own affairs?
Besides, Suli and Chen Shuangshuang are just friends.
It's not what you think.
Don't judge a gentleman by your own mean heart. Yuching glanced at Lu Huagua with a very impolite tone. But when she said this, she suddenly paused and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
No, I should put it another way. I should say don't hang out with a bunch of bad people on a daily basis. Everyone else looks just like you.
After saying this, Yuching also glanced at Su Li's face. His eyes were full of tenderness.
I know everything my boyfriend does. Do you think he would go out and do those immoral things like you rich second-generation young men? What kind of people are you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves? Who in the entire Qingzhou City doesn't know about you guys?
These words left Lu Huagua and Hong Jinxing speechless.
Because what Yuching said was true. They are a group of people who have long been notorious. Everyone in the circle knows what they do on a daily basis. Oh, Yuching, who usually acts like a lady and looks so high and mighty. Today I have turned into a husband-protecting demon. We've known each other for so long, and I didn't know you had this side. Dong Xiaowan, who was standing aside, immediately quit after seeing Lu Huagua being scolded by Yuching. Take a step forward, otherwise you will get on Lu Huagua's arm. His expression also became weird.
I thought he was someone else, but it turns out he's just a rag picker. Yuching had just let out a sigh of relief for Suli, so it was impossible for Suli to let Yuching stay here to stand up for him.
Wouldn't he really become a gigolo by then?
As soon as Dong Xiaowan opened her mouth to speak, Suli directly took over her words.
What did you say? You country bumpkin, who are you calling a rag picker?
When Dong Xiaowan heard this, she widened her eyes and asked Suli more questions.
Who doesn't know who I'm talking about? I did some scavenging for a day and I didn't let anyone tell me.
You call yourself my bestie all the time, and now it's really fun to pick up boyfriends that others don't want. That day Suli noticed that something was wrong between Dong Xiaowan and Lu Huagua.
To be precise, it was the way Dong Xiaowan looked at Lu Huagua that was not right.
I didn't expect that the two of them would really hook up together today.
You country bumpkin, how dare you say that about my mother? I'm not done with you.
Either you kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake, or I'll tear your mouth off today. Ever since she got together with Lu Huagua, this is what Dong Xiaowan cares about most. What she hated most was people saying that he was with Lu Huagua just because he picked up Yuching's unwanted boyfriend. There have been constant rumors outside in recent days.
Dong Xiaowan didn't know how many times she got angry about this matter.
I didn't expect that Suli would say it in front of Yuching today.
This is like putting her on the stake. Have you ever heard the saying, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself? If you do something like this, aren't you afraid of others talking about it? I didn't say anything wrong. Are you angry because of shame? After Dong Xiaowan's expression suddenly changed, Suli's smile became even bigger.
He changed his position in the chair.
Cross your legs and lean back.
Suli looked towards Dong Xiaowan with contempt and said,
Oh my god, look, he's getting anxious. Oh my god, there are still people who get anxious when someone says a few words to them. It's obvious that he is guilty, how shameless. If I were you, I would stay at home and not come out. I have to say that Suli is really good at sarcasm. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, every word he said was like a knife stabbing Dong Xiaowan in the heart. Seeing that Dong Xiaowan was so angry that her face turned blue and she was breathing heavily, Suli didn't stop yet. Instead, he looked in the direction of Lu Huagua and continued. I forgot to mention one thing just now. You should put this hard-earned boyfriend in the frame. Hang it on the wall every day and burn 3 sticks of incense a day. Instead of bringing it outside and embarrassing yourself in front of others. After saying this, Yuching and Chen Shuangshuang both focused their attention on Su Li. In particular, Chen Shuangshuang secretly gave Su Li a thumbs up and lip synced to Su Li. Awesome! After Su Li glanced at Chen Shuangshuang's face, he smiled gently and nodded at him as a response. You fucking go to hell. He grabbed a plate from the table. Dong Xiaowan raised it high and threw it towards Su Li. But he or she overlooked one thing, which was the food on the plate. The moment she lifted the plate, the food slid down the plate. Chapter 126, The Man's Way. The food fell on Dong Xiaowan's head, as if Dong Xiaowan was really a wild girl crawling out of a garbage dump. Ah! A sharp scream like that of a pig being slaughtered was heard, and Dong Xiaowan tried to throw the plate in her hand at Su Li, but Su Li casually lifted it up and caught it steadily with his palm. Why don't you just say you want to eat? There's no need to use the excuse of wanting to hit me to eat the food on my table. I know you like to pick up other people's unwanted junk, that's okay. I can also order the same food for you as in front of Yuching. He casually placed the plate in front of him on the table. Su Li waved in the direction of Dong Xiaowan. Go sit at that table and don't embarrass yourself in front of me. The smell of rag picking on you makes me want to vomit. After saying that, Su Li made a disgusting gesture and raised his hand to cover his mouth. Fortunately, Dong Xiaowan does not have any heart disease. Otherwise, even if there were quick-acting heart pills, they wouldn't be able to save her now. Because of Su Li's ridicule, the blood on Dong Xiaowan's feet rushed to her head. That's enough. You are a grown man, but you are just like that shrew in the village, bickering with others here. If you have the guts, come outside and we'll talk. Don't hide behind a woman like a coward. Lu Huagua raised his hand to stop Dong Xiaowan, who was about to attack. After placing a pack of tissues on her hand, he hooked his finger in Su Li's direction. I took another look outside the restaurant. What's wrong? You, the defeated opponent, are you still going to race with me? I'm telling you, I have no interest in racing, especially a guy like you who can't even see my taillights. Compared to you, it's really cheap. Su Li naturally understood that Lu Huagua went to this restaurant alone, obviously because he wanted to deal with him. Although Su Li was not afraid of Lu Huagua's methods. But in terms of words, he also had to let Lu Huagua know how powerful he was. Lu Huagua lost to Su Li in the aspect that he was most proud of. This matter has always been on his mind. Now Su Li has revealed his scar again. It was the second time I embarrassed myself in front of Yuching. Lu Huagua was naturally very unhappy. But he suppressed all his hatred deep in his heart. He was planning to find someone to give Su Li a good beating after he left the restaurant. Instead of engaging in verbal disputes with Su Li now. So after Su Li said this, Lu Huagua did not show any anger. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed twice. I, Lu Huagua, am just a racing enthusiast. I don't pursue speed. Last time I just sparred with you, but I didn't expect you to be a professional racing driver, right? You rely on your inferior skills as a professional racing driver to bully ordinary people like us. Thank goodness you have the nerve to say this. Every time after he lost a racing competition, Lu Huagua became more and more confused. Later, after consulting a few friends and doing some research, they discovered that Su Li's racing skills were comparable to those of a professional racing driver. And he is also considered a very powerful figure among professional racers. So Lu Huagua thought that Su Li had hidden his identity. In fact, he also has another identity as a racing driver. But after he investigated, he found no news about Su Li. However, Lu Huagua naturally could not embarrass himself in front of Yuching today. He just casually spoke out his guess. He even said it with certainty, as if it were really the case. Don't talk to me about this now, kid. If you have the guts, go outside the restaurant. We solve problems the manly way. If you don't dare, kneel down and kowtow to me and my girlfriend to admit your mistake, then I can consider only breaking one of your legs. Lu Huagua threatened Su Li with an arrogant expression on his face. At this moment he seemed to have found his confidence again. After all, Su Li's power in Xinjiang City is definitely not as great as his. It is absolutely impossible to defeat him in this regard. Lu Huagua is almost enough, let's chat here and don't cause trouble here. Your behavior is really disgusting. If you really think you're awesome, why don't I find some people to spar with you? Qin Xuanqing knew Su Li's skills, but Yuching didn't.
Yuching had already guessed what Lu Huagua was going to do, so it was natural that she would not let Suli go out with him to get beaten.
Boy, if you have the ability, don't hide behind a woman. What's the point of hiding behind a woman like a coward? If you're a man, go outside.
If you are not a man, you can hide behind women and watch them solve your problems.
Lu Huagua knew that he was naturally at a disadvantage in a verbal confrontation with Yuching.
So he simply ignored what Yuching said to him and instead mocked Suli. I've seen people who deceive themselves, but I've never seen anyone as self-deceiving as you, and even fooling yourself around.
It's really amazing. Each of you is more amazing than the other.
As he said this, Suli stood up from his seat.
He closed his eyes gently towards Yuching and shook his head, signaling her not to worry about it. Suli walked out directly from behind his seat. Before you leave, I have something to tell you.
Don't make excuses for your incompetence. I'm just a student, not a racing driver at all.
Don't daydream and assume it's like this. You are not God, you cannot decide everything.
After walking to Lu Huagua and saying this, Suli walked out of the restaurant.
Today he wanted to teach Lu Huagua a lesson and not give him any advantage in words. They will also be attacked physically. With this double blow, Lu Huagua would probably collapse.
Suli. After seeing this scene, Yuching was about to get up and chase after him, but was stopped by Dong Xiaowan.
Women should stay out of men's business.
Dong Xiaowan stood in front of Yuching with a sly smile on her face. Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing looked at each other and quickly walked out. When Lu Huagua came out today, he didn't think about making Suli's life easy. There were a dozen bodyguards waiting outside. Suli just walked out of the restaurant.
The two people behind caught up.
Then Lu Huagua raised his hand and more than a dozen bodyguards came out from the corner.
They surrounded Suli in an instant. No wonder he kept clamoring to compete with me.
After all this time, he finally brought someone here. After Suli saw the scene, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth.
He. I said to solve the problem the manly way. I never said I wanted to fight you one-on-one. Chapter 127, Pretending to be sick?
A hint of pride flashed across Lu Huagua's face, and he walked in front of the group of bodyguards.
If I fight with a guy like you, it will only dirty my hands. You're not worthy of me taking action.
He raised his palm and looked at it in front of himself.
Lu Huagua suddenly looked towards Suli with a fierce look.
Boy, you are a sharp-tongued person, aren't you? Let me see if your skills are as sharp as your mouth. If you can't handle my dozen bodyguards today,
I will definitely pull your teeth out of your mouth one by one.
He finished his words viciously.
Lu Huagua waved his hand. A dozen bodyguards surrounded Suli.
At the same time, Yuching and Chen Shuangshuan also walked out of the restaurant.
Stop! Stop it, everyone!
When Yuching saw Suli being surrounded by people, a trace of panic appeared on her face. He hurriedly shouted in the direction of Lu Huagua. But at this time, Hong Jingsing and two bodyguards stopped the two women.
Ms. Yuching, Chen Shuangshuan, you two should just stay here and watch. This incident today has nothing to do with you two. With a smirk on his face, Hong Jingsing was already looking forward to the scene of Suli being beaten down.
The look in Chen's eyes became undisguised at this moment.
Anyway, he and Chen Shuangshuan have already fallen out.
Since Chen Shuangshuan would not be with him, Hong Jingsing was too lazy to continue pretending. After dealing with Suli today, he will find a way to use some special means to make Chen Shuangshuan obedient.
Get lost. Hong Jingsing, I told you to get out of here, did you hear me?
Seeing Hong Jingsing in front of her looking like he deserved a beating, Yuching's face turned pale.
Hong Jingsing, don't be shameless.
At this moment, Chen Shuangshuan naturally stood on Suli's side. She went out for a blind date with Suli today. Apart from the fact that she and Suli were already getting along very well. If Suli was hurt by these people because of him,
Chen Shuangshuan didn't even dare to think about how her grandfather would get angry at her when she returned.
When Chen Dishing mentioned Suli, the fondness and pride on his face made Chen Shuangshuan know that Chen Dishing really recognized Suli. I know I can't afford to offend you too, but today's order was not given by me, Hong Jingsing.
These are all orders from Brother Lu. If you have anything to say, go talk to Brother Lu. I have to stop you two now. Don't even think about passing through here. Just stay here quietly with me and enjoy a good show.
After speaking, Hong Jingsing turned around and looked back. Prepare to enjoy the scene of Suli being beaten up by a group of people. But he never imagined that such a scene would never happen before his eyes in his entire life. They all look pretty powerful, but I don't know how strong they are.
Why are you all dawdling? Hurry up. I'm not full yet.
I'm going to go back and eat after I finish dealing with you guys. After being surrounded by this group of bodyguards, Suli was not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his finger and hooked it at the leading bodyguard.
A provocative look on his face.
More than a dozen bodyguards were dealing with one person, so naturally, these people did not take Suli seriously. But now he made a provocative gesture.
This made the bodyguards a little angry.
Good boy, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in.
I was originally planning to give you some thanks, but now I have to treat you well.
After the bodyguard walking in front finished speaking, he swung his fist and hit Suli in the face. However, when his fist was about to hit Suli's face, his knee was hit hard and was kicked by Suli. Suli dodged his fist by turning his head. At the same time, he raised his shoulders and pressed them against the man's chin. I was running in the front to prove the report when I suddenly felt a black screen in front of my eyes and then I fell backwards. When Hong Jingsing, who was there to watch the fun, saw this scene, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Chen Xuanshuang and Yuching's eyes lit up at the same time. Lu Huagua saw nothing, as his view was blocked by this group of people. He kept standing there with a sinister smile on his face, waiting for Suli to be dealt with. But 3 minutes passed, then 5 minutes passed. The scene he expected of Suli being beaten up did not appear. But the number of bodyguards he brought with him who were still standing was decreasing. By the time Lu Huagua saw Suli's figure clearly, there were only 3 bodyguards left standing in front of him. The 3 men had expressions of fear on their faces and no longer dared to approach Suli. Instead, he retreated timidly.
Come on. Come on. What the hell are you 3 doing backing out? I spent so much money to support you guys, and you 3 actually dared to run away?
Lu Huagua stepped back as soon as he saw the 3 men.
He ran over and kicked one of them on the butt.
He tried to push the 3 men over with his hands. Boss Lu, it's not that the 3 of us won't go up, but it's useless even if we go up.
Didn't you see that the others were beaten down? The 3 of us can't make your money. You pay us 3 our wages later, and we 3 will resign.
Who knew that these 3 bodyguards would just raise their hands and slap Lu Huagua's hand away?
One of them even told Lu Huagua what the 3 of them were thinking. You 3 don't want to live anymore?
He pointed at the faces of the 3 bodyguards in front of him. Lu Huagua stared with his eyes wide open, extremely angry. But after holding it in for a long time, he didn't say anything.
Just when Lu Huagua was so angry that he was half dead.
The 3 bodyguards standing in front of him quickly dodged to the side as if they had seen a ghost.
There is no other reason.
It was just because Suli was thinking about this and walked over here.
Young Master Lu Huagua. Now the 2 of us can solve our problems the manly way.
Standing in front of Lu Huagua, Suli raised his fist and looked at it, then hooked his finger at Lu Huagua.
How dare you touch me? I'm telling you, don't touch me.
If you do, there will be no place for you in Qingjiangchang.
My father is.
He originally wanted to use his identity to threaten Suli.
But Suli didn't buy it at all.
Before Lu Huagua could finish his words, a fist had already hit him in the lower abdomen.
When Suli put away his fist and stood up, Lu Huagua just let out a sigh. Vomited out a bunch of red and white things.
I said I don't dare to fight, so I don't dare to fight.
What's the point of pretending to be sick? Who would vomit before fighting with someone else?
It's interesting that you still call yourself a man.
Chapter 128, Pure Woman. Looking at Lu Huagua who was squatting on the ground and vomiting,
Suli helplessly spread his hands at him.
He actually dared to hit my brother Lu.
When Hong Jingsing saw this scene, he rushed towards Suli from beside Chen Xuanshuang and Yuching. But when he met Suli's gaze, the whole person immediately became scared. He stopped where he was and didn't dare to get any closer.
Didn't you say you wanted to solve the problem using manly methods? What's wrong? Now this Lu guy is pretending to be sick. Do you want to try my tricks? With a playful expression, Suli asked in the direction of Hong Jingsing.
Seeing Hong Jingsing standing there, he dared not come over.
Suli struck a very strange posture.
Suli then used the lion's roar technique, 1-finger yang technique and the 2-in-1 technique.
Come here.
The voice frightened Hong Jingsing so much that he almost collapsed to the ground.
Ugh. I have the guts. Ugh. Don't leave if you dare.
Just wait, we are not done with this matter today. Lu Huagua, lying on the ground, retched several times.
When all the stomach acid is almost poured out, finally stopped vomiting.
He raised his head and spoke harshly to Su Li with a ferocious expression.
Okay, I'll wait for you to find someone to deal with me.
But before this, you failed to win me over by using manly methods.
You have to prove that you are not a man.
He moved his wrist. Su Li said this to Lu Huagua with a smile. This is when Su Li's smile in front of Lu Huagua was like that of a devil.
What do you want to do? With an ugly expression on his face, Lu Huagua subconsciously took a step back. What I want to do is simple.
Now all you have to do is raise your hands to the sky and shout 3 times, "I'm a woman."
You can leave from here and call for help.
Of course that guy has to shout too. After Su Li finished speaking, he glanced in the direction of Hong Jingsing.
Don't King dream. There's no way I'm going to yell.
When Hong Jingsing heard this, he took a step back. He started by cursing at Su Li.
If you two don't shout today, then we'll just have to continue sparring. It just so happens that those guys you brought here just warmed me up. You two should probably hang out with me a little longer.
After saying this, Su Li put his hand on Lu Huagua's shoulder. I don't know if you have heard of a move in Chinese martial arts called the tendon-splitting and bone-breaking hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li exerted force with all 5 fingers at the same time.
Lu Huagua let out a scream.
The left arm hung directly above the shoulder.
It's like losing bones. Shout or not?
Loosening his hand, Su Li shouted at Lu Huagua in front of him.
This rebuke was like an epiphany. Lu Huagua suddenly woke up from the pain.
When he looked at Su Li again, his eyes were filled with panic. After hesitating for a few seconds with gritted teeth,
he raised his right hand honestly.
He knew that if Su Li didn't hear his call today, I'm sure I won't let him go so easily. Now the left arm has been removed by Su Li using the so-called bone-splitting hand. If Su Li gets angry, he will just dismantle all his parts. By then, Lu Huagua would become a useless person.
Faced with his life and dignity, Lu Huagua quickly made a choice.
After raising his palm, he looked up to the sky and shouted,
I, Lu Huagua, am a woman. I, Lu Huagua, am a woman. I, Lu Huagua. Because there were a lot of people passing by outside the restaurant at this time.
After hearing Lu Huagua's shout, people immediately gathered over here to watch. There were even some curious people who took out their mobile phones to record the video here.
Yeah, okay. She's a pure woman.
Su Li nodded approvingly to Lu Huagua in front of him. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Hong Jingsing. Hong Jingsing saw Su Li walking towards him. He took several steps back.
He shouted threateningly at Su Li. Stop, don't come over here. There's no way I'm going to shout. I won't say such words even if you kill me today.
I, Hong Jingsing, am not afraid of you. If you dare to touch me, I will definitely make sure you die without a burial place. At this time, even Hong Jingsing's voice became weak when he shouted.
See this situation.
Su Li suddenly stopped.
Returned to Lu Huagua's side. Look, you've already shouted.
I am also ready to let you go, but your brother is unwilling to speak.
What do you say we should do?
Why don't you persuade him, otherwise it will be difficult for you to leave here today.
Su Li put his hand on Lu Huagua's shoulder again. Lu Huagua was immediately startled.
He looked at Su Li with an embarrassed expression. After hearing this, he fixed his eyes on Hong Jingsing.
Lu Huagua has done such a shameful thing.
Naturally, he would not allow Hong Jingsing to continue to maintain his dignity. If Hong Jingsing didn't teach out,
if this matter gets out, Lu Huagua will be even more embarrassed.
So without any hesitation, he shouted directly in the direction of Hong Jingsing.
Hurry up and shout. Leave immediately after you've finished yelling. Isn't it embarrassing enough to stay here?
After Lu Huagua shouted this, Hong Jingsing's face instantly became very ugly. He can choose not to listen to Su Li, and he can also choose not to be afraid of Su Li's threats.
But Hong Jingsing had to listen to Lu Huagua's threats.
Because his Hong family is a member of the Xinjiang Business Association.
If Lu Huagua wants to destroy the Hong family, it may only take a word. This is also the reason why Hong Jingsing has been Lu Huagua's bootlicker from the beginning to the end. Brother Lu, Hong Jingsing, with an embarrassed look on his face, spoke to Lu Huagua in a wrong tone. He was interrupted directly by Lu Huagua. Call. A scolding came from Lu Huagua's mouth.
Hong Jingsing had a ferocious look on his face and raised his hand unwillingly.
I, Hong Jingsing, am a woman. Me. Hong Jingsing is a sissy. During the shouting process,
a huge sense of shame has filled Hong Jingsing's head.
He hates more than just Su Li now. Even Lu Huagua was resented by him.
As long as Lu Huagua loses power,
Hong Jingsing would not hesitate to trample him under his feet. Not bad, not bad.
You two brothers are very interesting.
Okay, you can go now. How long do I need to wait here?
Su Li waved to Lu Huagua with a smile on his face. He knew very well that Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing were planning to send someone to deal with him.
So I asked Lu Huagua this question. Just wait, it will be here soon. Hearing this, Lu Huagua left a harsh remark.
He turned around and took Hong Jingsing into his car in shame.
Hurry up, my time is precious, I will only wait for you for 10 minutes. Chapter 129, Caught. Watching the two people leave,
Su Li shouted at their backs. Then he walked back to Yuching and Chen Xuanshuang.
Let's go back and eat.
We've been entangled with these guys here for so long that we haven't even had enough to eat.
I'm starving.
He rubbed his belly. After Su Li nodded to the two of them, he walked into the restaurant. Yuching and Chen Xuanshuang looked at each other. He also followed Su Li back to the restaurant.
There is still something left in this place. Only the dozen or so bodyguards brought by Lu Huagua were lying on the ground. Brother Lu, this guy is so arrogant.
He actually dared to do such a thing to insult us.
But he's so skilled, who can we find to deal with him?
With an ugly expression on his face, Hong Jingsing carefully thought about Lu Huagua beside him and asked.
Looking for my second uncle. I just don't believe he has much ability.
After Lu Huagua said this, he stepped on the accelerator of the car.
The car drove straight to a very special place in Qingjiang City.
Hong Jingsing, who was standing by, heard the words second uncle from Lu Huagua's mouth.
There was also a satisfied expression on his face. Because he knows. Uncle Lu Huagua will definitely be able to deal with Su Li. On the seat, Su Li sent out a message.
He put away his phone and greeted Chen Xuanshuang and Yuching in front of him.
Eat, what are you doing sitting here?
I saw the two of them sitting there without picking up their chopsticks. Su Li also picked up the chopsticks from the table and handed them to the two of them. Su Li, you made Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing look like this today.
These two will never let you go. You should go back to school first. Look at Su Li's indifferent expression.
Yuching couldn't help but remind Su Li.
It's okay to let them cause trouble. Let me see how many people they can bring this time.
With a smile on his face, Su Li waved his hand casually.
Today, Su Li really surprised Chen Xuanshuang and Yuching.
Neither of them had expected that Su Li didn't look very big and strong.
But his skills are so amazing.
The dozen or so bodyguards had little resistance against Su Li and were knocked to the ground.
This strength has completely shocked the two people.
However, both Chen Xuanshuang and Yuching knew it very well. If Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing were to take revenge,
we'll definitely take Su Li's skills into consideration.
By then, Su Li would definitely not be able to deal with the revenge of these two people.
And the two of them were the instigators of today's incident.
The conflict between Su Li and these two people was entirely because of them. If Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing used some tricks at that time, but the two of them were unable to protect Su Li in time,
both of them will definitely feel very self-blaming and guilty.
But seeing Su Li's indifferent look, Yuching and Chen Xuanshuang looked at each other and sat down where they were. He pursed his lips and didn't try to persuade her any further.
You're too slow. It's been such a long time and you still haven't come. I'm almost done with my meal. Forget it, forget it. I guess those two guys won't come. Let's go back first.
He picked up the tissue on the table and wiped his mouth twice. After Su Li looked at the time on his mobile phone, he shook his head slightly. Yuching and Chen Xuanshuang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this.
As long as Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing don't come to cause trouble today,
the two of them can find a way to resolve the conflict between Su Li and these two people. Although the two people did not discuss it, they had the same idea in their hearts. But just as the three of them stood up, a group of enforcement personnel came in from outside the restaurant. And these enforcement officers walked straight towards Su Li.
Su Li, right?
The leading executive officer walked up to Su Li with a folder in his hand. He opened his eyes and looked at Su Li's face twice. He asked Su Li directly and bluntly.
That's right. What's wrong? What do you want from me? Saw these enforcement officers appear. Su Li had a puzzled expression on his face. He couldn't figure out what these enforcement officers wanted from him. He didn't commit any crime anyway. So Su Li was full of energy when he spoke.
Who knew he had just answered?
The head executive's face changed immediately.
Raising his palms and facing behind him, the other executive officers instructed.
Catch him for me.
Under the surprised gazes of Yuching and Chen Shuangshuang,
2 enforcement officers walked behind Su Li.
He grabbed Su Li's arm in an instant.
What happened to this big brother? What did he do? You have to arrest him.
Before Su Li could ask, Yuching had already taken the lead in asking a question to the executive officer in front of her.
Why did you arrest him? The executive frowned.
Said in a matter-of-fact tone. Then you have to ask him why he wanted to hurt others. At such a young age, he dared to fight with others outside.
What will happen if we just leave it alone? Now he must come back with us to the police station.
The leading executor glanced at Su Li's face.
Put your palms behind your back. Bring him back to me.
He ignored Yuching and Chen Shuangshuang beside him. A large group of people grabbed Su Li and walked outside.
Su Li couldn't resist these executors. Beating up Lu Huagua's bodyguards is the same thing as beating up those thugs outside. Taking action against these enforcement officers is another matter. Before leaving,
Su Li just gave Yuching and Chen Shuangshuang a reassuring look.
He allowed the enforcement officers to take him out of the restaurant.
It must be Lu Huagua and his Hong Jingsing.
What to do? Once Su Li is arrested and taken to the police station, this matter will not be so easy to handle.
After seeing Su Li being taken away, Yuching's expression became somewhat embarrassed. Their family is powerful, but Yuching has no confidence that she can convince her father to save Su Li.
Instead, Chen Shuangshuang can go and ask Chen Deshing for help.
But Chen Deshing might not be able to get Su Li out of the police station. I'll go back and talk to my grandfather about this first.
See if the old man has any solution?
Chen Shuangshuang was still sober at this moment. I know staying here forever is not an option. He greeted Yuching, who was standing next to him, and walked straight towards his car. Seeing this, Yuching had no choice but to leave this place. Su Li was already in the car heading back to the police station. But he was not at all flustered. Although it is the first time I have experienced this. But Su Li knew that Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing must be behind this day.
Brother, what have I done wrong? Who did I beat up that wanted to arrest me? I'm just a poor student. If you want to arrest me, you should at least give me a reason. Chapter 130, Armor of Thorns.
He deliberately made a fearful expression.
Su Li asked the leading executive. You'll know when you get there. Why so much nonsense? Who knew the enforcement officers would be so rude?
When he heard Su Li's question, he immediately scolded him. Seeing this, Su Li also consciously closed his mouth.
The group quickly returned to the police station. Captain, I brought the person back.
Several enforcement officers took Su Li into a room with no windows on 3 sides. In a room with only a huge glass window in front.
Su Li was handcuffed to the table.
The leading executive reported to an obese man who had just walked into the room.
You guys did a great job.
Go down first and let those guys who pried open their mouths come over. The fat man had a satisfied expression on his face and waved at a few people.
Upon hearing these words, several enforcement officers looked at Su Li with sympathy in their eyes. You are Su Li, right?
Let me introduce myself.
I am one of the squad leaders of the police department's enforcement brigade. My name is Zhu Changbiao.
The fat man sat down opposite Su Li and crossed his legs. With a playful expression on his face, he still had the time to introduce himself to Su Li.
Captain Zhu, I don't think I have ever offended you, right? They caught me here all of a sudden.
You must give me an explanation so that I can die with a clear conscience. He knew clearly that it was Lu Huagua who brought him here by these enforcement officers. But Su Li still had to get this news from these people. It's one thing to hear them admit it themselves and to guess it yourself.
And to prevent this from happening,
Suli deliberately turned his phone to recording mode when he came. From the moment he entered here, Suli knew that these people were definitely here to deal with him.
instead of locking yourself in this place.
From beginning to end, no one came to collect Suli's phone.
Boy, you didn't offend me, but you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. As for who it is, you can only figure it out yourself.
If it was indeed your fault for beating someone, we did not arrest anyone indiscriminately. After saying this, the fat man stood up from his seat. Then a few enforcement officers with evil looks came in from outside.
I'll leave this kid to you guys. Pry open his mouth and make him confess honestly. If things are done well, it will benefit you. The fat man gave some instructions to the people who applied before leaving.
Seeing this situation, Suli knew that these people would definitely use some means against him. Suli had also heard about the twists and turns in this police station. With an ugly expression on his face, he immediately started searching in his system.
Boy, do you want to tell the truth or do you want us to tell you for you? Walked in front of Suli. One of them bent his fingers twice.
After making a few crisp sounds, he asked Suli a question. At this moment, behind the one-way glass in front of Suli, Lu Huagua and Hong Jingsing were already sitting there. Sitting next to him was the executive team leader named Zhu Changbiao.
Mr. Lu, there will be something exciting to watch soon.
These guys are well known as the Black Hands here. Zhu Changbiao had a proud expression on his face as he introduced the two people next to him. I want to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Huagua narrowed his eyes and a cold voice came out of his mouth.
Don't worry, Master Lu.
Anyone who comes to this place would rather die than live. Zhu Changbiao on the side also looked towards the glass with a smug look.
Brothers, what do you want to ask? I will tell you everything honestly. At this time, Suli was searching for his own way to deal with the situation in the system.
Suli, who has not found a solution yet, can only delay time temporarily.
It would be best if you tell the truth. If you don't, we will have something good to treat you.
After saying this, they each found a stool and sat opposite Suli.
The searchlight on the table shone directly on Suli's face.
The strong light made Suli subconsciously want to raise his hands to cover his eyes.
But his hands were handcuffed tightly to the table. There is simply no way to do it.
He could only squint his eyes and try his best to avoid his eyes colliding with the searchlight.
Let me ask you, why did you steal from others today?
After one person spoke, he directly accused Suli of a false charge.
Brother, I didn't steal anything. When Suli heard this method, an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. However, the surprise was only on his face.
Suli sneered in his heart. Suli's gaze has already stopped on the column of system defense props.
Since you are going to suffer physical pain in a while, you can only find a way to endure it.
Something called thorn armor that was found during the search caught Suli's attention.
100% resistance to the attack in the house. Returning 100% of the attacks?
These two introductions immediately made Suli very interested. However, the purchase price of this thorn armor is very high. It costs an astonishing 30,000 yuan.
It's a pity that we can't buy such a good thing. But this thing is very useful to me now.
Suli said to himself, and suddenly a prompt appeared on the system screen in front of him. At the same time, a mechanical system prompt sound also reached Suli's ears.
Hosts who cannot purchase items can choose to rent them instead.
1 hour of use for every 1% of the fee paid.
The system is definitely an expert in doing business.
At this time, he actually provided rental services directly to Suli. I simply checked my soft rice points. Renting for 1 hour would cost 300 yuan, and Suli hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth.
Rent.
And just as Suli finished speaking,
I just felt as if there was some extra weight on me. But I couldn't see anything. You didn't steal anything? You didn't steal anything, so how could you be discovered? After others found you, you actually committed murder. Now you're telling me you didn't steal?
An executive officer raised his hand and slammed it on the table. He widened his eyes and began to threaten Suli.
I'm telling you, you'd better tell the truth, or we will be rude to you.
After saying this, the executor actually took out a hammer from behind him.
Brothers, I really didn't steal anything.
You want to pin this kind of unfounded crime on me, but I will never admit it. With this thorn armor, Suli felt more confident when speaking.
He pretended to be embarrassed and kept shaking his head at the people in front of him.